Synopsis. An orphan awakens with the legendary twin spider martial souls of the continent's most powerful figure. Thrust into a world where strength is everything, he must navigate prestigious academies, rival geniuses, and hidden agendas without the system that brought him there. His unique connection to a mysterious past becomes both his greatest advantage and most dangerous secret as he carves his own path to power. Chapter 1. The system runs away, leaving me behind. In a dark, cold, and damp alley, a frail figure seems inconspicuous in the city. This is DOLOU continent, Fasno province, Nodding City. Shrinking, my head is shrinking, my body is shrinking, everything is shrinking. Yi Hao, dressed in tattered clothing, was rapidly shrinking at a visible speed. This might be beyond logic, but it was indeed happening to him. Yi Hao, 18 years old, male, was a promising young man of the 21st century, a future pillar of society. Just after finishing a novel about DOLOU continent and feeling regret over the downfall of the spirit hall, he accidentally crossed over and arrived here. Yes, the novice village, Nodding City. Where am I? Confused, Yi Hao opened his eyes to see a long, narrow alley filled with various unpleasant odors. Wearing tattered clothes, he had no idea what was happening and felt lost. Ding, the life simulation system, is now at your service. Yi Hao's eyes lit up upon hearing the voice in his mind. As a typical homebody, he naturally understood this was a common trope in novels. Walking deeper into the alley, Yi Hao looked up at the bright blue sky. Maybe I really did cross over. Noticing something was off. Yi Hao squinted at a small puddle ahead, his gaze fixed on the thin figure reflected in the water. Short black hair, large eyes, a small face that looked fragile but was covered in grime, along with tattered clothes. This was a perfect depiction of a little beggar. This is me. Yi Hao was puzzled as he touched his frail body, and instinctively felt cold. After some time, he finally accepted the reality of his transmigration, but where exactly was this? The life simulation system is now at your service. Yi Hao was overjoyed. A system, his savior, had arrived. What place is this? DOLOU continent, Nodding City. The system replied monotonously. DOLOU continent, Nodding City. Had it really come true? Yi Hao had just finished reading a novel about DOLOU continent, and now he found himself here. This plot twist wasn't even written in the book. What's the current time? Who is the current pope of the spirit hall? Yi Hao's heart raced. He was afraid of missing the best timing. It was well known that there were other transmigrators in this world, including another person who didn't belong here. The pope of the spirit hall is Bibaidong. The system continued to answer. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at his current state, he appeared to be 6 years old. In DOLOU continent, souls were paramount. They could be weapons, spirit beasts, or even tools for daily use. Everything around could potentially be his martial soul. As a member of the Transmigrators, Yi Hao was now contemplating what his martial soul might be. System, what are your functions? Yi Hao asked. Simulation. The system answered. Simulation, who can I simulate? Anyone. Yi Hao questioned again. Yes, your body has been adjusted by me. You are currently only 6 years old, the best age for awakening a martial soul. Considering your special status, you have one chance to choose whom to simulate. The target can be a person or a spirit beast. Please make your choice. The ability to simulate anyone. In other words, Yi Hao could freely select and unleash the powers of someone else, awakening their martial soul. DOLOU continent is a colorful world, home to many strong individuals and unique martial soul. The first martial soul, the Hiatus hammer, the seraphim from the spirit hall, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, and the 7 treasure glazed tile. These are some of the most iconic spirits in DOLOU continent. Taking into account the representation of these martial soul, Yi Hao didn't hesitate to pass on them. The reason was simple. The Hiatus hammer martial soul could only be possessed by disciples of the Hiatus sect, and it was a lineage passed down. Except for a certain individual who had been expelled from the sect long ago, there were hardly any disciples of the Hiatus sect on the continent. Since that incident, the Hiatus sect had closed its doors. If someone appeared with the Hiatus hammer martial soul, it would undoubtedly draw significant attention. As for the seraphim, representing the spirit hall, This martial soul would start with a natural soul power of level 20 upon awakening, which meant it was already ahead at the starting line. Even so, Yihao wouldn't choose it. After all, he had crossed over. Why not go for a twin martial soul? The blue lightning tyrant dragon, not interested. And the 7 treasure glaze tile, who plays support in this day and age. Your selection time is down to 30 seconds. If you exceed the time limit, the system will randomly match a martial soul for you. 30, 29, 28. After careful consideration, Yihao ultimately chose. Give me a dozen of Bibaidong. Bibaidong, a chew. Yihao had his reasons for selecting Bibaidong. First, before he crossed over, he had just finished reading Duluo Continent and felt regret for Bibaidong. The master's actions, the misunderstandings of outsiders, and even her biological daughter only calling her mother at the moment of death, was her first and last time. Second, Yihao felt this continent was harsh, where nobility surpassed everything. Commoners had little opportunity to rise, perhaps because of the spirit hall's existence hindering their path. Third, he simply couldn't stand certain things and people. Now that he was here, he wanted to make up for some regrets. That wasn't too much to ask, right? Ding, simulating life, selecting Bibaidong. Selection complete. You have acquired the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor Martial Soul. Status, not yet awakened. Please proceed to the nearest Spirit Hall branch for the Spirit Awakening ceremony. In an instant, Yihao felt a shiver run through his body. Ding, ding, ding. Wrong person pulled in. Apologies, the system encountered an error temporarily. Please forgive the previous inconveniences. We wish you a pleasant journey. The prior rewards count as compensation from the system. We wish you a swift rise to title Duluo. Goodbye, host. Yihao. System. It was over. The system had run away, leaving him abandoned and alone. Yihao plopped down on the ground, not caring about how dirty it was. After a moment of silence, he sighed in dejection. What now? In Duluo Continent, strength meant everything, and soul masters were undoubtedly the noblest profession. Now, under the system's operation, Yihao had obtained the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor Martial Soul, which remained unawakened. Currently, Yihao planned to head to the Notting City Spirit Hall branch for his spirit awakening. With these 2 invincible martial soul, he couldn't help but believe. Without the system's assistance, could he not create a legend of his own in Duluo Continent? Chapter 2, I Come from Earth Village. In every corner of Duluo Continent, you can find the presence of the Spirit Hall, and Notting City is no exception. The urgent matter is to head to the Spirit Hall branch in Notting City to undergo the Spirit Awakening ceremony. Under the previous system's manipulation, this body has already reached the best age for awakening a spirit, 6 years old. Yihao stepped out of the dark, cold alley. The blazing sun overhead felt blinding. In this spirit-centered Duluo Continent, Yihao's presence did not cause much of a stir. Passers-by merely glanced at him before continuing on their way. Yihao didn't think much of it. Looking at the differences in the city compared to his previous life, he felt a surge of excitement. In front of the Spirit Hall branch, after much inquiry, Yihao finally arrived. What came into view was a dome-shaped building with 3 levels. As the lowest ranking of the Spirit Hall, the symbol at the entrance was just a long sword. Stop, this is the Spirit Hall. No outsiders are allowed inside. The 2 guards at the entrance blocked Yihao, looking at his ragged appearance, which clearly suggested he was a beggar. Uncle, hello, my name is Yihao. I'm here to awaken my spirit, Yihao said, putting on a pitiful expression as he spoke to the guards. The guards were momentarily taken aback, their eyes meeting. Where are your parents? They died. A while ago, wolf bandits attacked our village, and I was the only one who survived. I stumbled my way to Notting City, Yihao explained. The guards' eyes flickered with anger. The wolf bandits are a combination of humans and wind demon wolves. Such creatures can only be handled by powerful spirit masters. For an ordinary person like Yihao, who hadn't yet awakened his spirit, it was as good as being dead. Immediately, one of the guards led Yihao into the Spirit Hall branch. Inside, the place was luxurious and grand. Despite Notting City's less favorable location and the Spirit Hall branch being the lowest grade, it had everything one could expect. There were not many people inside the branch, only a few cleaners. When they saw Yi Hao enter with the guard, they didn't react and continued with their tasks. "I'm exhausted." A young man in his 20s entered, swaying with a backpack on his back. He wore a white outfit, a black cloak draped over him, and was sweating profusely as he walked toward Yi Hao, panting heavily. "Master Su, you're back." The guard stepped forward to take off Master Su's backpack with a smile. Master Su nodded and looked at Yi Hao, who was dressed in rags. Could it be? "Where is this child from?" Master Su asked. "Hello, Master Su. My name is Yi Hao, and I'm here to awaken my spirit," Yi Hao replied. Master Su scratched his head in confusion. "That doesn't make sense. I've been to many villages recently. How could I have missed you? Which village are you from?" "Master Su, this child is very pitiful. His village was slaughtered by wolf bandits, and he is left all alone," the guard explained. Hearing this, Master Su looked at Yi Hao with sympathy and sighed deeply. "Forget it, another one is another one. You said your name is Yi Hao, right? Come with me." Yi Hao secretly gave a thumbs up to the guard, grateful for the uncle's help. Following Master Su into a slightly larger room, he saw two people inside, an old man and a young woman. The old man sat at a desk, dressed neatly in the Spirit Hall's Spirit Master uniform, while the woman stood respectfully in front of him, as if reporting something. There are two people with innate soul power level 5 in this Spirit Awakening, and several with innate soul power levels 2 and 3. The rest have no soul power at all, the woman said weakly. In recent years, there haven't been many good seedlings, and the awakened spirits have been quite bizarre. Just from the villages she had visited, her experiences had already left a significant impression on her. The old man sighed. "Thank you for your hard work, Cici. I wonder how Yuntao is doing over there." Suddenly, the door swung open, and Master Su entered with Yi Hao. "Yuntao, why are you still so reckless? A spirit master should focus on self-cultivation, be more stable and composed. Don't you know to knock before entering?" The old man looked at Master Su with mild anger. "Yuntao, Master Su." Yi Hao's eyes widened in shock. Could it be the legendary Su Yuntao, who awakened the sea god spirit? "Master Matthew, don't be so nagging. This child needs to awaken his spirit. I'm borrowing your place for a moment," Master Su complained, casually taking out a crystal ball and 6 gray circular stones from his backpack, arranging them in a star shape. "During my trip to Holy Spirit Village, I encountered a child with innate full soul power." Innate full soul power, ×2. Master Matthew and Cici both exclaimed in shock. There aren't many children with innate full soul power. An innate full soul power spirit master awakens their spirit at the age of 6, and those with exceptional talent achieve innate full soul power, meaning they are undoubtedly geniuses. "Where is that child? It can't be this one, right?" Master Matthew asked eagerly. Yi Hao was startled. Why had he suddenly become the center of attention? Master Su shot a glance at Master Matthew, irritated. "Unfortunately, that child has a blue-silver grass spirit. Spirits like blue-silver grass are common. Even if they become spirit masters in the future, their starting point won't be very high. As for this child, he is called Yi Hao. His family was killed by wolf bandits, leaving him all alone. I happened to encounter him when I returned from outside, and since he needed to awaken his spirit, I brought him along." Master Matthew's expression turned despondent. "Blue-silver grass? Why must it be blue-silver grass? Innate full soul power? That's impossible." Cici, beside him, also felt regret. They had finally come across a child with innate full soul power, yet the spirit turned out to be blue-silver grass, a sign of a useless spirit. The future achievements were bound to be limited. Blue-silver grass, innate full soul power. Yi Hao pondered, estimating it might be him. The first traveler of Duluo continent, Tangsan, who had both Blue-Silver Emperor and Haitian Hammer as his spirits and was a twin spirit user, though the Blue-Silver Emperor had not yet awakened. "All right, child, you stand here," Master Su said, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Finally ready with the items for the spirit awakening ceremony." Yi Hao understood and stepped into the central area where the 6 stones were placed. Though he already knew what his spirit was, experiencing the awakening in person was still exciting. The spirit awakening ceremony was about to begin, and Master Matthew and Cici focused their attention on Yi Hao, hoping to see something surprising. Meanwhile, at the city gate of Nodding City, a humble-looking carriage slowly entered the city. Chapter 3: The Death Spider Emperor. the soul awakening ceremony officially begins. With a heart full of anxiety and uncertainty, Yihao stepped into the center of the 6 stones. The hexagonal stones emitted a golden glow, which soon pierced into Yihao's body. For some reason, it felt as though something was about to emerge from within him, enveloping him in a warm flow. Suddenly, the temperature in the room dropped slightly, causing Su Yuntao, CC, and Matthew to shiver involuntarily as they stood behind Yihao. Crack, cracked. A strange sound echoed, and from behind him, 4 small eyes emerged. The abdomen morphed into a massive round shape, from which grew 8 stout legs covered in thick green fur, glistening with repulsive mucus. An aura of dominance surged forth. A pair of crimson eyes met Su Yuntao's gaze, sending chills down his spine. CC couldn't hold back her fear and collapsed to the ground, and even Matthew, who had lived many years, felt a creeping terror. He had never seen such a bizarre martial soul. It seemed to be a type of demon spider. Yihao was drenched in cold sweat. After all, it was the Death Spider Emperor, the king among demon spiders. Recalling Su Yuntao's earlier words, Yihao exerted his soul power, barely managing to retract the Death Spider Emperor martial soul, realizing that if he hesitated any longer, his second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, would soon emerge. I found it. Matthew flipped through a book, pointing excitedly at an illustration of the Death Spider. You are Yihao, right? Your martial soul is the Death Spider. Such martial souls are rare on the continent. Throughout history, very few have awakened them. To date, the current Pope's martial soul is also the Death Spider Emperor, but it's a pity. At this point, Matthew's expression turned extraordinarily excited. The Pope of the Spirit Hall is a revered figure. In remote places like Notting City, the Pope's status is akin to that of a deity. Yihao was slightly taken aback and grabbed the book from Matthew's hand, looking at the illustration of the Death Spider Emperor. He shook his head secretly. Something wasn't right. Flipping to the next page confirmed his thoughts. Death Spider Emperor. Soon after, Su Yuntao composed himself and held the crystal ball in his hand. Yihao understood and placed his hand on it. In an instant, the crystal ball exploded with unprecedented brightness. Even though it was daytime, the light radiating from the crystal ball was still blinding, far brighter than the sun. First in eightfold soul power. The 3 exclaimed in shock, feeling as though they had struck gold. Yuntao, Xiaohao, be careful on the way. Having awakened the Death Spider Emperor martial soul, Yihao became the center of attention, instantly rising to the number 1 spot in the Notting City Spirit Hall branch. For Su Yuntao and the others, Yihao's true identity as a down-and-out child was established. But for Yihao, his journey as a soul master was just beginning. Next, he had to head to the Notting City Primary Soul Master Academy. The Spirit Hall branch was affiliated with the Spirit Hall, and Matthew needed to report this matter so that Yihao could enter the academy for a short period of study. Once the powerful figures of the Spirit Hall arrived, they would take Yihao to where he needed to go. Master Matthew had already begun reporting the matter. As a genius with innate full soul power was extremely rare, only a few had emerged throughout the entire DOLOU continent. Most of them would enter the Spirit Hall, and, if they progressed smoothly, would eventually become elders and pillars of the Spirit Hall. The fact that a genius with innate full soul power had emerged in a small city like Notting City was surprising, although there were 2. One of them was named Tang San. First innate full soul power, blue silver grass. Matthew sat at his desk, studying all the materials related to Tang San, and shook his head deeply. The blue silver grass was a hallmark of a worthless martial soul. Its future achievements would not be high. As for the significant figures in the Spirit Hall, there was no need to disturb them. Cracked. Master Matthew, someone is looking for you outside. The door burst open, causing Matthew to tremble. At his age, each scare felt like it could take years off his life. Got it, have him wait for me in the side hall. Matthew waved his hand dismissively. Su Yuntao really brought along a good one. Young people nowadays sigh. Su Yuntao. Hurry up and go, our academy does not accept beggars. The Notting City Primary Soul Master Academy was located in the west of the city. But at this moment, a gatekeeper without any sense of understanding blocked someone's path. From a distance, at the academy's archway, a gatekeeper stopped an old man and a child from entering. The old man leaned on a cane, bent over, emaciated, and his white beard made him look extremely old. As for the child, there was no need to say more at this point, right? That's right, the protagonist was being stopped outside, and the reason? It was none other than the blue silver grass, a martial soul representative of worthless martial souls. This gatekeeper clearly did not believe that blue silver grass could possess innate full soul power. Holy Spirit Village, never heard of it, probably another poor backwater. Faced with the gatekeeper's mockery, Tang San felt a surge of killing intent rising within him. The hidden dart on his wrist showed signs of being drawn. What are you all gathered here for? Su Yuntao, accompanied by Yi Hao, arrived at the entrance of the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy just in time to witness this scene. Looking at the frail Tang San, he felt an odd sense of familiarity, as if he had seen the boy somewhere before. There had been too many children awakening their souls recently. He had met many, and then forgotten many. You are Master Su Yuntao. How wonderful, I can't believe I'd see you here. The old man was overjoyed, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. Who are you? Su Yuntao frowned. Old Jack. It's me. Old Jack seemed to grasp at hope, straightening his bent back slightly. Master Su Yuntao, I'm Tang San. You shouldn't have forgot me, right? Tang San stepped forward, glancing at Yi Hao beside Su Yuntao before looking at Su Yuntao and smiling. Yi Hao also looked at Tang San, finding him quite ordinary in appearance, nothing particularly special. Perhaps this was a common trait of protagonists. He looked harmless, yet often proved to be deadly. Su Yuntao suddenly realized, of course I remember, your martial soul was awakened by me personally. It's been a long time. Are you preparing to enroll in the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy? Yes. Old Jack interjected. Master Su Yuntao, you must help us. Oh, what happened? Su Yuntao asked. Look, this Soul Master certificate was issued by you, right? Su Yuntao, somewhat unclear, took the Soul Master certificate concerning Tang San from Old Jack's hands, briefly glanced at it, then nodded seriously and said, Yes, I issued it. Is there a problem? Chapter 4, Master, then I'll leave. As soon as the words left his mouth, the gatekeeper at the school gate felt a chill run down his spine, swallowing hard as he realized he had just run into a steel plate. So cold. After learning the ins and outs of the situation, Su Yuntao frowned, stepping forward with his hands clasped behind his back, adopting the posture of someone in authority. Are you questioning the authority of the Spirit Hall? Su Yuntao said confidently, asserting that the dignity of the Spirit Hall could not be desecrated. Moreover, the other party had been so audacious, even speaking many disrespectful words. If this were a regular situation, he might have already taken action, but since this was an academy, acting recklessly would tarnish the image of the Spirit Hall. Immediately, the gatekeeper was scared to the point of almost losing control of himself, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing and muttering, I was wrong, and, Master, please spare me. You don't need to come to the academy anymore. I will inform the academy leadership. Su Yuntao waved his hand. He was in a good mood today and didn't want to hold a grudge. Realizing he had saved his life, the gatekeeper was immensely grateful and rushed out the gate at lightning speed, leaving everyone else far behind. All right, Old Jack, the matter has been resolved. What comes next is beyond our control. Old Jack smiled, saying, Thank you, Master Su Yuntao. If it weren't for you, I don't know if Zio-san could have entered school today. No need to thank me. Su Yuntao shook his head lightly, then took out Yi Hao's spirit certificate from his pocket and handed it to him, advising. This is your spirit certificate. From now on, you are a student of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Don't forget to return to the Spirit Hall for a spirit evaluation after obtaining your spirit rings. By the way, there's something you need to consider. After giving these instructions, Su Yuntao also mentioned that Master Matthew had submitted Yi Hao's information, believing that someone from above would come soon. Yi Hao. Little did he know that at this moment, having innate full soul power and a blue-silver grass souls, something so common. Those people probably wouldn't even bother to come down. Blue-silver grass, a useless martial soul, was there a mistake? As for the matter Su Yuntao referred to, it was an invitation for Yi Hao to join the Spirit Hall. Although Yi Hao hadn't fully expressed his stance yet, from Matthew's tone in his letter, it seemed highly likely. Nodding City was a small town, and its spirit hall was the smallest branch. True, Yi Hao was a genius, but on the way to the main spirit hall, there could be dangers. For now, the best course of action was to report Yi Hao's information, and then wait for a strong person from above to take him away. After all was settled, Su Yuntao left, and old Jack also took his leave after saying goodbye to Tang San. Though Nodding City was small, it was still a comfortable place for the old village chief to live. After parting ways with old Jack, Tang San looked at Yi Hao and proactively extended his hand, saying, "Hello, I'm Tang San, 6 years old from Holy Spirit Village. My martial soul is blue silver grass, and I haven't obtained a spirit ring yet, so I'm not exactly a soul master. The protagonist is talking to me, this is interesting." Reciprocating, Yi Hao smiled slightly. "I'm Yi Hao, the same age as you, 6 years old. I'm an orphan, my village has only me left. My martial soul is the Death Spider." Death Spider? Tang San was puzzled. At this stage, he was still a rookie who had just left the beginner's village, and he didn't know much about martial soul. "I heard Uncle Su Yuntao say you also have innate full soul power." Tang San was taken aback. "Could it be that you do too?" Yi Hao smiled lightly and nodded, then picked up his backpack and walked toward the academy. Tang San was stunned for a moment. In his memory, innate full soul power should be rare, so why? "Wait for me." Tang San hurriedly caught up, walking alongside Yi Hao. At that moment, a middle-aged man, around 30 or 40 years old, dressed in dark black clothes that looked lifeless, with a very ordinary appearance, walked past them. His dead fish eyes showed no emotion, and his short black hair was as prickly as steel needles. Just then, the man passed by Tang San and Yi Hao. As he reached the school gate and looked at the empty entrance, he thought, "What's wrong? Where are they? Shouldn't they be right here?" Recalling the two he had just passed, he suddenly realized something was off. Immediately, he turned around and ran toward the academic affairs office. He had unintentionally overheard earlier that a new student had just awakened their martial soul, had innate full soul power, and his martial soul was blue silver grass. Everyone knew that blue silver grass was the standard representation of a useless martial soul. The man was certain that the child must have some hidden secret. Perhaps he had another martial soul. At the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy's Academic Affairs office, Yi Hao and Tang San arrived and handed in their spirit certificates. Tang San came from a poor family, and although Yi Hao was being supported by the Spirit Hall, he hadn't officially joined yet, so he didn't count as a member. Having Su Yuntao personally bring him here was already a huge help. The Academic Affairs office was specifically for receiving new students, and at the moment, 3 teachers were present, 2 younger and 1 older. The teachers sat at their desks, looking at the spirit certificates in their hands. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, and glanced again at Yi Hao and Tang San. "You two really have innate full soul power." The teacher holding their certificates couldn't believe it. Was this some sort of joke? 2 kids with innate full soul power had come to their academy. Although the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy could be considered a junior academy, it was one of the smallest among all the junior Soul Master Academies. It was a small temple that could not accommodate these 2 Buddhas. Tang San nodded, while Yi Hao rolled his eyes, clearly showing his disdain. "Blue silver grass, innate full soul power, ha ha ha." One of the teachers laughed heartily. Could it be that the Spirit Hall made a mistake? How could blue silver grass possibly be innate full soul power? Hearing this, Tang San's expression gradually darkened. He gritted his teeth for a moment, then relaxed his clenched fist. "Now this one you're Yi Hao, right?" Another teacher picked up Yi Hao's spirit certificate, scrutinizing him and nodding slightly. "Your martial soul's the Death Spider, a rare existence among beast martial soul, and you have innate full soul power. How about this? How about you become my disciple? I can teach you about martial soul and accompany you to hunt for spirit rings. What do you think?" "Forget it, I appreciate your kindness." Yi Hao didn't think twice before firmly rejecting the offer. Who did he think he was trying to teach him? "Since that's the case, how about I become your teacher?" As soon as the words fell, the man who had just brushed past them walked in, his stiff face breaking into an ugly smile. Yi Hao thought, it can't be that guy, right? Chapter 5, Worship You, Ridiculous. "Master, why are you here?" The elderly teacher who had been sitting stood up slowly, smiling at the approaching master. Director Su, I heard that 2 students with innate full soul power have arrived at the academy, so I couldn't help but come take a look out of curiosity. You must be those 2 new students, right? The master bent down, a forced smile on his face that looked more uglier than crying. At this moment, Yihao felt a wave of anxiety. He knew it was this guy. It was one thing to pick ripe fruit, but this was ridiculous. Tang San, who was confused, scratched his head and looked at the sudden appearance of the master, pondering whether this master could actually teach him something. After completing their enrollment procedures, Yihao and Tang San walked out, with the master trailing behind them. Not long after the master left, the office began to murmur with complaints. A soul master at level 29 still wants to take 2 students with innate full soul power as his disciples. Truly, he must not fear the wind when he is talking nonsense. I heard that the master has been stuck at level 29 for over 10 years, unable to break through. According to reliable sources, his martial soul is a variant, and he barely awakened with innate half a level of soul power. The 2 spoke back and forth, each remark hitting the master's sore spot. The always composed director, Su, finally couldn't hold back and coughed lightly. Enough, although the master's strength isn't great, he has expertise in certain areas. You 2 can go now and bring the bedding for those 2 children. Remember, don't get any ideas about one of them, and don't mention taking them as disciples again. An innate full soul power soul master is no easy catch. After leaving the office, the master led Tang San and Yihao to a secluded spot. Looking at the master's lewd smile, Yihao couldn't help but shudder. This was clearly the weasel wishing the chicken well. There was no good intention behind it. Bow to you? Wouldn't that ruin the face of all transmigrators? The master retracted his lewd smile and returned to his previous stiff demeanor, taking out Tang San's Spirit Master Certificate. As he glanced at the words blue silver grass and innate full soul power marked above, the master nearly broke down. The corners of his mouth revealed his glee. Clearing his throat, the master tried to act nonchalant. You are Tang San, right? Following this, the master looked at Yihao with intent and quietly said to Tang San, if I'm not mistaken, you should have twin martial souls, right? As soon as these words left his mouth, Tang San's eyes sharpened and his previously relaxed brows tensed. Yihao noticed that Tang San's fingertips were starting to turn white. It seemed the master was already trying to recruit him as a disciple. Yihao remained unfazed. After all, Tang San was destined to be the master's disciple, and he had no plans to worship the master. Most importantly, he didn't have a good impression of the master at all. So he casually sat down on the dry trunk of a nearby tree, watching the master whispering to Tang San, finding it amusing. At that moment, he looked just like a bad uncle with candy. With twin martial souls being a rarity, aside from the Pope, Tang San and Yihao were unique in the continent. Spreading this news wouldn't benefit anyone. Therefore, the master's solo conversation with Tang San was naturally understood by Yihao, who moved aside. Although this action was small, in the master's eyes, it indicated that Tang San was not to be underestimated. Moreover, Tang San's identity was also a secret, and he should be cautious not to attract danger. But Yihao was not a simple character either. The reason he claimed to have the Death Spider Emperor was that he had his own plans. Just think about it. During the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony at the Spirit Hall branch, his Death Spider Emperor soul was mistakenly identified by Matthew as the Death Spider. While the 2 names differ by only 2 words, the gap between them was enormous. Matthew also mentioned that the only one in possession of the Death Spider Emperor soul was the Pope, who, like Yihao, also had twin martial souls. The Pope was a clear example of this, and Yihao was well aware of it. The inheritance of martial soul follows the stronger side of the parents. With both the Death Spider Emperor and the soul-devouring Spider Emperor souls, Yihao was bound to attract suspicion, similar to the Pope. Bibai Dong, when did I get an illegitimate child? Why was I not aware? Kaiyan Rangsu, did I unexpectedly get a little brother? Yihao rolled his eyes at Tang San, who was intently listening to the master's teachings, shaking his head in disdain. This was also why, when the life simulation system arrived, Yihao chose to simulate Bibai Dong. With the Death Spider Emperor and soul-devouring Spider Emperor souls, it would be impossible for Yihao to completely sever ties with Bibai Dong. Having plotted his ideas, Yi Hao refocused his gaze on the master and Tang San. He saw Tang San suddenly kneeling down, which truly embarrassed the master. While feeling secretly pleased, he began to devise his next self-validation action. He needed a proof that would validate his viewpoint, and without a doubt, Tang San was the best candidate. The master was taken aback and hurriedly helped Tang San up, smiling, "Silly child, there's no need to kneel to pay respects when becoming a disciple. Kneeling is reserved for honoring kings and parents." Chapter 6, Biological Parent. Once a day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. Tang San said this with determination. After the master had brainwashed him with a series of convincing words, Tang San was completely enamored. Just based on a piece of proof, he could see that he was a twin martial soul wielder. This person before him could truly be his teacher. The master felt a rush of joy and repeatedly exclaimed, "Good," 3 times, his mouth curving into a grin that resembled a blooming flower. Next, the master turned his attention to Yi Hao, wondering if he was the second student with innate full soul power. But when the master glanced at Yi Hao's spirit master certificate, he was momentarily taken aback. Death Spider innate full soul power, that shouldn't be possible. Instantly, a flurry of questions clouded the master's mind. The Death Spider was considered one of the top existences among beast martial soul. Even if Yi Hao's martial soul was the Death Spider, the chance of achieving innate full soul power was exceedingly small. Among the current soul masters, there were only a dozen or so with innate full soul power. Apart from Tang San and Yi Hao, the others had all been studied individually by the master. For instance, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul was indeed the top beast martial soul. However, among the descendants of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, none had awakened with innate full soul power. At most, they had innate level 8 or level 7 soul power. Yi Hao's Death Spider martial soul suddenly caused the master to fall into deep contemplation. Unless he was also... No, that's impossible, it can't be. One couldn't die hanging from the same crooked tree. Was today the master's lucky day, encountering 2 twin martial soul wielders? It was evident that the master found this hard to believe. The master asked, "Your name is Yi Hao, right? Can I see your martial soul?" Yi Hao was skeptical. What was this old fox really up to? With hesitation, Yi Hao cautiously released his Death Spider Emperor martial soul. Suddenly, the temperature around them dropped slightly, and the spectral image of the Death Spider Emperor appeared behind him. Tang San was momentarily stunned as he gazed at the Death Spider Emperor behind Yi Hao. He could clearly feel the power of the other's martial soul. Then Tang San glanced at his left hand, and for a moment he fell into confusion. Was his blue silver grass truly a useless martial soul? If so, how could he have innate full soul power? And what was the hammer in his left hand? Tang San's reaction was not the most pronounced. Instead, it was the master, whose mouth was agape as if he could fit an egg in there. The master felt inexplicably excited. Looking at the Death Spider Emperor behind Yi Hao, he inadvertently thought of someone. Was it her? Perhaps. Deaths. The Death Spider Emperor. This was the Death Spider Emperor martial soul. Were the people from the Spirit Hall branch in Nodding City blind? How could they mistake the Death Spider Emperor martial soul for the Death Spider martial soul? Now everything made sense. Yi Hao's martial soul was the Death Spider Emperor, and having innate full soul power was not surprising. It was sheer luck. Death Spider Emperor, Death Spider Emperor. The master couldn't help but recall her. After more than 20 years, could he not forget? If she knew that this child had the Death Spider Emperor martial soul, she would probably be very pleased, as the types of martial soul on the continent were diverse, yet the same martial soul lineage remained inherited. Wait. One lineage inherited. The master realized something was wrong and quickly asked, "Yi Hao, who are your parents?" Yi Hao was confused. Why was the master asking about his parents out of the blue? However, recalling the relationship between this master and the female pope, Yi Hao began to connect the dots. The master was mixing him up with that female pope. No wonder, as the saying goes, seeing objects reminds one of people. Yi Hao retracted the Death Spider Emperor and glanced at the master, who was filled with eager anticipation for an answer. Especially after witnessing Yi Hao's Death Spider Emperor martial soul, the master was left dumbfounded, and even Tang San was startled. This was intriguing. The master examined closely, similar so similar. Whether it was the martial soul, the aura, or the earlier dialogue, it was strikingly reminiscent of her. Little did he know that all of this was the work of the previous system, simulating the Pope's martial soul. Yi Hao having a hint of the Pope's essence was not surprising. If one were to compare the Pope and Yi Hao, they were almost cut from the same cloth, making it easy for others to mistake them as blood-related. Sometimes such misunderstandings were beneficial. After all, in a world like this, who could avoid being stabbed in the back? With this layer of identity, it would provide some security. Perhaps at a crucial moment, Yi Hao could leverage this connection for his own advantage. Yi Hao feigned mystery, giving the master plenty to think about. The master soon abandoned the ritual for taking Yi Hao as a disciple, becoming dejected and staggering away, lost in thought as if he were a walking corpse. Tang San was puzzled. Yi Hao, what did you say to the teacher? Why does he look a bit off? Off, he's completely normal. This was the real Yu Ziyaging. Children shouldn't speak carelessly about things they didn't understand. Yi Hao smiled slightly. Don't worry, the master is still the master. Let's hurry to the dormitory. Tang San nodded, somewhat understanding. Regardless of the master's departure, let him continue to ponder his life. Perhaps the master was already beginning to suspect whether Yi Hao was a person planted by her, under his nose, or even her son. Yi Hao and Tang San headed towards the working student dormitory. It was time to see that rabbit. The working student dormitory, Building 7, was the one with the worst conditions, specifically designated for working students. The spacious area was over 300 square meters, filled with row after row of bunk beds. In a separate bed sat a little girl in a pink skirt with scorpion-tail braids, looking both adorable and charming, surrounded by a group of lackeys. Building 7 had an unspoken rule: strength determined hierarchy. As long as one had enough strength, even if they were young or a girl, becoming the leader was perfectly acceptable. Creak! The originally bustling Building 7 fell silent instantly, with nearly everyone's gaze fixed on the unlucky one about to enter. Just moments ago, a girl had defeated everyone there, and those who had been beaten down silently prayed that the new leader would go easy on them. After all, they still had to attend class tomorrow. Chapter 7, Death Spider Emperor Possess. Yi Hao pushed the door open. What a big kick. Instinctively dodging, Yi Hao's heart trembled. Is it starting off this intense? This welcome ceremony seems a bit too lively. A scream rang out as Tang San was kicked away by the sudden blow. He quickly turned and punched the attacker on the toe. Yeah. It was a girl's voice, a little girl with adorable rabbit ears standing upright. She wore a pink dress, her skin flawless, and her cute face wore a charming smile. However, that smile, it felt like this little girl wasn't that simple. Yi Hao relaxed a bit, thankful for his timely dodge. Otherwise, he would have been the one flying. Looking at the little girl with rabbit ears in front of him, she should be the 100,000 years soft bone rabbit, Xiao Wu. She was both violent and unreasonable, a perfect match for Tang San. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Tang San questioned. I'm the boss of the 7th dormitory. My name is Xiao Wu, as in dance. You guys are new here, right? Xiao Wu said proudly, hands on her hips, looking determined. My name is Tang San. My martial soul is blue silver grass. I'm a new work-study student here. And why did you ambush me? Tang San continued to press. Because that's the rule in the 7th dormitory, she replied. Rule? What rules? Whoever's fist is bigger is the boss. I went through a similar test, but I took care of those guys just now. After saying this, Xiao Wu glanced smugly at the purple-faced Wang Sheng and the others, her eyes filled with pride. Tang San chuckled bitterly and shook his head. So that's how it is. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. If she wants to be the boss, let her be. He picked up his bag from the ground and instinctively looked for Yi Hao, only to find that Yi Hao had already entered the 7th dormitory and taken an empty bed. Yi Hao had chosen to lie back comfortably, propping up his legs and humming a tune, looking quite at ease. Tang San thought, why does all the misfortune fall on me? Following Tang San's gaze, Xiao Wu soon spotted Yi Hao, who was lying down. Her anger surged instantly. How dare he not greet her when seeing big sister Xiao Wu? Moreover, that kick was clearly aimed at him, and he dared to dodge. This clearly showed he didn't take Xiao Wu seriously. Xiao Wu, who had been happy, did not expect that the Tang San before her was a tough nut to crack with decent skills. When picking a persimmon, one should choose a soft one. With a fierce aura, Xiao Wu was ready to attack, making Tang San, who was standing at the door, feel a pang of sympathy for Yi Hao. This little girl was quite violent. Yi Hao, still lying down, slowly opened one eye and casually glanced at Xiao Wu, a helpless smile appearing on his lips. "You, who are you?" In an instant, Xiao Wu became tongue-tied, recalling that deeply etched memory from the past and the face she despised. "I won't let you go." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Wu leaped into the air, spinning 360 degrees in midair, her slender legs becoming deadly weapons aimed directly at Yi Hao. Yi Hao's heart tightened. What did this rabbit want from him? In a moment of desperation, Yi Hao sprang up, slapping his palm on the bed and landing firmly on the ground, watching as the bed was kicked in two by Xiao Wu, and the killing intent in her eyes was unmistakable. Yi Hao realized that things were not as simple as he had imagined. Immediately, a yellow soul ring appeared beneath Xiao Wu's feet, her body becoming covered with a layer of white fur, looking just like a rabbit. Was that her martial soul possession? 100-year soul ring. Bah, so cool. In the 7th dormitory, there were not many work-study students with soul rings. Due to their family circumstances, they couldn't hunt their own soul beasts like wealthy families do, so the risk of hunting soul beasts was incredibly high, and the probability of dying was substantial. Being a soul master comes with risks, but generally, the greater the sacrifice, the greater the reward. Tang San was shocked, looking at the yellow 100-year soul ring beneath Xiao Wu's feet, realizing it was indeed a soul ring. In the 6 years since he had crossed into this world, it was the first time he had seen one. At the same time, Tang San noticed Xiao Wu's decisiveness, as if she had a deep grudge against Yi Hao. He chose to observe for a while. If Yi Hao couldn't hold out or was in danger, he could intervene then. Let's watch for a moment. With the system's transformation, Yi Hao's physical abilities had long surpassed those of ordinary people. Though he had never fought before, dealing with a little girl shouldn't be a problem. But this little girl was no ordinary child. She was a 100,000-year soul beast. Though Yi Hao didn't know why Xiao Wu was attacking him, he wouldn't just sit back and wait. He had crossed into DOLOU continent, and he didn't want to leave so soon without experiencing anything. Death Spider Emperor possess. Yi Hao whispered. In an instant, his upper body was covered with a layer of black armor, including his face. His eyes glowed red, and beneath his eyes, 4 smaller eyes sprouted. 8 sharp legs similar to spider legs emerged from his back, looking extremely sharp. At that moment, Yi Hao completely resembled a poisonous spider, with a thick mane of green hair growing on his feet, and repulsive goo dripped incessantly to the ground, soon piercing through the surface. Luckily, this place was on the 1st floor. Yi Hao felt the changes in himself. The possession of the Death Spider Emperor brought immense power. Everyone stepped back in fright. This was the first time they had witnessed such a terrifying scene. A few could not help but run to the corner and throw up, their faces turning a shade of purple. Tang San, witnessing this scene, even as someone who had lived again, couldn't help but gasp. What a powerful martial soul. Was his blue-silver grass really a useless martial soul? If anyone had the biggest reaction, it was Xiao Wu. Without hesitation, she leaped into the air, her first soul ring lighting up in an instant. First soul skill, waist bow. Soft bone rabbit, the key is in the soft character. Xiao Wu's body was extremely flexible, seeming to have no bones. She dashed behind Yi Hao, and in the moment of action, Yi Hao suddenly turned around and grabbed Xiao Wu's slender leg. His black-armored face turned red, and 8 sharp spider spears stabbed fiercely into the ground, grabbing Xiao Wu by the throat and pinning her down. "Tell me, why did you try to kill me?" Yi Hao said in a low voice, his several eyes glaring intently at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu remained unyielding, glaring fiercely. "What is your relationship with that woman? Are you her son?" Upon hearing this, Yi Hao was instantly taken aback. Which woman, what son? Chapter 8, A Kind Misunderstanding. Yi Hao was bewildered. Did this rabbit has a problem? Son. The Death Spider Emperor her. Wait a minute, could it be related to that incident? Yi Hao retracted the spider spear, the black armor on his chest vanished, and his face returned to normal. He released Xiao Wu. I don't know what you're talking about. I've been an orphan since I was little. You can ask Tang-san if you don't believe me. Tang-san paused slightly. Yes, Yihao came here with me. Xiao Wu felt a little anxious and glanced at Tang-san. This boy looked honest and shouldn't be lying. Then, why is your martial sold? Xiao Wu continued to inquire. Yihao's martial soul was the same as that woman's. For some reason, as she looked at Yihao, her mind flashed back to that night, to the woman's face, a memory that was deeply imprinted. The two of them looked almost like they were cast from the same mold. Anyone who saw them would probably think they were mother and son. That was the power of the life simulation system, but the system had run away, leaving Yihao all alone. Yihao said, "The world is vast, and there's no shortage of wonders. There are many types of martial souls. Although I don't know who you're talking about, I can assure you that there are other rabbit martial souls besides yours. Please don't take it personally." Xiao Wu realized that he had misjudged Yihao's character. Her face turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else. As the saying goes, if someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend them. Yihao rolled his eyes at Xiao Wu. It was you who attacked first. If I could, I would have already killed you to make a soul ring and wouldn't have left you alive today. However, it's just that I haven't reached the limit for absorbing soul rings yet. Yihao snorted coldly. You're still the boss here in the 7th dormitory. I'm not interested in your little games, so don't disturb me unless there's something important. The others had witnessed Yihao's strength firsthand, so they didn't dare to provoke him. Looking at the messy ground, they quickly got to work cleaning up. The work-study dormitory was specifically provided by the school, and if the teachers found out about today's events, they would definitely face punishment. Strong individuals are always sought after, and Tang-san appeared indifferent, choosing a bed close to Yihao. Watching Yihao lying sideways, he felt a surge of emotions. This was the real hidden powerhouse. Yihao, exactly, that's right. You're the one. Yihao, Tang-san, come here to get your bedding. The door opened gently, and the traces of the earlier battle with Xiao Wu had vanished without a trace. The two teachers who came to deliver the bedding didn't notice anything unusual. Thank you. Yihao replied casually, took his bedding, and returned to his bed. Before long, Master would probably take him to the soul-hunting forest to hunt soul beasts. The Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. The first soul ring should not be approached carelessly. It's better to absorb a century-old soul ring steadily. Although this body has been blessed by the system, absorbing soul rings required careful consideration. It would be best to encounter spider-type soul beasts, like the man-faced demon spider or the soul-devouring spider. Those soul rings would truly be a good match for him. In his free time, Yihao chose to lie back, leisurely squinting his eyes as he watched Xiao Wu throw her bag onto Tang-san's bed. They really were a pair. They hadn't even grown up yet, but they were already living together. Was this a boy training plan? Time passed quickly, and lunchtime arrived. Yihao was a work-study student. If he had agreed to Su Yuntao's request earlier, he would be the only one going to the 2nd floor for lunch. Walking through the spacious dining hall, Yihao glanced at the boy dressed in luxurious clothes who was rolling his eyes at him. He couldn't be much older than himself. Yihao shook his head inwardly. There would be plenty of time in the future. Xiao Wu had a stubborn temperament. If she hadn't been stopped, she would probably have laid down the students upstairs. Such things happening at the academy were quite common. In the current world of soul masters, nobles looked down on commoners, and commoners who didn't have the spirit hall's help to awaken their martial souls would probably see the profession of soul master fade away as well. Even in a grass hut, a golden phoenix might emerge, and a carp would eventually turn into a dragon. The food was plain and simple. For Yihao, although it wasn't gourmet, but it filled his stomach, which was good enough. Throughout the meal, Xiao Wu's gaze was fixated on the 2nd floor, and her heart began to compete secretly. He shouldn't provoke the rabbit, or she might hold a grudge. Seeing this, Tang-san shook his head and smiled bitterly. Having lived a second life, his temperament was no longer that of a child. He didn't have the time for such petty squabbles. During the free time, Tang-san looked at Yihao for a while. He couldn't help but nod. Yihao remained as steady as ever. This person was not simple. He should only be befriended, not made an enemy. In the Heaven Dew Empire, Heaven Dew City, the capital of the nation. At the center of Heaven Dew City stood an imposing building. the Spirit Hall, second only to the Hall of the Pope. There were only 2 spirit halls on the continent, located in the capitals of the 2 great empires. The bishop responsible for the Spirit Hall in Heaven Dew City was named Salas, who was currently seated on a gilded chair. In front of his broad desk lay a letter sent by Matthew. Salas felt quite displeased about this. Innate full soul power. Salas' eyes lit up. In this remote place of Notting City, there was actually someone with innate full soul power. What did innate full soul power signify? Salas couldn't possibly be unaware. This was a big deal. In recent years, the Spirit Hall had been in rapid development, and attracting and utilizing talent was essential. Innate full soul power. Blue. Salas rubbed his eyes. Could it be that he was mistaken? Tang-san, innate full soul power, martial soul. Blue silver grass. What a joke! Since when does blue silver grass have innate full soul power? This is getting ridiculous. How can a trash martial soul like blue silver grass possibly have innate full soul power? HMPH. Teacher, are we going to get our soul rings tomorrow? So soon? Tang-san sat in the master's office, feeling a strange excitement as he listened to the master's words. Ever since he arrived in this world, he had been practicing the mysterious heaven skill, but for some unknown reason. He couldn't break through the first bottleneck no matter how hard he tried. Perhaps it was due to the differences from his original world. Getting the first soul ring might allow him to break through the bottleneck of the mysterious heaven skill. Little did he know that far away in the Spirit Hall of Heaven Dew City, his information was being tossed by Salas, who lacked the unique vision, and not the Pope. If it were anyone else, it was uncertain whether Tang-san would survive even one episode. Chapter 9, Hunting First Spirit Ring. Since you awakened your martial soul until you came to the academy, a lot of time has already passed. Soul masters must hunt spirit beasts to obtain soul rings and continue their cultivation, the master said calmly. To this, Tang-san nodded deeply. Earlier, during the confrontation between Yi Hao and Xiao Wu, the spirit ability that Xiao Wu used from her first soul ring undoubtedly opened Tang-san's eyes and added to his yearning for the Duoluo continent. Xiao-san, when you go back, tell Yi Hao that we will set off together tomorrow morning, the master specifically instructed. Coincidentally, Yi Hao also had innate full soul power, so having another person along wouldn't hurt. Regarding Yi Hao's identity, the master had some doubts. Not only did he resemble her in spirit and aura, but also in demeanor. However, it was a pity that Yi Hao only had the Death Spider Emperor as his martial soul. If he truly had her other martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, it would have been a different story altogether. Yi Hao's identity remained a mystery. Earlier, the master had gone to the Notting City Spirit Hall to inquire about him, and the answer received was that Yi Hao was an orphan. But the master didn't believe that. He always felt that she still harbored resentment toward him, which was why she sent Yi Hao here. Thus, the master brought Tang-san to hunt spirit beasts this time, wanting to observe Yi Hao while also confirming one matter. No 2 people in the world could look exactly alike, and aside from the mother-son relationship, the master couldn't come up with a second explanation. Yi Hao, damn system. System, this isn't my fault. Tang-san readily nodded and then left. Is he really her son? The master felt restless, his calm demeanor disrupted. Such thoughts hadn't surfaced in a long time. He had thought that after so many years. He could let go of the past, but who would have expected that Yi Hao's appearance would completely shatter the memories he most wished to forget? Not long after Tang-san left, an unexpected guest suddenly appeared in the master's office. A gray-robed man, looking to be in his 50s, with murky eyes that were strikingly similar to the master's. They were of the same ilk, with messy hair resembling a bird's nest, indicating he hadn't groomed himself for quite some time. Youth, who are you? The master frowned. Someone could silently infiltrate the academy and come to see him. For some reason, this person felt strangely familiar. Master, long time no see, the man said in a hoarse voice, his expression blank. You're Tang. The man interrupted. I came to say goodbye. Xiao-san has entrusted his care to you. As his father, I finally have no more worries and can do what I've wanted to do for years but didn't dare to. Wait. The master hurriedly called out. He is your son, you're just going to leave him. The man paused, his expression melancholic. Don't forget, he's also your disciple. As soon as the words left his mouth, the man vanished without a trace, with the fluttering curtains being the only evidence of his presence. Now, the master could finally confirm Tang San's true identity, as well as what his second martial soul was. In summary, the day Tang San's martial soul was revealed would be the day he faced danger. Furthermore, the day the soul-devouring Spider Emperor was exposed would be the day Yi Hao was captured. My idol has become like this, the master sighed and shook his head. He then sat down at his desk, starting to plan for the soul ring hunting trip the next day, making a simple note of the few soul rings Tang San would need. As for Yi Hao's, might as well include him too. What? We're going to hunt for spirit rings tomorrow. Yi Hao pretended to be shocked as he looked at Tang San, who had come to inform him. Tang San nodded. Teacher said that soul masters must obtain the corresponding spirit rings to continue their training. You and I have innate full soul power and can cultivate without relying on postnatal training. The spirit hall specifically sent someone to inform the teacher, letting him know to take care of you, and we're heading to the soul hunting forest tomorrow, so don't forget. With that, Tang San left without looking back. From the master's words, he concluded that hunting spirit beasts was undoubtedly a challenging process, and it could even be life-threatening. He needed to prepare a few items, such as hidden weapons. After Tang San left, Yi Hao returned to Dormitory 7. Due to the earlier battle with Xiao Wu, everyone in the dormitory still harbored psychological shadows towards Yi Hao. No one dared to approach him, let alone interact with him. That was just as well. Although Yi Hao was small in stature, his real age was 18, making him far more stable in temperament than these children. He didn't wish to compare himself with the tricks and schemes of kids. Otherwise, those noble children from the second floor who had dined earlier would probably be lying in bed by now. In the early morning, before dawn. Inside Dormitory 7, Yi Hao quietly got out of bed. He sat on his bed for a while, glancing at the other work-study students who were still lost in their dreams. Yi Hao got dressed. The time was nearing the appointment with the master. Tang San had already left, leaving Xiao Wu sprawled across her bed, drooling cutely. The rabbit really did look adorable. In front of the academy, a carriage broke the night's silence. The master had already been waiting for a long time. Before long, Tang San arrived at the carriage first, bowing to the master. Teacher, sorry to keep you waiting. The master smiled. It's no problem, I just arrived not long ago. Xiao-san, when we go to the soul hunting forest to hunt spirit beasts, you must stay by my side. Spirit beasts are exceptionally fierce. Although the soul hunting forest is a man-made spirit beast sanctuary, there are still quite a few powerful spirit beasts within. After learning about Tang San's identity, the master completely took on the role of a caretaker. On one hand, he had to guard against the spirit hall's covetous eyes, and on the other. Xiao-san, promise me one thing. Yes, teacher, please tell me. The master said seriously, never expose your second martial soul in front of others. The consequences will be unimaginable. Tang San was taken aback. He had heard similar words from his father after awakening his martial soul. From what he had learned about martial souls these days, he understood that twin martial souls were extremely rare on the continent, with not a single occurrence for hundreds of years. So far, the only person known to possess twin martial souls on the continent was the current pope of the Spirit Hall. Tang San understood the principle of a gentleman is not guilty, but bearing a precious jewel may bring trouble. If the secret of his twin martial souls was exposed, it would undoubtedly add troubles for him, and his teacher would also face certain dangers. People's hearts are unpredictable. I understand, teacher. Tang San nodded deeply, realizing the seriousness of the matter. Chapter 10, What do you think of Yi Hao? Before long, not long after Tang San arrived, Yi Hao lazily approached the two. Master, can we set off now? Yi Hao yawned. It was the first night since his arrival in this world that he couldn't sleep well. Though he was already a soul master, who wouldn't want to sleep in a bit longer? As he thought about hunting soul beasts today, Yi Hao rolled around in bed, excitedly fantasizing about what his first soul skill would be. Yi Hao had considered it. At the very least, he hoped for 100-year soul beast. 1,000 years was too much to dream about. What if he ended up exploding from the pressure? Each soul ring has an absorption limit, and one must respect the science. One shouldn't aim too high, thinking that the first soul ring can be from a 1,000-year beast. Wrong, this would only bring danger. Isn't it better to stay alive? Why seek death? Survival is key. Being penniless and powerless. Yihao didn't have the support of a titled Duluo father like Tang San, nor a powerful background. It was better to keep a low profile. Grow steady, don't be reckless. The master took a deep look at Yihao, then nodded. He climbed onto the carriage, followed by Tang San and Yihao. The coachman shouted, and the carriage slowly departed from the academy, gradually disappearing into the mist. On a winding path, a carriage sped along the narrow road. Inside the carriage, the master rambled on about various topics regarding soul beasts, soul masters, and martial souls. Tang San listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Meanwhile, Yihao appeared to be on the verge of sleeping. He had heard this information countless times since he first read the novel, and what the master was saying now was redundant. We are going to the soul hunting forest, where the Empire specially raises soul beasts. There will definitely be suitable soul rings for you too, the master spoke confidently. The soul hunting forest is not the Stardew forest. The master, being a rank 29 soul master, could ensure the two's safety. But if they encountered a powerful soul beast, it's likely that all three would become fertilizer for the beasts the next day. Master, can soul beasts really be raised? Tang San asked. Before the master could respond, Yihao casually interjected. Soul beasts are categorized into 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, and 100,000-year classes. 10-year and 100-year soul beasts are weak and can be raised by the Empire. However, once a soul beast reaches 1,000 years, it gains intelligence comparable to humans. There are practically no 1,000-year soul beasts in the soul hunting forest, or else with the master's abilities. The three of us might not just be hunting, but could end up as the soul beast's next meal. As soon as he finished speaking, the master showed an awkward expression. This kid was speaking such harsh truths. Regardless of how modest he was still a soul master. Master, is that true? Tang San asked, looking at the master. The master cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment. Yes, Yihao is correct. Yihao, who taught you this knowledge? The master looked intently at Yihao, surprised that someone of his level would know such information, which was not something a novice should typically know. Yihao replied, wasn't it just through talking? When I awakened my martial soul at the branch spirit hall yesterday, Master Matthew taught me. Master, please continue. The master's lips twitched slightly. What else could he say? Yihao had already said everything he wanted to convey. Where were we? Right, soul beasts, the master continued. Earlier, Yihao mentioned the 10-year, 100-year, and 1,000-year soul beasts. Next, we'll talk about the 10,000-year soul beasts. 10,000-year soul beasts are extremely rare on the entire continent. Their cultivation differs from that of humans. They must cultivate year after year, and the risks involved are countless times greater than for humans. Some 10,000-year soul beasts can even rival titled Duluos. After many years of existence, they have learned everything about humans, so when hunting a 10,000-year soul beast, a soul master must form a dedicated hunting team. Otherwise, it would just be a suicide mission. As for the 100,000-year soul beasts, the number of soul masters with a 100,000-year soul ring is exceedingly low. I don't know much about them either, so for now, this information should be enough for you. Tang San was deep in thought, quickly taking notes on what the master was saying. It was like a revelation. This knowledge was the first real understanding he had gained since becoming a soul master. 100,000-year soul beast. Isn't there one in our academy? I remember reading about a 100,000-year soul beast in an ancient book in my village when I was a child. Thinking back, it must have been talking about this. As soon as Yihao finished speaking, both the master and Tang San's eyes lit up. 100,000-year soul beast refers to those that have gone through a heavenly tribulation and reached a lifespan of 100,000 years. Once a soul beast reaches 100,000 years in cultivation, it has two options. One is to maintain its current state, but its lifespan will only be a mere 1,000 years. The second is to transform into human form. Transform into human form. The master pondered. I've heard someone mention this before, but no one has ever seen a 100,000-year soul beast that has transformed. Well, there's one in our academy. Shouldn't we capture that rabbit and put it on an operating table for research? As the sun rose, warm rays of sunlight fell upon every corner of the earth. Inside the carriage, the master took out a belt made from 24 pieces, which he had kept for Tang San during the time Yi Hao was not present. As his only disciple, Tang San was also a twin martial soul, so his future achievements would surely surpass Yi Hao's. Moreover, Tang San's second martial soul was the Hiatus hammer, the #1 weapon martial soul in the world. Yi Hao, is it really like that? Here you go. What, Master, what is this? A soul guide device. A soul guide device. This belt was something I obtained 30 years ago, and I've kept it all these years. It has been wasted. I hope it can shine again in your hands. Each of these 24 jade pieces has a storage space of 1 cubic meter. Upon hearing this, Tang San was overjoyed. He quickly tied the belt around his waist. It fit perfectly. Earlier, he had been worried about the issue of storing hidden weapons, as they are weapons used secretly to catch enemies off guard. Now, with this belt, the storage issue for hidden weapons was resolved. Master, you gave me a soul guide device. What about Yi Hao? Facing Tang San's doubts, the master smiled faintly. What do you think of Yi Hao? What do I think? Tang San pondered for a moment. Chapter 11, The Master's Conviction. He's okay, I guess. Yesterday, Yi Hao had a battle with Xiao Wu, and his death spider martial soul is quite powerful. He defeated Xiao Wu in almost one move. The master remained calm, showing no signs of surprise. After all, how could her son be mediocre? What about that girl named Xiao Wu? The master began to focus on understanding Xiao Wu, not her true identity. Furthermore, even if Xiao Wu were standing right in front of the master, would he be able to see through her? Tang San explained patiently, I fought against Xiao Wu last night. She is very strong and has innate full soul power, along with a 100-year soul ring. Upon hearing this, the master was taken aback. These new students are impressive. 3 of them have innate full soul power, and 1 even has a 100-year soul ring. It seems he really misjudged them. Now that I think about it, do you still believe Yi Hao is simple? He has knowledge of soul beasts and knows quite a bit about 10,000-year-old soul beasts. He claims to be an orphan, but I really don't believe it. The master was almost certain that Yi Hao was her son. This is a revelation. Bibai Dong. Is it, the soul-devouring spider emperor? The master felt parched as he murmured. Time flew by so quickly. She had already married and given birth to Yi Hao, this anomaly. The master's eyes were dazed. Seemingly lost in his youthful memories, sadly, he could never return to those days. With the master's prompts, Tang San began to change his perception of Yi Hao. This person was definitely not simple. Whether in skills or background, he seemed far more complex than he appeared. Before long, Yi Hao returned after resolving his issue. He glanced at the jade belt around Tang San's waist and confirmed it was indeed the 24 Moonlight Bridge, no doubt about it. But that didn't matter. What is yours, what is not, you can't force it. As time passed slowly, the atmosphere in the carriage became eerily quiet. Yi Hao was resting with his eyes closed, while Tang San was focused on studying the books brought by the master, trying to learn as much about soul masters as he could. The master occasionally casts glances at Yi Hao, observing him closely. He resembled her too much. Yi Hao felt a shiver run down his spine, as if someone creepy was staring at him. The forest was silent, but the surroundings were far from it. Yi Hao walked along the path leading to the soul hunting forest, flanked by a main road bustling with people. Some were shouting to sell hunting tools for soul beasts, while others were soul master teams looking for members. The shops were diverse and the crowd was eclectic. One might doubt this was a forest. Let's hurry up, there's nothing we need here, the master urged, prompting Tang San to quicken his pace. Yi Hao followed at a leisurely pace, taking in the scenery on either side of the road, which was no different from a market in his previous life. The prices here were twice those in Nodding City. Soul masters made money easily, so spending a bit to hunt suitable soul beasts was worth it. The outer edge of the soul hunting forest resembled a massive cage, with over 100 soldiers in shining armor patrolling in an orderly manner. They held long spears, maintaining military discipline and exuding a chilling aura. This was the place where the Empire raised soul beasts, with a significant number of 10-year soul beasts and some 100-year ones. Presumably, the stronger soul beasts would be located deeper in the forest, closer to its center. The master stepped forward and handed his token to the soldier for inspection. The soldier perked up, quickly signaling for the gates to open. Inside was a dense jungle filled with countless unknown dangers. The master had previously mentioned that his token had significance. The design on it indicated one's status, with different levels of authority granted. The highest was the Pope's token, with 6 symbols representing 6 powerful title DOLOU. On the day Tang San's father left, he hadn't forgotten to give this token to the master, serving as a form of protection. The Pope's token had supreme status. Its holder was at least a spirit hall elder, symbolizing a rank just below that of the Pope. The forest paths were winding, with towering trees stretching toward the clouds. The master led the way, with Tang San and Yi Hao following behind. As they walked, the master explained everything around them, to which Yi Hao listened with some effort. At this moment, the master's eyes brightened. He clasped his hands together before quickly lowering them. "Come out, Luo Sanpao." What appeared resembled a dog but was as plump as a pig. It had purple fur, droopy ears, and large blue eyes blinking adorably. Its round bottom swaying as it walks, topped with a little bump on its head. Upon its emergence, it nudged its head against the master's feet. "Yi Hao, what an eye-opener. Tang San, this is really the teacher's martial soul. Did I choose the wrong master?" The master forced a smile. "Don't mind it. The strength of a martial soul and the level of spirit power don't truly reflect a person's capabilities. I still have some abilities I haven't displayed yet." Tang San, "Oh. Yi Hao. Let's keep moving. Sanpao, lead the way." The master's martial soul was a variant martial soul. So his innate spirit power was half a level, commonly referred to as 0.5 levels. This was a stain on the master's life that he could never wash away. Even though he was the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's leader, he was still criticized in the end. Others awakened as dragons, while he had a pig, and a flatulent one at that. "Who is it?" Tang San furrowed his brows, glancing toward the rustling grass ahead. The 3 of them became instantly vigilant, aware that they were no longer in the city, but in the Soul Beast Forest. Although this area was directly governed by the Empire, many incidents of soul beasts attacking and causing fatalities occurred throughout the year. They could only blame their misfortune or lack of strength. Suddenly, 3 wolves leaped out of the bushes, glaring fiercely at the trio, while Luo Sanpao growled defiantly. The master's eyes lit up. Just 3 10-year-old ghost wolves dare to attack. Finally, it was his turn to perform. "Get ready, Sanpao." "Huh?" Before the master could react, Yi Hao had already summoned the Death Spider Emperor. Black armor appeared on his chest, enveloping his face, and 8 black spider spears extended from his back. With his arms also covered in thorns, the aura of the Death Spider Emperor instantly permeated the entire forest. The 3 ghost wolves growled, realizing they were done for. They had only come out to scare, and there was no need to risk their lives. Chapter 12, Yi Hao's First Spirit Ring. Isn't that too much? With the Death Spider Emperor's power activated, Yi Hao transformed into a streak of black light, dashing past. The 3 ghost wolves before him were suddenly thrown into the air. Their bodies sliced in half, and with a low howl, they fell to the ground, their corpses quickly decomposing at a visible speed. The reputation of the Death Spider Emperor's venom was well-deserved. If given time, once Yi Hao became a title DOLOU, he could likely surpass even the venom of that old poison DOLOU. Before long, several pools of blood appeared on the ground. Yi Hao released the Death Spider Emperor's power, returning to his original form. "Master, it's hard to come across a few soft targets, yet I don't get a chance to show off." Tang San, impressive. Yi Hao's soul weapon carries truly lethal poison. As a disciple of the Tang sect, Tang San specialized in poison and realized that he still had much room for improvement. "Master, let's continue on our way," Yi Hao said, pulling the lost-in-thought master back to reality. "Oh, right. Sanpao, lead the way again." The group continued on, and aside from the pools of blood on the ground, 3 white rings marking the ghost wolves' 10-year soul rings floated in the air, which appeared after defeating the soul beasts. However, since Yi Hao had killed the ghost wolves, no one else could absorb these soul rings. They were wasted. Although soul rings were precious, their quality varied. In Yi Hao and Tang San's eyes, the older the soul ring, the better. Ideally, they would start from a 100-year soul ring. Of course, finding a soul beast that suited them was also crucial. Whether they could encounter one was one thing, whether they could kill it was another. As day turned to night, the forest grew tranquil, its branches and leaves thick. Under a slightly larger tree, Master took out some prepared powder to mask their presence and sprinkled it evenly around the trees. No luck today, they would continue the hunt for soul beasts tomorrow. Hunting soul beasts was hard enough, but finding one that suited them was even harder. After a simple dinner, the group gradually drifted into slumber. Only Yihao couldn't sleep. Perhaps it was because he had never slept outdoors before. He crossed his arms behind his head, gazing at the beautiful starry sky above, feeling a sudden wave of homesickness for no apparent reason. Dog system, don't let me see you again. System, goodbye host. Suddenly, an urge to relieve himself hit him. Yihao hurried to a nearby thicket. Splash, splash, splash. SHH. Ah, refreshing. Yihao felt light as a feather. The burden on him vanished without a trace. Just as he was about to leave, a black, net-like object suddenly attacked from the thicket ahead. Yihao quickly dodged. That scared me to death. Luckily, I reacted in time. Otherwise, I might have ended up in the palace in my next life. Something emerged from the thicket, making a snapping sound. Yihao, D-Death Magic Spider. Yihao froze for a moment, noticing the death magic spider in front of him, still dripping with yellow liquid on its head. All right, now I get it. This trip wasn't in vain, the efficiency of hunting was quite remarkable. The death magic spider in front of him was quite small, about half a meter tall, and it was far from Tang San and Master, so he couldn't count on them. He was on his own. The death magic spider was undoubtedly the most suitable choice for Yihao's first soul ring. As a magic spider type, and with Yihao's first soul weapon being the Death Spider Emperor, this little spider was decided. The death magic spider suddenly became furious. It had been sleeping well at night, so how could it suddenly rain? It was bad enough to rain, but this rain didn't smell right. After taking a sip, it turned to see the silhouette of someone not far away pulling up their pants. Its fury erupted as it spat out a spider web. Yihao also possessed death spider venom. Although this death magic spider was 100 years old, its toxicity couldn't be underestimated. How did he know? Just look at its size and appearance. The length of its spider legs indicated that this one was only half a meter. Following that, the death magic spider shot out several webs, its momentum fierce as it dashed towards Yihao. Yihao smiled. With the Death Spider Emperor activated, once the shadow of the Death Spider Emperor manifested, the death magic spider froze in shock, staring blankly. This was the Death Spider Emperor. Meanwhile, the webs spewed out by the death magic spider were effortlessly dealt with by Yihao. He glanced at the death magic spider, which was trembling in place. Everything proceeding as he expected. His first soul ring was about to come. Yihao rushed towards the death magic spider and under the night's cover. He transformed into a shadow, with 8 sharp spider spears glowing ominously behind him and black armor covering his chest. The death magic spider reacted quickly, launching a spear straight at Yihao's chest. But it was in vain. The spear merely grazed the black armor, creating a few sparks. Yihao was overjoyed and maneuvered the spider spears behind him. Whoosh! The dark spear pierced through the death magic spider's body, causing it to tremble violently, green blood dripping from its mouth. The Death Spider Emperor's poison surged into the death magic spider's body through the spear. Yihao could feel the death magic spider's life force rapidly draining away. If he hadn't gotten up in the middle of the night to relieve himself, he wouldn't have encountered the death magic spider. Among all the soul beasts he knew, the death magic spider was undoubtedly the best fit for him as his first soul ring. This particular one was perfect for him, both in age and species. Sorry about that, I just gave you a shower. As compensation, you'll be my first soul ring. I promise to become a title duo. Little spider, may your spirit rest in peace. You hear that? Am I speaking human language? The death magic spider trembled even more violently, extending its sharp front claws. Before it could lift them, they fell down. Yihao realized that the spider no longer posed a threat. With a sharp yank, the spider's spear withdrew from the death magic spider's body. It fell to the ground. The next moment, a yellow light condensed above its corpse, twinkling like stars in the sky. In the blink of an eye, a yellow soul ring appeared above the death spider, marking the birth of Yihao's first 100-year soul ring. However, How does one absorb a soul ring? The master had mentioned it, but Yi Hao had never experienced it firsthand. If he had known, he should have left the 3 ghost wolves for the master to handle. Was it really so easy to pick a soft target? Looking at the gradually fading yellow 100-year soul ring in front of him, Yi Hao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He recalled what master had told Tang San back when he read the novel. Don't get distracted. Yi Hao shook his head, gazing at the diminishing 100-year soul ring. He might as well absorb it would be a shame to waste it. Chapter 13, Master, where did you go? Yi Hao took a deep breath, sat on the ground cross-legged, and let go of his death spider emperor martial spirit. A horrifying pressure surged, scattering weak spirit beasts in all directions as a huge spider silhouette appeared behind him. A yellow 100-year spirit ring drifted upward above the already dead death magic spider. Drawn by Yi Hao's spirit power, glowing like brilliant gold under the night sky. Yi Hao felt a surge of heat throughout his body, blazing energy rushing through him, causing his internal organs to ache and his body to tremble slightly. With overwhelming power, the yellow spirit ring was firmly secured beneath Yi Hao's feet. At that moment, it felt as if something within him had cracked, breaking the shackles that bound him, and his spirit power transformed into a warm flow. It swept through his body, turning him into a miniature furnace, while the Death Spider Emperor was subtly changing. Its scarlet eyes grew more ferocious and menacing, as though a single look at an adversary would condemn them to eternal damnation. Within a 10-meter radius of Yi Hao, flowers and plants began to wither, trees decayed, and the earth became desolate. The air was filled with an unpleasant stench. Even the corpse of the dead death magic spider turned into a pool of dark green liquid. Yi Hao's first spirit ring brought about significant changes, and the toxins of the Death Spider Emperor intensified. After a while, Yi Hao suddenly opened his eyes wide. The 8 sharp black spider spears behind him spread out instantly, and his chest was covered in black armor. His face was twisted in a fierce expression, and his crimson eyes glinted coldly in the dim light. 4 tiny eyes whirled wildly below, enabling him to detect even the smallest changes in his surroundings. He could not help but notice the wind rustling the leaves and trees. Yi Hao was overjoyed. Excited, he instantly reverted to his former form and withdrew the Death Spider Emperor. Looking around at the desolation and decay surrounding him, Yi Hao couldn't help but marvel. The Death Spider Emperor was indeed a top-tier beast martial spirit. He couldn't help but wonder what it would be like when he became a title duo. Before that, however, Yi Hao still had much work to do. Although he had obtained his first spirit ring and his spirit power had broken through level 10, he estimated his current spirit power to be around level 12. Despite this, he still needed to plan for the future. The age of this death magic spider was about 400 years, thankfully not exceeding the highest limit for a first spirit ring. After brushing off the dust from his clothes, Yi Hao hurried back to the campsite. He slipped silently closer to the camping area and saw Tang San sitting quietly in meditation. He observed a faint purple aura surrounding Tang San, something others couldn't detect. Now, Yi Hao experienced a sharp increase in concentration and mental strength after obtaining his first soul ring. Mysterious Heaven Skill. The technique from the Tang sect that Tang San belonged to in his previous life was the only explanation. Yi Hao returned without saying a word and immediately lay down on the blanket to rest. After absorbing the spirit ring, he was completely worn out and thought a good night's sleep was in order. It was the soul hunting forest, where spirit beasts lived. It was full of spirit beasts, but it was not as expansive as the Stardew Great Forest. There was no way of knowing how many threats were hiding in the grass at the time. Like that death magic spider, soundly sleeping before getting caught in a downpour. Yi Hao had ultimately profited from it, and the Death Spider Emperor had indirectly benefited as well. Your soul will undoubtedly find tranquility. Death Magic Spider, letter FF9F, Japanese letter FF9F. Tang San opened his eyes slowly a short while after Yi Hao had laid down. He felt conflicted as he gazed at Yi Hao, who was half asleep. He had picked up on the earlier disturbance. He was still Tang San, but they were far away. Had Yi Hao acquired a soul ring, his aura was more powerful than before. Remembering the previous remarks made by the master, Tang San was intrigued. What secret did Yi Hao harbor? Even the teacher gave him extra consideration and advised him to become friends with him instead of making enemies. Tang San took his teacher's advice to heart, even though he did not fully comprehend it. After all, his teacher had unintentionally become his sole emotional support system in this world since his father left him. Contemplating becoming friends with Yihao, Tang San considered it for a moment, then decided it might be worth a shot. What if their personalities were compatible? Apart from his teacher, Tang San felt completely alone after leaving Holy Soul Village and being separated from his father. Encountering friend wasn't easy. The next morning, Tang San was up already, cleaning himself up as the sunlight poured into the forest. Conversely, Yihao appeared sleepy. He had been having trouble sleeping for the past few days, and he was particularly restless last night. It was definitely not a good idea to sleep in the wilderness. Unbeknownst to him, Yihao had been on this planet for 4 days already. No day had been quiet, even his nightly sleep had been erratic. "Let's set off again," the master urged, seeing it was about time to continue their pursuit of spirit beasts. Tang San still has not gotten his soul ring. Up until now, most of the creatures they had come across in the vast soul-hunting forest had been spirit beasts that were either 10 years old or just shy of being 100 years old. There was still no spirit beast of 100 years suitable for Tang San. Unhurried, Yihao followed the master and disciple as they continued to walk through the forest. To be honest, he probably would have left by now if he had not been short on cash. Who would want to continue to follow them? Yihao had a suspicion that today would be fruitless in the absence of that mandala snake, which belonged to Tang San, and that he might have to make it through another night. Yihao, feeling depressed, picked up a stone from the side of the road and tossed it into the air. The stone flew in an arc and landed with a plop, seemingly hitting something. Yihao ignored it and carried on moving. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. A dark green snakehead suddenly appeared from the grass close by, its tongue flicking in and out as its ruby-like eyes stared at the three of them. Yihao saw that the snake's head had a bulge. With a sinking heart, he gestured rapidly to Tang San and the master. The big snake nodded to Yihao, the good person, and then twisted its long body to attack the two people in front of it. In a hurry, Tang San and the master dodged sharply. Startled, Master exclaimed, "That is a mandala snake. This spirit beast resembles a poisonous snake and has strong toxins that can cause paralysis. How could it show up here?" Tang San's eyes lit up and he said, "Mandala snake. Teacher, how about this spirit beast?" Ahem. With a confident nod, the master stated, "This spirit beast is very suitable for you, based on my." The mandala snake suddenly opened its enormous mouth and bit down on the master before he could finish, swallowing him whole and even belching in satisfaction. Chapter 14, Snake Laying Eggs. Tang San, some sign, oo. Yihao, de. Mandala snake. The stench of this person is intolerable. Master. Master, does this count as failure? Asked a stunned Yihao. With a murderous aura immediately filling his eyes, Tang San erupted into a fury and stared at the mandala snake in front of him. He was no longer concealing anything now. With a quick motion, his hands turned jade under Yihao's eyes, and he pried open the mandala snake's mouth. Tang San was the most terrifying at the moment. Only a few days after he had finally found a teacher and been split up from his father, he was in danger of being ingested by a snake. Yihao had always been adamant that the people who talk the most frequently die the quickest. They should have fought if they were going to. Why is the analysis being done? Yihao shook his head and sighed at Master. Then he released his Death Spider Emperor martial spirit. The Death Spider Emperor appeared, and his first soul ring lit up. Yihao, who had just received his first soul ring yesterday, was prepared to strike after glancing at the mandala snake in front of him. First soul skill, Spider Strike. Yihao's hands transformed into 2 enormous spider spears as soon as he was done talking, and the Death Spider Emperor's dark green venom began to drip continuously. Conversely, Tang San had, of course, witnessed everything. Yihao had, in fact, been the first to acquire a soul ring, but saving his master was more important. Tang San listened intently, and he heard a muffled woo-woo sound coming from inside the mandala snake's mouth. This was Master's voice. Master was still alive, and Tang San was elated. There was nothing more important than this news. Yihao. This 4-meter-long mandala snake featured a large figure wriggling in the center of its body, and it was obvious that this figure was Master. Master's resistance gradually waned over time, and eventually, considering how toxic the mandala snake was, at least in Yi Hao and Tang San's opinion, it was possible that the poison would corrode him. Zio-san, move aside. Yi Hao let out a loud cry. After a moment of shock, Tang San nodded and broke off one of the mandala snake's fangs on his way out, causing the snake to flail wildly and spit blood out of its mouth. Yi Hao moved forward, taking determined strides. He swung his 2 enormous spider spears directly at the mandala snake while Tang San watched. Yi Hao, to be honest, wanted to do something to Master right now. I am nearsighted, I aimed at the wrong place, he would simply say. Then there was a sharp crack, as the blade sliced through flesh, revealing a red line at the snake's throat. After some time, the mandala snake abruptly fell apart, but its body continued to wriggle wildly, obviously not yet dead. The snake's head remained hostile even if it was dead. Moving forward, Yi Hao raised the mandala snake's head with his spider spear and gave it a contemptuous look before throwing it away. Tang San, deliver the last blow. Tang San couldn't care about that anymore. He had prepared a dagger with exquisite decorations for hunting soul beasts, and his fingers brushed it. This was meant to deliver the final blow and absorb the soul ring. The mandala snake in front of them was near death at this point. Despite Yi Hao's decapitation, it obstinately continued to live. Suddenly, Tang San's dagger turned into white light and struck the ground. The mandala snake trembled violently, its whole body trembling. Then an unexpected and bizarre event occurred. The place where Master was located began to move back frantically. The back of the mandala snake swelled unexpectedly, and Master's head actually came out while Tang San and Yi Hao watched. Tang San, degrees. Yi Hao. Master's head is out, Tang San put in some effort. Yi Hao's expression was one of excitement. The sight in front of him left him speechless. Why did this scene look so unsettling? Tang San's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Regardless, Tang San was prepared to go all out for Master's safety. He gripped the dagger tightly and stabbed down swiftly. The mandala snake's body shook even more violently, making it clear that Master was curled up in an egg, which the mandala snake had given birth to. Furthermore, a layer of blood membrane encircled Master's body, resembling the process of an egg being laid. The only bad thing was that there was no eggshell. Otherwise, that image would have been vividly impressive. Speechless, Tang San gazed at Master curled up in the egg. Appearance was of no importance. The most important thing was to be alive. The mandala snake eventually died, after giving birth, to Master at the same moment, and a 100-year soul ring began to slowly form in front of Tang San. Tang San's long-lost smile returned, the soul ring was successfully acquired, and Master was safe. With the Death Spider Emperor transformation gone, Yi Hao turned to face Master, who was curled up in the egg. Now what should he do? Is he supposed to prod the egg to release Master? Yi Hao and Tang San looked at each other, unsure of what to do. They chose to keep things the way they were and watch how events developed. Tang San wiped the perspiration from his forehead, set Master's egg beneath a tree, and sat cross-legged. The mandala snake's soul ring was securely encased in blue-silver grass under Tang San's supervision. Immediately, Tang San's aura soared, just as Yi Hao had done the night before. Yi Hao chose to lie back since he had nothing else to do. The sun was at its hottest at noon, with blazing rays that could reach the clouds. Lying beneath the tree, Yi Hao observed Tang San, who was still taking in the soul ring, and the faint movements of Master within the egg, predicting that Master would soon emerge. Sadly, the snake mom had already departed, so there was no need to lament. At that moment, Master and Tang San both opened their eyes at the same time. This master-disciple duo was genuinely one. The thin leaves of Tang San's blue-silver grass had grown to a finger's width, and they were much more resilient than before. As Tang San had hoped, the soul ring from the mandala snake had a profound effect on him, completing his breakthrough in mysterious heaven skill. With a groggy start, Master opened his eyes to find himself curled inside the egg, observing the strange looks on Yi Hao's and Tang San's faces. What had he accomplished as a mentor? Master broke the eggshell in a panic. He was covered in slime, with blood strands mixed in, and Tang San and Yi Hao could detect a slight fishy smell. Coughing, Master's face was clumsy, as he looked at Tang-san, and then at the severed mandala snake. "Zio-san, did you succeed?" Chapter 15, The Master's Unforgettable Past. Ahem. With a smile, Tang-san nodded. Then his blue-silver grass flew forth, spreading to every part of the forest, entwining itself like the mandala snake. Geographically, blue-silver grass was more advantageous here. Naturally intrigued, the master moved forward to touch it. He was pleasantly surprised by the blue-silver grass's growth. It had a slight scent to it, along with the soul ring of the mandala snake, which included its poisonous, paralyzing qualities. "Not bad, little San. Your blue-silver grass is amazing. How resilient is it?" Under the master's watchful gaze, Tang-san's 100-year soul ring slowly rose, targeting a nearby large tree. The blue-silver grass encircled the tree trunk and sprang out like lightning. Tang-san pulled a little, and the trunk bent. The blue-silver grass, on the other hand, was taut and showed no signs of damage. With a satisfied nod, the master acknowledged that his theory had at last been confirmed. Now that Tang-san had his soul ring, the master turned to look at Yi Hao. In contrast to what it had looked like before he acquired a soul ring, he witnessed Yi Hao's 100-year soul ring gradually rising beneath his feet, and the death spider emperor behind him becoming more and more menacing. You got a soul ring. When did this happen?" Recalling that Yi Hao had been with him and Tang-san the entire time, the master stumbled. "This is soul rings." Yi Hao clarified, "I went to the nearby grass to relieve myself last night while you two were sleeping, and I was pleasantly surprised to see a 100-year-old death magic spider. My death spider martial soul just so happened to match, so you know." Tang-san paused, and the master did not say another word. Yi Hao was extremely lucky because a death magic spider gave him his first soul ring, and he possessed the death spider martial soul. It was extraordinary luck. There was no doubt in the master's mind that Yi Hao was her son. The blade was sharpened. However, what was the real reason behind her sending Yi Hao here? Was it retaliation? "Since that's the case, let's go." They rushed out of the soul hunting forest. Now that Tang-san and Yi Hao had obtained their soul rings, it was time to go back to the academy. The three of them left the soul hunting forest and rented a horse-drawn carriage as the sun began to set behind the mountains. The master had gone through a terrifying ordeal and had barely avoided death. Both Tang-san and Yi Hao had advanced their soul power and earned their first soul rings. As the sun sank, the coachman, who was driving the carriage, gradually disappeared into the distance. In Nodding City, Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. They had traveled together for 4 days, mostly in the carriage, from the soul hunting forest to Nodding City after being apart for some time. With weakened legs, Yi Hao got out of the carriage. He vowed never to ride in a carriage ever again. When he was strong enough, he would build a car himself. Yi Hao patted his chest, which felt heavy, almost nauseous. The thought of the carriage ride was too much for him to handle. "You all need to get some good rest. You can skip classes in the afternoon." The master spoke a few words in passing before going back to his own room. He needed to clean himself up because he had not slept properly for 4 days. His hair was tangled together like steel needles, and the slime on him had dried. Moreover, his clothing was filthy and rumpled. Tang-san and Yi Hao grinned at each other and agreed not to tell the master about the earlier incident, saying, the master was born from the mandala snake, would be embarrassing for him, so they could not really do it. Upon returning to the dorm, they found it empty. It was noon, when everyone should be sleeping according to standard time estimates. Yi Hao decided to sprawl out on the bed and lie down. After going nearly 4 days without getting enough sleep, he needed the rest. At that moment, Yi Hao's eyes accidentally dropped out the window and caught sight of a crowd assembling. Curiosity piqued in his heart. He focused on the playground as he peered out through his black armor. "Sanzai, check out the playground below." Tang-san was a little surprised. The playground, what about it? How come he was referring to himself as Sanzai? What did 3 Zai mean? Is that Ziowu and everyone else? The thought came to Tang-san during a fight. The city's nobles were on one side and working students were on the other. Tang-san had already met the 2 factions at Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy after arriving there. Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was split into 2 factions, a noble faction and a commoner faction. Yi Hao had just seen one of those aristocrats who made fun of him in the cafeteria, obviously a member of the upper class. The cafeteria was divided into 2 floors. The first floor served meals for commoners, while the second floor served much better food for nobles. They served steamed buns and vegetables on the first floor, and a range of meats and seafood at each meal on the second, clearly divided, like yin and yang. Xiao Wu is most likely at a disadvantage, because there are too many of them on the opposing side. Tang San was worried for Xiao Wu. A few punches could not compete with a group, and he had already seen how strong she was. Then he dragged Yi Hao down the stairs, where he lay on the bed. Yi Hao, why drag me into this fight? On the playground, both sides stared each other down, and the atmosphere turned tense. Xiao Wu led a group of working students on one side, while the nobles, of whom only a small number wore soul rings, were on the other. The beginning points of these noble offspring were determined by the disparity in martial souls. It is good to know where you stand, little girl. You have been making fun of us for a while now. What? Would you like to be my rabbit pet? I believe your martial soul is a rabbit. Am I correct? Standing taller than Xiao Wu, the leader was clad in the uniform of the Nodding Junior Academy. He had a somewhat adult manner, contempt, and disdain on his face. Xiao Chenyu, are you scared? Naturally, Xiao Wu would not let this opportunity slip. They had been verbally abusive and unyielding when these noble children harassed the working students in the cafeteria not long ago. Both commoners and nobles maintained their positions despite their polarization. This led to the current standoff. The working students had naturally turned to Xiao Wu as their new leader after Yi Hao's earlier retreat. Protecting those behind was the leader's job, and she was more than capable of doing so. This confrontation started when Xiao Wu took the initiative to fight back, particularly after she noticed Wang Sheng's injuries. The verbal exchange turned into a heated back and forth, but the question still stood: how would their strengths compare? At that moment, Xiao Wu motioned for the former leader, Wang Sheng, to take the lead. The opposing side sent forth a person with a stick as their martial soul, while he used a battle tiger. It was a confrontation between Tool martial soul masters and Beast martial soul masters. Chapter 16, Yi Hao got angry. Tang San, you alone are enough. Why did you drag me into this? Reluctantly, Yi Hao commented. He had spent the last 4 days either traveling or exploring the forest. Now he just wanted a good night's sleep. Yi Hao, we're roommates. How can you just watch while a roommate is in danger? Tang San gradually developed a new perspective on Yi Hao during their time together. Yi Hao was a self-centered individual who did what he wanted to do without following any rules, just doing what his heart told him. Tang San had a hard time figuring him out for someone like this. Such individuals, on the other hand, were dangerous. You could be surprised at any time. Tang San was prepared to take chances for his roommate. When Yi Hao saw this, he said nothing more because he only wanted to put an end to the altercation and go back to sleep in the dorm. The battle had obviously escalated to a heated stage on the playground. Alongside the opponent brandishing a staff, Wang Sheng's battle tiger martial soul had come to life. As the saying goes, an inch of strength is worth an inch of advantage. The staff landed like raindrops on Wang Sheng's wrist. Wang Sheng held on and grated his teeth throughout the battle. He had been in charge of the working students prior to Xiao Wu's arrival. To guard against the bullying of noble students, this kind of situation had been common, sometimes even 1 against 2. Tang San and Yi Hao soon made their way to the crowd. Wang Sheng is going to lose. Tang San then made a significant announcement. Tang San, you are back. When Xiao Wu saw the two, she turned around in surprise. Where have you been for the past 4 days? And Yi Hao, what were you two doing? Why didn't you take me with you? Tang San, we had a large feast, Yi Hao retorted. We did not bring you along because we have spent the last few days exploring every part of Nodding City while eating and drinking well. Hearing this, Xiao Wu experienced a mixture of helplessness and rage. She was aware that she could never defeat Yi Hao and that she was no match for him. Yi Hao went on, their spicy rabbit heads are especially good there in the city's east. I consumed more than a dozen, and Tang San consumed a good number as well, correct. When Tang San saw Xiao Wu's bitter eyes, he nodded hazily, but soon realized it was a mistake. Tang San, should I still say what I have to say? You guys deh. I'm ignoring you. Xiao Wu turned away in anger. Tang San. He looked at Yi Hao resentfully. Was it necessary? Tonight, the two of them would be sharing a bed. He had missed his opportunity. Tonight, he would have to crawl into Yihao's quilt if he could not sleep in his own bed. Yihao, would you like a taste of Death Spider Emperor poison? Tang-san, degrees. After being hit by the opponent's staff, Wang Sheng lost his ability to fight and fell out of the possession state, leaving him with numerous bruises. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The disparity in strength between the two sides was evident. Wang Sheng, a little girl beat you, proving that you are not such a great leader after all. The person with the staff was Liu Long, who had a history of animosity toward Wang Sheng. They had frequently clashed while Wang Sheng was in charge. Do not get arrogant, Liu Long, you will have your day. Wang Sheng saw Yihao in the crowd and was thrilled, not discouraged by his loss. He was the true boss. The boss hadn't been around for days, and his aura had become terrifying. With time. There was an overpowering aura. Yihao was resentful. Anyone would be the same. All he wanted to do was go to sleep, but Tang-san abruptly pulled him into this. At this moment, he was boiling with anger with no way to vent it, staring coldly at the group across from him. You'd better not provoke me, or else. Wang Sheng's loss abruptly demoralized Xiao Wu's group of working students. On the contrary, Xiao Chenyu's noble students grew even more conceited, egotistical, and high-spirited. Xiao Chenyu raised his head, nostrils in the air, and laughed loudly. Xiao Wu, you guys aren't so great after all. So, I will not make things hard for you because we all went to the same academy. I will let you all leave if you all call me Old Big Xiao. How about that? Xiao Wu frowned, asking her to call Xiao Chenyu Old Big. It was absurd. She could have been his ancestor. He was not deserving of being her grandson. You ought to spar with me, Xiao Old Big. If I lose, I'll call you Old Big. What do you think? Xiao Wu actively challenged him. Xiao Chenyu was a little taken aback. Even though his opponent was a little girl, he was in the 6th grade, and she was a new student who had most likely never seen a soul ring before. His first soul ring was 10 years. Wasn't this a bit excessive? However, since Xiao Wu was in charge of the working students, it made sense. He would be the biggest person in the entire Notting Junior Soul Master Academy if he were to defeat her. Who would dare to treat him disrespectfully from now on? Okay, that is a deal. Secretly, Xiao Wu was pleased to see Xiao Chenyu agree. Her long-suppressed resentment would at last find a reasonable outlet. Yihao, meanwhile, stood at the rear of the crowd, staring in disbelief at the absurd scene in front of him. He felt his eyelids getting heavier. Why was there so much pointless talking? They ought to just fight. He thought there was no point in all this. He detested it when they took their time. Bored, Yihao just went to a nearby tree to take a nap. He could not help but laugh as he looked at the white soul ring at his feet and Xiao Chenyu's martial soul. How could he possibly accept Xiao Wu's challenge? Xiao Chenyu would have a bad time. What are you laughing at? Just then, Yihao was sitting beneath the tree when a plain-looking student from the noble group yelled at him. Yihao ignored the individual, rolling his eyes at him. There was no point in arguing with a child. But Yihao's actions certainly appeared contemptuous to that person. There was no changing the fact that commoners remained commoners, and nobles were nobles. Nobles looked down on others. Why was there such a huge gap between people? With impatient glances at the student who had been barking like a crazy dog, Yihao slowly got to his feet. Is it you? In fact, the person who had made fun of him in the dining room. It was an enemy on a small road. He had not wished to cause him any trouble, but here he was, coming forward to meet his demise. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu released her rabbit martial soul, and her soul ring appeared under her feet. 100-year soul ring, and the Death Spider Emperor appeared as the entire field was instantly crushed by a tremendous and powerful pressure. With his 100-year soul ringing at his feet, Yihao strode forward, slowly approaching the group of nobles with the formidable Death Spider Emperor in tow. Chapter 17, 100-year soul ring. 100-year soul ring. Speechless, the noble youth's mouths were wide enough to accommodate a chicken egg. There were not many students wearing a 100-year-old first soul ring after all. Despite being a small town on the DOLOU continent, Notting City had limited resources due to its geographic location. The local spirit hall was therefore among the smallest branches, and Master Matthew, the branch's leader, was already 80 years old. He was only a great soul master now, and he would probably stay that way for the rest of his life. This was also the reason why Salas, the bishop of Heaven Dew City's Spirit Hall, did not think a city like Notting City could produce a soul master with innate full soul power. Furthermore, blue silver grass, which was widely available in the streets, was the opponent's martial soul. It was doubtful that anyone would accomplish much, even if they were to become a soul master in the future. Had nothing unexpected happened on that day, and Yihao's true information been submitted, Salas would have likely believed it. It was conceivable that Yihao would not be standing in Notting City at this moment, but rather in the Spirit Hall, right in front of her. Yihao stepped forward, the dreadful pressure blending with the death spider emperor's ominous face. The noble youths fell silent and collapsed to the ground, their legs trembling wildly. Zhao Chenyu, who represented the noble youths, was even taken aback. Oh my goodness, this group of work-study students is really strong. Since it was very hard to capture a 100-year soul beast, most academy teachers only had a 10-year first soul ring, with the exception of the principal and the master. This student had a 100-year soul ring. The resources available to soul masters were limited in a city the size of Notting City. Only a few of them existed even in the Spirit Hall, and the highest was a great soul master. Take the master as an example. When he was a great soul master facing the Mandala snake, if it weren't for Yihao and Tang San being on the spot at this moment, the master would have been expelled from the body by the Mandala snake. Zhao Chenyu could become the leader with just a 10-year soul ring, indicating that the soul master power in Notting City was not substantial. Death Spider Emperor possess. In the morning of the following day, outside of Notting City, wearing the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy uniform, Yihao strolled down the street by himself. Yihao was taken aback to discover the noble youths and work-study students mingling together, their statuses apparently equaled, after the chaos of the following day. The fact that some work-study students went upstairs to the second floor to have breakfast with the nobles was even more unexpected. Yihao, the principal of the academy, and the masters were all taken aback by this action. It should be noted that the academy had made a significant effort to mediate the disputes between the work-study students and the noble youths. It was unexpected that Yihao's summoning of the Death Spider Emperor, combined with Tang San and Zhao Wu's respective 100-year soul rings, had brought such a significant change, truly surprising everyone. In order to receive a subsidy from the Notting City Spirit Hall, Yihao was required to register his martial soul there, per previous agreements. However, Yihao was now a work-study student and alone. Even though he earned a little money doing some cleaning at the academy in his free time, it was not enough to cover expenses. All Yihao had to do now was visit the Spirit Hall for a soul ring assessment. After that, he would get a sizable monthly payment, sufficient to cover his future living costs. Yesterday, he heard Tang San mention he was going to work at a blacksmith shop in the city, apparently as instructed by his father. He was not a blacksmith, Yihao said, shaking his head. He would never take a job, not in this lifetime, certainly not. Yihao soon reached the Spirit Hall in Notting City. 5 days ago, he had been thrust into this world and left behind by the system. Now, he was the pride of the academy, a true big shot. He chuckled. These 5 days had been enough to shift everyone's perspective. Because of what happened yesterday, Zhao Chenyu and his group were now so discouraged that they treated Zhao Wu with the highest respect and dared not even take a break. Likewise, Yihao knew full well that he was a terrifying presence. Zhao Chenyu and the others were now utterly convinced, wanting to forget the humiliating scene from the previous day. Cease, idle people are not permitted in the Spirit Hall. As usual, the guards blocked Yihao's way. Yihao twitched his mouth. Why was the line the same? Could they not say something new? Uncles, do you not recall me? It was 5 days ago. The guards exchanged glances. The individual in front of them did, in fact, wear the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy uniform, and he somehow had a familiar appearance. 5 days ago. Oh, I remember now, it's you. The guard suddenly recalled, your name is Yihao, right? I took you in 5 days ago after Master Su Yuntao assisted you in reawakening your martial soul. What a memory. What has brought you here today, little brother Yihao? Yihao smiled slightly. Uncle, is Master Matthew here? I would like to have my soul ring evaluated. Yes, Master Matthew is still in the same room, so just go right in. The guards then opened the door, and Li Hao thanked them before entering the spirit hall. Yi Hao felt very familiar as he made her way down the wide hallway, past room after room, to Master Matthew's door. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Hao politely knocked on the door, and a moment later, an elderly voice called out from inside. Come in. Yi Hao pushed the door open and entered. At that moment, Master Matthew was writing something. Seeing Yi Hao arrive, he rubbed his eyes instinctively. Once he confirmed it was Yi Hao, he immediately broke into a kind smile. Isn't this Yi Hao? It's been 5 days. What brings you to the spirit hall today? Master Matthew always kept a smile for Yi Hao, unlike the rude Su Yuntao, who had barged in. The two had entirely different attitudes. Similarly, Master Matthew had already written to Heaven Dew City's spirit hall regarding Yi Hao. It wouldn't be long before those big shots from the hall would come to take Yi Hao away. Would not it be possible to secure several assurances for the future by establishing a positive relationship now? Chapter 18. It is impossible to work part-time. What? You want to undergo a soul power advancement assessment? Have you already obtained your soul ring? Master Matthew exclaimed in surprise that Yi Hao was here for a soul power evaluation, just 5 days after he had awakened his martial soul. The nearby Soul Beast Forest is a long way from the outer Soul Hunting Forest, which is kept up by the Empire. To enter, one must possess the token issued by the Spirit Hall. Many people had come to the branch hall in recent days, but Master Matthew had never seen Yi Hao among them. It was possible that others had obtained their rings in the meantime. Master Matthew was convinced that Yi Hao's soul ring had to be a 10-year one, even though he was born with full soul power and did not need to train to get his first one. It was difficult to deal with a 100-year-old soul beast, and Notting City's soul master power was limited. The risks were simply too great for anyone to risk hunting a 100-year-old soul beast for a newbie. Master, is he referring to me? Following Master Matthew, Yi Hao came to a massive archway. With a push, Master Matthew opened the door. This is the assessment laboratory for martial soul advancement. The room was spacious, covering more than 200 square meters, with large floor-to-ceiling windows providing ample light. Even the distant landscape of the academy was visible. Yi Hao followed Master Matthew to a fist-sized black stone, which was the same stone that Master Su Yuntao used to awaken Yi Hao's martial soul, but it was smaller. Yi Hao, put your hand on it and release your soul ring and martial soul. As soon as Master Matthew finished speaking, Yi Hao took a step forward, concentrating his energy. He raised his right hand, and as his palm touched the stone, his yellow 100-year soul ring gradually rose, while the shadow of the Death Spider Emperor behind him caused Master Matthew to hold his breath, as if someone were choking him. 100-year soul ring. Master Matthew steadied himself and returned his gaze to Yi Hao, his expression a mix of appreciation and complexity as he approached a yellow crystal ball on the desk. He took a moment to observe the faint light flickering on the crystal ball before speaking. Yi Hao, martial soul, Death Spider, soul power, level 12, first soul ring, 400 years. By the way, Yi Hao, could you tell me what soul beast you got your first soul ring from? Master Matthew asked, perplexed. With a 100-year-old soul ring, the next one must logically be the same age. Soul masters require soul rings that are appropriate for their needs at each breakthrough, and the age of the required soul rings gradually increases, as does their color. A 400-year death magic spider, just a bit of luck. Master Matthew, just a little bit of luck. The combination of the death spider, Emperor's martial soul, and the first soul ring obtained from a death magic spider was equivalent to the priestess' 9th soul ring being sourced from a 100,000-year death spider emperor. This was not just a stroke of luck. It would not be an exaggeration to say you are the son of heaven. Yi Hao's first martial soul was the Death Spider Emperor, but during Master Matthew's operations, he mistook it for the Death Spider. Master Matthew took out a medal and recorded Yi Hao's information. This medal was recognized throughout the continent and could be used in any spirit hall on the DOLOU continent. You are now the glorious Soul Master of the Heaven Dew Empire. Welcome to the ranks of the Soul Masters. In the future, with this medal, you will be eligible for a monthly subsidy of 1 gold soul coin. When you reach the level of a Grand Master like us, it will increase to 10 gold soul coins per month. You must continue working hard. Yi Hao accepted the medal, thanked Master Matthew, and then left the Spirit Hall branch. Throughout, Master Matthew made no mention of Yihao joining the Spirit Hall. Master Matthew was aware that Yihao's personal information had already been reported, and joining the Spirit Hall was only a matter of time. Master Matthew gave a deep sigh as he watched Yihao leave. Youth is truly wonderful. Later, I am still stuck in the corner, gathering dust. Yihao strolled down the bustling streets, feeling relaxed. The gold soul coin in his pocket made him feel lightheaded. The sensation of having money was incredible. Anyone entering a Soul Master Academy, dressed in the distinctive nodding Junior Soul Master Academy uniform, was unquestionably a Soul Master, a profession revered across the continent. Many people on the continent were able to awaken their martial souls, but not everyone had soul power. Ding ding, dong dong. Yihao noticed the sounds of hammering as he passed by a blacksmith shop. Inside, a small figure wielding a hammer bigger than himself hammered furiously at a piece of iron. He was dressed in gray with a scarf around his waist, and sweat dripped down his forehead, turning his face red from the heat. Nonetheless, his gaze remained fixed on the iron before him. With each strike of the hammer, the iron began to change shape, gradually forming into what he desired. Tang-san. Yihao called out, surprising Tang-san, who was concentrating on his work. That is right. Tang-san was a part-time student who could not afford to stay at the academy due to its limited funding. Besides, he had been spending time with Xiao Wu lately, sleeping together at night and playing together in their spare time. They were practically inseparable. Xiao Wu's expenses were considerable, and the majority of Tang-san's funds were spent on her, prompting him to recall the man's words before leaving. If you do not have any money, go work in the blacksmith shop. That led to the current situation. Tang-san wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel draped over his shoulder before looking at Yihao, who had appeared unexpectedly. What are you doing here? Tang-san asked, perplexed. Yihao took a look at Tang-san's oversized hammer, stepped forward, and casually picked it up. He swung it a couple of times. Under Tang-san's watchful gaze, the iron in front of him instantly flattened and transformed into a thin iron disc. Tang-san, de. Everyone, some sign oo. Yihao. Yihao dropped the hammer and examined his hands, surprised at how strong he had become. System, praise me. Yihao, get lost. The blacksmith shop owner's eyes lit up. Little brother, I can tell right away that you are not an ordinary person. Why don't you work with us? 1 silver soul coin per day. What do you think? Are children today so abnormal? Tang-san is like this, as is the kid who just appeared. Faced with the blacksmith shop owner's offer, Yihao immediately responded, It is impossible to work part-time. I will never work part-time in my life. Chapter 19, Checking in at Holy Spirit Village. Tang-san. Seeing this, the blacksmith shop owner decided to give up. The forging industry would lose a potential master craftsman. What a pity. Tang-san, did you go to the Spirit Hall branch in Notting City for a soul power assessment? Tang-san was taken aback, shaking his head in confusion. Not yet. I plan to go after my shift. Have you already gone? Yihao nodded, pulling out a gold soul coin and the badge that contained his information. That is right, I get a gold soul coin subsidy every month. However, at this rate, it is just a drop in the bucket. Why do not you bring Xiao Wu along to work the forge? More hands could mean more income, right? Tang-san sighed helplessly. Xiao Wu is now the boss at Notting Academy. How can I, her younger brother, pull her along? Are you here just to check on me? I am just passing by. Yihao said quietly, Let me tell you a secret. Xiao Wu is actually a rabbit. After saying that, Yihao walked towards Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, intending to return to his dormitory for some more rest. Xiao Wu is really a rabbit. Tang-san thought about this statement for a moment before shaking his head and returning to work on the forge. The sounds of clang, clang, clang rang out once more. Not long after Yihao left, a man in a gray robe appeared quietly, looking in the direction Yihao had gone. After a brief pause, the man returned his gaze to Tang-san, who was diligently working at the forge, and sighed helplessly before disappearing. Life at Notting Junior Soul Master Academy was rather dull, with days beginning at sunrise and ending at night. Aside from his daily commutes between the academy and the blacksmith shop, Tang-san had little else to do but train. Xiao Wu continued to assert her authority, forming a small faction within the academy. It was said that even the principal was aware of the new Xiao Wu, but he could not be bothered to intervene. As long as nothing went wrong, everything was fine. After all, she possessed innate full soul power. Yi Hao's only real hobby was daily lounging, which he continued to do alongside his regular training. Training? Did he still require the body that the system had provided him before it left? Dating? He had no plans for that at the moment. Playing with kids? Sorry, he was too old to hang out with them. Working alongside Tang San at the blacksmith shop? Working was impossible. He would never do it in this lifetime. The academy had its own set of rules. Students were not permitted to visit their parents while at school, and they could only leave during breaks to return home. The once busy dormitory 7 was suddenly deserted, with work-study students returning to their homes. Xiao Wu sat alone on her bed, staring at Tang San, who was diligently training. This guy was just a blockhead. All he did was train, train, train. Then there was Yi Hao, who was sprawled out and resting. Xiao Wu had a bad impression of him. When Yi Hao first arrived at dormitory 7, he embarrassed her in front of everyone by pinning her down and calling her Xiao Wu Jai, which was completely humiliating. For Xiao Wu, that was a lifelong shadow. Whenever she saw Yi Hao, she could not help but feel aversion. Rabbits are quick to hold grudges, especially since Yi Hao previously mentioned enjoying spicy rabbit heads. Aren't you going home? Tang San slowly opened his eyes, gathering his belongings to return to Holy Spirit Village. Time flew by. It had already been half a year since he had left home, and he wondered how his father was doing, probably still drinking at this hour. Xiao Wu stared blankly, casting a dismissive glance at Yi Hao, whose annoying expression reminded her of that dark, cold night. Sharing the same Death Spider Emperor martial soul as him, she had witnessed her mother's death at the hands of a few titled duo right in front of her eyes, and the moment the 100,000-year soul ring lit up, her hatred for that person was sealed. There was nothing she could do. Yi Hao resembled Bibai Dong, and the system had simulated Bibai Dong's martial soul, giving Yi Hao a powerful body as well as her demeanor and facial expressions. Standing together, it was difficult not to make some connections. Could they be mother and son? Yi Hao. Bibai Dong. But that was a story for another time. Yi Hao, dazed, muttered, "I have been lonely and helpless since I was a child. Everyone at the academy knows I am an orphan." If I recall correctly, Tang San, your family lives in Holy Spirit Village, right? Tang San nodded. Yes, my home is in Holy Spirit Village. It takes less than half a day to get there from Nodding City. How about you come with me? You can't just stay in the academy alone. Yi Hao contemplated for a moment. Holy Spirit Village? It was said to be Tang San's birthplace. While he was still alive, it would not hurt to investigate. Okay then. After that, Yi Hao jumped up from his bed, packing nothing since he had very little to carry. How about you, Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu stared at Yi Hao, her mind racing. While she despised Yi Hao and his martial soul, as well as his face, he was not for her in the end. All right then. Holy Spirit Village was named after a soul sage-level soul master who appeared here over a century ago. It was a small village on the border between the two major empires. The villagers grew fruits and vegetables, and they lived comfortably while trading between the two empires. After a day of trekking, the three arrived at Holy Spirit Village, where local customs were simple and the air was much cleaner than in Nodding City. Yi Hao took a quick look around, stopping in the village's center to examine the handprints left by the so-called soul sage. It was roughly equivalent to his own. Why not make a mark of his own? Who knows, it might earn him some fame later. Tang San came from a poor family and lived with his alcoholic father, who owned a blacksmith shop. As they approached Tang San's house, Yi Hao detected a strong metallic odor. Rusty smell. The yard was overgrown with weeds, and the rusted lock on the front gate indicated that Tang San's drunken father had not been home in a long time. Tang San paused for a moment before taking out a spare key and opening the door, which revealed a white and dusty interior. The furniture was covered in dust, and the floor was littered with weeds. Yi Hao could not help but shake his head. The visit to Holy Spirit Village was over, and he had unintentionally ended up cleaning for the protagonist. For someone like him, who preferred to lounge around, the only option was to keep relaxing. Given the current situation, Tang San's father, Tanghao, had clearly left. Where he went was unknown. Why is this door open? Could it be a thief? Old Jack, leaning on his cane, staggered to Tang San's house, glancing at Tang San, who was cleaning, and finally feeling relieved that it was not a thief. Chapter 20, Your Oaths Have Nothing to Do with Me. Zio-san, you're back. Tang San put down the broom and looked at old Jack, who was standing at the door. He quickly asked, Grandpa Jack, what brought you here? Come in and sit for a bit, old Jack replied with a smile. No need for that, you all stay busy. By the way, your father left this letter for you before he left. As he handed the letter to Tang San, old Jack could not help but complain, Your father is completely irresponsible. He talks about reclaiming his property. Sigh. Grandpa Jack, take care, Tang San said as he wished him goodbye. Tang San sat alone at the door after old Jack had left, staring at the yellowed paper in front of him and the letter written by Tanghao before his departure. Tang San fell silent for a moment. Yihao sat on a small stool nearby. He knew exactly what Tanghao had written in the letter, so why bother? He could not follow the protagonist's path. Yihao would have to embark on his own journey after graduating from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. At night, the back mountain of Holy Soul Village transformed into a beautiful garden, with all kinds of flowers blooming under the night sky, creating a vibrant scene. Yihao lay among the flowers, inhaling the fragrance, and his mood immediately improved. Yihao could not muster the enthusiasm to watch Tang San and Zio Wu swear oaths under the moonlight. After all, if you want to be a sister, one day there will be many people wanting to kill me, but those people are not ones you can handle. Then let them step over my corpse first. Tang San spoke to Zio Wu. Gazing at Tang San and Zio Wu under the flowers and moon, Yihao felt a sense of loneliness that he could not explain. He had neither friends nor family when he arrived on the DOLOU continent. Damn the system. Yihao silently cursed the system for its inaction. He shivered as he saw the display of affection between the two in front of him. He could not stay as a single dog any longer. Yihao's figure vanished into the night as he decided to leave the mountain. 5 years later, outside of Heavendew City, in the Sunset Forest, a group of men and women dressed in Heavendew Royal Academy uniforms surrounded a purple-winged demon spider. A girl with emerald hair and eyes led them, and her lower body transformed into a green snackatail while chasing the spider. A handsome young man stood next to her, his right hand replaced with a blue dragon claw, and he attacked the fleeing purple-winged demon spider while surrounded by fast-moving lightning. That purple-winged demon spider is so fast, Tianheng, the emerald-haired girl said to the young man. The young man nodded in understanding. 3 soul rings slowly rose beneath his feet, and behind him appeared a blue dragon, coiled and dense with lightning, giving him the appearance of a descended deity. The configuration consists of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. With that, Yu Tianheng's right hand was enveloped in lightning, and a dragon claw formed from the lightning lunged at the purple-winged demon spider. As the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan on the DOLOU continent, he possessed the world's most powerful beast martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. The purple-winged demon spider quickly dodged, and Yu Tianheng's Thunder Dragon Claw missed. Yu Tianheng was briefly stunned. This purple-winged demon spider had incredible speed, and he then looked up at the sky. Yu Feng. In the sky above the Sunset Forest, a Heavendew Royal Academy student flew by with wings on his back. His martial soul was the Wind Spirit Bird. Yu Feng nodded and activated 3 soul rings that matched Yu Tianheng's. He gently flapped his wings, causing a gust of wind to sweep through the silent forest. The purple-winged demon spider's form flickered and remained unaffected. This scene surprised both Yu Tianheng and Yu Feng slightly. As the only flying soul beast among all the spider-type soul beasts, the purple-winged demon spider was naturally fast, and they could understand that. But this was just a 1,000-year-old purple-winged demon spider. It should not be able to move so fast. The forest was dense and complex. Chasing down a 1,000-year-old soul beast was difficult enough, let alone one that could fly and outrun the Yu Feng. Just as the purple-winged demon spider was feeling good about itself, a figure emerged from the trees, standing 1.75 meters tall, with a handsome face, 8 spider spears on his back, black armor, and a pair of crimson eyes fixed on the flying purple-winged demon spider. This person was also wearing the Heaven Dew Royal Academy uniform. One yellow and one purple soul ring shone beneath his feet as he moved like a whirlwind through the forest, unaffected by the massive tree trunks. Second soul skill, spider web. The young man murmured, and the second 1,000-year soul ring lit up. His hands quickly turned black, and 2 black webs laced with lethal spider venom shot out. The purple-winged demon spider frantically attempted to flee, but the webs quickly corroded the trees where it had previously been. Realizing the danger, the purple-winged demon spider attempted to flee, but the young man appeared right in front of it. The young man's hands morphed into 2 massive spider spears, emanating a chilling killing intent. The spears descended quickly, easily piercing the purple-winged demon spider's body before falling rapidly. A loud boom struck the solid ground, resulting in a deep pit. The young man's spider spears pierced the spider's body, continuously injecting the lethal death spider poison. The purple-winged demon spider suddenly convulsed beneath the young man's feet. Its entire body became abnormal, and its eyes seemed to burst. After shaking for a while, the spider finally settled down. Seeing this, the young man drew his spider spears and returned to his original handsome appearance. 5 years had passed, 5 full years. Yihao inhaled deeply as he looked up at the azure sky. From the looks of it, Tang San and Zio Wu should have attended Shrek Academy. This person was Yihao. After leaving Holy Soul Village, he returned to Notting City and completed his studies at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy a few years later. At the time, the master approached Yihao alone and asked him to enroll in Shrek Academy, a high-level soul master academy. He spoke endlessly about how wonderful and well-equipped Shrek Academy was, and after successfully convincing Tang San and Zio Wu, he discovered Yihao to be resistant to both soft and hard tactics. Yihao was an undeniable genius in the eyes of the master. Yihao, Tang San, and Zio Wu all reached level 20 around the same time. At the time, the entire Notting Junior Soul Master Academy was in uproar. Who had ever advanced to level 20 at such a young age? Following a bottleneck in their soul power, the 3 went to the soul hunting forest, guided by the master and several school leaders in search of their corresponding soul rings. Chapter 21, Yihao's Third Soul Ring. Yihao, Tang San, and Zio Wu had previously advanced to level 20 and arrived at the soul hunting forest under the supervision of the master, school leaders, and the principal. Returning to this familiar location, the soul beasts in the soul hunting forest, while weak, should not be underestimated. On the first day, they chose 100-year-old Ghost Vine as Tang San's second soul ring, granting him the soul skill parasitism. With the blue-silver grass seed left on a target, when Tang San activated his second soul skill, the seed grew instantly, binding the target and achieving complete control. Tang San, a control-type soul master, knew that this soul skill was the best option available. Zio Wu, on the other hand, vanished for a while, going unnoticed by the others before reappearing with her second soul ring. There was also 100-year-old soul ring. According to Zio Wu, she had become separated from the group and discovered a dying 100-year soul beast, which she quickly dealt with before absorbing the soul ring and seeing the others approaching her. Although Yihao was aware of this excuse, everyone was forced to accept it. As a 10,000-year-old soul beast in disguise, Zio Wu was able to acquire soul rings without having to kill soul beasts. She was just hiding the fact that she was a soul beast, and since only a titled Duoluo could see through her disguise, she could act carefree in the backcountry of Notting City. The source of Yihao's second soul ring was a man-faced demon spider that was 1,000 years old. In fact, they found a man-faced demon spider that had recently lived for 1,000 years in the soul hunting forest. It took all of the group's strength to kill it. The man-faced demon spider was the best soul beast for Yihao, who had the Death Spider Emperor as his martial soul. But then he absorbed the soul ring, and something unexpected happened. It was discovered that this man-faced demon spider was not in need of the second soul ring, but was just beginning its 1,000 years. Yihao was going to be blocked, but then a shiver ran through the master's body. If Yihao absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring, he would almost certainly die. If anything happened to him, the others would perish as well. Yihao's appearance had changed dramatically as he aged, according to the master, and he now resembled Bibai Dong more and more. This fact strengthened the master's conviction that Yi Hao was a Bibai Dong agent sent to infiltrate him and exact revenge. If something happened to Yi Hao, the consequences would be catastrophic. To everyone's surprise, Yi Hao successfully absorbed the 1,000-year soul ring, increasing his soul power to level 22. Seeing this, the master and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief. They were secretly pleased because they had just witnessed history. The birth of the first genius in history with a 1,000-year soul ring as his second ring. Everyone was happy for Yi Hao, but Tang San was unable to share in the joy. The gap between them was gradually widening, and Tang San was a highly competitive individual. Yi Hao's terrifying strength was already formidable, and his first 1,000-year soul ring as his second ring dealt a significant blow to Tang San. Years later, the three of them were approaching graduation. Following that, the master advised Yi Hao to attend the Shrek Academy in Soto City, where he could fully realize his potential without being overlooked. However, Yi Hao flatly refused, stating that the atmosphere at Shrek Academy did not suit him. Going to Shrek Academy was undoubtedly following the main character's previous path. He had come this far, so why not forge his own path? In the days leading up to graduation, Yi Hao set out on his own to travel to Heaven Dew City. As for why he would join the Heaven Dew Royal Academy, let Yi Hao absorb the soul ring from the purple-winged demon spider in front of him. In the Sunset Forest, Yi Hao shed his Death Spider Emperor form and assumed his human form. The purple-winged demon spider before him had been completely defeated, and purple light spots floated around its body, gradually coalescing into a circle of purple light rings. This was the genuine 1,000-year soul ring, Yi Hao's third soul ring. Yi Hao had inquired about this soul ring for quite some time, before learning from the Academy's teachers that the purple-winged demon spider appeared in the Sunset Forest. Well. At that point, a girl with blue hair and blue eyes charged over and yanked Yi Hao's ear. You could have handled it on your own, but you put us through all of this. Are you deliberately making a fool of us? Yi Hao apologized to Dugu Yan and said, Sister Yan, there was a misunderstanding. How could I have known how weak this purple-winged demon spider was, if I had known? Ow. In Dugu Yan's ears, it sounded like he was saying that the purple-winged demon spider was weak, and they, as a group, could not handle it, whereas he could simply strike it down with a single blow. The implication was obvious. They were weak. Of course, this was Dugu Yan's interpretation, not Yi Hao's actual meaning. Yi Hao would have had to put in a lot of effort without the help of the others. Dugu Yan became enraged and was about to strike Yi Hao the moment those words were spoken. As the granddaughter of Dugu Bo, the notorious poison master, she naturally inherited his eccentric personality. Speaking of Dugu Bo, Yi Hao had yet to see the renowned title Duoluo in his 3 months at the Heaven Dew Royal Academy. Okay, Yan, let little Hao absorb the soul ring first. You can teach him a lesson later, said Yu Tianheng, approaching with a bitter smile, followed by Yu Feng, who descended from the sky. The two exchanged glances, chuckling as they gazed at Yi Hao, who was still being pulled by his ear. Yi Hao was only 11 years old, but he was clearly a genius. An 11-year-old who had already reached level 30 was extremely rare across the continent. When Qin Ming first brought Yi Hao to the Heaven Dew Royal Academy, not only Dugu Yan and Yu Tianheng, but also the Academy's 3 faculty members struggled to believe that an 11-year-old boy could accomplish this. However, when Yi Hao demonstrated his martial soul and stated his soul power level, everyone present was taken aback. Level 29. Yi Hao had a soul power level of 29 when he entered the Heaven Dew Royal Academy. After 3 months of training, he was able to raise his soul power to level 30, allowing him to successfully hunt the purple-winged demon spider. The Heaven Dew Royal Academy was a prestigious institution, but on Qin Ming's recommendation, someone like Yi Hao, who had no background but possessed extraordinary strength, was exactly what the Academy required. The 3 faculty members immediately arranged for Yi Hao's enrollment and waived his tuition and other fees. After all, the Empire established the Heaven Dew Royal Academy, and while they had plenty of money, talents like Yi Hao were difficult to find. It would be absurd to force him to pay. That would be equivalent to driving him away. Chapter 22, Yi Hao is a genius. Everyone knows that Yi Hao is a genius. Yi Hao was given priority in training after joining the Heavendew Royal Academy. In just 2 years, the elite competition of advanced soul masters from all over the continent will take place, and it is expected to be an unprecedented event. Yi Hao joined the Royal Fighting Team, led by Qin Ming, a final lineup created by the Tiandu Royal Academy to compete for the championship in the upcoming elite competition, as agreed upon by the 3 instructors. Yi Hao's addition undoubtedly provided a significant boost to the 3 instructors. Yi Hao is 11 years old and has the Death Spider martial soul and a soul power level of 29. When Yi Hao first met the Royal Fighting Team, he introduced himself as follows. The 7 members were intrigued by Yi Hao's innate full soul power. Over the next 3 months, with the guidance and support of Qin Ming, Yi Hao gradually integrated into the Royal Fighting Team and officially became one of them. Today marked Yi Hao's arrival at soul power level 30. Thus, early in the morning, led by Qin Ming, Yi Hao, Yu Feng, Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan, and Yilingling entered the Sunset Forest in search of the rumored purple-winged demon spider. To clear the way for Yi Hao's 3rd soul ring. Everyone has mischievous moments, and Yi Hao was no exception. Yi Hao was technically over 20 years old, but due to system adjustments, he was still 11. He was frequently bored and would tease Du Guyan or play pranks on Yilingling to make his life more interesting. If Yi Hao had gone to Shrek Academy in Sodo City, where he would have met familiar faces like Xiao Wu and Tang San, as well as the conflict-loving Dai Mubai, the lecherous Oscar, the duplicitous Tang San, the hot-tempered Xiao Wu, the calculating Ning Rongrong, and the cool yet fiery Zhu Zhuqing, he would have had difficulty getting along with them. During his time in Notting City, Yi Hao kept his distance from Tang San and Xiao Wu in order to avoid closeness and conflict. This type of relationship was fine. One key point was his contempt for Ma Hongzhen. Yi Hao found the fat guy completely repulsive. Greedy, lustful, lecherous, and opportunistic, he seemed to embody all the worst qualities. This is why Yi Hao declined the master's offer to attend Shrek Academy. Could not he simply follow his own path? Why did everything have to follow the master's plan? He was not anyone important, so why act so superior? In the Sunset Forest, Du Guyan gave Yi Hao an exasperated look. This guy had thicker skin than Heavendew City's walls. It had been warm and pleasant during their 3 months together, but Yi Hao was bizarre. In previous training sessions, even team leader Yu Tianheng was no match for Yi Hao, and the 2 brothers, Shimo and Shimo, who possessed the martial soul of the Black Tortoise, were evenly matched with Yi Hao. What kind of monster was he? Furthermore, the soul ring Yi Hao was about to absorb, the purple-winged demon spider, was unquestionably ideal for him, perfectly matching his Death Spider Emperor martial soul. Du Guyan felt exhausted when he saw Yi Hao's playful grin. Although she was the vice-captain, her strength was nearly the weakest in the team. Despite her pride in the phosphorescent snake poison that had elevated her to prominence in the academy, her jade phosphor serpent paled in comparison to Yi Hao's Death Spider Emperor poison. One was the Death Spider Emperor, the other the jade phosphor serpent. One was clearly superior. Because of Matthew's oversight all those years ago, Yi Hao had always considered the Death Spider to be his first martial soul, and the Spirit Hall seemed oblivious to him throughout this time. Yi Hao was not sure whether to be happy or sad about this. Forget it, I will let you off this time. Hurry and absorb your soul ring. Teacher Qin and Lingling are still waiting for us outside the forest. Yi Hao nodded and approached the purple-winged demon spider. He sat cross-legged, and the purple-winged demon spider's soul ring gradually encircled his feet thanks to his soul power. Yi Hao stood out at that moment due to the combination of 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. The purple-winged demon spider was just in range of Yi Hao's 3rd soul ring absorption. As soul power flowed in, Yi Hao's restraints broke, and a powerful aura filled the forest. The Death Spider Emperor's phantom overshadowed both Du Guyan's jade phosphor serpent and Yu Tianheng's blue lightning tyrant dragon. They had no idea that the spider in front of them was the Death Spider Emperor, not just any ordinary demon spider. Absorbing the soul ring was usually a slow process. Yi Hao sat up, feeling the resonance between himself and the 3rd soul ring. Soul power surged through him like a raging river, warming his internal organs. For some reason, Yi Hao sensed that the absorption was almost finished, but he felt an odd tugging sensation, as if something was trying to emerge from his back, causing an itch. he forced himself to bear the annoyance as the torrent of soul power rushed against his back. This was Yi Hao's first encounter with something like this, and he had no prior knowledge. Feeling the fiery presence on his back, he could only rely on his tenacious will to resist the heavy pressure that was bearing down on him. The forest was silent. Under the watchful gaze of Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan, and Yu Feng, Yi Hao's soul ring absorption process went smoothly and felt rather ordinary. Just then, a handsome man emerged from the forest, hands behind his back, wearing the Heaven Du Royal Academy's specially designed uniform and a wolf head emblem on his chest. Behind him stood a cold, icy woman dressed in black, her face covered by a thin gauze. Her figure was slender, and her long blue hair cascaded down her back. Her blue eyes were serene and free of any emotional turmoil. The woman exuded a chilling aura, sending shivers down one's spine. "How is it going? Has Xiao Hao not finished absorbing the soul ring yet?" The man inquired gently, glancing at Yi Hao, who was currently absorbing the soul ring, with a hint of concern in his eyes. Yu Tianheng shook his head. "Teacher Qin, Xiao Hao has not finished the absorption yet. When I absorbed my first 1,000-year soul ring, it also took quite a bit of time. I believe it will not be long before Xiao Hao finishes absorbing it." The man nodded slightly before falling silent, patiently waiting for Yi Hao's next reaction. At that point, Yi Hao responded. With a crack, the clothes on his back were ripped apart. Chapter 23, External Soul Bone, Six-Winged Purple Light Wings. Yi Hao's upper garments were torn apart, revealing a well-defined physique with 8-pack abs that caused Du Guyan to turn her head away, her face flushed as she glared at Yi Hao. What was he thinking, acting so crazily in broad daylight? The woman standing behind Teacher Qin was none other than Yi Lingling from the Royal Fighting Team, who possessed the continent's unique martial soul, 9 Hearts Begonia. She was currently looking at him coldly, which was typical of her character. Like a tranquil flower, she usually spoke only a word or two in a day and sometimes wouldn't say anything at all. Yi Hao would occasionally tease her, but to Yi Lingling, he was merely a mischievous younger brother with extraordinary talent, unworthy of much attention. Having reached her teenage years, she had become quite perceptive about many things. Behind Yi Hao, 6 purple, translucent wings quietly emerged, sprouting from his back. Everyone was taken aback by this sight. Then, in front of everyone, Yi Hao jumped into the air. With the help of the 6 wings behind him, his speed reached a terrifying level, almost beyond the naked eye's perception. Yi Hao could clearly feel the changes in himself, and when he looked at the 6 purple wings that had suddenly appeared, thin as paper, he realized they gave him the ability to fly. Wait a minute, his Death Spider Emperor martial soul did not appear to have flying abilities, and these 6 purple wings only appeared after absorbing the 3rd soul ring, leaving only one possible explanation. Could this be an external soul bone? Soul bones, like soul rings, were among the most prized possessions of soul masters because they were derived from soul beasts. Soul bones, unlike soul rings, had a very low appearance rate, with only 1 in 1,000, if not less, soul beasts dying under extraordinary circumstances, such as 10,000-year soul beasts, having a chance of producing a soul bone. The chances of regular soul beasts dropping soul bones were too low. External soul bones, without a doubt, ranked second only to 10,000-year soul rings in the soul master community. Yi Hao was ecstatic. External soul bones, like soul masters, could evolve alongside the soul master's growth. The one he had came from a 1,000-year-old purple-winged demon spider, and the external soul bone it produced was associated with flight. Without a doubt, Yi Hao was now soaring freely in the sky, and his flight speed was so fast that Yu Feng, a speed-type soul master with the wind spirit bird martial soul, was envious. Yi Hao was faster than him. Could the external soul bone from the purple-winged spider be? Yi Hao recalled that the current pope of the Spirit Hall had an external soul bone with the same flight capability. 6-winged purple light wings. Could it be? Although he was brought into this world 5 years ago and chose to simulate Bibai Dong's twin martial souls, which changed his appearance, how could he have the same external soul bone? Bibai Dong's 6-winged purple light wings were derived from the purple-winged spider king, whereas his 6-winged purple light wings were derived from the purple-winged demon spider. The types of soul beasts were identical, but their ages were vastly different. In essence, both external soul bones were virtually identical. Yihao looked down at the onlookers gazing up at the sky and realized something was amiss. He had lost his clothes. In a panic, he descended quickly, landing safely on the ground, and used his soul power to retract the six-winged purple light wings. He took his clothes from his soul guide and went behind a tree to get dressed before stepping out to face everyone, his face slightly flushed. "I am really sorry for worrying you, Teacher Qin," Yihao said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Qin Ming chuckled and shook his head. "It's fine. I just arrived and noticed that you had not moved in a while, so I could not help but come in and look. Did you successfully absorb the soul ring from the purple-winged demon spider?" Yihao nodded and replied, "I have finished absorbing the purple-winged demon spider's soul ring, and my soul power has reached level 32. My third soul skill is an extremely powerful attack skill that will be sufficient for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition in 2 years." Joking aside, Shrek Academy would win the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition in 2 years, defeating Hu Liana's legendary Spirit Hall team. Now that Yihao has joined the Tiandu Royal Academy, how can they win the championship? They could wait for their next lives. What was important now was to quickly increase his soul power level. Yihao was determined to acquire something from the Sunset Forest, especially since the granddaughter of the old poison master was his teammate. Although Yihao frequently teased Duguyan and made fun of Yilingling, the truth was that Duguyan was no match for him. A month ago, they had sparred. In the end, the Death Spider Emperor's poison triumphed over Duguyan's jade, phosphor serpent poison. As a result, Qin Ming immediately imposed a restriction on Yihao. He could no longer use the Death Spider Emperor's poison unless it was absolutely necessary. The reason was simple. The Death Spider Emperor's poison was too strong. Look, the purple-winged demon spider had already turned into a bloody puddle in the pit. The purple-winged demon spider, degrees. Over the last 3 months, Duguyan has gained a thorough understanding of Yihao's background. He grew up in isolation and was nearly killed by wolf bandits as a child before fleeing to the branch spirit hall in Notting City, where he awakened the Death Spider Emperor, martial spirit with innate full soul power. At the age of 11, Yihao had reached level 32 in soul power, so one could imagine how hard he had worked in recent years. He was truly an underdog overcoming adversity. Yihao was highly valued by the Academy's 3 educational committee members, as well as Duguyan, Qin Ming, and the rest of the royal fighting team. Yihao was the youngest of the group, with the other 7 members being mostly 17 or 18 years old, whereas he was only an 11-year-old little brother among these older siblings. Yihao was simply a younger brother to them. Aside from being a little mischievous and occasionally teasing Duguyan or joking with Yilingling, there was nothing he could not handle. Yihao had even defeated Zhu Beng, who would now take a detour whenever he saw Yihao. If no one offended him, he would not offend others. If someone offended him, he would fight back with all of his might. Yihao's abilities had far exceeded everyone's expectations. As a result, Duguyan only regarded Yihao as a younger brother. She even suggested that Yihao become an apprentice under her grandfather. Who was her grandfather? Dugubo, the renowned poison master, is better known as the poison duo. Yihao immediately declined, saying he needed to think about it. Though the poison duo was skilled with poisons, his combat abilities were rather mediocre. Chapter 24, Yilingling is stunned. The 3 greatest title duos in the world are the most powerful. Bibai Dong, who is currently undergoing the divine examination, is second among them. If she uses all of her strength, she has the potential to surpass the 3 greatest title duos. In contrast, Dugubo, as a title duo, finds himself in an awkward situation. Although he is a title duo, he appears to be lacking in other attack methods besides his prideful jade phosphor serpent emperor poison. In one-on-one combat, Dugubo is slightly inferior. However, on the battlefield, Dugubo's jade phosphor serpent emperor poison is a nightmare for everyone, capable of easily annihilating an entire city. The benefits and drawbacks are obvious. Yihao does not have a teacher. He refers to Qin Ming as his teacher because he is a professor at Heavendew Royal Academy. Yihao recalls leaving Notting City 3 months ago, heading for the Heavendew Empire's capital, Heavendew City. He did not say goodbye to Master, Tang San, or Xiao Wu at the time. Instead, he simply left alone. He could not bring himself to enroll in Shrek Academy and join a shady group of people. In other words, today's Shrek Academy is simply a collection of unlicensed institutions. Yihao must admit that Shrek is a good academy. It has produced proud students such as Qin Ming, which he fully understands from his time teaching at the Heavendew Royal Academy. When Yihao met Qin Ming in Heavendew City, he was accepted into the Heavendew Royal Academy thanks to Qin Ming's recommendation. Otherwise, with his unremarkable identity, how could Yihao possibly enter the Heavendew Royal Academy, which was teeming with nobility? That would be a foolish dream. At the time, Yihao had already planned. If the Heavendew Royal Academy rejected him, he would simply go straight to the Spirit Hall and reveal his twin martial souls in front of everyone. Of course, everything went smoothly, and Yihao was accepted into the Heavendew Royal Academy, where he received focused training. He appeared to have forgotten the secret of his twin martial souls, focusing solely on cultivation and teasing Yilingling. Yihao could not believe it. Would this icy-cold sister truly never smile? By the way, Xiao Hao, what are the 6 wings on your back? Du Guyan could not help but ask, because she had not seen Yihao use them before. The flying ability and speed were truly remarkable. Yihao smiled slightly. Sister Yan, have you ever heard about external soul bones? The scene fell silent. Even Qin Ming, who was accustomed to facing storms, changed his expression at this point. External soul bones are a unique type of soul bone that has a lot of potential for future growth. External soul bones may evolve as the owner's strength grows. They are something that every soul master wishes to have, and they are extremely difficult to obtain in a single lifetime. Qin Ming's eyes widened. Xiao Hao, are you saying that your external soul bone was born from this purple-winged demon spider? Yihao nodded and smiled. That is correct. My external soul bone is called the 6-winged purple light wings, and the skill it carries, as you have seen, is the ability to fly at speeds faster than the wind spirit bird. Wind spirit bird, degrees. Though everyone has different feelings about external soul bones, this belongs to Yihao, and no one can take it away unless they kill him. However, if Yihao died, the 3 committee members of the Heavendew Royal Academy would pursue the person to the ends of the earth. Furthermore, they are all members of the same team, with the goal of winning the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition in 1 year. They should be pleased as Yihao grows stronger. After completing their search for the purple-winged demon spider, the group prepared to depart as the sun set, signaling the end of the day in an instant. Several horse-drawn carriages set out for the Heavendew Royal Academy under the glow of the sunset. Yilingling sat steadily in the last carriage, eyes closed, as they were still quite far from the Heavendew Royal Academy. Yilingling is the team's only support-type soul master, and her 9 hearts begonia martial soul carries a unique inheritance. There can only be 1 inheritor per generation. There can only be 2 living 9 hearts begonia soul masters at once. Only when one dies does the next generation have the opportunity to appear. The effect is straightforward, full-range healing. To put it simply, with the healing of the 9 hearts begonia, you cannot die. Why do not you smile, Sister Lingling? Don't be so cold all the time. Smiling improves both mental and physical health. Yilingling remained calm, her heart as still as water, and did not take Yihao's words seriously. Every child at this age is mischievous, and Yilingling regards Yihao as merely a brother, nothing more. She saw him as a brother messing around, ignoring her sisterly responsibilities. Yihao had grown accustomed to it and even admired her ice-cold sister, who was completely immune to all emotions. 3 months had passed since he joined the Emperor team. Since joining the Emperor team, Yihao had never seen Yilingling smile. Even the other members of the Emperor team were watching, hoping Yilingling would smile. Perhaps in the next life. The fact that the Emperor team members received such an evaluation could only be attributed to Yilingling. It proved that everyone was correct. For 3 months, Yihao had teased Yilingling. Throughout it all, Yilingling had always treated him as a brother, never smiling and rarely speaking unless Qin Ming asked her a question, to which she would respond with a few words before falling silent again. Seeing this, Yihao could only sit quietly beside her in the carriage, watching the sunset outside as the blood-red light of the setting sun cast over the distant city walls of Heavendew City. It was such a beautiful sight, yet no one was there to enjoy it with him. What a pity. After a long journey, The carriage was undeniably Yi Hao's greatest weapon in this life. The previous day and a half's journey through the soul-hunting forest had caused him significant psychological trauma. Yi Hao quickly became drowsy as a result of the absorption of the soul ring and external soul bone. In the other carriage, Yu Feng and Qin Ming were discussing something, while Du Guyan and Yu Tianheng, a couple, were naturally sitting together. They had already nodded off, leaving only Yi Hao and Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling sat calmly, her face expressionless, resembling an ice mountain beauty, elegantly seated in the carriage, eyes closed. Yi Lingling could not help but shiver. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Yi Lingling noticed that her slender, delicate thighs appeared to be heavier than usual. It was simple to figure out because the carriage only carried her and Yi Hao. She slowly opened her eyes to see Yi Hao sprawled on the ground, his head accidentally resting on her thigh. Yi Lingling took a sharp breath, her eyelids flickering quickly, and she found herself in an embarrassing situation. Chapter 25, Drunk in the Beauty's Embrace. The carriage slowly made its way toward the Heaven-Dew Royal Academy, having already traveled more than half the distance. The sun was gradually setting, and the lonely night was about to descend, returning darkness to the land. Inside the carriage, Yi Lingling sat motionless, her heart in turmoil as she looked down at Yi Hao, who was resting his head on her lap. For a moment, she could not think of a solution. Should she try to wake him up? Obviously not possible. Just looking at how soundly Yi Hao was sleeping, it was clear that waking him was pointless. Besides, after hunting the purple-winged demon spider and absorbing the soul ring and external soul bone, did that not drain his energy? Add to that the exhausting journey, and Yi Hao became sensitive to the carriage's movements. If Heaven-Dew City had not prohibited soul masters from using their martial souls to fly within the city limits, Yi Hao would have arrived at the dormitory ahead of schedule and been sound asleep by now. Unless the world ended, no one could wake him. Yi Lingling felt like a statue at this point, with her cold gaze gradually giving way to a hint of confusion. It was her first encounter with such a situation, and she could not make a decision. She understood Yi Hao's personality. He was a straightforward little brother, only 11 years old, innocent and playful. Yi Lingling and the others could not deny Yi Hao's efforts since he joined the Heaven-Dew Royal Academy. Yi Lingling felt profound sympathy for Yi Hao's lonely upbringing. Her own martial soul was a clear example of this, was not it? They could be said to have the same plight. Unconsciously, Yi Lingling extended her delicate hand. As soon as it touched Yi Hao's head, she yanked it back, as if shocked. It was a sensation she had never felt before. How subtle. Yi Hao slept soundly, inhaling Yi Lingling's fragrance and falling into a peaceful dream. Without realizing it, his head burrowed deeper into Yi Lingling's chest. This flustered Yi Lingling, causing a faint pink tint to appear on her icy cheeks. Yi Lingling recalled Yi Hao as a young brother, barely 11 years old. People on this continent matured early, with many becoming fathers at the age of 13 or 14. But there was no doubt that Yi Hao was not that kind of person, at least not right now. People can change, as the saying goes. At the beginning of life, human nature is inherently good. Even the whitest of papers would inevitably collect some ash as the environment changed. This was unavoidable. Nobody could maintain their innocence for a lifetime. Yi Hao slept peacefully, while Yi Lingling was torn between waking him up and not. Waking him up felt cruel. Despite her usual silence and indifference, she was aware that others might laugh and talk while she remained alone in the corner, keeping silent. However, in these unassuming moments, Yi Hao took the initiative to approach her. It was not that the team did not like Yi Lingling, she was born with that personality. If someone attempted to engage her, she frequently declined. Yi Lingling would only speak in critical moments. Otherwise, she was silent or on her way to becoming silent. However, in such unintentional moments, Yi Lingling developed a slight fondness for Yi Hao, not romantically. After all, Yi Hao had not yet fully matured. He was still a child, and such feelings could not have existed between them. Their bond was solely that of siblings, bolstered by their shared hardships. Yi Lingling's heart trembled as her delicate, smooth palm lightly touched Yi Hao's cheek. The gentleness of the touch almost caused her to lose herself for a brief moment. It turned out that such feelings were not limited to petting cats. Humans could elicit similar sensations. The carriage continued until the sun had set. Finally, the group arrived at the base of the Heaven-Dew Royal Academy, which was built on a mountainside, nestled between mountains and waters, an ideal location for cultivation. To be able to cultivate here was undoubtedly a dream for all soul masters, but the Heaven-Due Royal Academy was not accessible to everyone. The carriage came to a stop. Yi Lingling felt dizzy in the last carriage and appeared to be dozing off. Yi Hao had fallen asleep first, so the entire carriage was unusually quiet. As the carriage came to a halt, Yi Lingling opened her eyes and looked at the familiar foot of the mountain. She understood that they had already reached the academy. She looked down at Yi Hao, who was still soundly asleep on her lap, and felt a pang of guilt as she gently nudged him a few times. "Wake up, we've arrived at the academy," Yi Lingling said in a neutral tone. In contrast, Yi Hao remained lost in his sweet dreams, unable to break free from Yi Lingling's embrace. It was difficult for anyone to pull away, particularly Yi Hao, who had never slept in the arms of a beautiful girl before. Would you want to wake up if you were in that situation? Yi Hao subconsciously rubbed against the beautiful older sister, while enjoying her gentle touch. Yi Lingling. Ouch. Yi Lingling wouldn't indulge Yi Hao, and decided to get up and exit the carriage. What's happening? Who just touched me? Yi Hao jolted awake, taking in the enchanting night scene outside and the magnificent buildings on the nearby mountain. They had arrived at the academy. Looking around the empty carriage and noticing that Yi Lingling had already left, Yi Hao stretched lazily, a bit confused about what had just happened. Yi Hao shook his head in a daze and exited the carriage, heading for the Heaven-Due Royal Academy. The Heaven-Due Royal Academy was located not far from Heaven-Due City and was funded by the Heaven-Due Empire. Emperor Zhu Yi served as dean, with 3 major committees: Principal Meng Shenji, Bai Baoshan, and Zhai Lin. Emperor Zhu Yi rarely participated in academy affairs because he had a nation to govern. Thus, the 3 major committees were unquestionably towering figures in the academy. Under the dim starlight, in a lavishly decorated circular room, 3 elderly men, one thin, one fat, and one tall, sat imposingly and calmly, exuding unshakable authority. The 3 were the committees of the Heaven-Due Royal Academy, and opposite them, Qin Ming hurriedly returned. The primary purpose of his recent trip to the Sunset Forest was to find a suitable soul ring for Yi Hao. Now that the task was completed, as Yi Hao's supervisor, he was expected to report on the situation. "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Qin." Meng Shenji, seated in the center, placed his hands on the sides of his chair, speaking with a satisfied expression. Qin Ming smiled slightly. "Chief, you flatter me. The hard work wasn't mine, it was those kids. To be honest, they all have high potential, particularly Yi Hao. He made the most significant progress this time, not only obtaining his 3rd soul ring, but also reaching the 32nd level of soul power and acquiring a soul bone." What times 3? Chapter 26, My Grandfather Wants to Meet You. Soul bones, the most precious treasures in the world of DOLOU continent. They are the stuff of dreams for soul masters, so rare that even some soul masters may never encounter one in their lifetime. For example, the 3 education committee members of Heaven-Due Royal Academy, if they each possessed one soul bone, it would already be considered extraordinary. There is even a historical precedent of near war between the Heaven-Due Empire and the Star Luo Empire over a single soul bone. Such is the value of this treasure. Qin Ming deliberately lowered his voice, aware of the lethal allure of soul bones. You never know who might covet them. The 3 committee members were not outsiders. They held Yi Hao in high regard and were also the administrators of the academy. They had guided Yi Hao in his cultivation on multiple occasions. The 3 exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing that this secret must remain confidential. Yi Hao was still young, and for now, cultivation should take priority. No matter how powerful a soul bone might be, it was ultimately an external aid. On the DOLOU continent, soul power levels were the only true measure of strength. Of course, while soul bones were auxiliary in nature, they were indispensable tools for soul masters, often proving critical in life-or-death moments. However, possessing one could also make someone a target. There were plenty of people willing to kill for the chance to claim a soul bone. Yi Hao truly has great fortune, Meng Shenji chuckled heartily, his spirit lifted. With him on our team, our chances of claiming the championship in next year's Advanced Soul Master Continental Tournament have significantly increased. Qin Ming seemed to recall something and added, Chief, I plan to take the team out for some continental training soon. I'd like your approval. As one of the most outstanding teachers in the academy, after the 3 education committee members, Qin Ming's teaching abilities were beyond dispute. At only 30 years old, he had already achieved the rank of sole emperor. It was only a matter of time before he became a title Duoluo. Entrusting the team to him gave the committee members great peace of mind. Rest assured, Teacher Qin, if there's anything you need, don't hesitate to let us know. We'll make sure it's taken care of, Meng Shenji replied with a smile. He then added seriously, by the way, before you leave with the team, there's a matter that will require the cooperation of the Royal Battle Team. Tomorrow afternoon, the Elephant Armor Clan, one of the 4 lower clans, will send representatives for an exchange. In reality, it's just a test. Pausing, Meng Shenji continued, our intelligence indicates that the Elephant Armor Clan has officially allied with the Spirit Hall. Their leader, Huyan Zhen, will personally lead the team. Their intentions are obvious. For the honor of Heaven Du Royal Academy, Teacher Qin, we're counting on you. Seeing the rare solemnity on Meng Shenji's face, Qin Ming understood the gravity of the situation. The Spirit Hall, Heaven Du Empire, and Star Luo Empire were like fire and water. As the Advanced Soul Master Continental Tournament approached, open and covert conflicts were bound to intensify. The tournament's winner would attract the attention of the entire continent, bringing immeasurable benefits to their faction. With a meaningful glance, Qin Ming nodded firmly, and after bidding farewell to the committee members, departed. The sun rose high, its warm rays bathing every corner of Heaven Du Royal Academy. By mid-morning, the academy bustled with activity. Groups of well-dressed students, sons and daughters of royalty, nobles, and dukes, formed cliques, reflecting their social status. Amid the crowd, a cluster of sycophants surrounded a single individual. This young man, though average in appearance, exuded an air of arrogance and dominance. He was dressed impeccably in the academy's uniform, and his presence carried an undeniable aura of authority. This was Zhu Beng, the 4th prince of the Heaven Du Empire and the academy's most untouchable figure, until Yihao arrived. Before Yihao joined, Zhu Beng was the unchallenged boss. But after Yihao's arrival, this dynamic began to shift subtly. Zhu's first encounter with Yihao was memorable. Spotting Yihao in plain clothes, he dismissed him as a commoner. Moments later, it was Zhu Beng who lay on the ground, while Yihao nonchalantly dusted himself off and walked away as if nothing had happened. Didn't the royal family punish him for attacking a prince, you might wonder? Absolutely not. Zhu Beng's reputation made it unlikely for Emperor Zhu Yi to intervene. Yihao was undeniably a genius, and when forced to choose between pride and utility, Emperor Zhu Yi opted for the latter. Regarding the incident, the emperor simply waved it off as harmless scuffling among children. Meanwhile, Yihao was sprawled across his dormitory bed, snoring loudly as sunlight streamed in through the window. The brilliant light did little to rouse him from his deep slumber. Suddenly, the door creaked open. In stormed Du Guyan, her hands on her hips, glaring at the sight of the still sleeping Yihao. Her frustration was palpable. Get up, the sun's already high in the sky, she barked, shaking him vigorously. Groggily, Yihao sat up, shielding his eyes from the blinding sunlight. Good morning, Sister Yan, he mumbled sleepily. Du Guyan. Enough of that, get dressed. Teacher Qin has an important announcement, and you're the only one we're waiting on. Got it, Yihao's attitude instantly shifted. He had deep respect and gratitude for Qin Ming, knowing that without him, he might have ended up in the Spirit Hall instead. As Yihao dressed, Du Guyan adjusted his wrinkled collar, casually remarking, My grandfather wants to meet you. Yihao froze mid-motion. Du Gu. Before he could finish, Du Guyan shot him a warning look, and he swallowed the rest of his sentence. Sister Yan, why does Senior Du Gu want to see me? As they walked out of the dorm, Du Guyan replied nonchalantly, He's interested in you. That's all. Interested in me? Yihao shuddered, suppressing the urge to laugh awkwardly. Knowing the notorious old poison Du Gu Bo's reputation, this interest wasn't exactly comforting. Are you feeling unwell? She asked, noticing his reaction. No, just curious. What kind of interest are we talking about here? Du Guyan pondered for a moment before answering, I overheard my grandfather saying he's looking for a successor. It might be about that. Chapter 27, Paying Respects to the Crown Prince. Poison Duoluo wants to see me. Yihao thought, connecting the dots about Du Gubo possibly seeking a successor. So Du Gubo's interested in me as his disciple? Since Sister Yan is Poison Duluo's granddaughter, she must have mentioned me. Yi Hao has the Death Spider Emperor, Martial Soul, and in a previous training match, his Death Spider Emperor's venom had even outperformed Du Gu Yan's Jade Phosphor Serpent Poison. Maybe that's why Du Gubo wants to meet me. As luck would have it, Du Gubo's Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well has celestial herbs that Yi Hao has long coveted. He might even manage to get his hands on some. Du Gubo's personality is eccentric, much like Yi Hao's. He follows his own instincts without regard for rules or consequences, another way he and Yi Hao are similar. As for becoming his disciple, that's a decision to make when they finally meet. At the Heaven Du Royal Academy's rear mountain, the members of the Emperor team had gathered. When Du Guyan brought Yi Hao over, Qin Ming glanced at the group. "Today I have 2 announcements to make," Qin Ming began. "First, I'll be taking you all on a training expedition across the continent soon to assess your progress. Second, there will be special guests visiting the academy this afternoon." With that, Qin Ming dismissed the group. Elephant Armored Clan, a 3-on-3 showdown. Yi Hao learned from Qin Ming that the Elephant Armored Clan was coming for a friendly exchange, and that there would be many notable figures present. Naturally, as hosts, Heaven Du Royal Academy could not afford to lose face. To lose here would mean tarnishing the Empire's reputation. Moreover, as one of the lower 4 sects, Elephant Armored Clan is affiliated with Spirit Hall. Yi Hao knew this all too well. The Heaven Du Royal Academy's reputation was widely known, with most students there to enjoy a life of luxury. Few were interested in actual training. The academy was merely a badge of nobility for them. As noon approached, crowds gathered at the academy gates. Soldiers, armed with steel spears, stood at the entrance. Clearly, a high-ranking guest was expected. The verdant training field had been transformed into a battle arena bustling with Heaven Du Royal Academy students. They had heard that there would be a fierce battle, and, led by Zhu Beng, had even started taking bets. Up in the stands, the 3 education committee members sighed in unison at the rowdy crowd. Revitalizing the academy? That'd be a task for the next lifetime. For now, their only hope lay in Yi Hao. Suddenly, the ground trembled as an imposing pressure filled the air. From the foot of the mountain, a massive figure over 2 meters tall approached, accompanied by a group of equally tall men with broad, muscled shoulders and chests like slabs of marble, gleaming under the sun. "They're here," Meng Shenji announced calmly. The 3 committee members exchanged glances and put on professional smiles. "Huyan Clan Master, long time no see," Meng Shenji greeted. The lead man smiled and nodded. "Chief Meng Shenji, Deputy White Bayashan, 3rd Seat Jilin, greetings to you all." After brief courtesies, the guests were seated. "To what do we owe this visit from the esteemed clan Master Huyan?" Meng Shenji asked with a smile. Huyan Zhen gave a slight smile in return. "Nothing too pressing. With only a year left before the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Tournament, Elephant Armored Clan is determined to claim victory. Here is our championship lineup, led by my grandson, the most talented disciple our sect has seen in years. I hope he will one day become a titled Duluo." He gestured toward the largest figure in the Elephant Armored Clan team. Meng Shenji resisted the urge to scoff. Becoming a titled Duluo was hardly easy. Huyan Zhen's intentions were clear. He planned to humiliate Heaven Du Royal Academy as if to consecrate the flag for Elephant Armored Clan. Soon, Qin Ming arrived with the Emperor team. Yi Hao, the star of the show, would appear last. In this 3-on-3 match, he was positioned to compete last, taking his seat after the others had settled in. Glancing at the members of Elephant Armored Clan, Yi Hao saw a group of burly, fierce-looking men, the epitome of all brawn, no brain. Yi Hao wasn't concerned. Dealing with these brutes would be easy. "Oslo, you'll go first," Qin Ming instructed, giving him a warning to be careful. With the Diamond Mammoth Martial Soul, a beast martial rivaled only by the Black Tortoise in defensive strength, Elephant Armored Clan had brought a powerful lineup. While their defense was formidable, their speed was lacking. Qin Ming's strategy was to send in Oslo with his Ghost Leopard Martial Soul for the first round, followed by Team Captain Yu Tianheng, whose Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, the top beast martial soul, would serve well as the second competitor. As for the final competitor, that role was reserved for their hidden trump card, Yi Hao, whose abilities no one fully understood. His entry would likely catch the elephant-armored clan off guard. With the battle yet to begin, Yihao strolled over to the sidelines to take care of a private matter. Just after he left, the 3 education committee members and Huyan Zhen all rose to their feet. The crowd fell silent. In the distance, an exquisite, luxurious carriage approached, drawing the crowd's attention. A young man with golden hair, appearing around 21 or 22 years old, stepped out. Handsome and exuding a natural nobility, his arrival was met with admiration. Within the crowd, Zhu Beng instinctively clenched his fists, his face contorted with anger. Yet he dared not reveal his emotions and kept hidden, looking troubled. "All hail the Crown Prince." The 3 committee members and Huyan Zhen bowed, and the young man, with a warm, spring-like smile, gestured for them to rise. He took the main seat, watching the proceedings with great interest. "Begin," he announced. As his words fell, the battle commenced. Seeing the signal, Huyan Zhen nodded to the elephant-armored clan side. Moments later, an enormous man ascended the stage. With each step, the ground quivered, and an invisible pressure filled the arena. Oslo took a deep breath, steeling himself as he moved forward. Chapter 28, he reminds him of her. Ah, that was refreshing. After taking care of personal business, Yihao rushed back to the arena without noticing the new presence of the Crown Prince in the stands. The Crown Prince, intently watching the battle, was equally unaware of Yihao's return to the Emperor team's side. On the field, Oslo was moving with lightning speed. His ghost leopard martial soul turned him into a flash of black lightning, making him appear and disappear unpredictably as he attacked the elephant-armored clan disciples. Just as expected, the elephant-armored clan disciples' defenses were formidable. With their diamond mammoth martial soul, renowned for their impenetrable defense, second only to the black tortoise, they stood strong like mountains, completely unscathed by Oslo's fierce leopard claws. Then, the 3rd soul ring on the elephant-armored clan disciple's body lit up. Oslo, who had been moving quickly across the arena, suddenly felt as if he was sinking in mud, his limbs weakening as he struggled to stand upright. Watching this from the sidelines, Yihao shook his head slightly. Oslo was sure to lose. His opponent's 3rd soul ability was a gravity suppression technique, which posed a significant threat to a speed-oriented soul master like Oslo. As expected, Oslo's body soon collapsed to the ground, and he fell out of the arena. The other members of the Emperor team rushed over to help the injured Oslo, carrying him away while Yi Lingling activated her 9-heart begonia martial soul to heal his wounds. Up in the stands, the 3 education committee members looked dejected. Losing the first match was a significant blow to the team's morale. In stark contrast, Huyan Zhen was grinning from ear to ear, basking in his victory. At that moment, the Crown Prince noticed Yihao among the Emperor team members as he assisted Oslo with his injuries. He froze, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. That face, that aura, and a brief flicker of cold determination in his eyes, Yihao reminded the Crown Prince of someone. Her. "Chief Meng, who is that?" the Crown Prince asked, curiosity piqued. Meng Shenji respectfully replied, "Your Highness, that is a new student who recently joined the academy. Teacher Qin Ming brought him in from outside. His name is Yihao, and his martial soul is the Death Spider. Not only does he possess innate full soul power, but he even has a millennium-level 2nd ring." Meng Shenji spoke with pride, and having finished, he cast a derisive glance at the bewildered Huyan Zhen. "A millennium-level 2nd ring?" Huyan Zhen murmured, deep in thought. A soul master with such a powerful 2nd ring was almost unheard of, even in the entire soul master community. This match was bound to be fierce, and he could sense a change in the situation. Huyan Zhen's lips moved slightly, whispering instructions to Huyan Li, his grandson and the elephant-armored clan's team captain, without alerting the 3 education committee members. In this round, the captains would face off, and Yu Tianheng was already on the stage. However, after receiving his grandfather's instructions, Huyan Li subtly signaled to his teammate, who nodded and stepped forward to replace him. Seeing that the elephant-armored clan had swapped out Huyan Li for another, unknown member, Qin Ming frowned. Something felt off. It was clear that their true target was Yihao. Everyone knew that Huyan Li was Huyan Zhen's successor, and both teams had the right to switch members. However, once a member entered the arena, they couldn't be replaced again, a rule the elephant-armored clan had clearly planned to exploit. Yu Tianheng and the substitute from elephant-armored clan now faced each other. The outcome of their match was all but certain. The next battle would be Yi Hao versus Huyan Li. They're planning to have Huyan Li face Yi Hao, Qin Ming murmured to himself, quickly turning to address Yi Hao. Innate full soul power, Death Spider, the Crown Prince mused, his interest in Yi Hao intensifying as he listened to Meng Shenji's explanation. This boy, Yi Hao, resembled her so much. With a millennium-level second soul ring and possessing innate full soul power, he was indeed a rare talent. Having grown up in the royal palace, Zhu King had heard rumors about a prodigy at the Heaven Due Royal Academy, but hadn't expected it to be this youth. Yi Hao's Death Spider martial soul differed from her Death Spider Emperor martial soul. Although similar, there was a vast difference between the two. The former, a Death Spider, was leagues apart from the latter, a Death Spider Emperor. If she were to learn of a genius with such a rare martial soul, a millennium-level second ring, and a resemblance to herself, she'd likely be intrigued as well. The existence of two identical people was almost impossible without some sort of connection. Zhu Qinghe frowned, dismissing the thought. It couldn't be. He had no siblings, and besides, Yi Hao was only 11, so the timing didn't match. Surely it was all just a coincidence. Curious and increasingly interested, Zhu Qinghe refocused on the match in front of him. Meanwhile, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Yu Tianheng delivered a powerful dragon punch to his elephant-armored clan opponent, sending the disciple crashing out of the ring with a spray of blood. The second match goes to the Heaven Due Royal Academy, the referee announced, and as the words left his lips, the previously somber academy team erupted in cheers, the atmosphere reminiscent of a festival. Huyan Li, is it? Yi Hao muttered after Qin Ming informed him that he would be facing Huyan Li in the final match. His eyes shifted briefly to the towering, muscular figure standing among the elephant-armored clan team. This was going to be easy. Huyan Li's diamond mammoth martial soul was known for its formidable defense, but no matter how tough it was, it couldn't be as impenetrable as the black tortoise defenses of Shimo, and Shimo Yi Hao's Death Spider Emperor spears had pierced those before. So against someone like Huyan Li, it was just a matter of skewering him. Don't worry, Teacher Qin, I'll make sure we win this last round, Yi Hao declared confidently, thumping his chest. Don't get overconfident. Huyan Li is Huyan Zhen's grandson and has impressive skills. If you lose, I'll have my grandfather pay Huyan Zhen a personal visit to discuss things. The group went silent. Yi Lingling simply added, be careful. That single sentence was enough to make Yi Hao feel invigorated and fully prepared. He composed himself, wiping away his usual carefree expression. He stepped forward, wearing a solemn gaze and radiating an air of natural authority, until he stood face to face with Huyan Li. Chapter 29, Could He Really Be My Brother? Zhu Qinghe frowned. The expression on Yi Hao's face was unsettlingly familiar. Impossible, he was an only child. There was no way. As Huyan Li and Yi Hao prepared themselves, the referee announced. For the third match, Huyan Li versus Yi Hao. Both sides have 1 minute to summon their martial souls. As soon as the announcement ended, Huyan Li shrugged off his shirt, revealing his impressive and exaggerated musculature. Diamond Mammoth Martial Soul Possess. A yellow, angular layer appeared on his muscular frame, shimmering with a golden hue. Huyan Li's body expanded to nearly twice its size. His upper lip curled back, revealing thick, powerful tusks over a foot long. Next to him, Yi Hao seemed as small as an ant. However, Yi Hao wasn't one to back down. A show-off, he muttered. 3 soul rings slowly rose at his feet, 1 yellow, 2 purple. The crowd stared in disbelief at the unprecedented configuration, a combination unmatched on the entire continent. Behind Yi Hao, 8 black spider spears burst forth. Black armor covered his chest and face, while crimson eyes glowed menacingly. Additional smaller eyes on his face darted around incessantly. Green, spiny growths sprouted from his legs, nearly resembling spider limbs. Yi Hao had fully activated his Death Spider Emperor martial soul, standing menacingly like a human-shaped spider. A faint green toxic mist began to spread across the arena, the characteristic venom of the Death Spider Emperor. Recalling Qin Ming's prior warnings, Yi Hao refrained from unleashing the poison. Behind Huyan Li, the martial soul projection of a diamond mammoth appeared, exuding an overwhelming presence. Yet Yi Hao stood unfazed. In response, His own Death Spider Emperor possession materialized, emanating an aura of regal dominance, the undisputed monarch among spider-type martial souls. The emergence of the Death Spider Emperor caused Zhu Qinghe's composure to falter. Her breathing grew erratic as her sharp gaze locked onto Yi Hao's possession. This is no mere Death Spider, it's a Death Spider Emperor. As someone who was all too familiar with the aura of this martial soul, one of her mother Bibai Dong's twin martial souls, Zhu Qing couldn't keep calm. Bibai Dong rarely revealed this power publicly, having served as the Pope of the Spirit Hall for many years. Moreover, Yi Hao's soul had been recorded as the Death Spider, not the Death Spider Emperor. Though both belonged to the same species of magical spider-type soul beasts, the difference in hierarchy was unmistakable. Yi Hao's Death Spider Emperor mirrored hers so precisely that aside from differences in soul rings, it was hard to tell them apart. His demeanor, expressions, and every move made Zhu Qinghe see a reflection of Bibai Dong herself. It's like, he's her child and I'm the adopted one. The thought was absurd. Zhu Qinghe shook her head. Impossible. She was an only child and had never heard of having a brother. Yi Hao's awakening of the Death Spider Emperor martial soul was merely a coincidence, combined with his innate full soul power, nothing more. Her curiosity piqued, and Zhu Qinghe decided to observe Yi Hao's every move closely. Begin. The referee's declaration signaled the start of the match. Huyan Li charged like thunder, the ground trembling violently beneath his massive frame. He raised his massive fists like mountains and swung them toward Yi Hao. Yi Hao narrowed his eyes, his first soul ring lighting up. In an instant, his hands transformed into two sturdy Death Spider Emperor spears. He met Huyan Li's heavy fists head-on, the ground beneath him splintering like a spider web. Huyan Li seized the opportunity to activate his soul ring. A dark yellow armor enveloped his body, drastically boosting his defense. Yi Hao dodged nimbly, finding an opening. With a swift motion, he raised one of his spears and thrust it downward with tremendous force. The yellow armor on Huyan Li's chest shattered, revealing a dark, purplish-black mark underneath. The Death Spider Emperor spear had almost pierced his body entirely. Huyan Li's heart raced. He knew Yi Hao had held back. This was a friendly match, not a life-or-death battle. There was no need to take a life. Still, the fight carried immense significance for both competitors. Now tied at 1 win apiece, victory was their sole goal. Huyan Zhen, who had been watching the match intently, felt an inexplicable sense of defeat. A formless pressure weighed on him, making it hard to breathe. Yi Hao stood tall, unyielding in the face of Huyan Li's powerful aura. At this moment, Yi Hao exuded a commanding presence, reminiscent of the Spirit Hall's Pope herself. Huyan Li adjusted his strategy after the earlier exchange. His third soul ring, a Millennium Ring, began to glow. A solemn and oppressive atmosphere spread across the arena, radiating from his towering figure. Using the same trick again, planning to use the same move you did on Oslo. Yi Hao raised his head. Above, the massive projection of a diamond mammoth's front hoof descended forcefully. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous boom echoed across the arena. The entirety of Heaven Du Royal Academy seemed to quake as though struck by an earthquake. The crowd held their breath. Qin Ming, the Emperor team, the 3 school board members, and even Zhu Qinghe all stared, captivated. That's... Zexe. Zhu Qinghe abruptly swallowed her words. External soul bone, 6-winged purple light wings. It was identical to her own external soul bone. The realization silenced Zhu Qing. Yi Hao had the Death Spider Emperor martial soul, innate full soul power, and now this external soul bone. Every detail made him uncannily similar to her. Coincidences don't line up this perfectly. Something's off. According to information she had heard from Meng Shenji, Yi Hao was an orphan who had grown up in hardship. But the more people emphasized such claims, the more suspicious they seemed. Yi Hao's sudden and dazzling appearance had utterly caught Zhu Qing off guard. Could it really be, she thought, could he actually be related to me? Though Zhu Qinghe knew it was foolish to speculate, the similarities were undeniable. But instead of revealing her suspicions, she resolved to investigate. If Yi Hao truly is my younger brother, this will be interesting. Chapter 30. Hello, my name is Zhu Qing. Since childhood, aside from her grandfather, Zhu Qing had no real family. Her father had passed away, and her mother's love was non-existent. It was just her and her grandfather relying on each other. Now, seeing Yi Hao, she couldn't help but feel a strange affection toward this sudden presence in her life. Especially when the Death Spider Emperor Martial Soul and six-winged purple light wings had appeared. Having another family member, especially a younger brother, would be fun. Zhu King smiled faintly and turned to Meng Shenji. Chief Meng, could you arrange for Yi Hao to visit my carriage after the match? Meng Shenji was momentarily stunned, but quickly agreed. On the battlefield, Yi Hao used the six-winged purple light wings to deftly evade Huyan Li's attacks. Then, with a flash of his second soul ring, his hands turned pitch black, summoning two venom-laden spider webs that descended from above. Huyan Li staggered and fell. His massive body crashed to the ground, sending dust clouds swirling. The two spider webs pinned him firmly to the ground, and the Death Spider Emperor venom began spreading across his body. In moments, Huyan Li's skin turned from yellow to a purplish-black hue. Victory belonged to Yi Hao. Landing gracefully, he retracted the venom. Huyan Li clutched his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief. Level 39, soul power, yet the boy before him, barely 11 years old, was already at level 32. All his years of cultivation, had they been for nothing? Match 3, Yi Hao wins. The final victory goes to the Heaven Dew Royal Academy. The referee's announcement shook the arena. The Academy won. For the Academy's privileged, young masters, this outcome was a complete surprise. Some spectators were wailing over their lost bets, and others had wagered so heavily they nearly lost their underwear. Such scenes had become routine. The three Academy deans paid them no heed. For now, the Emperor team was the primary focus of the Academy's resources, with Yi Hao being a key figure for cultivation and development. From her seat, Zhu Qinghe looked at Yi Hao, who was celebrating with the Emperor team. A glint of satisfaction flickered in her eyes. I hope you really are my brother. Zhu Qinghe turned and walked toward her carriage, followed by the respectful farewell of Meng Shenji and his companions. What's His Highness up to? Bai Baoshan asked curiously. Meng Shenji sighed. The prince loves recruiting talented individuals, and Yi Hao's talent is undeniable. It's only a matter of time before he becomes a titled duo. Meng Shenji continued, but we can only guess at His Highness's intentions. I'll fetch Yi Hao, you two go console clan Master Huyan, he'll need it more than ever now. Huyan Zhen, Konadik and Tainus. Bai Baoshan and Jilin exchanged knowing smiles. The elephant-armored clan had confidently arrived to make a statement, only to slink away in disgrace under the scornful gazes of the Academy's young masters. Meanwhile, Meng Shenji approached the resting Emperor team. Chief Meng, the students greeted him in unison. Meng Shenji nodded with a warm smile. You've all worked hard. I'll make sure to report your contributions to His Majesty for a proper reward. Qin Ming, your efforts were particularly commendable. Qin Ming smiled humbly. He knew that without Yi Hao's intervention in the final match, the Academy would have been the ones leaving humiliated. Meng Shenji turned to Yi Hao with a serious expression. Yi Hao, come with me, someone wants to see you. Yi Hao was puzzled. Chief Meng, who is it? Meng Shenji smiled mysteriously. You'll find out. Let me just say, this person is a benefactor, and your rise to prominence could happen in an instant. The words benefactor and rise to prominence made Yi Hao's mind race. Could it be Emperor Zhu Yi himself? Though intrigued, Yi Hao wasn't interested in power or glory. He preferred a carefree life over being bound by such entanglements. Following Meng Shenji, Yi Hao soon found himself in a secluded grove. In the midst of the clearing stood a lavish, golden carriage, glinting under the sunlight as though cast from pure gold. A faint, enchanting fragrance lingered in the air, emanating from the carriage itself. This is the carriage. Meng Shenji gestured toward the carriage. Yi Hao, the person is inside. You may enter directly. I'll take my leave now. Without waiting for a response, Meng Shenji hurriedly retreated, leaving Yi Hao staring at his departing figure in disbelief. Did he just sell me out? Turning back to the ornate carriage, Yi Hao noticed how quiet the surroundings were. Even the wind chimes hanging from the carriage jingled softly in the warm breeze. Taking a deep breath, Yi Hao cautiously approached. Since you're here, come in. The voice was calm and elegant, clearly a man's. Yi Hao felt a pang of disappointment. Why not a young lady? With such a fancy carriage, it should have been a lady, right? Sighing, Yi Hao pulled aside the curtain and stepped inside. The carriage's interior was spacious and luxurious. At its center sat Zhu Qinghe on a golden throne, surrounded by delicacies, candied fruits, and a glass of fragrant wine. The scent of the wine mingled with the carriage's fragrance, creating an intoxicating aroma. Hello, Yihao stammered, awkwardly greeting the stranger. Zhu Qinghe smiled warmly and gestured for him to sit. As Yihao settled in, the silence became palpable. He wasn't sure who this person was or what they wanted. If it were a young lady, Yihao knew he'd have been bold enough to ask. "Miss, what's your name? How old are you? Where are you from? Are you single?" But faced with this elegant man, Yihao hesitated. What can I do for you?" Zhu Qing sipped his wine, a playful glint in his eyes. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhu Qinghe. You can call me Brother Zhu." "Oh, okay." "Wait, what?" Yihao's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say your name was?" Zhu Qinghe repeated slowly, "Zhu Qinghe." Yihao instinctively leaned back, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. This must be a joke, right? Why would someone like the Crown Prince want to meet me? A troubling thought struck him. Had his identity been exposed? Chapter 31, Brother Zhu. The once lazy look in Yihao's eyes was replaced by a gleam of sharp interest as he observed Zhu Qing. The prince in front of him was like a walking treasure chest, a mountain of gold and silver. Zhu Qing gave a slight smile, refilling his wine cup before offering one to Yihao. Yihao waved his hand slightly. "No need, I'm still young and shouldn't drink." Zhu Qinghe chuckled softly, his refined and graceful aura spreading like a warm breeze. True, children shouldn't drink. He downed the wine himself, setting the stage for the real conversation. "Your performance in the battle earlier was quite spectacular. I noticed the 6 wings behind you are those external spirit bones. Where did you acquire them?" Yihao raised a brow. No wonder he sought me out so deliberately. Why didn't I sense this earlier? "Oh, that's right. Someone conveniently left me to fend for myself earlier." Zhu Qinghe's gaze remained calm, but Yihao could feel the intensity of the prince's attention. "Brother Zhu, your observation is correct. They are external soul bones from a 1,000-year purple-winged demon spider I acquired not long ago." "Ah, the purple-winged demon spider," Zhu Qinghe murmured, nodding to himself. His mind turned over the connection. His own external soul bone came from the purple-winged spider emperor. The coincidence was intriguing. The more Zhu Qinghe pondered, the more perplexed he became. How could 2 people look so uncannily alike in this vast world? It didn't make sense. "System, oh, now you want to talk about science." His thoughts drifted back to his childhood. Despite their poor relationship, the undeniable truth remained she, the woman who bore him, was still his mother. Yet, for reasons he could never fathom, she had always kept him at a distance, refusing even to let him call her mom. As he stared at Yihao, Zhu Qinghe's thoughts involuntarily returned to her. The resemblance was uncanny, as if fate itself had willed their encounter. "Yihao," Zhu Qing began casually, "who are your parents? Where are they from?" Yihao narrowed his eyes slightly. "So he's probing me, huh? It's because of my death spider emperor spirit and those 6 purple wings." With a hint of sorrow, Yihao replied, "Brother Zhu, I've been an orphan since I was young. My parents were killed by wolf bandits, so." Yihao's demeanor made Zhu Qing pause. For a moment, he felt an uncharacteristic pang of guilt. There was no mistaking Yihao's death spider emperor martial soul. Zhu Qinghe knew its aura better than anyone, yet the uncanny similarity in appearance was something the spirit alone couldn't explain. For a fleeting second, Zhu Qing couldn't help but wonder. What if Yihao were the one truly born of her, and I was the one taken in? "I'm sorry," Zhu Qing said softly. "I didn't mean to touch a sore subject." Yihao shook his head with a knowing look. "It's fine. So many years have passed. I've learned to let go of some things." "By the way," Yihao continued, "what exactly did the Crown Prince summon me here for?" Zhu Qinghe smiled, his demeanor as refined as ever. Dressed in golden silk, his noble air was striking. Across the table, Yihao's heart skipped a beat. This person is no ordinary individual. "It's nothing important," Zhu Qinghe replied. "Calling me Crown Prince feels so formal. You're a student of the Heaven-Due Royal Academy and a future hope for our empire. As the Crown Prince, I'll need talents like you to rely on in the future." His smile deepened. "When I ascend the throne, I'll ensure you're handsomely rewarded for your support. For now, let's set aside titles. I'm older, so call me Brother Zhu in private. How does that sound?" "Brother Zhu." Yi Hao hesitated, his expression composed as he bit back his thoughts. Finally, he relented. Brother Zhu. Well said, little Yi, Zhu Qinghe replied warmly. Sweat trickled down Yi Hao's back. This crown prince wasn't someone to be underestimated. As a critical pawn in Spirit Hall's grand chessboard, Zhu Qinghe's position was of undeniable significance. Yi Hao's twin martial souls were a closely guarded secret. Thanks to the system's handiwork, his Death Spider Emperor martial soul had been seamlessly modeled after Bibaidong's, even down to his eerily similar appearance. Anyone familiar with her would undoubtedly draw connections upon meeting Yi Hao. Brother Zhu, Yi Hao began, if there's nothing else I should return. My teammates are waiting for me. Zhu Qinghe nodded, his smile unwavering. Go ahead, little Yi. From what I've heard from the 3 Academy elders, your Emperor team will soon embark on a training journey across the DOLOU continent. That's correct. Such experiences are invaluable. Remember to support me when you return, and I promise you'll be well rewarded with high ranks and riches. Also, whenever you have time, feel free to visit the palace. My door is always open to you. With that, Zhu Qing reached behind him and retrieved a golden token, tossing it to Yi Hao. Instinctively, Yi Hao caught the heavy token. Made of solid gold, it gleamed under the sunlight, its weight substantial in his palm. One word was engraved upon it, Zhu. Zhu Qinghe's voice was calm but resolute. This token is unique. No one in the palace except me possesses one. If ever you feel lost, troubled, or simply in need of a listener, the palace gates will always be open to you. Yi Hao tucked the token away, the weight of it both literal and figurative. Zhu Qing was clearly intent on forging a bond with him. Moreover, Zhu Qinghe's natural ambition was unmistakable. He wouldn't let such a promising ally slip through his grasp. Brother Zhu, goodbye, Yi Hao waved before departing the carriage. Farewell, little Yi, don't forget our agreement. Zhu Qing watched him leave, his smile radiating a brotherly warmth. As Yi Hao disappeared from sight, the smile faded from Zhu Qinghe's face, replaced by a contemplative expression. Master Zhu, that Yi Hao, he's strikingly similar to her grace, came a low voice from the nearby woods. A man with a snake spear emerged from the shadows, his tone cautious yet insistent. Zhu Qinghe's voice remained steady. Too similar, isn't he? The snake spear wielder nodded, his unease evident. He could scarcely believe how closely Yi Hao resembled Bibaidong. When I first saw him, the man confessed, I almost thought her grace herself had arrived. Zhu Qing's tone turned cold. Should we inform her grace of this matter? After a pause, Zhu Qing shook his head. No need, Yi Hao and I share a bond. Since he's acknowledged me as his elder brother, I should fulfill my duty as one. Chapter 32, Two-Faced. At the base of the Heaven Du Royal Academy, Zhu Qinghe sat within his carriage, his expression slightly tense. What? Father wants me to return to the palace immediately. Yes, Your Highness. It seems that the clan master of the 7 treasure glazed tile clan has also arrived. I understand, Zhu Qinghe replied, massaging his temples as the carriage began its journey back to the imperial city. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to the role of crown prince. Yet that title came with endless administrative tasks and the constant fear of her true identity being exposed. Ning Fengzhai, the astute clan master of the 7 treasure glazed tile clan, was especially vexing because he had an uncanny ability to read people. Moreover, he was Zhu Qinghe's teacher, and one of the few people who interacted with her as frequently as Emperor Zhu Yi. Meanwhile, atop a cliff at the academy, Yi Hao watched Zhu Qinghe's departing carriage, letting out a long sigh of relief. She's finally gone. That woman is anything but simple. Does this mean I've inadvertently joined Spirit Hall's ranks? Yi Hao patted his chest, calming his nerves. It was a fact, Zhu Qinghe was trying to recruit him. What drew her to him most was undoubtedly his Death Spider Emperor martial soul, and his striking resemblance to a certain someone. Fortunately, my devouring soul Spider Emperor martial soul didn't surface. Otherwise, no explanation in the world could clear my name. Zhu Qinghe, what is your connection to her? Yi Hao. Bibaidong. Yi Hao fiddled with the golden token Zhu Qinghe had given him, feeling its weight both physically and mentally. Should he visit her or not? This decision was a dilemma. To go or not go. It was said that Zhu Qinghe was one of the most beautiful women in the DOLOU continent, though Yi Hao hadn't yet seen her true face. There's always next time. Eventually, it'll happen. For now, there were more immediate concerns. In 2 years, the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament would begin. The Heaven Dew Royal Academy's main team, the Emperor team, had an automatic ticket to the finals, a privilege of being the host country's representative team. Unlike the preliminary and elimination rounds that other teams had to endure, the Emperor team received the ultimate VIP treatment. Historically, Heaven Dew rarely won the tournament. The champions were almost always Spirit Hall or the Star Luo Empire. However, this year, the royal family placed high hopes on the Emperor team because they had acquired a prodigy, Yi Hao. In his 3 months at the academy, Yi Hao had seen and experienced much. He held a respectful attitude toward the guidance of Qin Ming and the 3 education committee members. Yet Yi Hao's thoughts often returned to a certain someone, Tang San. For years, Yi Hao had quietly observed Tang San from the shadows, trying to discern if the protagonist was truly as ruthless and cunning as his reputation implied. One incident stood out vividly in Yi Hao's mind. It occurred during their time at New Uding Academy. Xiao Wu, accustomed to being called Sister Xiao Wu at school, once ventured out and was harassed by a powerful visiting soul master. She returned to the academy with tear-streaked cheeks, a pitiful sight. This happened not long after she and Tang San made their promise in Holy Spirit Village, a nauseating exchange of "you're my sister, and we'll always protect each other." Yi Hao had fled back to New Uding Academy that very night, unwilling to witness more saccharine melodrama. The next morning, however, the harassing soul master disappeared. Gone. The incident had even alarmed the Spirit Hall branch in New Uding City. The culprit's methods were so seamless that no evidence was left behind, save for one chilling detail. The victim had a small, needle-like wound in the center of his forehead, as if something sharp had pierced his skull. The investigation quickly stalled due to a lack of leads. The following day, Xiao Wu clung to Tang San, calling him Brother San with such affection that even Wang Sheng and the others couldn't help but notice. For them, it was simple. Xiao Wu and Tang San were close friends, practically inseparable, and their relationship was natural. But to Yi Hao, there was only one possible suspect, Tang San. Silent deadly techniques, sleeved arrows. Yi Hao had seen Tang San use such tools before. No one else fit the profile. After that incident, Yi Hao distanced himself from Tang San and Xiao Wu. Despite Tang San's repeated attempts at friendliness, Yi Hao's response was consistent. He ignored him completely. Tang San was silently enraged by Yi Hao's behavior. If not for Grandmaster's warnings to maintain good relations with Yi Hao, Tang San might have taken action against him. You harm others, yet others cannot harm you. What kind of logic is that? Yi Hao often thought about Tang San's twin martial souls and clear sky hammer. What a waste. Two-faced and deceitful, Yi Hao mused. One persona in public, another in private. The ice and fire yin-yang wells immortal herbs, I'll take them all for myself. Fortunately, my teammate, Sister Yan, is close to the old poisoner. That connection will come in handy. Dugu Bo's ice and fire yin-yang well was a treasure trove of rare herbs, a location that had helped the old poisoner achieve his titled Duoluo status. Since Dugu Yan was now Yi Hao's teammate, Yi Hao reasoned that the old poisoner would have no qualms about helping his granddaughter's team. For now, there was no rush. The herbs weren't going anywhere. Sodo City, Shrek Academy, the Shrek 7 Devils. Soon they would meet. Yi Hao recalled how, 3 months ago, Grandmaster had insisted he enroll in Shrek Academy, practically commanding him. You have no choice, Grandmaster had said, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. You're going, whether you like it or not. Knowing full well what awaited him at Shrek Academy, Yi Hao had simply walked away. He'd eventually encountered Qin Ming in Heaven Dew City, who introduced him to the Heaven Dew Royal Academy. There, Yi Hao joined the Emperor team. Yi Hao bore no ill will toward Qin Ming. He respected the man. But Grandmaster's approach, arrogant and condescending. Such a tone might work on Tang San, but for Yi Hao, it was nothing short of offensive. Who in their right mind would willingly enroll in a no-name academy under threats? Anyone else would have reacted just as strongly as Yi Hao did, if not more so. Having bid farewell to Zhu Qinghe, Yi Hao calmed his restless thoughts, carefully stowed the golden token, and began walking back to the dormitories. With their trip to Sodo City approaching, there was still much to prepare. Chapter 33. Only with a thick skin can one be invincible. The grounds of Heaven Dew Royal Academy were vast. Yihao strolled to a serene pavilion and happened to run into Yi Lingling, who was sitting gracefully in the tranquil setting. The surroundings were picturesque, adorned with vibrant blossoms. With her 9-heart begonia martial soul, an auxiliary plant-based martial soul, this environment was undoubtedly the best for cultivation. Seeing Yihao approach, Yi Lingling withdrew her 9-heart begonia. The 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings beneath her feet vanished. She glanced at Yihao calmly, neither spoke a word. Yihao, unbothered, thick-skinned as ever, sat beside her. However, Yi Lingling's demeanor remained icy. Sitting next to her, Yihao could tangibly feel a coldness that seemed to seep into his bones. SHHH. Sister Lingling, staying here alone, isn't it boring? Want your little brother to keep you company. Yi Lingling gave him a fleeting glance and chose to ignore him, remaining silent, her expression as calm as the still water of a lake. Yihao. Yesterday on the carriage. Before he could finish, Yi Lingling interrupted. Nothing happened yesterday, don't get the wrong idea. Yihao, a clue. From his hazy memory, Yihao vaguely recalled that someone seemed to have touched him yesterday while he was in the carriage. His head had also rested on something particularly warm. When he noticed Yi Lingling's faint blush, he immediately understood. Seizing the moment, Yihao once again rested his head on Yi Lingling's slender, graceful thighs. Looking up at her now blushing face, he displayed a pure, innocent smile. Truly, being young had its perks. You, what are you doing? Get off me right now. Yi Lingling's voice revealed a trace of anxiety, her usually serene gaze betraying unease. Her face was flushed, and her shy expression was something Yihao had never seen before. So, even the icy and reserved Yi Lingling had such a side. Sister, I'm tired. Yi Lingling. Shameless. Sister, for the sake of my contributions to the academy, just let me rest for a bit. Yihao's renowned thick skin, famous even among the Emperor team, was on full display. Seeing that no one else was around, Yi Lingling rolled her eyes in exasperation, then closed her beautiful eyes, clearly unwilling to look at such a brazen individual any longer. The following morning, a grand, exquisitely decorated carriage stopped at the foot of the Heaven Dew Royal Academy. Today marked the departure of Qin Ming and the Emperor team for their training journey across the DOLOU continent. With the 3 school elders personally seeing them off, the Emperor team boarded the carriage, which began to roll slowly away. Inside the carriage, Qin Ming spread out a map of the Heaven Dew Empire, marking locations and their final destination. Yihao took a closer look. Just as he expected, it was Sodo City. After putting away his marker, Qin Ming looked at the group and gave a serious reminder. Our ultimate destination is Sodo City, a place where I once worked. Along the way, we'll pass through many towns. Be ready to fight at any time. Things outside the academy aren't as orderly. Anything can happen. Everyone nodded, mentally taking his words to heart. When Qin Ming's gaze fell on Yihao, he hesitated slightly. Yihao, are you feeling unwell? You don't look so good. Everyone turned to Yihao, whose pale face and pursed lips gave him the appearance of someone on the verge of vomiting. Yihao, if I remember correctly, you get motion sickness, right? Reminded Du Guyan. Yihao nodded awkwardly. Damn this carriage. He still vividly remembered his first time riding one from New Uding Academy to the Soul Hunting Forest. It had taken a day and a half, during which he had to eat, drink, and endure everything on the carriage. Unlike his past life, the DOLOU continent lacked modern vehicles. From that day forward, Yihao developed a deep hatred for carriages. Yi Lingling cast a faint glance at Yihao. Seeing that he wasn't faking it, her face turned slightly red. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she extended her slender hand, pulled Yihao's head onto her lap, and began gently stroking his hair with her soft, fragrant hands. Everyone else, equals de equals. The other male teammates couldn't help but silently give Yihao a thumbs up. Legendary moves, brother. Du Guyan, meanwhile, stared at Yi Lingling in astonishment. Was this the same cold and aloof Yi Lingling she knew? Qin Ming cleared his throat, awkwardly picking up a book to read. However, his gaze occasionally flickered toward Yihao, who was lying comfortably. Kids got guts. If I had that thick skin, I wouldn't still be single. Resolved, Qin Ming thought, I have to have a good chat with Yihao sometime. Yihao felt elated. The disdainful glances from the others didn't faze him. As a fellow man, why weren't they this talented? Sister Yan, is your grandfather still around? Yi Hao asked groggily. Dugu Yan nodded. Yes, he's still in the Sunset Forest. I've tried inviting him to act as a consultant for the academy, but my grandpa is eccentric and only does things he enjoys. Sometimes, even I can't persuade him. Why are you asking? Don't tell me you've decided to apprentice under my grandpa. The group froze at her words, staring at Yi Hao with envy. If Yi Hao could become her grandfather's disciple, it would be an extraordinary feat. After all, her grandfather was Dugubo, the poison Duluo. Even being in the presence of a title Duluo was rare, let alone being accepted as an apprentice. But Yi Hao gave a weary smile. I haven't decided on that yet. Dugu Yan. So much for getting my hopes up. She thought they might have become family if he became her grandfather's disciple. Now, here he was leaning into Yi Lingling's lap instead. However, she had to admit, Yi Hao's charm was undeniable. Yi Lingling's current behavior was almost unrecognizable. Yi Lingling, don't get the wrong idea. I'm only doing this because he looked pitiful and lonely. Yi Hao smiled faintly. Old poison. Noticing Dugu Yan's glare, he quickly corrected himself. I mean, Senior Dugu's location is quite unique. There's something there I want to acquire. I guarantee it'll benefit everyone for life. What is it? Dugu Yan scratched her head. Why don't I know about this? Yi Hao rolled his eyes. Even the old poison doesn't know about it. How could you? Dugu Yan. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to teach him a lesson. 3 days without a beating, and you're climbing all over the roof, huh? Sensing danger, Yi Hao darted off Yi Lingling's lap, flung open the carriage door, and activated his 6-winged purple soul bone wings. In a flash, he was airborne. Sister Yan, catch me if you can. Dugu Yan, you little #%. Chapter 34. Recruiting only monsters, not ordinary people. Heavendew City, Heavendew Imperial Palace. After a long day of meetings, Zhu King felt utterly drained. After ensuring the doors and windows were locked and the curtains tightly drawn, he extended his flawless, snow-white hand to his face. A mask was slowly removed, revealing a face without blemish, adorned with cascading golden hair and angelic features seemingly sculpted by the divine. In her original form, Cayenne Rengsu let out a deep sigh. Being a crown prince isn't easy. Indeed, it wasn't easy. Day in and day out, it was endless state affairs to handle, with frequent attendance at major events, like yesterday's appearance at Heavendew Royal Academy. Curled up in a bed of golden silk, she stared blankly at the opulent and extravagant ceiling above. Ever since meeting Yi Hao the previous day, Zhu Qing's mind had been preoccupied. For some reason, her thoughts always returned to that eerily familiar face. Phew. Cayenne Rengsu sighed deeply. Has Yi Hao already left? From a shadowy corner of the room, a figure clad in black silently appeared, bowing respectfully toward Cayenne Rengsu. Master, Yi Hao has already departed from Heavendew Royal Academy and is heading toward Sodo City. Sodo City? Cayenne Rengsu was taken aback. What's he going there for? In her memory, Sodo City was a small town, albeit one of great significance. It was the largest grain exporter on the continent and a major supplier for military provisions. The shadow replied, Master, according to my investigations, Qin Ming of Heavendew Royal Academy is an alumnus of Shrek Academy, located in Sodo City. Shrek Academy? Cayenne Rengsu murmured the name. What kind of academy is this? She asked again, as there was no recollection of a Shrek Academy in her memory. Could it be an obscure, unknown institution? The shadow continued, Shrek Academy was founded by Flender, one of the Golden Iron Triangle. Its core philosophy is to only recruit monsters, not ordinary people. Only monsters, not ordinary people. Cayenne Rengsu chuckled, rubbing her smooth chin. How audacious, only monsters, huh? Such bold claims. Keep a close eye on Yi Hao's movements. If anything unusual happens, report to me immediately. As Cayenne Rengsu finished speaking, the shadow bowed again before vanishing. After they left, Cayenne Rengsu slowly rose, moving toward the drapes. Her graceful figure, coupled with the sound of fabric slipping off, made for a captivating silhouette. Meanwhile, near Sodo City, in a desolate village. The place was barren, with only a lone village standing amidst the emptiness. At the entrance was a worn sign with 5 large characters etched onto it, Shrek Academy. Yes, this was Shrek Academy, Qin Ming's alma mater and an unlicensed, wild academy. Enrollment required 10 gold soul coins. Even if you weren't accepted, there were no refunds. What was this robbery? Adhering to the philosophy of recruiting only monsters, not ordinary people, this academy was one for the ages. Think about that. Night fell, inside Shrek Academy's principal's office. Two figures were deep in conversation, late into the night. The first phase of training for these little monsters is finally complete. Xiaogang, what's your plan for the next step? Asked Flender, wearing crystal glasses. His hawk-like face and thick beard gave him a rugged appearance. As the founder and principal of Shrek Academy, Flender was well aware that the academy was on the brink of bankruptcy. Across from him sat the Grandmaster. To ensure Yi Hao enrolled in Shrek Academy, he had pulled out all the stops, only for Yi Hao to dismiss his words as meaningless chatter. Yi Hao had blatantly ignored the Grandmaster's advice, a fact that had stuck in the Grandmaster's craw ever since, not because Yi Hao hadn't joined Shrek Academy, but because his attitude had been so dismissive. Yi Hao, I just don't respect you, period. The Grandmaster responded, I plan to take them to the Sode Great Spirit Arena soon. As Soul Masters, combat experience is essential. Flender's eyes lit up, good, very good. But internally, he was scheming. Victories in the Great Spirit Arena brought significant gold soul coin rewards. Group battles in particular allowed for hefty wagers and substantial profits. Noticing Flender's drooling expression, the Grandmaster coughed. Tang San and Dai Mubai are ready for this, you just need to prepare your purse. Flender grinned, you always understand me. Oh, by the way, Xiaogang, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. In your last letter, you mentioned that, aside from Tang San and Xiao Wu, 3 other students were supposed to join Shrek Academy. Where's the third one? At this, the Grandmaster's expression darkened, and his hand clenched unconsciously. That child is named Yi Hao. He possesses innate full soul power, with the Death Spider Emperor as his martial soul. Like Tang San, he previously studied at Niuding Primary Soul Master Academy. I once urged him to join Shrek Academy, but that boy is impervious to reason. He even said Shrek Academy was beneath him and full of rejects. On the day before graduation, he left the academy without a word. Truly an unteachable wretch. The Grandmaster's voice was laced with disdain, leaving no room for pleasantries. Flender, upon hearing this, was furious. He slammed the table in anger. HMPH, such an insolent brat. What's wrong with our Shrek Academy? We have top-tier training grounds, an elite teaching team, and my strategic genius. That Yi Hao must be blind. It's just as well he didn't come. If he had, I'd have let Zhao Wuji teach him a harsh lesson. The Grandmaster waved dismissively. Let's not talk about him. Just thinking about him gets me riled up. Tang San has been progressing well, but his external soul bone still hasn't fully fused with him. Daily use shouldn't be an issue, though. Tang San's talent is extraordinary. Plus, with his father being a title duo, Shrek Academy now has strong backing, Flender said smugly, propping his feet on the desk. His gaze fell on the pile of gold soul coins in the drawer, and his grin widened. The Grandmaster shook his head, exasperated. Don't get too excited. Tang San's father may be the clear sky duo, but don't forget the danger of his identity. If the Spirit Hall discovers him, Shrek Academy won't stand a chance. I know, don't worry. I've got confidentiality covered. The Grandmaster changed the subject. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament is just over 2 years away. What's your plan? At this, Flender fell silent. Chapter 35, First Blood. To participate in the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament, one must first qualify as an Advanced Soul Master Academy. For a wild academy like Shrek, it was doubtful whether they could even meet the entry requirements. Under the dim night sky, after 2 days of travel, the Emperor team finally arrived at Silva City, a transit point on their journey to Soto City. They planned to stay overnight before resuming their journey the next day. Yi Hao was assigned to share a room with Yu Tianheng. Sitting alone by the balcony, he gazed at the bustling night market below, feeling a strong sense of yearning. Meanwhile, Tianheng had gone off to find Du Guyan. Young couples always seemed to have their ways, leaving Yi Hao wondering, where was his fated true love? The thought made him a little excited. Still restless with time to spare, Yi Hao decided to head downstairs. He approached the room shared by Yi Lingling and Du Guyan, knocking on their door. Click. In moments, Yi Lingling opened the door and saw Yi Hao. What's the matter? She asked coolly. Yi Hao glanced into the room. You're alone. Is there a problem with that? Her tone was indifferent, as always. Since Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan were off on their date, Yi Lingling was naturally alone in her room. It was a rare situation where the two of them shared the same lonely fate. Want to take a walk? Who knows where Tianheng went? I'd guess he's probably having a good time with Sister Yan, Yi Hao teased. Yi Lingling rolled her eyes at him. Since she was alone anyway, a walk sounded like a decent distraction. Walking out of the inn together, they strolled through the lively streets. The roads were bustling with people and carriages, the flow of the crowd unending. Yi Hao took Yi Lingling's hand as they walked. At first, she felt a little uneasy, but soon convinced herself Yi Hao was just an 11-year-old child. What bad intentions could a kid like him possibly have? Yi Hao, however, was like a seasoned guide, deliberately taking detours to visit all the scenic spots. By the time night deepened, they found themselves seated on a bench outside a building. Yi Lingling rubbed her sore legs and glared at Yi Hao. How did this kid have so much energy? He looked like he hadn't had enough yet. Yi Hao grinned and, after a brief rest, prepared to leave. Just then, a group of burly, drunken men stumbled out of a nearby building, their tattered clothes and empty bottles suggesting they had been drinking heavily. Yi Hao and Yi Lingling exchanged a glance and chose to ignore them. Better to avoid trouble than to invite it. Although Shrek Academy advocated the philosophy that a soul master who doesn't stir trouble is mediocre, Yi Hao found the idea absurd. If someone hadn't provoked you, why go out of your way to provoke them? That was just asking for trouble. As the two walked away, they suddenly realized the men had surrounded them. Yi Hao and Yi Lingling's expressions darkened. They sensed trouble brewing. Before they could speak, one of the men reached out, trying to grab Yi Lingling. His greedy eyes betrayed his vile intentions. Aya! A scream tore through the air. Yi Hao's face was cold and emotionless as he grabbed the man's wrist. With a light squeeze, there was a sickening crack. The man fell to the ground wailing, clutching his broken wrist. Tears and snot ran down his face as he convulsed in pain. Sis, let's go. Yi Hao quickly pulled Yi Lingling along. But before they had run more than a few meters, an oppressive force surged toward them. The two split up to evade the attack. Their assailants revealed their martial spirits, their muscular bodies bulging unnaturally. The air around them reeked of bloodlust, and the metallic tang of blood filled the atmosphere. Yi Hao remained calm. 3 soul rings appeared beneath him, lighting up, yellow, purple, and purple. His Death Spider Emperor martial soul activated, and black armor encased his body. 8 black spider spears unfolded from his back. The 6 attackers were all soul ancestors, each bearing 4 soul rings. Judging by their varying ring colors and the pungent stench of blood, it was clear these men were no strangers to killing. You brat, how dare you provoke the Fiend team? Don't you know that in all of Silvis City, no one dares mess with us? One of them growled. Yi Hao raised an eyebrow. The Fiend team. He recalled hearing of this infamous group, a registered soul master team in Silvis City's Great Spirit Arena. They were notorious for killing opponents during matches, which eventually led to their banishment from the arena. Their notoriety had waned ever since. In their last match, they had been defeated and crippled for life by the Shrek 7 Devils, using huge crossbows to devastating effect. Yi Hao smirked, wiping his nose. He glanced at the 6 bloodthirsty men and the one still writhing on the ground with a broken wrist. Serves them right for targeting Yi Lingling. Kid, hand over the girl and kill yourself. Save us the trouble, one of them sneered, his eyes lingering on Yi Lingling's slender figure. Yi Hao took a deep breath. He had initially intended to avoid conflict, but since things had escalated to this point, why bother being merciful? 3rd soul ability, Spider Prison. With those words, Yi Hao's 3rd soul ring flared to life. Black venomous webs erupted from beneath the Fiend team, releasing a rancid stench that assaulted their senses. Yi Hao's right hand shot upward. Suddenly, sharp, poisonous spider spikes emerged from the ground. Under Yi Lingling's horrified gaze, the spikes pierced through their enemies, blood splattering everywhere. The once white ground was now stained crimson. Yi Hao appeared calm and collected, but deep down, he felt something was off. Perhaps it was the influence of his martial soul, but the more he killed, the more exhilarated he felt. It wasn't a good sign. The Death Spider Emperor, as the king among demon spiders, thrived on slaughter. Its bloodlust rivaled that of the man-faced demon spider, if not surpassing it. Yihao clenched his teeth, withdrawing his martial soul and abilities. He glanced at the mangled bodies on the ground and exhaled, relieved he hadn't lost control. To his surprise, he noticed a faint white aura emanating from his body. A chilling, solemn presence that even Yi Lingling, standing several meters away, found unsettling. Is this killing intent, or something else? Sis, let's head back, Yihao said. Snapping out of her daze, Yi Lingling suppressed her unease and followed Yihao as they quickly left the scene. Killing soul masters without cause was a serious crime, even if the fiend team was notorious for their wicked deeds. Rules were rules. Fortunately, the area was remote, and without modern surveillance, the incident would fade into obscurity. With the fiend team's demise, their reign of terror had finally ended. Chapter 36, Arrival at Soto City. The night was hazy as Yihao and Yi Lingling hurried back to the inn. On their way upstairs, a nearby door suddenly opened. Out stepped Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, their faces flushed and foreheads covered in sweat. It was no secret that renting a room while traveling offered opportunities to resolve personal matters. Yihao, Lingling, what are you two doing outside, could it be? Yu Tianheng froze, a little embarrassed. Had the two been outside all this time? If so, did they overhear anything? Yi Lingling. Yihao looked exasperated. Sister Lingling and I just went out for a stroll. We were heading back upstairs when we bumped into you two. How's the sneaky business going? Du Guyan's face turned crimson as she grabbed Yihao's ear and twisted it gently. Little kids shouldn't meddle in grown-up matters. Huh? Yihao sniffed at his sleeve, trying to pull free. What's that smell on you? It's so strong, Du Guyan said, leaning closer to sniff again. Yihao quickly escaped her grip, muttering a quick apology before dashing back to his room. Du Guyan frowned, mumbling to herself, this smell, it's oddly similar to Grandpa's, though his is much stronger. What could it be? It was faint killing intent. Poison Duluo's infamous jade phosphor serpent venom had taken countless lives, leaving him shrouded in an aura of death. Yihao's aura was still weak, barely forming, but unmistakable. Du Guyan's curiosity piqued as she turned to Yi Lingling with a teasing grin. Lingling, you're pretty close with Yihao, huh? How far have you two gone? Yi Lingling's cool, elegant face flushed bright red. She only saw Yihao as a little brother, nothing more. Unwilling to entertain Du Guyan's teasing further, Yi Lingling ignored her and quickly retreated to her room. Watching her leave, Du Guyan chuckled mischievously. There's got to be a story there. The next morning, sunlight pierced through the clouds as a carriage departed Silva City, bound for Soto City. By now, Yihao and Yi Lingling had put last night's events behind them. After some thought, they both realized that, as soul masters, killing was inevitable. There was no point in dwelling on it. As they departed, they overheard passers-by cursing the fiend team, calling them beasts who had long deserved their end. For the next few days, Qin Ming regaled the group with stories from his youth across the continent, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Even the best of us, it seemed, once brimmed with youthful ambition. Teacher Qin, do you have any regrets? Yihao asked one day. Qin Ming paused, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Regrets? Perhaps. I regret never being able to participate in the all-continent Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament in my youth, but let's not dwell on that. As a former student of Shrek Academy, Qin Ming's regret was understandable. Shrek's status as an unlicensed academy had barred them from registering for the tournament, leaving them without the qualifications to compete. Yihao smiled confidently. Don't worry, Teacher Qin. This time we'll win the championship for sure. That's right. Absolutely. The championship is ours. Emperor Team echoed his sentiment, filling the carriage with a lively atmosphere. Qin Ming, moved, wiped his eyes and nodded firmly. Their determination strengthened his resolve to claim victory in this tournament. 5 days later. As dawn broke, the carriage sped along a narrow country road lined with golden fields of grain. Soto City, known as the grain capital, lay ahead. High above, Yihao flew leisurely, his six-winged purple soul wings glinting in the sunlight. After days of travel, he had abandoned the carriage entirely. Why endure its discomfort when he could fly? From his vantage point, the golden fields below resembled a vast, shimmering sea. As he scanned the landscape, a small wooden village caught his eye. Could it be? Yi Hao's face, obscured by his black armor, turned toward the village. His crimson eyes locked onto a wooden sign bearing 5 hand-painted characters. Shrek Academy, crowned with a green monster emblem. As expected, this was Shrek Academy. If the timeline was correct, Tang San and Xiao Wu had already joined and completed the Grandmaster's first phase of training. Soon, Shrek Academy would face the Emperor team in a group battle. That battle was crucial to Yi Hao. He had to win. Shrek 7 Devils, I'm looking forward to meeting you. As the carriage neared the city gates, Yi Hao descended from the sky and landed gracefully on its front step. Together, they entered Soto City. The grain capital lived up to its name. Streets were lined with food vendors, inns, and restaurants, bustling with people. The lively atmosphere reflected the city's prosperity. Peering through the carriage window, Qin Ming stared at the familiar cityscape, his mind wandering to memories of the past. Soto City, it's been a while. The carriage stopped outside a large inn near the Grand Sode, Great Spirit Arena. The Emperor team disembarked one by one. Gazing at the towering arena, Yu Tianheng asked, Teacher Qin, are we here for combat training? Qin Ming nodded. That's right, Tianheng, that's precisely why we're here. Du Guyan chimed in, Teacher Qin, doesn't Heaven Du City have its own Great Spirit Arena? Why come all the way here? Besides, Soto's arena isn't as large, and I doubt the opponents are much good. Qin Ming chuckled wryly. Yan, underestimating your enemy is a grave mistake. There's always someone stronger out there. How can you be so sure there aren't powerful fighters in Soto's arena? He swept his gaze over the group, his expression growing stern. For the next month, you'll be fighting in Soto's Great Spirit Arena. Whether it's 1-on-1, 2-on-2, or group battles, I expect you to earn the Silver Soul Badge for team combat. This will be your primary training objective. Battles take place in the evening. Use your daytime to rest and recover. He then turned to Yi Hao. Especially you, Yi Hao, don't wander off unnecessarily. The tournament is fast approaching. Don't drag Ling down with you. Yi Hao. Chapter 37, Spicy Rabbit Head, another bowl please. Nighttime in Soto City was bustling and vibrant, its bright lights making it a city that never slept. The most crowded location was undoubtedly the Soto Great Spirit Arena, where nearly 70–80% of the city's population gathered. Soul fights were both exhilarating and stress-relieving. They provided a way for people to unwind after a day's work. For commoners who lacked soul power and could never become soul masters, enjoying an intense battle before bedtime was far more appealing than listening to bedtime stories. Led by Qin Ming, a veteran of the Soto Great Spirit Arena, Yi Hao and the Emperor team entered the arena. Qin Ming scanned the surroundings as they walked, hoping to spot some familiar faces. At the same time, another group entered the arena. Like the Emperor team, they had a mission, though they took a different passage. The two groups brushed past each other without interaction. Qin Ming brought his team to a spacious hall, where the familiar scene filled him with nostalgia. Do you all remember what I told you this morning? He asked. Everyone nodded. The Soto Great Spirit Arena had its own rules, and even the Emperor team from Heaven Du Imperial Academy had to follow them. Satisfied, Qin Ming instructed the 8 to register for their matches. He headed to the team battle registration counter himself, fulfilling his responsibilities as their leader. Pairing up. The Emperor team, including Yi Hao, consisted of 8 members. Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan naturally paired up. Shimo and Shimo, the twin brothers, were another duo. Yu Feng and Oslo formed the third pair. Lastly, Yi Hao and Yi Lingling paired as the double Yi duo, since they shared the surname Yi. Before the team battle, Qin Ming required everyone to compete in individual and 2-versus-2 matches. This would help determine the 7 participants for the final team battle. Yi Hao and Yi Lingling's first opponents were the Iron Hammer duo, a name that clearly hinted at their choice of weapon. Pre-match banter. Are you really that hungry? Yi Lingling asked, watching Yi Hao devour his food. Wiping his oily mouth, Yi Hao grinned. Sis, we're about to fight. After this 2-versus-2 match, we have the team battle. It's going to be a long night. Aren't you hungry? Want some rabbit leg? Yi Lingling shook her head, her tone icy. You eat it. I'm not hungry. Why do you have such a grudge against rabbits? You had braised rabbit head at lunch, and now you're eating roasted rabbit leg. Yihao took the last bite of his rabbit and declared righteously, I just love eating rabbit, that's all. Registration drama. At the registration counter for team battles, Qin Ming arrived at the same time as a short-haired man dressed in black. Sign me up for the team battle, both said in unison. You go first, sir, Qin Ming said, stepping back out of courtesy. The short-haired man nodded and handed his token to the receptionist without hesitation. Thanks, you're signing up for the team battle too, the man asked. Qin Ming nodded. Yes, hopefully we won't meet too soon. The man's stiff face twisted into a grim smile. If we do, you'll lose. The receptionist handed the man his registration plate, and he strode off with his hands behind his back, his chest puffed out like a rooster. Watching him leave, Qin Ming sighed and shrugged. The world is full of strange people. I've finally seen it all, someone who doesn't even bother with pleasantries before declaring their opponent a loser. Turning back to the receptionist, Qin Ming said, Register the Emperor team for the team battle. The receptionist tapped away at her crystal screen. All done, sir. The Emperor team's match will be the final event tonight. Your opponents are the Fury Battle team, who hold an Iron Soul badge. Qin Ming accepted the token and murmured, Fury Battle team, do you have any information on them? Yes, sir. The receptionist handed him a stack of documents. One more thing, sir, she added. What is it? The receptionist gave a friendly warning. The Fury Battle team is the only team here with 3 consecutive wins. Although they recently lost due to underestimating their opponent, their overall strength is formidable. Please caution your team to be careful. Qin Ming smiled as he tucked the documents away. Thank you for the reminder, but I trust my team. They'll win. After thanking her, Qin Ming left. Watching him walk away, the receptionist muttered, Why is the gap between people so vast? The W duo versus the Iron Hammer duo. Attention, W duo and Iron Hammer duo, your 2 versus 2 match is about to begin. Please proceed to the arena. At the arena's edge, Yi Hao and Yi Lingling donned their masks, concealing their identities. In such a crowded venue, Yi Hao wasn't about to expose himself. Fighting under their real names increased the chances of being recognized, especially by the likes of the Shrek Academy students. If Yi Hao's guess was correct, the Shrek 7 were likely here in the Sodo Great Spirit Arena. If luck was on his side, and he encountered any of them, Yi Hao was ready to greet them in his own way. Yi Lingling's codename was Begonia Blossom, while Yi Hao's was Spicy Rabbit Head, names they chose to maintain anonymity. The Soul Fight Arena was a massive 50-meter-wide platform, large enough to host 2 teams for a group battle. The crowd was a sea of faces, their cheers and shouts creating an electrifying atmosphere. Earlier battles had clearly fired up the audience. As the clock ticked closer to their match, the announcer took the stage, his voice booming with enthusiasm. Ladies and gentlemen, the 3rd match in tonight's 2 versus 2 battles is about to begin. Let's welcome the W duo and the Iron Hammer duo. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Under the spotlight, the Iron Hammer duo stepped into the arena. They were 2 towering, muscular brothers, their physiques a testament to their strength. Their martial souls were identical, earth-shaking hammer, a powerful tool martial soul. Since Yi Hao and Yi Lingling were both soul elders, their opponents were matched accordingly. Amid the deafening cheers, Yi Hao and Yi Lingling ascended the platform, their masked faces hiding any emotion. The announcer didn't bother with lengthy introductions. The audience was already raring to go. The stage was set, the battle was about to begin. Chapter 38, Sarcasm. The 3rd 2 versus 2 match, the W duo versus the Iron Hammer duo. Let the soul fight begin. As the announcer's voice echoed through the arena, the 2 brothers of the Iron Hammer duo summoned their martial souls. Beneath their feet, soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, emerged, circling them. In their hands appeared hammers, dark red with protruding spikes at the top. A powerful aura spread through the arena. Yi Lingling stood calmly as her 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose beneath her feet. While her spirit rings were superior in quality, her 9-heart begonia was a support-type martial soul, limited to healing and lacking any offensive capabilities. Yi Hao, on the other hand, stood motionless, neither summoning his martial soul nor activating his soul rings. Both the announcer and the audience were stunned. "Spicy Rabbit Head, are you not going to use your martial soul?" the announcer asked, perplexed. Yi Hao gave a casual nod. The announcer, though puzzled, declared the match to continue. Historically, contestants who refused to use their martial souls were often crushed, with some leaving the arena crippled. The audience watched with a mix of amusement and pity, assuming this cocky, spicy rabbit head would end up humiliated or worse. Yi Lingling remained unperturbed, standing silently. Her sole responsibility was to heal. If Yi Hao was injured, her 9-heart begonia would activate. She wasn't surprised by Yi Hao's choice. Back at Heaven Du Royal Academy, she had seen him spar with the Shi brothers. At that time, Yi Hao had relied solely on physical combat until he was forced to use his martial soul. Yi Hao wasn't reckless. His level-headedness and resourcefulness were well known. The Iron Hammer brothers grinned smugly. To them, this opponent was handing them an easy win. They had initially assumed someone wearing a mask might be skilled, but clearly they were wrong. "Aya!" Both brothers roared as they charged forward, hammers raised. Their momentum and the hammer's power created a fierce gust aimed at Yi Hao. Yi Hao didn't flinch. As the hammers swung down, he stepped forward to meet them head-on. Just as the hammers neared, 6 brilliant purple wings unfolded from his back, and he soared over their heads. He swiftly positioned himself behind the brothers and delivered 2 powerful punches to their backs, sending them staggering forward, nearly falling. Before they could recover, 2 black, massive spider spears emerged from Yi Hao's back, pressing against their throats. A chill ran down the brothers' spines. "We surrender." The match was over. Yi Hao could have easily pierced their throats, but this was a mere exhibition match with no real animosity. He saw no need to escalate. In a previous 2 versus 2 match, Xiao Wu had nearly killed 2 blacksmith brothers after Tang San was injured. Her silent sleeve arrow had been ready to fire, and it was only Tang San's intervention that stopped her. Ironically, Tang San later approached those same blacksmith brothers to forge parts for his hidden weapons. Such reckless violence was why Yi Hao harbored disdain for the so-called innocent rabbit. On the stage, the announcer struggled to regain composure. Clearing his throat, he declared, "The third 2 versus 2 match goes to the Double Yi duo. 1 win, 1 point." The audience, initially expecting a hard-fought battle, had instead witnessed a decisive and one-sided victory. Disappointed but impressed, they erupted into applause. Yi Hao and Yi Lingling exchanged a glance before leaving the stage. Heading toward the resting area Qin Ming had prepared for them. Post-match strategy. In the resting room, Qin Ming reviewed the Fury Battle team's information, formulating strategies. He placed the documents on the table, confident in his team's abilities. The door creaked open, and Yi Hao peeked in. "Teacher Qin, was I first?" Momentarily startled, Qin Ming laughed. "I knew it was you. Come in. Your team battle opponents have been decided." "Really?" Yi Hao's eyes lit up as he approached the table and picked up the documents. "The Fury Battle team." Yi Hao smiled confidently. The Fury Battle team's captain, Berserk Rhino, was strong but far from unbeatable. If the first match had been against the Shrek 7, Yi Hao would have been serious. But against the Fury Battle team, this was going to be easy. Seeing Yi Hao's grin, Qin Ming teased, "You seem awfully confident, already certain of victory." Thumping his chest, Yi Hao replied, "Absolutely." He skimmed the documents and continued. "Except for their support-type Soul Master, the rest have beast martial souls. Their soul power averages around level 35, but our Emperor team is stronger across the board." Qin Ming chuckled. "Don't underestimate them. Their support-type Soul Master's 3rd soul ability is particularly dangerous. If they use it, things could get tricky." After a brief wait, the remaining 6 members of the Emperor team returned, all victorious. Spirits were high as they prepared for the team battle. A familiar name. Late into the night, the Soto Great Spirit Arena remained bustling. The team battle arena, designed to host 7 versus 7 matches, was the largest and most intense of the arena's 3 formats. As Yi Hao wandered through the corridors, a voice caught his attention. "Up next, the Shrek 7 Devils versus." Yi Hao stopped in his tracks. Shrek 7 Devils, so they were here after all. Smiling to himself, he donned his mask and joined the throng, heading toward the Shrek 7 Devils match. Since the Emperor team's match was the final event of the night, Yi Hao had plenty of time to observe his future rivals. The team battle arena was grand, capable of holding tens of thousands of spectators. Due to the Shrek 7 Devils' previous victories, their audience had grown significantly. Yihao found a quiet spot with a good view to carefully study their movements. The Shrek 7 Devils, let's see what you've got. Chapter 39, The Green Tea Rabbit. Shrek 7 Devils. Shrek 7 Devils. Shrek 7 Devils. After a series of victories, the Shrek 7 Devils had garnered significant popularity. Their recent triumph over the formidable Fury Battle team had propelled their reputation to new heights. Seated near the front, Yihao wore a mask as he carefully observed the contestants. As the announcer stepped onto the stage, the crowd erupted in excitement, creating an electrifying atmosphere even before the match began. Let's welcome both teams to the arena. At the announcer's cue, 7 fighters from each team entered the stage. The Shrek 7 Devils' opponents were an ordinary-looking team of 6 men and 1 woman. On the other side, the 7 members of Shrek Academy, all masked and clad in varying attire, stepped onto the platform, 4 men and 3 women. Even with their faces covered, Yihao immediately identified Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San's 24 moonlit bridges strapped to his waist, and Xiao Wu's iconic scorpion braid were unmistakable. Yihao scrutinized the group. The tall, golden-haired figure at the front had to be their leader, Dai Mubai. Despite wearing a mask, his commanding aura was evident. Beside him was likely Oscar, while the rotund figure was undoubtedly Ma Hongzhen. Among the 3 women, the curvaceous one had to be Zhu Zhuqing. Her mature figure defied her supposed age of 12. The last girl, lively and petite, was unmistakably Ning Rongrong, the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile clan's little troublemaker. After confirming their identities, Yihao shifted his attention to the unfolding match. The fight begins. The crowd's incessant noise made Yihao frown. On the stage, the 2 teams exchanged trash talk. One of the opposing soul masters raised a middle finger at Xiao Wu, causing her hand to clench slightly. Tang San's eyes also narrowed in response. Seeing this, Yihao inwardly sighed for the poor soul. Brother, why provoke them for no reason? Sure enough, the moment the battle began, Tang San deployed his blue-silver grass, seizing the initiative with a swift control tactic. Xiao Wu followed up immediately. Her 3rd soul ring lit up and she activated her skill, teleportation. Her target was clear, the man who had insulted her earlier. Under the enhancement of Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Pagoda, Xiao Wu's speed became nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, she appeared behind her target. Under the stunned gaze of tens of thousands of spectators, Xiao Wu bent her waist, grabbed him with her scorpion braid, and hurled him into the air. What followed was her devastating 8-stage throw. The sound of bones cracking echoed faintly as Xiao Wu delivered her attack with ruthless precision. Yihao wasn't surprised. He had witnessed her ferocity back at Niuding Primary Academy. At the last moment, Tang San used his blue-silver grass to suspend the victim in midair before hurling him off the stage. The elevated battle platform was at least 5 meters above the ground. Being thrown directly down was no small injury. Watching this, Yihao's expression darkened. Is this a soul battle or attempted murder? Tang San's and Xiao Wu's actions stemmed from their childhood vow, "You are my sister. No one can hurt you." This naive belief made them disregard others' feelings, convinced that their actions were justified as long as they protected each other. Those who dared harm or insult them, like the man in this battle or the one who died in Niuding City, became victims of their blind devotion. Yihao's face remained calm as he watched the injured soul master being dragged off the stage. The soul battle's rules were clear, strength determined everything. If you couldn't win, you had to endure defeat. That was the unchanging law of the arena. The fight ended quickly. The Shrek 7 Devils stood tall, while their 6 opponents lay bloodied on the ground. One had already been carried off, likely facing a lifetime of disability. The announcer declared the Shrek 7 Devils victorious. Before leaving, Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and made a face at the fallen opponents. "That'll teach you to mess with Sister Xiao Wu. Consider this a small lesson," she said playfully, clinging to Tang San's arm as they left the stage. Yihao felt a wave of disgust. A 100,000-year-old rabbit acting like an innocent, inexperienced girl, how revolting. He resolved to order extra servings of spicy rabbit heads tonight to vent his frustration. As the Shrek 7 devils exited, Yihao decided to follow them. He wanted to see what kind of operation this so-called Shrek Academy truly was. Masking his aura and with his face concealed by black armor, Yihao trailed them silently. Using his six-winged purple light wings, he hovered above the ground to avoid making noise. After ensuring no one was watching, he positioned himself near a ventilation duct to observe their resting area. Inside, Ma Hongjun removed his mask, revealing his chubby face and sesame-like eyes. He plopped onto a sofa, his gaze shamelessly fixed on Zhu Zhuking's alluring figure. Under Dai Mubai's menacing glare, Ma Hongjun reluctantly looked away. "You filthy fatso, watch your eyes. Next time I'll gouge them out," Dai Mubai scolded jokingly. Ma Hongjun chuckled sheepishly, shifting his attention elsewhere. Zhu Zhuking remained indifferent, her icy demeanor similar to Yi Lingling's. Preferring solitude over interaction, she glared coldly at Ma Hongjun before leaving the room in annoyance. Watching her go, Ning Rongrong glared at Ma Hongjun. Some things never change. A rotten orange is still a rotten orange. Outside, Yihao noticed Zhu Zhuking's departure and moved to a corner to avoid being seen. After ensuring she was far away, he returned to eavesdropping. Inside, Dai Mubai sighed. "Zio Wu, you should go easier next time. What if they file a complaint against us?" Zio Wu rested her head on Tang San's shoulder, giggling. "What's there to worry about, Boss Dai? You saw it yourself, he provoked me first. The fact that I didn't kill him is already merciful." She smirked and added, "Besides, if I can't win, isn't my brother here to back me up?" Outside, Yihao suppressed the urge to vomit. What a green tea act. "This rabbit, I can't watch this anymore. Tonight, I need not just spicy rabbit heads but braised soft-bone rabbit too." Chapter 40, The Shrek Annihilation Plan. As Zhu Zhuking left first, Ning Rongrong, feeling uneasy, quickly followed. The Soto Great Spirit Arena was bustling with people, and with the Shrek 7 devils gaining fame, it was risky for anyone in the group to wander alone. Outside the rest area, Yihao was about to leave when a conversation from within caught his attention. They were talking about him. "Third brother, who exactly is this Yihao you've mentioned? Why does he bother you so much?" Ma Hongjun asked lazily, looking for something to break the silence. The moment Yihao's name was spoken, Zio Wu's expression darkened. She glared at Ma Hongjun and snapped, "Fatty, why are you even mentioning him? Do you want a beating?" For Zio Wu, Yihao was synonymous with unpleasant memories. From the very first encounter, when he humiliated her in front of others with a chokehold, to the years that followed, Yihao never showed her the slightest respect. To make matters worse, he had a habit of eating rabbit heads in her presence, specifically dishes made from 10-year soft-bone rabbits, just to provoke her. Every time, Zio Wu was left fuming. But what could she do? She couldn't beat him. Ordinarily, Tang San would never allow anyone to treat Zio Wu this way. If it were someone else, they would have faced Tang San's wrath long ago. But Yihao wasn't just anyone. The Grandmaster had repeatedly instructed Tang San to avoid conflict with Yihao and instead to cultivate a good relationship. This forced restraint was the only reason Tang San hadn't acted. Tang San narrowed his eyes, his tone heavy with resentment. "It happened 3 months ago." 3 months ago. With graduation just a few days away, the Grandmaster had summoned Tang San privately. His purpose was to convince Tang San to enroll in Flender's Shrek Academy. Tang San's talent was undeniable, and sending him to Shrek aligned with the Grandmaster's plans. Tang San readily agreed. With Zio Wu, whom he treated as a sibling, it was only natural that they go together. "Yihao," the Grandmaster began, "you're graduating soon. Pack your things and head to Shrek Academy in a few days. You'll leave with Tang San and Zio Wu." The Grandmaster's tone was confident, his hands clasped behind his back. With both Yihao and Tang San joining, Flender would surely be overjoyed. Yihao, however, was all too familiar with Shrek Academy, a barely licensed, unregistered school. It was a place where hardships awaited, and one had to mingle with people he loathed. Just the thought of it made him shudder. "Grandmaster," Yihao said, his expression flat, "who are you to me?" The Grandmaster was taken aback. "My student, of course. Why do you ask?" "Your student." Yihao chuckled, a sound that immediately irritated Tang San. To Tang San, the Grandmaster was a teacher deserving of absolute respect, a guiding figure in his life. Yihao's dismissive attitude was a blatant insult. And this from someone who once considered killing the Grandmaster to protect the secret of his hidden weapons. But Yihao saw things differently. To him, the Grandmaster was just another ordinary person, not a teacher, not someone he owed anything to. Yihao's strength was the result of his own efforts, completely unrelated to the Grandmaster. The so-called norms of respect and hierarchy were merely constraints he refused to abide by. Moreover, the commanding tone the Grandmaster used grated on him, as if attending Shrek Academy wasn't a choice but an obligation. "What's so funny?" the Grandmaster asked, sensing something amiss. "Grandmaster," Yihao replied calmly, "as they say, forced melons are never sweet. I've never heard of Shrek Academy, and I have no interest in going there. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Without waiting for a response, Yihao turned and walked away. The Grandmaster clenched his teeth, helpless in the face of Yihao's unyielding attitude. For some reason, the Grandmaster couldn't shake the feeling that Yihao deliberately opposed him at every turn. Yihao, take out the word feeling. This confrontation planted a deep seed of resentment in Tang San. He couldn't act against Yihao, bound by the Grandmaster's warning. Do not provoke Yihao. If anything happens to him, the entire New Uding Primary Spirit Academy, and perhaps even New Uding City, would face ruin. Why such drastic consequences? The Grandmaster believed Yihao was connected to someone from the Spirit Hall. If anything happened to him, the Spirit Hall's wrath would be unimaginable. "Yihao, you're overthinking this." And so, by publicly defying the Grandmaster, Yihao solidified Tang San's hatred. In the Shrek 7 Devil's Rest area, Dai Mubai slammed his fist onto the table, shattering it into pieces. "That Yihao, he's so full of himself. What's wrong with Shrek Academy? He looks down on us. Fine, next time I see him, I'll show him what my evil-eyed white tiger can do." "Count me in," Ma Hongzhen declared, slapping his chest. His belly jiggled with emotion. "Boss Dai, I'll be first in line if he dares insult Shrek again." Outside, Yihao, hidden behind his mask, smirked. A small notebook appeared in his hand, its title clearly written. "The Shrek Annihilation Plan." With a snap, he closed the notebook. Step 1, divide from within. His eyes shifted to the direction Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had taken, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Quietly, he followed them. In the spacious hall of the arena, the crowd's attention was focused on the intense team battles, leaving the area mostly deserted. Zhu Zhuqing removed her mask, revealing her striking features and curvaceous figure. Beside her, Ning Rongrong followed suit, her delicate face no longer concealed. "Zhuqing, don't let it bother you," Ning Rongrong said soothingly. "Fatty's always like that. When we get back, Xiao Wu and I will deal with him." Zhu Zhuqing sighed. "Rongrong, what do you think?" "About Shrek Academy." "Huh?" Ning Rongrong blinked in surprise. "Why do you ask?" "It's nothing," Zhu Zhuqing replied softly. "I just felt like asking." After 3 grueling months at Shrek, Zhu Zhuqing had formed her own opinion. The academy might have been fine, but the people. Short-tempered, prone to violence, and... Zhu Zhuqing glanced down at her figure, sighed again, and shook her head. "It's not like I chose to look like this." Chapter 41, Step 1, Divide. Shrek Academy is nothing but a con artist school. "Who's there?" "Who?" Both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing turned in unison toward the voice. A masked Yihao emerged slowly from the shadows. "Who are you?" Ning Rongrong asked warily. With the increasing victories of the Shrek 7 Devils at the Soto Great Spirit Arena, their fame had grown immensely. Any time the arena was mentioned, their name was on everyone's lips. The audience was captivated by the mystery surrounding the team, all masked, their identities hidden. Many speculated about the faces behind the masks, imagining grand and exotic personas. The Grandmaster had instructed the team to wear masks not only to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, but also to conceal Tang San's identity, which was a ticking time bomb, a revelation that could shake the world. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had only removed their masks after ensuring no one was around. They hadn't expected someone to recognize them. Seeing this masked stranger approach, the 2 girls quickly put their masks back on. The atmosphere grew tense. "You two must be Netherworld Spirit Cat and 7 Treasures glazed tile, right?" Yihao smiled faintly, addressing the 2 directly. Step 1, Divide. "Tang San, if you are heartless, don't blame me for being unjust." The first step to defeating an enemy is sowing discord within their ranks, breaking their unity from within. Who exactly are you? Zhu Yuqing asked coldly, her tone cautious. In the Sodo Great Spirit Arena, only the Shrek Academy staff and the other 5 team members knew their true identities. Zhu Yuqing rarely interacted with outsiders. She and Ning Rongrong viewed the arena as a chaotic melting pot. As pristine as lotuses in muddy water, their only goal was victory, avoiding unnecessary complications. Who I am doesn't matter, Yihao said calmly. But let me give you some advice. Shrek Academy is nothing more than a scam. Why are you insulting Shrek Academy? Ning Rongrong snapped, her temper flaring. Why? Yihao chuckled. Because of their hollow slogan, we only take monsters, not ordinary people. They're not even registered. They can't participate in the all-continent Advanced Soul Master Tournament. What gives them the right to boast such nonsense? Yihao continued, take their so-called rule of not allowing graduation below level 40. Anyone leaving before that supposedly shames the academy. Ridiculous. They're restricting the freedom of soul masters. A school like that might as well not exist. What's the point of it? Have you said enough? Zhu Yuqing's voice turned colder, her displeasure evident. Yihao ignored her hostility. This was precisely the reaction he wanted. Not yet. Fine, let's leave the academy aside and talk about your team members. Your leader, the evil-eyed white tiger, was a notorious womanizer before joining. Late nights, endless parties, it was his routine. Zhu Yuqing's face darkened beneath her mask, her frosty aura growing more intense. Enough, if you say one more word, I'll call third brother to deal with you. Ning Rongrong threatened, her patience wearing thin. Unfazed, Yihao pressed on. Your third brother isn't any better, a two-faced hypocrite who says one thing but does another. Don't be fooled by appearances. Let me tell you the truth. Tang San is nothing more than a petty schemer. His true nature was on full display during today's battle. Both girls fell silent. You saw it yourselves. Just because someone taunted the rabbit on your team, they were left half paralyzed. You know the relationship between Tang San and that rabbit, don't you? If this hadn't been the spirit arena, that soul master would likely have disappeared from the continent altogether, and by Tang San's own hand. Zhu Yuqing and Ning Rongrong struggled to process his words. Could their always composed, third brother really have such a dark side? It seemed impossible. And that rabbit, Yihao continued, his tone sharper. Beware of her, she's the most dangerous of all, vicious and manipulative. 7 Treasures Glazed Tile, if I'm not mistaken, you're from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile clan. Take this advice, bring one of your clan's titled Duoluo to meet that rabbit. Then you'll learn her true nature. With that, Yihao waved dismissively. I've said all I need to, farewell. Wait, Ning Rongrong called out. What's your name? Me? Yihao turned back slowly, his voice playful. Yi Rishan. With a faint smile, he disappeared into the shadows, leaving behind the 2 bewildered girls. Yi Rishan. The 2 exchanged glances, the unfamiliar name leaving no impression. Rongrong, what do you think about what he said? Could the dean and Tang San really be? Zhu Yuqing asked cautiously. Ning Rongrong sighed deeply. Since joining Shrek Academy, Tang San's actions had consistently drawn her admiration. If it weren't for Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong might have devoted herself entirely to pursuing him. I offered the entire 7 Treasures Glazed Tile clan, and you chose a rabbit. Let's head back, Ning Rongrong said simply. The 2 girls returned to their resting room in thoughtful silence. Yihao's words had undeniably shaken them. They needed time to process everything. When they reached the resting room, Zhu Yuqing reached for the door, but Ning Rongrong stopped her. Ning Rongrong's sharp instincts, something she inherited from her cunning father, Ning Fengzhai, kicked in. Motioning for Zhu Yuqing to stay quiet, she led them back to the spot where Yihao had been. From there, they overheard voices inside the room. Brother, that guy went too far. How dare he insult me? At New Uting Primary Academy, I was never treated this way. The 2 girls exchanged uneasy glances. So dramatic, what a tea-drinking schemer. They shivered involuntarily. So much tea. Chapter 42, Tang San's True Nature. Boss Dai, can't you talk to Yuqing? It's just a glance. It's not like it's going to kill her. Why is she throwing a tantrum over something so small? Ma Hongzhen grumbled, after being publicly humiliated. Dai Mubai's expression hardened as he glared at him. Fatty, how many times do I have to tell you? Stop staring at her with those piggy eyes. If you dare to show that kind of look again, don't blame me for forgetting we're brothers. Some lines cannot be crossed, especially when it involves a brother's partner. Outside the room, Xiao Wu's tearful complaints to Tang San and Ma Hongzhen's earlier remarks had been overheard by Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. For reasons they couldn't explain, they began to find Yi Rai Tian's earlier words more credible. Tang San's attitude had given them pause, and his actions seemed to confirm their worst suspicions. Before coming to Sodo City, Zhu Zhuqing had experienced unsettling incidents. She recalled the flicker of killing intent in Tang San's eyes, a moment she had caught but chosen to ignore. But now, she felt the need to reassess her understanding of this third brother. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows. Taking Zhu Zhuqing's hand, the two girls returned to the rest area. The moment they opened the door, all eyes turned to them. Their entrance was met with everyone's gaze, especially Ma Hongzhen's. Though he tried to suppress his lustful tendencies after Dai Mubai's warning, his displeasure at being denied still lingered. Who cares, he thought bitterly, but Zhuqing's body really is something else. Ma Hongzhen stole a quick glance before turning away in frustration. Rongrong, Zhuqing, you're finally back. Xiao Wu rushed over, enveloping them in a warm embrace. Ning Rongrong smiled awkwardly, replying half-heartedly. Internally, she wrestled with doubt. Should she test Yi Rai Tian's words? Should she ask her sword grandpa or bone grandpa to take a closer look at Xiao Wu? Zhu Zhuqing scanned the room. As she expected, the expressions on everyone's faces were entirely different from what she and Ning Rongrong had witnessed while eavesdropping. This discrepancy added another layer of doubt. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time for the night's final match, the Crazy Battle Team versus the Emperor Team. The Crazy Battle Team was one of the most formidable and popular groups in the Sodo Spirit Arena, second only to the Shrek 7 Devils. As newcomers, the Emperor Team faced significant skepticism, and most of the crowd favored their opponents. Are you heading back to the inn? Is something wrong? Qin Ming was surprised when Yihao expressed his intention to leave before the team battle. Yihao scratched his head sheepishly. Teacher Qin, I am the ace of the Emperor Team. Naturally, the ace should save their appearance for the final act. Don't worry, when it's my turn, I'll be there. The Crazy Battle Team might have an average soul power of 35, but their soul ring configurations are far inferior to ours. I trust that Sister Yan and Tianheng can handle them. I'll go back to the inn and prepare some delicious food for everyone to celebrate our victory. After a moment's thought, Qin Ming nodded and agreed. The battle was about to begin, but Yihao left confidently, trusting his teammates to secure victory. Dressed in a black cloak and completely covered, Yihao stepped out of the arena. Finding a discreet spot, he spotted the Shrek 7 Devils emerging after removing their disguises. While the others walked off together, Tang San lingered behind, whispering something to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu blushed before hugging Tang San and joining the group. From the shadows, Yihao observed with interest. He suspected Tang San's movements were unusual and decided to follow him. To his surprise, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong also seemed to have noticed something. The two girls subtly separated from the group and headed in Tang San's direction. This isn't good. Dressed in black, Yihao blended seamlessly into the darkness and followed. The sky drizzled lightly, the air heavy with mist. Following Tang San into a secluded alley, Yihao was greeted by a chilling sight, bodies scattered across the ground. Checking their conditions, he breathed a sigh of relief. They were only unconscious, their pulses still steady, but their uniforms. Wait, aren't they the team that just fought the Shrek 7 Devils in the arena? Tang San, you two-faced hypocrite, Yihao muttered under his breath before continuing. His instincts told him something worse was about to happen. At the alley's end, Tang San stood under the rain, his disguise removed, a silver dagger glinting in his hand. Raindrops struck the blade and split apart. Before him knelt a man clutching his bloodied chest, the same spirit master who had mocked Xiao Wu earlier. You shouldn't have hurt Xiao Wu, Tang San said coldly, his voice brimming with murderous intent. Anyone who harms her deserves to die. The man gasped, his face pale. Xiao Wu, who's Xiao Wu? Suddenly, recognition dawned in the man's eyes as he stared at Tang San. You're from the Shrek 7 Devils. Tang San's expression darkened, and his grip on the dagger tightened. No one can know. If word of this incident spread, it would be the end of both Shrek Academy's reputation and his own. He had no choice. This man had to die. Tang San hurled his dagger with deadly precision, but just as it was about to strike, a shadowy figure appeared and caught it midair. With a simple squeeze, the blade shattered into fragments. "You two-faced hypocrite," the shadowy figure growled, his voice hoarse. "Tang San, this is the real you." Tang San's eyes narrowed. "Who are you? Why call me two-faced?" Ignoring him, the cloaked figure turned to the injured man. "Run, leave this place immediately." Rage bubbled within Tang San. He wouldn't allow anyone to foil his plans. "None of you will leave here alive." With a roar, Tang San activated his first soul ring. Blue silvergrass bind. Vines erupted from the ground, covering the alley in a dense, writhing web. Tang San clearly intended to finish them all. Yihao scoffed. He knew Tang San's tactics too well. Blue silvergrass, easily dealt with. Swiftly dodging the vines, Yihao's right hand glowed with a black light. Every vine that approached him was sliced apart and fell to the ground. "Tang San," Yihao said coldly, "all this because someone made a rude gesture at Xiao Wu? You take someone's life over that. What kind of logic is that?" Yihao's disgust for Tang San had reached its peak. Tang San's voice dripped with fury. "You have your rules and I have mine. None of you are leaving alive." He roared, activating blue silvergrass once more. Chapter 43, Yirishan, you're finished. Blue silver grass erupted from the ground, surging endlessly toward Yihao. Unfazed, Yihao swiftly dodged, his hand transforming into razor-sharp spider spikes that severed the grass with ease. From beginning to end, Yihao kept his identity hidden. Even when deploying his spider spears, he made sure to cover them with his black robes. After all, Tang San was far too clever to risk leaving any clues. "Only the powerful get to make the rules, right, Tang San? You can provoke others, but no one is allowed to retaliate. What kind of hypocritical logic is that? You're the most despicable person I've ever met." Yihao's cutting words struck a nerve. Tang San clenched his teeth, a towering wave of killing intent surging within him. Consumed by rage, Tang San's 8 spider lances burst forth from his back, and his eyes turned blood-red. His left hand flickered with an ominous black glow, and his third soul ring lit up, weaving a toxic spider web. This was web binding, a third soul ability derived from a 1,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. The web was not only tough, but also laced with deadly venom. With his killing intent fully exposed, Tang San materialized a shadowy hammer in his hand, the clear sky hammer, and lifted it high before slamming it down with tremendous force. The targeted Soul Master, who had only dared to give Xiao Wu the middle finger during the earlier fight, was now trembling in terror. He couldn't comprehend why such a simple gesture had escalated into a life-or-death confrontation. Because he's Tang San. Yihao unleashes his power. As Tang San's ferocious attacks bore down, Yihao drew a deep breath. His body shimmered with a ghostly green light, and a spider-web-like pattern appeared on his forehead. Gradually, his form began to change. His back sprouted 3 pairs of dark green spider legs. His arms transformed into gleaming emerald green spears. His lower body became shrouded in an eerie, glowing green carapace. This was Yihao's second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. Tang San, blinded by rage, had already resorted to using his second martial soul, the clear sky hammer. Meanwhile, Yihao's use of his second martial soul was calculated and concealed. With his black cloak, even the clever Tang San would never suspect his true identity. Yihao understood all too well. Tang San wasn't just trying to kill the hapless Soul Master. He was also determined to eliminate Yihao, fearing that his secrets would be exposed, his twin martial souls, and the events of this night. If these truths came to light, Tang San would become an outcast the DOLOU continent, and Shrek Academy would be forced to close its doors in disgrace. "Let's set the record straight, Tang San," Yihao sneered. "You're murdering an innocent Soul Master over a trivial grudge from the spirit arena. Even though he lost and admitted defeat, you won't let it go. And now, when a free Soul Master like me intervenes to save a life, you want to kill us both." Yihao spun his spider spear, shredding the web binding in an instant. "Imagine, Tang San, if word of this incident spread across the DOLOU continent. You'd be a laughingstock. The people you love would abandon you, your family would shun you, your friends would ostracize you, and even your teacher would bear the shame of your actions." Shut up, Tang San roared, his fury reaching a boiling point. You're dead today. Tang San raised the clear sky hammer again, his crude and unrefined hammer techniques drawing scorn from Yi Hao. Your hammer skills are laughable. Yi Hao intercepted the hammer with his soul-devouring spider spears, locking it in place. Suddenly, Tang San's 8 spider lances lunged forward, aiming to impale Yi Hao. Yi Hao dodged swiftly. Though the lances carried potent venom, Yi Hao's death spider emperor venom was even deadlier. However, revealing his primary martial soul would compromise his identity, so he continued to hold back. That external soul bone is wasted on you, Yi Hao mocked. With a sharp kick, Yi Hao knocked Tang San back, loosening his grip on the hammer. Yi Hao's 6 spider spears retracted as his 6-winged purple light wings emerged. His spinning spear technique turned his entire body into a deadly meat grinder, slashing toward Tang San. Ah! Tang San screamed in pain as blood seeped from his clenched fists. Despite his efforts, Yi Hao's relentless attacks proved overwhelming. Tang San raised the clear sky hammer to shield himself, but Yi Hao's soul-devouring spider spears gradually wore it down. The hammer splintered and eventually shattered, leaving Tang San defenseless. Your second martial soul isn't so impressive after all, Yi Hao sneered. Want me to explain where this hammer really comes from? Shut up, die already, Tang San roared, activating his blue silver grass once more. But it was futile. Yi Hao swept his spear horizontally, cutting through the vines as if they were paper. In the dim light of the misty rain, Yi Hao suddenly noticed tiny glimmers in the distance. A swarm of projectiles was flying toward him and the Soul Master. Damn it! Realizing the danger, Yi Hao grabbed the injured Spirit Master and soared into the sky using his wings. By the time he scanned the ground below, Tang San had vanished into the night. Lucky for you, Yi Hao muttered as he landed, taking in the scene of destruction. The alley was littered with broken walls and scattered throwing weapons, Tang San's handiwork. You okay? Yi Hao asked the trembling Spirit Master. The man nodded, his face pale. I'm fine, thank you. Thank you for saving me. Soto City isn't safe for you anymore, Yi Hao warned. Leave immediately. Find a quiet place to live as an ordinary person. Stay away from soul masters like Tang San. The man had witnessed too much. Tang San's twin martial souls, his deadly tools, and his murderous intent. Each revelation was enough to ruin Tang San's reputation and future. Yi Hao's strategy was clear. The man had to survive. His testimony would be a valuable asset in the future. As Yi Hao escorted the man out of Soto City, they passed the bodies of the other 6 members of the Soul Master's team. They were all lifeless, their deaths swift and brutal, typical of Tang San's efficiency. The man's grief turned to fury. If he ever gained the strength, he swore he would avenge his teammates. Unbeknownst to Yi Hao, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had witnessed the entire battle from a nearby rooftop. As the rain subsided, the 2 girls emerged from the shadows, their expressions heavy with shock and doubt. The events they had just seen, the ruthless nature of Tang San and the overwhelming power of the mysterious black-clad figure, were etched into their memories. Chapter 44, A Growing Rift. Tang San. He's a hypocrite, a double-faced snake. I can't believe I've been calling him third brother all this time. Today, I've seen his true colors, Ning Rongrong huffed, her voice trembling with anger. The earlier events replayed vividly in her mind. The man she once admired had turned out to be a manipulative schemer, willing to slaughter innocent lives just to fulfill his promise to Xiao Wu. If it hadn't been for Yi Rishen's timely intervention, another innocent soul would have been lost tonight. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, her expression dark. Tang San's actions disgusted her. She felt a growing loathing toward the name, Shrek 7 Devils, that she was once proud to be a part of. At first, neither Zhu Zhuqing nor Ning Rongrong believed Yi Rishen's warnings. But now, after witnessing Tang San's actions firsthand, they couldn't deny the truth. Tang San was exactly the kind of person Yi Rishen had described. Let's go back, Ning Rongrong sighed, her voice filled with exhaustion. Her faith in Tang San was shattered. Why had she ever chosen to associate with someone like him? How could she continue to be part of a team with someone so vile? The title, Shrek 7 Devils, now felt like a cruel joke. Zhu Zhuqing gave a faint nod, equally drained. As they walked back, her thoughts lingered on the rest of the team. Everyone had their own issues, and none of them were particularly easy to deal with. Meanwhile, at the Soto arena, the battle between the Emperor team and the Frenzy team reached its climax. With the final member of the Frenzy team down, the crowd of tens of thousands erupted into thunderous applause. The audience had expected the Emperor team to lose. After all, the Frenzy team's reputation and strength were well known, despite their recent loss to the Shrek 7 Devils. However, the Emperor team had completely shattered expectations. Their lineup was formidable. Yu Tianheng spearheaded the offense. Du Guyan, a control system soul master, provided crucial support. Yi Lingling's unrivaled healing ensured the team's endurance. Oslo's speed and agility, combined with Yu Feng's aerial strikes, created a relentless assault. The twin brothers Shimo and Shimo served as an impenetrable defensive wall. With every member being a soul elder, and each having optimal soul ring configurations, the Emperor team proved to be a near-perfect lineup, leaving no exploitable weaknesses. For many, it seemed that only the Shrek 7 Devils could stand a chance against such a team. As the battle concluded, the Emperor team returned to their lounge, where Qin Ming awaited them with a proud smile. "Well done, everyone. A victory on your first night, there's nothing more satisfying," Qin Ming said with approval. Du Guyan scanned the room but quickly noticed someone missing. "Teacher Qin, where's Yi Hao? That rascal better not be off fooling around again." The others looked around, realizing Yi Hao was indeed absent. Qin Ming chuckled lightly. "Relax. Yi Hao said he'd head back to the inn to prepare a feast for everyone. He's probably waiting for us there now. You all did well tonight, but don't let one victory make you overconfident. Tomorrow's match will be even tougher." The mention of food instantly lifted everyone's spirits. With cheers and laughter, they gathered their belongings and left the arena, walking with the confidence of victors. In a modest inn some distance from the arena, Flender was busy counting his winnings. His bets on the Shrek 7 Devils had paid off handsomely, and he reveled in the extra funds that would keep the academy afloat. The streets outside were quiet, the earlier drizzle having faded into a calm night. Dragging his weary body through the rain, Tang San staggered back to his room. His face was pale, and his expression was dark. He had barely escaped tonight's encounter alive. The thought of Yi Rishan filled him with rage. "I'll kill you one day, Yi Rishan, I swear it." But it wasn't just Yi Rishan who worried him. The soul master he had failed to kill might reveal everything: his twin martial souls, his secret techniques, and his attempt at murder. Such revelations could ruin his reputation and destroy Shrek Academy's standing. As Tang San changed into dry clothes, he cursed at himself for losing control. He had been so consumed by anger that he had foolishly revealed his second martial soul, the Clear Sky Hammer. Now, he could only hope that the man wouldn't live to expose him. Luckily, he had eliminated the man's 6 teammates. With them gone, it was less likely his secrets would spread. Still, the thought of Yi Rishan lingered. "Yi Rishan, I will kill you, no matter what it takes." "Knock, knock." "Brother, are you awake?" Xiao Wu's voice called softly from outside. Tang San hesitated, then quickly composed himself and opened the door. Xiao Wu stood there, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Why aren't you asleep, Xiao Wu?" he asked gently. "I couldn't stop thinking about what happened. Brother, you shouldn't take things too far. Just teach them a lesson next time, okay?" Xiao Wu murmured, her tone filled with concern. Tang San nodded absent-mindedly, though he had no intention of following her advice. His mind raced with thoughts of how to track down Yi Rishan and silence him for good. As Xiao Wu spoke, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing entered the inn. Their faces were pale and drawn, and when they saw Tang San and Xiao Wu, their expressions darkened further. The two women brushed past them without a word, their frosty demeanor unmistakable. For Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, the events of the night had permanently changed their view of Tang San. Though they didn't speak, the growing rift between them and their teammates was clear. The once unified Shrek 7 Devils were no longer the same. Chapter 45, Spicy Rabbit Head vs. Soft-Bone Charm Rabbit. "Rongrong Zhuqing, why are you?" Xiao Wu stopped mid-sentence. Something was off. She couldn't shake the feeling that the two were intentionally avoiding her. It didn't make sense. Normally, the three of them were inseparable as sisters. Yet now, after just one evening, everything seemed to have changed. "Ning Rongrong, you worthy." "Zhu Zhuqing, she isn't." Sensing the unusual tension, Tang San sighed deeply as he gazed up at the gloomy sky. His mood was as bleak as the weather. "Xiao Wu, it's late. Get some rest. Tomorrow we have another battle waiting for us," Tang San said softly. "Okay, brother, you rest soon too," Xiao Wu replied. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and returned to her room. But as she glanced at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing lying in their beds, a hint of doubt lingered in her heart. What happened to them? They're acting so different. Meanwhile, in a lavish inn far from the Shrek Academy's modest lodging, the Emperor team enjoyed a feast to celebrate their victory. In contrast, Yihao sat alone in his room, lost in thought. Reflecting on Tang San's performance, he noticed something important. Tang San's external soul bone, 8 spider lances, wasn't fully integrated. Though a deadly weapon, it was still more of a liability for Tang San than an asset. If those spider lances are like venomous fangs, then they need to be broken, Yihao mused, a sinister smile crossing his face. Leaving them intact will only cause trouble later. I'll have to find the right opportunity. Yihao considered his next move. The night's events had been fruitful. He had collected valuable evidence against Tang San, including the testimony of the Soul Master he had saved. When the time came, he would expose Tang San's killings and alliances with soul beasts. The entire Soul Master community will turn against him. In the following days, Yihao continued his usual activities, either participating in one-on-one duels or teaming up with Yi Lingling for 2-on-2 matches. He rarely participated in team battles, as Qin Ming was reserving him as the Emperor team's ultimate trump card. "Let them handle the small fry," Qin Ming often said. In their downtime, the Emperor team began studying their potential rivals. Qin Ming carefully reviewed profiles of the Shrek 7 Devils, a team that had also been on a winning streak. Both teams had become the rising stars of the Sodo Great Spirit Arena, and the crowd eagerly anticipated a confrontation between them. One evening, Yihao arrived at the one-on-one arena for his next match. His mood was light, expecting an easy win against some unlucky opponent. But then the announcement boomed through the arena. "Spicy Rabbit head versus Soft-Bone Charm Rabbit. Please prepare for battle." Yihao froze. Xiao Wu. It was her, the rabbit. After their time at the Newding Academy, they hadn't crossed paths in a while. But now, fate had brought them together on opposite sides of the arena. Yihao grinned broadly, his excitement barely contained. "Life is so unpredictable," he muttered, suppressing a laugh. "This time, there's no way I'll go easy on her." Yihao carefully considered his next move. He couldn't afford to expose his true identity. After all, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had already seen him wearing his usual mask. To avoid suspicion, he returned to the rest area and swapped his mask for one borrowed from Yi Lingling. Meanwhile, the Shrek 7 Devils were preparing for the match. Tang San, as usual, kept his thoughts to himself, believing his confrontation with Yi Rishan was still a secret. He was oblivious to the fact that Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had witnessed everything and had since distanced themselves from him and Xiao Wu. The rift between the 3 girls had only grown deeper. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had even moved out of their shared room with Xiao Wu, cutting all ties. For days, Xiao Wu had tried to mend their relationship, but every attempt was met with the same cold response. "Stay at a safe distance from us." They couldn't risk getting involved with Xiao Wu and facing Tang San's wrath if anything happened to her. The arena speakers crackled to life again. "Soft-Bone Charm Rabbit, please prepare for your match. Your opponent is Spicy Rabbit Head." Ning Rongrong burst into laughter. "This is the best pairing ever. A spicy rabbit head versus a soft-boned rabbit. It's like they're made for each other." Zhu Zhuqing, though more reserved, couldn't suppress a faint smile. She cast a glance at Xiao Wu, her eyes glinting with subtle disdain. Tang San, on the other hand, clenched his fists. His expression darkened with a hint of murderous intent. "Spicy Rabbit Head, whoever you are, you're dead." Tang San had no intention of interfering directly, not yet. But if Xiao Wu suffered even a scratch, he would personally ensure her opponent paid the ultimate price. Yihao, as if sensing Tang San's anger from a distance, smirked under his mask. "Bring it on." The fight drew a massive crowd. The Shrek 7 Devils took their seats in the audience, each with their thoughts. Tang San sat on the edge, ready to act if necessary. While the arena had strict rules and powerful backers, it wouldn't stop him from stepping in if Xiao Wu was in danger. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, on the other hand, were more relaxed, treating the match as entertainment. Spicy Rabbit Head, whoever came up with that name has guts, Ma Hongjun chuckled. They're asking to mess with Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing sat together, united in their shared dislike for Xiao Wu and Tang San. As the arena lights dimmed, the crowd's excitement grew. The match between Spicy Rabbit Head and Softbone Charm Rabbit was about to begin. Chapter 46, A One-Sided Domination, Tang San's Fury. One-on-one soul duel, Spicy Rabbit Head versus Softbone Charm Rabbit. Fighters, please enter the arena. With the host's booming announcement, Xiao Wu stormed onto the stage, her face dark with anger. Her decision was firm. She had to teach this Spicy Rabbit Head a lesson. What kind of ridiculous name is that? Is he asking for a beating? She was determined to pound him until he couldn't tell night from day, leaving him half dead. Moments later, Yi Hao appeared, wearing the Emperor team's uniform with the Academy emblem deliberately concealed. Donning Yi Lingling's mask, he stepped onto the stage slowly, all under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of spectators. Sitting in the audience, Tang San's gaze suddenly sharpened. There was something peculiar about this Spicy Rabbit Head. Xiao-san. Dai Mubai leaned in to speak but hesitated. When he caught sight of the murderous glint in Tang San's eyes, he wisely swallowed his words. He knew that look. Tang San was dead serious now. Is something wrong, Boss Dai? Tang San asked calmly. Dai Mubai shook his head. Nothing. But in his mind, Tang San's reaction cemented a theory. Spicy Rabbit Head, Tang San muttered through gritted teeth. The name reminded him of someone Yi Hao. Yi Hao had once delighted in tormenting Xiao Wu by eating spicy rabbit heads right in front of her. To Xiao Wu, it had been nothing short of torture, watching her descendants devoured as she, the ancestor, could do nothing but endure. Dai Mubai chuckled, raising an eyebrow. What do you think, Xiao-san? Can Xiao Wu win this match? His tone was lighthearted, ready to enjoy the show. Anyone bold enough to pick such a name was practically inviting trouble. Oscar and Ma Hongjun also joined the playful banter. Memories of Xiao Wu's exploding 8-stage throw came flooding back, especially when Ma Hongjun had been on the receiving end. The thought alone made them shudder. However, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong remained indifferent, their expressions serene. To them, the title Shrek Academy had become a joke. The Shrek Seven Devils were little more than a farce. After witnessing Tang San's actions, both women had grown disillusioned with the Academy and its members. They now longed to graduate and leave this trash institution behind. Are you the so-called Spicy Rabbit Head? Xiao Wu's eyes burned with fury as she glared at Yi Hao. With a faint smile, Yi Hao replied, Indeed, Spicy Rabbit Head is my favorite dish. Add a little cumin and the flavor is even better. Aargh, Xiao Wu screamed in rage. I'll show you what happens to people like you. Her energy surged, and the tension on the stage reached its peak. Yi Hao said nothing. Instead, he raised his middle finger, a perfect imitation of what that other soul master had done to Xiao Wu during the team battle. The provocation worked. Xiao Wu's face twisted in anger, and with no further words, the battle began. One-on-one soul duel, Spicy Rabbit Head versus Softbone Charm Rabbit. Fight. As the host's declaration rang out, 3 soul rings materialized at Xiao Wu's feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Her body became enveloped in white fur, and her rabbit ears twitched with life. Without hesitation, her 3rd soul ring lit up, her teleportation skill. Xiao Wu vanished in an instant. Starting with a 3rd soul skill, Yi Hao muttered with mock disbelief. This rabbit has no sense of fairness. I haven't even activated my martial soul yet. Suddenly, Xiao Wu reappeared behind him. Her flexible, boneless body twisted midair, and her slender legs swung down in a powerful arc toward Yi Hao's head. But Yi Hao turned swiftly, grabbing her leg mid-strike. Ambushing me before I've even activated my martial soul? That's hardly noble, he said. HMPH, Xiao Wu sneered. Against you, playing dirty is. Before she could finish, Yi Hao yanked her leg and slammed her into the ground with brutal force. Aah, Xiao Wu cried out, the impact leaving her body aching and her bones rattling. What? Yi Hao's smile widened. Go on, I'm listening. He flung her to the edge of the stage, her body skidding dangerously close to the boundary. In the audience, Tang San's eyes turned blood red as he watched Xiao Wu crash into the ground. His fists clenched so tightly that veins bulged on his arms. "Spicy rabbit head, I'll kill you." Dai Mubai and Oscar quickly restrained Tang San. They knew his temper well. If Xiao Wu was harmed, Tang San would lose all reason. But this was the Sodo Great Spirit Arena. Rules were rules, and Tang San couldn't act recklessly. Nearby, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged amused glances. They had once believed Xiao Wu to be a dear friend, but now they found themselves rooting against her. Watching her take a beating brought them a strange sense of satisfaction. Ning Rongrong whispered, "That's satisfying." Zhu Zhuqing's lips curved into the faintest hint of a smile. On the stage, Yihao approached Xiao Wu leisurely. Xiao Wu, gritting her teeth, vanished again using teleportation. The crowd held their breath. Everyone was eager to see where the soft-boned charm rabbit would reappear. As Yihao anticipated, he felt a chill behind him. Xiao Wu reappeared, activating her first soul skill, Waist Bow. She flipped gracefully, sending Yihao hurtling into the air with a powerful kick. Tang San exhaled deeply, his rage subsiding. So this was her plan, he thought. Xiao Wu had deliberately feigned weakness to lull Yihao into a false sense of security. By combining her teleportation and waist bow, she could execute her exploding 8-stage throw, enough to vent years of pent-up frustration. Hovering in midair, Yihao smirked. "Spicy rabbit head," he sneered. "No, little rabbit, I'm the big boss here." With that, 6 purple light wings unfurled from his back. In a flash, Yihao appeared behind Xiao Wu. Her heart sank. Smack, smack. 2 resounding slaps echoed through the arena. Yihao's blows landed squarely on Xiao Wu's cheeks, leaving her face swollen and imprinted with hand marks. The audience gasped, stunned by the sheer audacity. As Xiao Wu's body floated midair, Yihao delivered a savage kick, sending her skyward. Then, to the crowd's amazement, Yihao initiated his version of the 8-stage drop, a move no one would soon forget. Chapter 47, Tang San's Killing Intent. Yihao's fist slammed into Xiao Wu's abdomen, leaving her dazed and spitting up bile. "Little rabbit, now it's your turn to taste the 8-stage drop." Smack! Another resounding slap echoed through the arena. Xiao Wu spun 360 degrees in the air, her head spinning, her eyes vacant. Her entire spirit was on the verge of collapse. How had it come to this? In the past, she had always been the one tossing others around with the 8-stage drop. Today, she was the one being mercilessly thrown. Bang, bang, bang. Yihao's movements turned into a blur of purple lightning. Xiao Wu's body repeatedly flew up and down in the air as blow after blow landed on her. Each impact reverberated through the arena. The audience was stunned. The sight of the soft-boned charm rabbit, of the legendary Shrek 7 Devils being so thoroughly crushed by an unknown opponent who hadn't even unleashed his martial soul, was almost beyond comprehension. This wasn't a duel. It was a one-sided destruction. Finally, the relentless assault ended as Yihao slammed Xiao Wu's battered form into the arena floor with a deafening thud. The entire arena fell silent. All eyes were on Xiao Wu, whose face was so swollen that she now resembled Ma Hongzhen in drag. Her once delicate features were barely recognizable. Xiao Wu. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Tang San leaped from the stands and onto the stage. He rushed to Xiao Wu's side, cradling her beaten form in his arms. Looking down at Xiao Wu, her face grotesquely swollen, Tang San's heart burned with rage. His killing intent surged like a tidal wave, directed squarely at Yihao. Carefully setting Xiao Wu aside, Tang San's 3 soul rings glowed ominously. With a sharp metallic sound, the 8 spider lances unfurled from his back, shimmering with a menacing purple hue. The 8 spider lances, a fortuitous external spirit bone, had long been Tang San's trump card, solving countless crises. But now they were itching to taste blood. "Spicy rabbit head, prepare to die," Tang San roared, his killing intent searing through the air. Tang San's fury overwhelmed any sense of rules or decorum. He didn't care that they were in the Sodo Great Spirit Arena. Yihao had brutalized Xiao Wu. If he didn't kill him now, his heart would never be at peace. Unfazed, Yihao remained calm. He raised a single middle finger in Tang San's direction. "Excuse me, host," Yihao called lazily. "Doesn't Sodo Great Spirit Arena have rules, or does this guy think he's above them?" The host, realizing the gravity of the situation, scrambled onto the stage and stepped between Tang San and Yi Hao. "Sir," the host began gravely, "please control yourself. Breaking the rules here is not permitted. If you persist, the Shrek 7 devils will no longer be welcome in the Sodo Great Spirit Arena. Moreover, you personally will face severe consequences, ones you cannot bear. Even a dragon must bow before a local overlord. On this turf, the Spirit Arena's rules were absolute." The rest of the Shrek team quickly joined Tang San on the stage. Except for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who remained seated in the stands, their expressions unreadable. Dai Mubai grabbed Tang San's shoulder and said softly, "Tang San, calm down. There are rules here. We can't act rashly. As long as this guy stays in Sodo City, we'll have plenty of opportunities to deal with him later." "Yeah, let's go for now," Oscar added, handing Tang San 2 recovery sausages. "Spicy rabbit head isn't going anywhere. We'll settle this, just not here." Still trembling with rage, Tang San took the sausages and fed them to Xiao Wu, who lay unconscious in his arms. "Spicy rabbit head, I swear I'll kill you." Tang San's voice dripped with malice as he etched Yi Hao's name onto his mental hit list. Yi Hao dismissed Tang San's threats with a smirk. He raised his middle finger once again, then turned his thumb downward in a taunting gesture. "You want a real fight?" he sneered. "I'd love to, but with teammates like yours, nah, I'd probably end up facing all of you at once. And let's not forget, this little rabbit attacked me first, without even waiting for me to unleash my martial soul. Everyone here saw it. The audience isn't blind." Yi Hao's voice grew louder, his words cutting deep. "She tried to kill me with her first move, aimed right for my head. What was I supposed to do? Just stand there and let her? You're the ones who don't understand reason, and now you're mad because I defended myself? Give me a break. This is the Spirit Arena. We fight fair and square, but you, Shrek 7 devils, you think the rules don't apply to you. You're a disgrace to the title of Soul Master." Turning his back on the fuming Shrek team, Yi Hao raised his middle finger one last time. "Oh, and by the way, tonight's menu, spicy rabbit head." As the words sank in, Xiao Wu, barely conscious, coughed up a mouthful of blood and passed out again. Tang San's lips twitched, but he couldn't form a response. His fists clenched so tightly that blood began to drip from his palms. The humiliation of being rendered speechless gnawed at his soul. His teacher's teachings echoed in his mind. The Shrek 7 devils are a family. When one of us is in trouble, we all fight together. Rules be damned. But now, standing here, he could do nothing. As Yi Hao walked off stage, the audience erupted into cheers. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Now that is a real man," she said softly. He had faced Tang San head-on, pummeled Xiao Wu into the ground, and walked away unscathed. To Ning Rongrong, this was the epitome of courage. "Zhuqing, let's go," Ning Rongrong said, rising from her seat. "And let's keep our distance from Tang San and Xiao Wu from now on." Zhu Zhuqing nodded faintly, casting one last glance at Yi Hao's retreating figure before following Ning Rongrong out of the arena. Chapter 48, Hello, my name is Ning Rongrong. That was satisfying. Yi Hao walked out of the Sodo Great Spirit Arena, heading back to his inn alone. At this moment, he wasn't worried about Tang San and the others seeking revenge. After all, their immediate priority would be nursing Xiao Wu back to health. She had been beaten to the point of resembling a second Ma Hongzhen. This battle had set Yi Hao and Tang San on a path of enmity. From now on, they were destined to be enemies. Spicy rabbit head. Yi Hao froze mid-step when he heard someone calling him. Turning around, he saw Ning Rongrong smiling brightly at him. "You're one of the Shrek 7 devils, the 7 treasure glazed tile soul master," Yi Hao said with a smirk. "What do you want? If you're here for revenge, save it. You're just a support-type soul master. Besides, I wouldn't dare offend the 7 treasure glazed tile clan." After all, the 2 title duellos who guarded Ning Rongrong treated her like the apple of their eye. Yi Hao wouldn't want to provoke that kind of power. "Hello, my name is Ning Rongrong. I saw your fight just now, you were great." Ning Rongrong clapped her hands and cheered, her tone lively and sincere. Yi Hao raised an eyebrow. "That soft-boned rabbit isn't your teammate? Your teammate just got pummeled, and yet you're this happy." He feigned ignorance, playing the role of the oblivious, spicy rabbit head. After all, this was a different identity from Yi Rishan, so he had to act unaware. Luckily, he had swapped masks with Yi Lingling beforehand. Otherwise, Ning Rongrong might have recognized him. At the mention of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong let out a cold snort. That rabbit thinks she's so important, but she's exactly as you described. I completely misjudged her. I used to treat her as my close sister, but now I realize that both Tang San and she are terrible people. I came to warn you about something, Ning Rongrong said seriously, her voice lowering. Warn me about what? She leaned in slightly, her voice cautious but clear. Be careful of Tang San. After what you did to Xiao Wu, he won't let it go. You need to watch your back. Yi Hao was momentarily taken aback. The mischievous Ning Rongrong, the so-called little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile clan, had come all this way to warn him. He had already gauged Tang San's abilities from their recent clashes. If things hadn't gone awry the other night, Yi Hao might have been able to completely defeat Tang San. Tang San's 8 spider lance's external soul bone was something Yi Hao had been keeping an eye on. Leaving it with Tang San was like leaving a blade in the hands of an assassin. It was only a matter of time before it became a threat. If Tang San lost the 8 spider lances, it would be like taking away his greatest weapon. From then on, what would Tang San have to fight him with? Currently, Tang San's 8 spider lances hadn't fully fused with his body, which Yi Hao had confirmed during their battle. That meant this was the perfect time to take it away. If Tang San fully integrated the 8 spider lances and gained mastery over them, it would be too late. Thanks for the warning, but I think you came all this way for nothing, Yi Hao replied with a small smile. Ning Rongrong frowned. What do you mean? Aren't you afraid of Tang San's revenge? Yi Hao chuckled and pointed to the badge on his sleeves. Take a look, what do you see? Ning Rongrong leaned closer to inspect it. As the daughter of Ning Fengzhai, she had seen plenty in her lifetime and recognized the badge immediately. Wait, you're a student of the Heaven Dew Royal Academy, she exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. The Heaven Dew Royal Academy, founded by the Heaven Dew Empire, was a prestigious institution Ning Rongrong knew well. In her earlier excitement watching the fight, she hadn't noticed the badge on Yi Hao's sleeves. Yi Hao quickly covered the badge and smiled confidently. So, Ning Rongrong, do you still think I need to worry about Tang San's revenge? Yi Hao was not just any student of the Heaven Dew Royal Academy. He was a key member of the Royal Fighting Team, an elite squad representing the academy. Ning Rongrong's expression shifted as realization dawned on her. Wait, does that mean the Emperor team, the one that's been making waves in the spirit arena, is actually? Yi Hao nodded. That's right. The Emperor team is part of the Heaven Dew Royal Academy. From the way things are going, it's only a matter of time before our 2 teams face off in the arena. He added, by the way, Ning Rongrong, I'd appreciate it if you kept my identity secret. Ning Rongrong smirked playfully. Aren't you worried I'll tell Tang San? Yi Hao laughed heartily. You're not that kind of person. And how do you know that? She asked, curious. If you wanted Tang San to know, you wouldn't have come all this way to warn me, Yi Hao replied simply. With that, he waved goodbye and continued on his way. At a simple inn far from the spirit arena, the Shrek team had an unexpected visitor. In the room occupied by Flender, Grandmaster, and Zhao Wuji, Qin Ming, the leader of the Emperor team, was seated with them. Ha, Qin Ming, I never expected that the rising star of the spirit arena, the Emperor team, would turn out to be under your leadership. Flender laughed heartily, a look of pride on his face. I've been wondering who was behind that team's incredible winning streak, breaking records left and right. And it's you. Qin Ming smiled humbly. Flender, you flatter me. Everything I've achieved is thanks to the guidance of my teachers. Having the opportunity to teach at the Heaven Dew Royal Academy is an honor. The Grandmaster interjected, his tone pensive. With the current state of the spirit arena, it seems inevitable that the Shrek 7 Devils will soon face off against the Emperor team in a group battle. Both teams were riding high on winning streaks, dominating their respective matches in the arena. The clash between these 2 rising stars was only a matter of time. Chapter 49, Spicy Rabbit Head, well done. Not long ago, the Emperor team faced the Crazy Battle team again. Surprisingly, the Crazy Battle team chose to forfeit outright. After their previous humiliating defeat, none of the existing teams at the Sodo Great Spirit Arena were willing to challenge the Emperor team lightly. To them, fighting the Emperor team was equivalent to handing over points, nothing more than serving themselves up for slaughter. With every member of the Emperor team at the sole elder level, they were undeniably formidable. Meanwhile, the Shrek 7 Devils had exceptional teamwork. If these two teams were to face off, the outcome would largely depend on one person. After days of observation and information gathering, Qin Ming had come to realize that Yi Hao was the key to securing victory. This discovery excited Qin Ming. He was eager to see what made the Shrek 7 Devils so unique. Although Shrek Academy was his alma mater, when it came to major competitions, Qin Ming naturally sided with the Emperor team. After all, his mission was to temper the Emperor team for the upcoming all-continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament 2 years from now. The silence of the night was interrupted by hurried footsteps outside the inn. From the window, silhouettes of people flitted past. It seemed the Shrek 7 Devils had returned. Flender chuckled to himself. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in this batch of students. They truly lived up to the name of Shrek. Clearing his throat, Flender adjusted his clothes and got up to open the door, ready to introduce Qin Ming to these monster students. But just as the door opened, Flender staggered backward, clutching his chest in shock, almost losing his crystal glasses. His face was pale, and his breathing was ragged. Flender, what happened? Qin Ming rushed over to steady him, alarmed by his reaction. Flender swallowed hard, his voice trembling. There's a pig's head outside. I opened the door and there it was, a pig's head. A pig's head. Zhao Wuji was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Boss, how can a pig's head scare you like this? At your age, and you're a soul saint. I'm going to see what this so-called pig's head is. With a grin, Zhao Wuji pushed past Flender to open the door. But the moment he did, he froze in place. Standing outside was Tang San, carrying a swollen pig's head on his back. Upon closer inspection, the pig's head had 2 pink rabbit ears. A flying pig. Zhao Wuji barely managed to stifle his laughter. Tang San frowned, his voice steady despite his evident anger. Teacher Zhao, is Dean Flender here? Yes, of course he's here. Zhao Wuji called back over his shoulder, still chuckling. Boss, there's no pig's head, just Tang San, carrying a rabbit-eared pig. Tang San didn't bother addressing the mockery. His priority was treating Xiao Wu. He would seek vengeance against the spicy rabbit head after she recovered to soothe his wrath. Flender examined Xiao Wu, beaten into a grotesque version of her former self. Her cheeks were swollen red, imprinted with countless hand marks. She remained unconscious, deeply comatose. Tang San, is this Xiao Wu? What happened to her? Flender was stunned. Given Xiao Wu's abilities, losing a match was one thing, but being beaten to this extent. At first glance, Flender had thought he'd encountered a ghost when he saw the pig's head. How could such a thing happen? This wasn't just a defeat, it was a humiliation, a slap to Shrek Academy's reputation. Tang San, explain what happened. Who had the audacity to beat Xiao Wu like this? Flender demanded, his anger flaring. After stabilizing Xiao Wu with soul power, Flender let out a sigh of relief. Though her swelling had subsided, the handprints on her face wouldn't fade overnight. Meanwhile, Qin Ming, who couldn't bear to see Xiao Wu in such a state, retrieved an ice pack from the inn's front desk and handed it to Tang San. Thank you. By the way, Dean Flender, who is this gentleman? Tang San asked, noticing Qin Ming for the first time. This is Qin Ming, Flender said proudly, throwing an arm around his shoulder. A former Shrek Academy student. Back in his day, your senior brother was already making waves in the Soto Great Spirit Arena. And don't underestimate him. He's only in his early 30s and already a Soul Emperor. A Soul Emperor. The Shrek 7 Devils were taken aback. Qin Ming's strength was truly remarkable. Qin Ming gave a modest smile. It's all thanks to the guidance of my teachers. I owe everything to them. He turned to Tang San. I've heard about you from Flender and the Grandmaster. Your name is Tang San, right? Tang San nodded. Yes. Qin Ming's expression became serious. And this, Xiao Wu, was she injured during a match? Flender, the Grandmaster, and Zhao Wuji all leaned in, curious to learn who had dared to humiliate Shrek Academy like this. Tang San clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. It was someone named Spicy Rabbit Head. He's the one who did this to Xiao Wu. Spicy Rabbit Head. Flender's expression darkened. Zhao Wuji scratched his head in confusion. The Grandmaster appeared thoughtful, while Qin Ming rubbed his ears, certain he had misheard. Spicy Rabbit Head, isn't that? Back when Qin Ming had asked Yi Hao about his nickname, Yi Hao had casually replied, "I just like eating spicy rabbit heads. That's all." Since then, Qin Ming had never questioned it. "Wait, Tang-san," Qin Ming said, his tone cautious. "What did you say his name was?" "Spicy Rabbit Head," Tang-san ground out through clenched teeth. His hatred for the man burned like a fire, and he swore to take his revenge. Hearing the name repeated, Qin Ming's face froze. He finally understood who was responsible. "It's Yi Hao." Chapter 50, Lofty Promises. It had to be Yi Hao. Qin Ming couldn't think of anyone else. First, Yi Hao had registered the name Spicy Rabbit Head at the Sodo Great Spirit Arena. Second, Yi Hao openly loved eating spicy rabbit heads and frequently ordered them. At this moment, Xiao Wu was still unconscious. Qin Ming glanced at the seething Flender and the other Shrek teachers, hurriedly excused himself, and left the inn. As he walked outside the Shrek Academy lodging, Qin Ming sighed deeply, thinking of Yi Hao's actions. This boy really knows how to stir up trouble. There was no deep grudge, no personal vendetta. Why beat that girl, Xiao Wu, so severely? Especially when she was a Shrek Academy student, technically Qin Ming's junior. What Yi Hao did was undoubtedly a slap in the face for the entire Shrek Academy. Luckily, Yi Hao's identity hadn't been exposed yet, otherwise, Qin Ming, as the Emperor team's leader, would have faced serious repercussions. At worst, he could even be accused of failing to discipline his team. Not long after Qin Ming departed, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing returned to the inn together. As they passed Flender's room, they noticed Xiao Wu lying on the bed. The deep red handprints on her swollen face were still plainly visible. The two girls exchanged a knowing look. Without a word, they chose not to intervene. They had no desire to risk incurring Xiao Wu's wrath or worse, being placed on Tang San's must-kill list. Inside the room, Flender's voice rang out. "You two, come in." Hearing this, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing hesitated before stepping inside. They were met with stern expressions from everyone present. Flender's face was particularly grave. He looked at the two girls and asked coldly, "What's going on with you two and Xiao Wu? According to Tang San, you've not only moved out of your shared dorm but are also isolating her. Who gave you such audacity? Don't you understand the importance of unity?" Grandmaster chimed in, "The Shrek 7 Devils are a team. You must support one another. Petty grievances cannot jeopardize the entire group. Tomorrow's battle is critical, and I hope you'll apologize to Xiao Wu today so we can put this behind us." Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Wu, lying on the bed, was already awake. Though her fists clenched tightly beneath the sheets, she didn't move or speak. She was determined to find out why Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were treating her this way. Ning Rongrong scanned the room, her gaze sweeping over everyone. Finally, she broke the silence. "You all really want to know?" Everyone nodded. As Grandmaster had said, the Shrek 7 Devils were supposed to be a team. No problem should be unsolvable through honest discussion. But what Ning Rongrong was about to reveal would shatter their assumptions. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself. The memory of that night's events sent a chill down her spine. For a moment, she feared Tang San, the once revered third brother, might one day turn on her in the dead of night. But then she reminded herself, "I am Ning Rongrong of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile clan. With my family's resources and influence, I have nothing to fear." Before continuing, she addressed Tang San directly. "I have a question for you." Tang San, startled, replied, "Go ahead." Ning Rongrong's expression turned serious. "I heard Xiao Wu mention that the two of you made a promise when you were young. Is that true?" Tang San nodded. "Yes, Xiao Wu is my sister. I swore I would never let anyone harm her. Anyone who does will pay the price." Such lofty promises, Ning Rongrong sneered, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Tang San's expression darkened. "What did you say?" "You heard me," Ning Rongrong retorted. "Did I say something wrong? Soul Master battles are sacred contests between Soul Masters. Stepping onto the stage is akin to signing a death warrant. Each combatant must accept their fate, win or lose." Her tone grew colder. "And yet, Tang San, you blatantly disregard the rules. You see them as nothing." Oscar interjected, "But the situation was urgent. You saw what Spicy Rabbit Head did to Xiao Wu. How could Tang San just sit back and do nothing?" Fine, Ning Rongrong shot back. Let's not talk about that. She pointed an accusatory finger at Tang San. You believe you're entitled to do whatever you want. You can harm others, but no one can harm you. If someone dares to touch you, you'll kill them in return. Such a narrow-minded person, what gives you the right to call yourself my friend? Her voice softened but was no less cutting. Do you know why Zhuking and I have been avoiding Xiao Wu? Tang San fell silent, his eyes flickering with unease. Remember the team battle a few days ago? Ning Rongrong continued. One of the opposing soul masters made an offensive gesture toward Xiao Wu. The moment she said this, Tang San froze. It couldn't be. No one else knew what had happened that night, only him, Yi Rishan, Spicy Rabbit Head, and the lone survivor. Tang San had ensured the other 6 were silenced forever to protect his secret. Is that why you're ostracizing Xiao Wu? Tang San asked, his voice low. Ning Rongrong scoffed. What do you think? Over such a trivial matter, you nearly killed someone. Why should I associate with someone so petty and vindictive? Tang San let out a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed his secret was still safe, for now. Enough, Flender interrupted, trying to defuse the situation. You're a team. You cannot let a small misunderstanding drive a wedge between you. Tomorrow's team battle is crucial for the Shrek 7 Devils. HMPH. Ning Rongrong snorted dismissively, grabbed Zhu Zhuking's hand, and left the room without another word. Outside, Zhu Zhuking glanced at Ning Rongrong, worry etched on her face. You almost told them everything. Ning Rongrong shrugged. I'm not that foolish. Do you think I'd give away such a dangerous secret? You're not afraid of Tang San seeking revenge? Zhu Zhuking asked. Ning Rongrong smiled confidently. Afraid? What's there to fear? If he dares to act against me, my clan won't let him get away with it. 2 titled Duluo guard my family. Tang San is nothing more than a bug to us. Zhu Zhuking nodded, reassured by her friend's confidence. Back inside, the atmosphere was heavy with unspoken tension. Flender was furious, slamming the door behind him as he stormed out. She's absolutely impossible, he fumed, but he was powerless to do anything. With Ning Fengzhai's blessing, he couldn't afford to touch a hair on Ning Rongrong's head. Meanwhile, Grandmaster sighed heavily. Tang San, it's late. Take care of Xiao Wu. The others began to disperse, leaving Tang San alone with the unconscious Xiao Wu. Chapter 51. Here you go again, annoying everyone. Apologize, why should I? After leaving the Shrek Academy's lodging, Qin Ming hurried back to the Emperor team's quarters. He sought out Yi Hao immediately to discuss the situation. Upon hearing the full story, Yi Hao outright rejected Qin Ming's request. I heard from Dean Flender that you were once classmates with Tang San and Xiao Wu. Given the condition you left Xiao Wu in, it's only reasonable for you to apologize, Qin Ming said earnestly, trying to persuade him. Classmates? Yi Hao rolled his eyes and shook his head in exasperation. I don't recall having such illustrious classmates. And let's get one thing straight, I didn't beat up Xiao Wu. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow in disbelief. You expect me to believe that? I'm telling the truth. Then how did Xiao Wu end up like that? She fell on her own. You're seriously claiming that you're not Spicy Rabbit Head? I'm not. Got any proof? Yi Hao crossed his arms and said righteously, Teacher Qin, I officially changed my name to Yi Hao not long ago. Spicy Rabbit Head is Spicy Rabbit Head. Yi Hao is Yi Hao. You can't confuse the two. So if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Bye. With that, Yi Hao turned and walked away, leaving Qin Ming standing there, baffled. As he watched Yi Hao leave, Qin Ming couldn't help but sigh in frustration. He knew Yi Hao all too well. Claiming he wasn't Spicy Rabbit Head was about as believable as the sun rising in the west. By dusk, the Soto Great Spirit Arena was already bustling with people. The packed crowd surged like waves, a testament to how vital the arena was to the Soul Master world. Its success reflected the prosperity of the city and the nation as a whole. The Shrek 7 Devils arrived early that evening, settling into their designated resting room to prepare for the crucial team battle ahead. Meanwhile, at the front desk of the arena, Tang San approached a staff member. Hello, I'm Thousand-Handed Usura from the Shrek 7 Devils. Could you please provide me with the information on a soul master named Spicy Rabbit Head? Tang San's eyes burned with determination. After yesterday's events, Spicy Rabbit Head was now on his personal kill list. Due to Xiao Wu's severe injuries, Tang San had reluctantly held back his vengeance. But he had no intention of letting Spicy Rabbit Head get away unscathed. "I'm sorry, sir," the receptionist said firmly. "The Sodo Great Spirit Arena has strict rules. We do not disclose the personal information of participating soul masters. If you persist, the consequences will not be something you can bear." Tang San clenched his fists in frustration. The staff had seen through his intentions. To them, it was clear he was seeking personal revenge. The previous day's fight between Spicy Rabbit Head and Zio Wu had been the talk of the arena. Furthermore, Tang San's blatant disregard for the arena's rules, attempting to intervene in a sanctioned match and using underhanded methods like hidden weapons, had tarnished his reputation. The receptionist wasn't done. Soul Master battles are supposed to be fair and just. Using hidden weapons, tools meant for sneak attacks, is disgraceful, and those who use them, they're no better. Tang San's voice faltered, his frustration mounting. He couldn't retaliate, not here. The Sodo Great Spirit Arena was too well protected, and its rules were too strict. With a cold snort, he stormed off, his mind racing. He was desperate to uncover Spicy Rabbit Head's true identity. His burning anger and desire for vengeance consumed him. As Tang San disappeared into the distance, the receptionist muttered under their breath, "If you can't handle it, don't play. You harassed Spicy Rabbit Head yesterday, and now you're here bothering me. What kind of person does that?" Back in the Shrek 7 Devil's resting room, Zio Wu sat silently in a corner, her face sullen. She glanced over at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuking, who were chatting happily, their camaraderie seemingly unshaken. She felt utterly isolated. Her thoughts churned with self-doubt. Why? Why are they avoiding me? What did I do wrong? All she had done was ask Tang San to teach those people a lesson, a simple punishment. Was that really such an unforgivable act? The door creaked open as Tang San walked in. Without a word, he sat down beside Zio Wu. At this moment, he was the only one willing to stay by her side. People gravitate toward their kind. In this case, birds of a feather flocked together. Moments later, Grandmaster, Zhao Wuji and Flender entered the room. Flender's expression was heavy with concern. The 7 devils had fractured, their unity was crumbling. He couldn't help but wonder how much longer Shrek Academy could endure. Grandmaster cleared his throat and addressed the team. "Tonight, you won't be participating in any preliminary matches. Your only focus will be on the team battle. Your opponents are formidable, be mentally prepared." He handed a stack of documents to Dai Mubai, the team captain. "Your opponents will be the Emperor team." Dai Mubai flipped through the information. His expression grew serious as he read aloud. Team name, Emperor Team. 8 members, all Silver Spirit Fighters. Captain, Yu Tianheng Martial Soul. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, level 39 Assault Soul Master, 2 yellow, 1 purple soul rings. Vice Captain, Du Guyan Martial Soul. Jade Phosphor Serpent, level 38 Control Soul Master, 2 yellow, 1 purple soul rings. Members: Shimo and Shimor Martial Soul. Black Tortoise, levels 37 and 36 Defense Soul Masters, 2 yellow, 1 purple soul rings. Oslo Martial Soul. Ghost Leopard, level 36 Agility Soul Master, 2 yellow, 1 purple soul rings. Yufeng Martial Soul. Wind Spirit Bird, level 36 Agility Soul Master, 2 yellow, 1 purple soul rings. Yilingaling Martial Soul. 9 Hearts Begonia, level 35 Support Soul Master, 2 yellow, 1 purple soul rings. Yihao Martial Soul. Death Spider, level 34 Control Soul Master, 1 yellow, 2 purple soul rings. Dai Mubai froze. Yihao. He turned to Tang San, eyes wide. "Isn't this the same person you mentioned before?" Tang San snatched the papers, scanning the information rapidly. When he saw the name Yihao and the terrifyingly optimal spirit ring configuration, he inhaled sharply. 100-year ring and 2,000-year rings. It's him. It has to be him. His expression twisted with fury. He's part of the Emperor team. Hearing this, Ma Hongzhen's eyes gleamed with excitement. So it's him. That's the guy who dared to humiliate Shrek Academy. He won't get away with it. Fat Grandpa's going to be the first to teach him a lesson. Chapter 52, Hee Hee. So he's Yihao, huh? Dai Mubai cracked his knuckles, his eagerness to teach Yihao a lesson evident. As the self-proclaimed leader of the Shrek 7 Devils, Dai Mubai had no tolerance for anyone who insulted the academy. His only thought now was to give Yihao a taste of what Shrek was truly capable of. Hearing the name Yihao, Xiao Wu's interest was piqued. She momentarily forgot about the lingering pain in her cheeks and quickly snatched the file from Daimubai's hands. Aside from Spicy Rabbit Head, Yihao was the second person Xiao Wu despised most in the world. Wait a minute, Spicy Rabbit Head. Yihao liked eating spicy rabbit heads. Could it be? Was Yihao actually Spicy Rabbit Head? At the same time, Tang San came to the same realization. He and Xiao Wu both knew about Yihao's peculiar fondness for spicy rabbit dishes. With Yihao now officially a member of the Emperor team, whose prowess in the Soto Great Spirit arena was well known, it seemed increasingly likely that Spicy Rabbit Head and Yihao were the same. Ning Rongrong, however, already knew the truth. She vividly recalled seeing Yihao in his Heaven Dew Imperial Academy uniform during their encounter. Although the emblem had been hidden, the distinct design was unmistakable. No one casually wore their academy's uniform unless they had a good reason. This was especially true for Heaven Dew Imperial Academy, whose reputation preceded. Master spoke up, his tone grave. This battle will be your final team fight in this stage of training. I've already reviewed your accumulated points. You've surpassed the Silver Spirit Fighter rank, and strictly speaking, you're now officially a Silver Spirit Fighter team. Dai Mubai's confidence soared. Don't worry, Master. Whether it's the Emperor team or Yihao, we'll handle them and uphold Shrek's reputation. Master, however, shook his head. His expression grew even more serious. Listen carefully. When the battle begins, you must not harm Yihao too severely, especially you, Xiao Wu. All eyes turned to Xiao Wu, who suddenly found herself under intense scrutiny. It seemed even Master had caught on to her tendency to go overboard during fights. Me, what did I do? Xiao Wu asked, bewildered. Tang San interjected, defending her. Master, Xiao Wu never hits too hard, I can vouch for her. Hathy. Ning Rongrong snorted, casting a disdainful glance at the pair. Not too hard, says who? Master sighed. Yihao is a member of the Emperor team, which is directly affiliated with Heaven Dew Imperial Academy. More importantly, Heaven Dew Imperial Academy is under the protection of the Heaven Dew Empire's royal family. Yesterday, your senior Qin Ming, who leads the Emperor team, confirmed this. If you injure Yihao too severely, you'll bring untold trouble to the academy. The revelation shocked everyone. Master's words only heightened the group's awareness of the Emperor team's background and prestige. Meanwhile, Master still naively believed that Yihao's presence was part of some greater plan, perhaps orchestrated by the Heaven Dew royal family. But the truth was that Yihao had no such connection. In reality, he had spent years mocking Master at every opportunity. Tang San, though visibly angry at Yihao, knew his hands were tied. Master's words had essentially given Yihao an untouchable status, a get-out-of-jail-free. Enough of this. Focus on the fight and strive for victory, Master concluded, stepping aside for Flender to address the group. Flender cleared his throat, his expression a mix of seriousness and excitement. Before the fight begins, I have an important announcement to make. After this battle, the Academy will undergo a major relocation. Once this stage of training ends, you'll have 3 months to rest and take care of any unfinished business in Soto City. After that, the entire Academy will move to our new destination, Heaven Dew City. The Shrek 7 Devils exchanged surprised glances. We're moving the Academy, why? Ma Hongjin asked, perplexed. Flender's gaze hardened. Are you questioning the Dean's decision? No, the Dean is wise and farsighted. Ma Hongjin quickly backtracked, waving his hands in surrender. The reason for the move, Flender thought, would become apparent soon enough. The night before, he had reached an agreement with Qin Ming. They planned to merge Shrek Academy with Heaven Dew Imperial Academy. Shrek's current status as an unregistered, rogue, school wouldn't cut it in the long run. With the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament fast approaching, the merger would ensure the students had the best resources and opportunities to prepare. The Emperor team members pored over the detailed profiles of the Shrek 7 Devils. Each one's martial soul power, and ring configurations were meticulously documented. Tang San, martial soul, blue-silver grass. Blue-silver grass can be cultivated. Du Guyan sneered, finding it hard to believe. Based on the profiles, 4 of the Shrek 7 Devils had reached the Soul Elder rank, with Daimubai boasting the highest soul power. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Oscar followed closely. The remaining three posed no significant threat, except Ning Rongrong, whose 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda marked her as someone special. Seated off to the side, Yihao watched the battles below with mild interest. The upcoming fight against the Shrek 7 devils promised to be fascinating. The Clear Sky Clan, 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Clan, and Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Interesting. All 3 great clans tangled up together, Yihao mused, a faint smile on his lips. The prospect of fighting against representatives from the 3 greatest clans in the world was thrilling. At that moment, Qin Ming entered the room, his gaze sweeping over the team. "Teacher Qin." "Ahem." Qin Ming nodded in acknowledgement. "It's hard to believe it's already been a month since we left the academy. Are you all ready? This will be your final battle of this phase of training." Du Guyan smirked confidently. "Teacher Qin, I reviewed the Shrek 7 devils. They're supposed to be undefeated in team battles at the Sodo Great Spirit Arena, but their lineup doesn't impress me. 4 Soul Elders and 3 Soul Grandmasters, they're not as strong as they look." Like the Shrek 7 devils, the Emperor team had been undefeated since entering the arena. With their near-perfect spirit ring configurations and unparalleled teamwork, losing wasn't even a consideration. Chapter 53, The Final Battle. Overconfidence was always Du Guyan's Achilles heel. After a month of effortless victories, the Emperor team had developed an air of arrogance. Every battle ended with ease, leaving them little reason to expect a challenge. Qin Ming sighed, shaking his head at Du Guyan's smug demeanor. His tone carried a note of caution as he addressed the team. "Du Guyan, don't underestimate Shrek's 7 devils. They've earned their consecutive wins for a reason, and they won't be easy to deal with. To avoid any unforeseen accidents, Yihao will join this match in place of Yu Feng." Yu Feng was startled for a moment, but nodded in agreement. Qin Ming glanced at Yihao, who was watching the match below with a relaxed air. "Yihao, anything to add?" Yihao smirked, pounding his chest with mock bravado. "No worries, Teacher Qin. With me here, nothing can go wrong. Shrek's strength lies in their teamwork, but their overall soul power is still lower than ours. When the match starts, we'll focus on that guy, the so-called Thousand-Hand Asura. The rest aren't worth our attention." Shrek 7 Devils versus Emperor Team. The long-anticipated team battle was about to begin. For weeks, Sodo Great Spirit Arena had been abuzz with chatter about this showdown. Both teams were undefeated stars, and their inevitable clash had captivated the city. The betting zones were flooded with spectators placing their wagers. "I'm betting on Shrek. I'm putting my money on the Emperor team." The lines stretched endlessly as people placed their bets. This was where the arena made the most money. 10,000 gold soul coins on Shrek, Flender said slyly, sliding a golden card across the counter. He wore a satisfied smirk, relishing the prospect of another big win. For weeks, Flender had been frequenting the betting areas, cashing in on his insider knowledge. Not long after Flender left, Yihao strolled in, carrying his own golden card. This one, however, was worth 20,000 gold soul coins. Did you think Yihao had been idling this past month? As an Emperor team member, Yihao knew their capabilities inside and out. Confident in his teammates, he often bet on their matches, raking in an impressive fortune in return. 20,000 gold soul coins on the Emperor team, Yihao said confidently, handing over his card. With his bet placed, he hurried back to the team's waiting room. By now, both teams were ready. Qin Ming had already taken his place in the viewing area, seated in a private booth overlooking the arena. From this vantage point, he had an unimpeded view of the entire battlefield. Across from him sat Flender, Grandmaster, and Zhao Wuji, all watching anxiously. The Emperor team was formidable, more complete in their composition, teamwork, and soul rings than any opponent Shrek had faced before. This battle would test the 7 devils like never before. The announcer stepped onto the stage, his voice booming across the massive arena. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sodo Great Spirit Arena." The audience erupted in cheers, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. "Tonight, we bring you a clash of titans. Shrek 7 Devils versus Emperor Team. Will Shrek continue their legendary streak, or will the Emperor Team claim the throne? Let's find out. Give a warm round of applause for our 2 teams." The deafening roar of the crowd greeted both teams as they entered the arena. On one side, the Shrek 7 devils appeared, led as always by Daimubai. Flanking him were Tang San and Xiao Wu, with Oscar and Ma Hongjun by their sides. At the edges stood Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Despite the strained relationships between some members, they knew they had to work together on the battlefield. On the other side, the Emperor team was led by Yu Tianheng, with Du Guyan and Yi Hao close behind. She brothers Shimo and Shimo stood at the center, while Osler and Yi Lingeling covered the flanks. 14 soul masters faced off, their expressions sharp and focused. Both teams, prepare to release your martial souls. At the announcer's command, the battlefield came alive with dazzling soul rings. The arena was bathed in radiant light as the fighters unleashed their martial souls. On Shrek's side, Daimubai, with his white tiger martial soul, roared as he activated his 3 rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Tang San followed, his blue-silver grass spreading like a web across the ground. Ma Hongjun erupted in flames, his evil fire phoenix martial soul burning bright. Oscar summoned his signature sausages, the rings around them glowing faintly. Ning Rongrong raised her 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, its light casting a protective aura. Zhu Zhuqing crouched low, her hell spirit cat martial soul giving her a predatory air. Xiao Wu, though recovered from her injuries, remained visibly tense. The faint traces of her earlier beating were hidden under her mask. On the Emperor team's side, Yu Tianheng's blue lightning tyrant dragon's martial soul roared with power, his rings shining as he flexed his strength. Du Guyan transformed partially into her jade phosphor serpent form, her legs merging into a serpent's tail. The Shi brothers donned their tortoise shells, their defenses nearly impenetrable. Yi Lingeling's 9-heart begonia martial soul blossomed, her supportive abilities ready. Yi Hao stood menacingly, clad in black armor. His death spider emperor martial soul manifested as 8 sharp spider legs sprouted from his back, oozing venom. As Yi Hao's 3 rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, illuminated the battlefield, the stage was set for an epic clash. The announcer's voice cut through the tension. Let the battle begin. Chapter 54, Death Spider Emperor's Poison Revealed. 100-year, 1,000-year, 1,000-year. Yi Hao stood at the center of the Emperor team, his soul rings radiating brilliantly. The Death Spider Emperor manifested behind him, exuding a suffocating aura that swept toward the Shrek 7 devils. Daimubai swallowed nervously, a chill running down his spine. 100-year ring, 2,000-year rings, this guy is even more monstrous than us. He wasn't alone in his unease. All of Shrek's members felt the same bitter frustration. As they stared at Yi Hao's unparalleled soul ring configuration, a sense of jealousy crept in. Why was the gap between people so immense? The audience erupted into gasps and murmurs of astonishment. For many, this was their first time seeing Yi Hao, the Emperor team's hidden ace. It was evident that the team had prepared meticulously to face the Shrek 7 devils, bringing out their most formidable member. With both teams in position, the announcer's voice rang out. Shrek 7 devils versus Emperor team, let the match begin. The instant the match started, Tang San activated his blue-silver grass, his first soul ring glowing brightly. The vines spread across the battlefield like serpents, coiling and twisting until they covered every inch of the arena. His mastery of his martial soul as a soul elder was evident, and his control was impeccable. First soul ability, Bind. At Tang San's command, the blue-silver grass surged forward, converging toward Yi Hao. Tang San's strategy was clear. Take down the Emperor team's core first and the rest would crumble. Not on my watch. Yu Tianheng roared, his blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul erupting with arcs of crackling lightning. The dragon claws on his hands glowed with electrical energy as he launched a counterattack, hurling bolts of lightning directly at Tang San. Tang San was Shrek's only control-type soul master. Despite blue-silver grass's humble reputation, in the right hands, it could be deadly. You're the one who's overstepping. Daimubai intercepted Yu Tianheng, his white tiger barrier shimmering as it absorbed the impact of the lightning. The 2 team captains locked eyes, their battle intent palpable. Both launched themselves at each other simultaneously, fists colliding with claws in a fierce exchange. Sparks and shockwaves rippled across the arena as their clash escalated. Meanwhile, Yi Hao stood calmly, observing the tide of blue-silver grass rushing toward him. He smirked, As expected of Tang San, the two had crossed paths enough times to understand each other's tactics well. Unperturbed, Yi Hao raised his arms, the black spider spears protruding from them flashing ominously. With a single sweep, the vines in his path were severed, falling to the ground in tatters. But Tang San wasn't one to relent so easily. The next wave of blue-silver grass came, even more relentless and overwhelming, surging forward like a tidal wave. Yi Hao's smirk widened. He stomped the ground lightly, and suddenly the arena floor began to fracture. Black mist seeped from the cracks, spreading rapidly across the battlefield. Death Spider Emperor's poison unleashed. The black mist emanating from Yi Hao's Death Spider Emperor enveloped the blue-silver grass. To the astonishment of everyone present, the vines withered, decayed, and crumbled to ash upon contact. In the VIP viewing box, Qin Ming slammed his fist against the crystal screen. Yi Hao had unleashed the Death Spider Emperor's poison. This wasn't ordinary venom. It was far deadlier than Dugu Yan's green phosphor poison. Once exposed to it, survival was almost impossible. That's enough, Qin Ming muttered under his breath. He knew the rules he'd set for Yi Hao, no killing. In Shrek's VIP box, the Grandmaster's face turned ashen. Yi Hao, how could he murmured, his voice trembling. Beside him, Flender stared in shock. Grandmaster, what is that black mist? It's terrifying. Grandmaster's expression darkened. It's the Death Spider Emperor's poison. It's the deadliest venom among spider-type soul beasts. I thought Yi Hao's martial soul was the Death Spider, but I was wrong. His true martial soul is the Death Spider Emperor. Flender clenched his fists tightly. Only now did he understand why Grandmaster had repeatedly warned them not to provoke Yi Hao. His background was too vast, his potential too terrifying. On the battlefield, the Death Spider Emperor's poison continued to spread, reducing every vine of blue-silver grass to nothing. The once verdant battlefield was now a scene of decay and desolation. Tang San's expression shifted to panic. Oscar, quick, detoxifying sausages. Oscar hesitated momentarily before activating his second soul ability, handing out sausages to his teammates. Despite their best efforts, it was evident that the mist was dispersing on its own. Yi Hao had intentionally held back. If he had unleashed the poison fully, the Shrek 7 devils would have been in grave danger. Qin Ming let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he didn't go all out. With the blue-silver grass neutralized, the Emperor team seized the momentum. Yu Tianheng, now unrestrained, charged into the heart of the Shrek formation, his lightning-infused fists targeting Tang San directly. Tang San reacted swiftly, meeting Yu Tianheng's dragon fist with his own mysterious jade hand. The impact sent both retreating momentarily. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda shone brilliantly, providing buffs to her team despite her grievances. The battle demanded cooperation, and she performed her role flawlessly. Yi Hao watched the chaos with a faint smile. His black spider spears gleamed ominously as he prepared for his next move. This was only the beginning. Chapter 55, A Den of Snakes and Rats. 6 dazzling beams of light shot into the Shrek 7 devils, amplifying their speed and strength significantly. Ma Hongzhen's first and second soul rings lit up simultaneously, unleashing his Phoenix Fire Wire, a blazing torrent aimed straight at Yu Tianheng. On the other side, Shimo and Shimo were ready. Their sturdy tortoise shell armor absorbed the Phoenix flames effortlessly, the fire barely leaving a mark on their defenses. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, Oslo moved with lightning speed, disappearing from view and reappearing behind Zhu Zhuqing. His razor-sharp Black Panther claws slashed toward her vulnerable back. At the critical moment, Xiao Wu intervened with a quick sweep kick, deflecting Oslo's strike. Turning back to Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu offered her a cheerful smile, as if trying to bridge the growing rift between them. However, Zhu Zhuqing remained cold and distant. Thanks, she muttered curtly, before leaping into battle with Oslo. Xiao Wu sighed in disappointment, her smile fading. What have I done wrong? Why does everyone seem to push me away? Shimo and Shimo's flawless defense rendered Ma Hongzhen's attacks ineffective. The fiery mobile cannon was now panting from exertion, his flames useless against the unbreakable tortoise shells. Frustrated, Ma Hongzhen's eyes darted to Yi Hao. His earlier taunts came flooding back, igniting Ma Hongzhen's fury. Fueled by Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda speed boost, Ma Hongjun charged straight at Yi Hao, his mouth brimming with fiery energy as he unleashed another phoenix fire wire. Yi Hao raised an eyebrow, bemused by Ma Hongjun's audacity. "Oh, you've picked the wrong target this time, fatty," he murmured, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Without breaking a sweat, Yi Hao's 8 spider spears shifted forward, splitting the flames in midair. As Ma Hongjun's attack dissipated, Yi Hao lunged forward with blinding speed, his spears poised to strike. Ma Hongjun froze. He remembered vividly the terrifying sting of Tang San's 8 spider lances, an experience that had left him poisoned and unconscious, nearly costing him his life. Now, face to face with Yi Hao's spider spears, his legs trembled uncontrollably. "Do I look like someone you can mess with?" Yi Hao asked, his tone cold and mocking. Ma Hongjun clenched his fists. Fire flared in his mouth, signaling his second soul skill, Phoenix Fire Array, which would amplify his flames by 30%. Before he could release it, Yi Hao's hand swung in a blur, landing a solid slap across Ma Hongjun's face. "Spin for me, fatty," Yi Hao jeered. Dazed, Ma Hongjun spun in place like a top, disoriented and defenseless. "Fatty," Daimyobai roared, his anger erupting. Fueled by rage, Daimyobai activated his second soul skill, White Tiger Light Wave, sending a sphere of white energy hurtling toward Yi Hao. Tang San joined in, rushing to support his captain. "You're nothing but a nest of snakes and rats," Yi Hao spat disdainfully, raising his own hand. Second soul skill, Spider Web. 2 large, black webs shot out, one enveloping Daimyobai's attack and the other hurtling toward him and Tang San. First soul skill, Bind. Tang San's blue-silver grass shot up, entwining the webs. Yet, to his shock, the vines began to wither and decay upon contact, turning into blackened ash that scattered in the air. "It's poisoned," Daimyobai shouted, leaping backward with Tang San. Yi Hao's eyes locked onto Daimyobai. Ignoring Ma Hongjun, who was still spinning, Yi Hao charged at Shrek's leader, his spider spears gleaming ominously. Daimyobai roared, meeting Yi Hao's attack head-on. Fists and claws collided in a flurry of blows, neither side gaining the upper hand. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San launched another attack, his blue-silver grass weaving its way toward Yi Hao. "HMPH." Du Guyan scoffed. Green venom surged from her jade phosphor serpent, creating a poisonous wave that surged toward Tang San. In the VIP box, Qin Ming watched anxiously. Among the Emperor team, only Yu Tianheng and Yi Hao were capable of standing up to Tang San, and Du Guyan was fiercely protective of Yi Hao. She had long hoped Yi Hao would become her grandfather's disciple, tying them closer together as a family. Yet Qin Ming knew Yi Hao too well. The boy was fiercely independent and had no interest in such arrangements. On the battlefield, Tang San remained unfazed. His lips curled into a smug smile as he reached into his 24 moonlit bridges, retrieving several small pouches. Tossing the pouches into Du Guyan's poison cloud, Tang San shouted, "Fatty, Phoenix Fire Wire." Ma Hongjun shook off his dizziness, spitting flames at the pouches. Upon contact, the bags exploded, dispersing their contents into the air. The green poison dissipated almost instantly. "Impossible," Du Guyan gasped. "How did you neutralize my poison?" Tang San smirked. "In my eyes, your snake venom is nothing more than trash." With Du Guyan's poison neutralized, Tang San activated his 8 spider lances, their venomous tips glinting dangerously. His gaze locked onto Du Guyan, and he charged, ready to strike her down. The Emperor team moved to defend, but Shrek's team intercepted them. Du Guyan, however, stood her ground, unafraid of Tang San's attack. Just as the 8 spider lances were about to pierce her, a sharp metallic sound echoed across the battlefield. Clang! Yi Hao appeared in front of Du Guyan, his own spider spears intercepting Tang San's lances. "Tang San," Yi Hao said, his voice calm yet taunting. "You call her poison trash, but what does that make you?" "You're nothing but garbage." Tang San's face twisted with fury, his killing intent surging. "Yi Hao, you're courting death." Raising his right hand, Tang San unleashed a hidden weapon, the silent sleeve dart. The dart shot forward at an incredible speed, aimed directly at Yi Hao's head. Yi Hao's eyes widened in surprise. Silent sleeve dart. At the last moment, he tilted his head and caught the dart between his teeth. Spitting it out, he glared at Tang San. "You despicable coward." Chapter 56, Am I Weaker Than Him? A Sanctimonious Hypocrite. Yihao spat the silver needle from his mouth. His eyes filled with disdain as they locked onto Tang San's enraged gaze. Tang San, you're nothing but trash. I'll make you shut up forever, Tang San roared, his fury exploding. The 8 spider lances behind him lunged downward like a set of ravenous claws, aiming to pierce Yihao on the spot. Unmoved, Yihao's own spider spears clashed against Tang San's, sparks flying as the 2 sets of venomous weapons met midair. Zio-san, I'll help you. Dai Mubai seized the opportunity, surging forward with tiger claws gleaming, while Ma Hongjun approached from behind, his face still burning with the clear imprint of Yihao's slap. Phoenix Fire Array, Ma Hongjun bellowed, unleashing a torrent of flame, engulfing the battlefield in its searing heat. Yihao appeared cornered, caught between the 2-pronged attack of Tang San and Ma Hongjun, with no room to escape. But the smirk on Yihao's face betrayed his confidence. Suddenly, the 6-winged purple light wings on his back unfurled, propelling him into the air in an instant. Tang San, caught off guard, found himself inexplicably flying upward, the web of control slipping from his grasp. Below, Dai Mubai froze in horror as Ma Hongjun's fire struck him head-on. The searing flames ignited his clothing, leaving him scrambling to douse the fire while the crowd erupted into laughter. Hadohata. Didn't think we'd get a show. The evil-eyed white tiger, huh? He lives up to the name. The female audience members turned away, their faces flushed with embarrassment as Dai Mubai stood exposed, his scorched clothes reduced to ashes. He hastily ran toward the edge of the platform, intending to retrieve something to cover himself. But as he hesitated near the edge, a sharp pain shot through his backside. Yihao's spider spear jabbed him with a swift and humiliating strike, sending him tumbling off the stage. Dai Mubai landed awkwardly below, sprawled out in defeat. The evil-eyed white tiger, truly impressive, Yihao mocked, bowing theatrically toward the fallen Dai Mubai. You, Dai Mubai's vision blurred with anger before he fainted on the spot. With Dai Mubai disqualified, Shrek's morale took a serious hit. Tang San was left to face both Shimo and Shimo's impenetrable defenses, growing increasingly fatigued. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, his face still stinging from Yihao's earlier slap, focused his fiery rage entirely on him. The battle entered a fever pitch as Ma Hongjun unleashed Phoenix Fire Wire after Phoenix Fire Array, his flames roaring across the arena. Yihao dodged effortlessly, deflecting the flames with his spider spears. Finally, he closed the gap with a flash of movement, striking Ma Hongjun's chest with his spear. With a single clean motion, Ma Hongjun's clothing shredded apart, leaving him standing in nothing but a pair of red underwear. The audience erupted in laughter again. Consider yourself lucky, Yihao sneered, sparing Ma Hongjun the ultimate humiliation with a dismissive kick that sent him tumbling off the stage. Shrek's position became dire. With both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun eliminated, Tang San, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, and Zio Wu remained, but the tide had turned. Zhu Zhuqing continued to be harassed by Oslo's relentless speed, while Zio Wu was overpowered by the sheer strength of Shimo and Shimo's combined assault. Shimo and Shimo threw their massive tortoise-shell armor into the air, controlling it to crash down onto the agile Zio Wu. From the VIP box, Grandmaster clenched his fists, knowing Shrek's chances were slipping away. Yihao moved methodically, cutting through Shrek's remaining strength. He appeared behind Oscar and Ning Rongrong, his spider spears poised threateningly at their throats. Oscar raised his hands in surrender, stepping off the stage without hesitation. I have no intention of becoming the next joke here, he muttered under his breath, his pride intact. Ning Rongrong, however, grinned mischievously. Pushing Yihao's spear aside with a playful gesture, she whispered, "You're the one they call Spicy Rabbit Head, aren't you?" Yihao smirked and nodded silently, gesturing for her to leave. Good luck then, Ning Rongrong gave him a cheeky thumbs up before retreating. With only 3 members of the Shrek 7 Devils remaining, Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Zio Wu, against the fully intact Emperor team, the situation looked grim. Tang San's heart raced. Why does this always happen? Why do I always lose to Yihao? In this life, he was a prodigy, a genius reborn with unmatched talent and knowledge. Am I truly weaker than him? His 8 spider lances twitched menacingly, and a cold resolve settled into his eyes. No, Tang San muttered under his breath, I will not lose. Chapter 57, I am your ancestor. Shimo and Shimo, the two brothers exchanged a glance and threw their tortoise shells into the air. The shells whirled like guided missiles, tracking Xiao Wu's every movement with relentless precision. Without the support of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, Shrek's combat strength plummeted. All that remained was Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, a fragile trio trying to hold their ground against the full might of the Emperor team. Tang San scanned the battlefield. The Emperor team stood tall, unified, and formidable. Then he looked at his side, now reduced to scraps of a once proud collective. For a fleeting moment, a thought crossed his mind. Should we surrender? He quickly shook his head, dispelling the notion. Losing was not an option. Even if Shrek's 7 devils were to fall, he vowed to make the Emperor team pay dearly. Meanwhile, Shimo and Shimo controlled their tortoise shells with pinpoint precision, encircling Xiao Wu. The shells suddenly split into 32 sharp fragments, creating a spinning vortex of death. The air vibrated with a piercing whine, and even the ground seemed to tremble under its intensity. Tang San's eyes widened in horror as he watched Xiao Wu desperately evade the fragments. Her nimble movements weren't enough to escape unscathed. Her body was soon riddled with cuts, blood streaking across her figure. One shard struck her squarely in the stomach, and a spray of crimson erupted from her lips. Xiao Wu. Rage erupted in Tang San's heart. The 8 spider lances behind him unfurled, and he charged at the two brothers like a vengeful storm. His blue-silver grass and spider lances launched in tandem, creating a ferocious assault. The brothers quickly summoned their tortoise shells to shield themselves, their formidable defenses deflecting Tang San's attacks. Above, Xiao Wu's body plummeted toward the ground. Tang San unleashed a desperate burst of energy, forcing the brothers back just long enough to catch Xiao Wu in his arms. Her eyes were closed, her breathing faint. Blood soaked her legs, staining her pale skin. She trembled violently, on the brink of collapse. Tang San swiftly sealed several pressure points on her body to stop the bleeding, his face a mix of anguish and fury. Tang San gently placed Xiao Wu down and stood, his eyes locking onto Yihao's. For a moment, time seemed to freeze, the weight of his murderous intent suffocating the battlefield. After ensuring Xiao Wu was safe, Tang San activated his 3rd soul skill, spider web binding. A massive web, composed entirely of blue-silver grass, descended from above, aiming to ensnare Yihao. Simultaneously, his 8 spider lances tensed, ready to skewer Yihao the moment he was immobilized. Tang San's mind echoed with a singular mantra: kill him. Yihao remained calm, his 1st soul ring glowing ominously. Around him, the air thickened with the sinister presence of death spider emperor poison, spreading in all directions. The ground cracked beneath him, the poison corroding everything it touched. Seeing this, the Emperor team instinctively backed away. They knew all too well how potent Yihao's poison was, far deadlier than even Dugu Yan's jade phosphor serpent poison. Tang San pressed forward, his ghost shadow-perplexing track allowing him to close the gap in an instant. His 8 spider lances thrust forward with all his might, aiming to pierce Yihao's defenses. But just as they closed in, a sharp, metallic clang echoed across the battlefield. Yihao's own spider spears intercepted the attack, locking Tang San's lances in place. Tang San struggled to move, his face twisted in frustration. The blue-silver grass net that had surrounded Yihao disintegrated upon contact with the spreading poison, leaving him utterly exposed. Tang San roared, his voice filled with rage. Yihao, did you attack Xiao Wu yesterday? Are you the one called Spicy Rabbit Head? The crowd gasped, whispers erupted across the arena. Spicy Rabbit Head. So he's the one everyone's been talking about. In the VIP seats, Qin Ming sighed heavily, rubbing his temples. It was bound to come out eventually, he thought. His worst fears had materialized. Yihao's identity as Spicy Rabbit Head had been exposed, and now both sides would never reconcile. Master and the others exchanged grave looks, unsure of how to proceed. The tension in the air was palpable. On the battlefield, Yihao burst out laughing, his voice dripping with disdain. Yihao is Yihao, Spicy Rabbit Head is Spicy Rabbit Head, why conflate the two? Tang San, you conniving little snake. First, you tried to kill me with a silent sleeve dart. Now, you're trying to take my life on the battlefield. Tell me, do I also have a death sentence hanging over me? Tang San ignored the taunts. his muscles straining as he desperately tried to free his trapped 8 spider lances. "Struggle all you want," Yihao sneered, "but your spider legs won't budge." "Why not?" Tang San spat through gritted teeth. Yihao's grin widened. "Because I am your ancestor." Tang San froze, his face contorting in disbelief. "Your puny 8 spider lances came from a mere man-faced demon spider. Do you really think they can stand against my death spider? Know your place." Yihao's grip tightened on Tang San's lances, his mind briefly considering ripping them clean off. But with the eyes of thousands watching, he decided against it, for now. With a flick of his wrist, Yihao flipped backward, landing a powerful kick to Tang San's chest, sending him stumbling backward. Before Tang San could recover, Yihao's spear was at his throat. The cold, venomous tip pressed against his skin, freezing him in place. "This fight is over," Yihao declared. The announcer, momentarily stunned, regained his composure. "The winner of this battle, the Emperor team." Cheers erupted throughout the arena. Shrek's undefeated streak had been shattered. In the midst of the celebration, Tang San's lips curled into a sinister smile. Though he was beaten today, this was far from over. Yihao, indifferent to Tang San's silent fury, turned away with a smirk. "You'll never be my equal, Tang San." Chapter 58, He's Not That Kind of Person. As the host's announcement echoed through the arena, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause. The Emperor team emerged victorious, and Shrek 7 Devil's undefeated streak came to an abrupt end. Among the cheers, the members of the Emperor team left the stage, their heads held high. In contrast, Tang San's face was dark as he carried an unconscious Xiao Wu, stumbling his way toward the exit tunnel. Before reaching the tunnel's end, Tang San suddenly halted. Noticing his pause, Zhu Juqing cast him a curious glance, catching a faint, eerie smile curling at the corners of his lips. "I'll never let those who hurt Xiao Wu go." Tang San silently vowed, his words a whisper of the promise he and Xiao Wu had made as children, a promise he had always kept. Back in the rest area, Tang San entered to find Dai Mubai furiously pummeling Ma Hongjun, who was cornered like a rat. "Boss Dai, mercy, mercy," Ma Hongjun pleaded, cowering and covering his head. Dai Mubai was livid. "Mercy? Because of your fire, I lost my last shred of dignity in front of tens of thousands of people. Do you think an apology is enough?" Just as Ma Hongjun's cries grew more desperate, Flender, Grandmaster, and Zhao Wuji entered the room. They had come to check on Xiao Wu's condition. Upon seeing Flender, Ma Hongjun rushed behind him like a child hiding behind a parent. "Dean, Boss Dai is hitting me, you have to stop him." Flender sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Enough, Mubai, a punch or two is enough to make your point." Dai Mubai's fury only grew. "Dean, you saw what happened today. Tomorrow, the entire city will know how Shrek 7 Devil's leader ended up exposed like that in front of everyone." He was too angry to finish his sentence, but the humiliation on his face was clear. All he wanted now was to teach Ma Hongjun a lesson and vent his frustration. Flender interjected sternly, "That's enough. Or do you think my words as Dean carry no weight? You all deserved this loss for underestimating your opponent." Pointing a finger at the room, Flender added, "Tang San warned you about Yihao's strength. But you, all of you dismissed it, acting high and mighty. And now that you've lost, you're blaming each other instead of reflecting on your own mistakes." Dai Mubai's anger deflated as he fell silent. The room became stiflingly tense. Flender's words struck a chord. The Shrek 7 Devils were no longer united as they once were. Their decline had begun. Breaking the silence, Grandmaster interjected, "Flender, enough scolding. The kids already feel bad enough. Besides," he said with a knowing look, "I know why you're upset. Let me guess, you bet on Shrek again, didn't you? And lost." Flender froze, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. Grandmaster's words hit home. For the past month, Shrek's winning streak had brought Flender tremendous profits from betting. His 10,000 gold soul coin card, once his most prized possession, had ballooned into even greater wealth. But today's loss had ruined everything. Worse still, as he passed the betting area earlier, Flender had seen Yihao holding several gold cards, one of which was unmistakably his own. That kid, Flender thought bitterly. Losing his money to the very opponent who had defeated his students was a humiliation too great to bear. Grandmaster turned to Tang San, his expression softening. "How is Xiao Wu's condition?" Tang San sighed, his voice tinged with exhaustion. I managed to seal her acupoints to stop the bleeding, but she's lost too much blood and hasn't regained consciousness. Tang San clenched his fists, his tone hardening as he continued, "Teacher, why did you stop me from taking down Yihao?" Murderous intent radiated from him, chilling the air in the room. Even Dai Mubai and the others couldn't suppress a shiver. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, however, remained unfazed. They exchanged knowing looks, their expressions calm. To them, the Tang San before them wasn't terrifying. It was the Tang San from that dark alley, when his true nature emerged, who was truly dangerous. Grandmaster sighed heavily, his tone weary. "Tang San, Yihao's background is far too complex for you to handle. Endure this loss for now. A little patience won't kill you." "Endure," Tang San gritted his teeth. His voice rose, filled with conviction. "Teacher, I'm certain now, Yihao is spicy rabbit head." Grandmaster's face darkened, but before he could respond, a soft laugh interrupted. "He's not that kind of person." "Hee hee." All eyes turned to Ning Rongrong, who was leaning casually against the wall. Tang San's brow furrowed as he snapped, "What are you laughing at?" Ning Rongrong straightened, meeting his gaze fearlessly. "Tang San, you're unbelievable. You act like such a petty child." "What did you say?" Tang San's anger boiled over. "You heard me," Ning Rongrong retorted, her voice cold and clear. "Xiao Wu got hurt in a fair fight, and now you want to kill her opponent? Do you even hear how ridiculous you sound? This is a great spirit arena, a place where soul masters compete under fair rules. Injuries are inevitable. If everyone were like you, seeking revenge for every minor injury, this world wouldn't have soul masters or arenas to begin with." Her words were sharp, cutting through the tension like a blade. Tang San's hands shook, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. "You." Ning Rongrong smirked, unfazed by his anger. "Oh, am I on your hit list now too? Go ahead, kill me. Let's see if you have the guts." Grandmaster's shout cut through the tension. "Enough." He turned to Ning Rongrong, his expression stern. "Rongrong, stop provoking him. I believe in Tang San. He's not that kind of person." Ning Rongrong raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a mocking smile. "Not that kind of person. If you think that, then maybe you're the one who doesn't know him at all." Her parting words hung in the air, leaving Grandmaster speechless. Chapter 59, on the eve of bone extraction. One wave just settled, yet another arose. After defeating the Shrek 7 devils, Yihao left his team and headed straight for the betting area to collect his winnings. The reward was immense, a stack of gold cards with impressively large denominations. Among them was a gold card worth 100,000 gold soul coins, one that once belonged to Flender. Before leaving, Yihao even glanced back at Flender, who stood there with a look of helplessness that couldn't have been more pitiful. Serves him right. Betting on Shrek 7 devils and losing isn't my fault. Having just won a fortune and become a millionaire overnight, Yihao was in excellent spirits. He returned to the lounge, pushing the door open, only to see. "She brothers, what happened to you?" He found Shimo and Shimo lying on the sofa, their faces pale and visibly uncomfortable. On closer inspection, their skin had taken on a faint purple hue, a clear sign of poisoning. Beside them, Yi Lingling had activated her 9-heart begonia martial soul, its delicate petals blooming in her palm. Purple-hued flowers shimmered faintly as they attached to the brothers, alleviating their pain but doing little to cure the toxin. Dugu Yan frowned deeply. "They've been poisoned, and the venom is severe, possibly as potent as my jade phosphor serpent venom. But when could this have happened?" Yihao moved closer to examine them. After a careful inspection, he noticed tiny, almost imperceptible puncture wounds on the brothers' shoulders, resembling pinpricks. If he hadn't looked closely, he would have missed them. The skin around the wounds was rotting, emitting a foul stench. The venom had acted quickly, leaving no time to react. Who could be so ruthless as to poison? Yu Tianheng's voice roared with anger. Any joy from their victory had dissipated, replaced with rising tension. Yihao took a deep breath. Judging by the wound and its odor, he could tell it was the venom of Tang San's 8 spider lances. During the battle, when Xiao Wu was injured, Tang San had thrown caution to the wind and fought Shimo, and Shimo it must have been during that moment he poisoned them. The venom from the human-faced demon spider was notoriously potent. Thankfully, Tang San hadn't infused a lethal dose into his attack, or the brothers would have succumbed immediately. Had that happened, Yi Hao wouldn't have hesitated to confront Tang San on the spot, even if it meant publicly seizing the 8 spider lances in front of tens of thousands of spectators. "I'll step out for a bit, take care of them," Yi Hao said as he turned to leave. Yi Lingling asked, "Where are you going?" Yi Hao looked over his shoulder with a faint smile. "To find the one responsible and demand an antidote, of course." "I'll go with you." Yi Hao shook his head and replied firmly, "There's no need. I can handle this myself." Without another word, he stepped into the night, his lone figure exuding a mix of determination and cold killing intent. Back at the Shrek rest area, Tang San had already returned to the inn, carrying the unconscious Xiao Wu. Satisfied with his earlier actions, he was confident the venom from his 8 spider lances would soon take effect on those who hurt her. Sitting by the window, Tang San's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Anyone who dares harm Xiao Wu will pay the price." Suddenly, his smile froze. A shadowy figure stood by the window, cloaked in darkness. Tang San's eyes narrowed as he recognized the intruder. "It's you." The figure's raspy voice replied, "Yes, it's me. Do you still remember me, Tang San?" Tang San's face twisted in anger, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "Of course I remember you, Yi Rishan. I didn't expect you to have the audacity to come here. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Yi Rishan let out a cold laugh. "Afraid? Of what? I hold your secrets, Tang San. If I expose the events of that night, you won't just lose your friends. Shrek Academy itself will be dragged into ruin." Tang San gritted his teeth, glaring at Yi Rishan. "Why are you here? Do you think you can threaten me?" As he spoke, Tang San reached behind his back, silently arming his silent sleeve arrow. Yi Rishan's tone remained calm yet threatening. "I've come to borrow something from you." Tang San's narrowed his eyes. "What is it?" "Your 8 spider lances." The moment the words left Yi Rishan's mouth, Tang San reacted swiftly. A silver needle whistled through the air, aimed straight at Yi Rishan's head. But Yi Rishan was prepared. Dodging the attack effortlessly, he darted into the room, grabbed the unconscious Xiao Wu, and slung her over his shoulder. "Don't tell anyone, or else." Yi Rishan's chilling words echoed as he leapt out of the window with Xiao Wu. Watching Xiao Wu disappear, Tang San's rage boiled over. The 8 spider lances were an external soul bone coveted by all. Yi Rishan's audacity to demand them was unforgivable. Without hesitation, Tang San leapt out of the window, chasing Yi Rishan across the rooftops. Their shadows flitted across the dimly lit streets, weaving through the dark alleys of Sodo City. Finally, Yi Rishan stopped in a desolate alley, unceremoniously dropping Xiao Wu to the ground. Tang San arrived moments later, his heart racing with anxiety as he glanced at Xiao Wu. Yi Rishan hands Xiao Wu over. "If she suffers even a scratch, I'll risk my life to take you down." Yi Rishan sneered, raising his middle finger mockingly. "Take me down? You're not even close to being qualified." He gestured around the alley. "Remember this place." Tang San glanced at his surroundings. Yi Rishan continued, "Yes, this is where you killed 6 innocent soul masters that night. Do you think I'd forget?" Tang San's expression darkened as he avoided the topic. "What do you want?" Yi Rishan's eyes glinted with malice. "What do I want?" His body shimmered as he activated his soul, devouring Spider Emperor Martial Soul. "I want your life." Before Tang San could react, Yi Rishan closed the distance in a flash, launching a devastating attack from behind. Chapter 60, You Have It Coming. Tang San spun around abruptly, a dark glow flickering in his left hand as the clear sky hammer materialized. His twin martial souls had already been exposed not long ago, and now, facing Yi Rishan, he had no choice but to give it his all. Today, he vowed, would be the day of Yi Rishan's demise. The venomous green spider spears and the clear sky hammer clashed. Sparks flew as the 2 weapons collided, Tang San's massive hammer swinging down toward Yi Rishan's head. The clear sky hammer, despite not yet possessing any soul rings, weighed over 500 pounds. With a single blow, it shattered the ground beneath, leaving it fractured like a spider's web. Yi Rishan twisted midair, planting his foot firmly against a nearby wall. His soul-devouring Spider Emperor spear slashed downward, once again colliding with Tang San's hammer. Both fighters glared at each other, eyes ablaze with battle lust. The air grew thick with the stench of bloodlust, suffocating anyone who might dare to approach. In a secluded cave nestled in the hills near Nodding City, a figure cloaked in black stood silently. Tanghao, his face obscured, gazed at a single stalk of blue-silver grass marked with golden streaks. His eyes radiated warmth. "Ah Yin, I've been by your side for so long. It's time I went to check on Zio-san." Tanghao's voice was soft but firm. The blue-silver grass swayed gently, as if responding to him. Tanghao's lips curled into a bitter smile. Moments later, his body transformed into a streak of black light and shot into the sky, heading toward Sodo City. In a dim alleyway on the eastern outskirts of Sodo City, Tang-san knelt on the ground, panting heavily. His 8 spider lances protruded from his back, while his hands clutched the battered remnants of the clear sky hammer. Across from him, Yi Rishin stood equally exhausted, his arms trembling as his spider spears quivered uncontrollably. The battlefield bore the scars of their clash, blue-silver grass shredded to pieces and strewn everywhere, signs of an intense struggle. Tang-san's ability to use soul skills made him a formidable opponent. Were it not for certain constraints on Yi Rishin's identity, Tang-san might have already been defeated. Yi Rishin advanced, his spider spear poised for another strike. Tang-san, in turn, gripped his hammer and swung with all his might. The two warriors clashed again, but this time, Yi Rishin anticipated Tang-san's move. Sidestepping the clear sky hammer, he retaliated with a vicious slash of his spear. A blood-curdling scream pierced the night. One of Tang-san's 8 spider lances was severed, falling to the ground with a sickening thud. Tang-san collapsed to one knee, his face contorted in agony. Sweat poured down his forehead as he clutched the ground to steady himself. The pain was unbearable. Losing an external soul bone was akin to having one's own limb torn away. His clear sky hammer, cracked and splintered, barely supported his weight. Gritting his teeth, he looked up at Yi Rishin, his voice trembling with rage. "Yi Rishin, must you go this far?" Yi Rishin spat disdainfully. "Far? I haven't even started. You disgust me, Tang-san. What can you possibly do about it?" The bitterness in Yi Rishin's voice was palpable. Between Tang-san's ambush with the silent sleeve arrow and the poisoning of Shimo and Shimo, there was no shortage of reasons to hate him. While the outcome of the fight in the arena had already been decided, Tang-san's underhanded actions had crossed the line. Yi Rishin had no intention of holding back any longer. "Today, I'm taking the rest of your 8 spider lances." Tang-san's eyes widened in shock. He had known from the start that Yi Rishin was after his soul bone. The 8 spider lances were a treasure coveted by any soul master. What enraged him most, however, was Yi Rishin's audacity to kidnap Zio Wu and use her as leverage. As Yi Rishin closed the distance between them, Tang-san scrambled to his feet, panic setting in for the first time in his life. His instincts screamed that he was about to face something far worse than mere humiliation. Desperately, Tang-san reached into his 24 moonlit bridges, pulling out an assortment of throwing knives and needles. He hurled them all at once. The alley erupted in a deadly barrage of projectiles, a blinding display of Tang-san's mastery of hidden weapons. Yi Rishin remained calm, his spider spears shimmering with a faint purple glow. With a leap, he soared into the air, evading the rain of blades and needles. Tang-san's eyes twitched as his hidden weapons pierced only the ground. Before he could react, Yi Rishin descended from above like a vengeful god, his soul-devouring spider emperor spear slicing through the air. Tang-san raised his clear sky hammer in a desperate attempt to block the attack. Cracked! The hammer shattered under the force of the spear. As shards of metal scattered across the ground, Tang-san found himself pinned beneath Yi Rishin's foot. "You two-faced snake," Yi Rishin sneered. "How does it feel to be beneath me?" Tang-san gritted his teeth, blood dripping from his forehead. Humiliation coursed through his veins. A second life on this earth, and yet here he was, utterly defeated. "If you don't kill me today, I'll make sure to return the favor next time." Yi Rishin chuckled coldly. "Next time, let's see how you fight without these." Placing a hand on Tang-san's back, Yi Rishin pressed down on the base of the 8 spider lances. Tang-san's body tensed as dread consumed him. "What are you doing? Stop, you bastard." Tang-san's mind raced. His teacher had once explained that external soul bones were an integral part of a soul master's body. Unless the soul master perished, they could never be separated. Yet Tang-san's 8 spider lances had not fully fused with his body. Yi Rishin could feel it, a faint separation between the bone and flesh. With ruthless precision, Yi Rishin severed the remaining spider spears one by one. Tang San screamed in agony as his back bled profusely, staining the ground crimson. The pain was indescribable. Moments later, Tang San's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. Yi Rishan stood over him, holding the extracted 8 spider lances in his hand. A satisfied smirk crossed his face as he glanced down at Tang San's battered body. So Tang San, even you have days like this. Chapter 61, The Madman. So, even you have days like this. Yi Hao sneered, nudging the unconscious Tang San with his foot. His tone was filled with disdain. All these years, anyone who dared hurt that rabbit of yours ended up silently erased by you. Today, I made sure you taste the despair of someone clinging to life. He cast one last glance at Tang San and the barely stirring Xiao Wu, a smirk playing at his lips. Then, under the cover of night, Yi Hao disappeared into the shadows of the alleyway. There's always tomorrow, he muttered as his figure faded. Groggily, Xiao Wu opened her eyes. A faint echo of Tang San's pained screams lingered in her ears. She blinked at the unfamiliar surroundings and the dark sky above. Where am I? Questions flooded her mind, but before she could process anything, sharp pain coursed through her body. HSSS. Xiao Wu winced, her injuries from Shimo and Shimo's tortoiseshell assault still far from healed. When her blurry vision cleared, her eyes fell upon Tang San, lying motionless in a pool of blood. Brother. Xiao Wu's heart nearly stopped. Ignoring her own injuries, she scrambled to Tang San's side, lifting his limp body into her arms. Brother, wake up, don't scare me like this. Xiao Wu needs you, don't leave me. Tears streamed down her face, falling like broken pearls. Meanwhile, Yi Hao had returned to the inn, slipping off his black cloak and storing it in his soul tool ring, along with the 8 spider lances he had taken from Tang San. From the pile of severed spider limbs, he picked up one particularly sharp lance, the one he had cut off first. Feeling the weight of exhaustion, Yi Hao trudged down the dimly lit corridor, his steps unsteady from his battle with Tang San. Each step felt like he was floating, his body light yet unsteady. Stopping in front of Shimo and Shimo's room, Yi Hao steadied himself with a deep breath before pushing the door open. Inside, the atmosphere was tense. Qin Ming and the rest of the Emperor team stood around Shimo and Shimo, who lay pale and trembling on their beds. Their breathing was ragged, and the purplish hue on their skin had grown darker. Though Yi Lingling's 9-heart begonia was doing its best to alleviate their pain, her martial soul had no antidotal properties. All it could do was temporarily stabilize their condition. Seeing Yi Hao enter, Qin Ming hurried over, his expression a mix of urgency and hope. Yi Hao, how did it go? The rest of the team also turned to him, their eyes filled with anticipation. The brothers' lives now depended entirely on Yi Hao. Yi Hao nodded with a confident smile, and a wave of relief washed over the room. Qin Ming and the others quickly made way as Yi Hao approached the beds. Standing before Shimo and Shimo, Yi Hao didn't speak. Instead, the Death Spider Emperor's spears emerged from his back, radiating a dark and menacing aura. The sight shocked everyone. What are you doing? Someone asked, their voice trembling. Even Qin Ming's composure faltered. They all knew the terror of Yi Hao's spider venom, deadly and unrelenting. Yi Hao ignored their reactions and steadied one of his spider spears, aiming it carefully at Shimo's wound. The room went silent, no one dared to breathe. Back at the Shrek Academy's temporary lodging, the atmosphere was equally heavy. The Shrek 7 had completed their mission, achieving Silver Spirit Fighter Team status and fulfilling the immediate goals set by the Grandmaster. Now, their next step was to prepare for the Academy's relocation to Heaven Dew City 3 months later. Flender had decided to leave Soto City the next day, giving everyone a chance to rest for the night. The Grandmaster, however, sat alone on the staircase, his face as dark and brooding as the night outside. His thoughts lingered on the arena's events, particularly the performance of his nephew, Yu Tianheng. Sigh. The Grandmaster let out a weary sigh. Years had passed in the blink of an eye. He had considered meeting his nephew privately, but decided against it, knowing the Emperor team had already left. Just as he was about to head to bed, a faint cry for help echoed through the hall. Help me. The Grandmaster froze mid-step. Turning toward the voice, his eyes widened in horror at the sight before him. No, this can't be. His body stiffened as he watched Xiao Wu struggle down the hallway, carrying a bloodied and unconscious Tang San on her back. The Grandmaster snapped out of his stupor and rushed forward. Zio San. Without a word, the Grandmaster hoisted Tang San onto his back and sprinted to a nearby room. He gently laid Tang San face down on the bed, exposing his blood-soaked back. Tang San's injuries were horrifying. His body was covered in wounds, and the area where his 8 spider lances once protruded was a mangled mess of flesh and blood. The Grandmaster wasted no time, rushing out to find Flender. Loud, frantic knocking shattered Flender's dreams of swimming in a sea of gold soul coins. Groaning, he sat up, wiping sweat from his forehead. I'm coming. Still irritated, Flender opened the door, ready to lash out. Before he could speak, the Grandmaster grabbed his arm and dragged him down the hallway. Grandmaster, what's the matter? It's the middle of the night. The Grandmaster didn't respond. His pace quickened, his expression frantic. Seeing this, Flender's irritation turned to concern. It wasn't like the Grandmaster to lose his composure. When they arrived at Tang San's room, Flender froze at the sight of his student lying on the bed, barely clinging to life. His eyes widened in disbelief. What happened to Tang San? The Grandmaster's voice trembled as he barked orders. No time to explain. Flender, suppress his wounds with your soul power. I'll fetch a doctor. Tang San must survive, or none of us will escape the consequences. The Grandmaster dashed out of the room, leaving Flender to tend to Tang San. Beads of sweat formed on Flender's brow as he worked to stabilize the boy's condition. Damn it, Flender muttered. If Tang San dies tonight, we're all doomed. That madman won't care who we are, he'll kill us all. Chapter 62, Tanghao is on his way. The news of Tang San's injuries spread like wildfire. Back at the Shrek Academy's temporary lodging, nearly all members of the Shrek 7 Devils, save for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, gathered in his room. Tang San lay unconscious on the bed, pale as a sheet, his breathing faint. The room was filled with confusion and concern. What's his condition? Grandmaster furrowed his brows, his face etched with worry. He had personally promised Tanghao to protect Tang San. Now, with Tang San in such a state, how could he ever face his idol again? Flender let out a long sigh. The bleeding has stopped, but Tang San has lost too much blood. He'll need days of quiet rest to recover. In the meantime, everyone will need to take turns looking after him. As Flender's gaze shifted to Zio Wu, whose red, swollen eyes brimmed with tears, he knelt down before her. Zio Wu, he asked gently, can you tell us what happened? Someone who could injure Tang San this badly must be much stronger than him. If we can find the culprit, perhaps we can resolve this peacefully. In the back of his mind, Flender dreaded a darker possibility. If that madman, Tanghao, found out about Tang San's condition, his wrath would raise the entire academy. Zio Wu, sobbing uncontrollably, looked at Tang San's pale face and choked out, Dean Flender, I don't know. When I woke up, I was in an alley, and then I saw my brother like this. Grandmaster pressed further. Zio Wu, think carefully. Did Tang San have any recent conflicts with others, or any encounters that could have turned sour? Zio Wu wiped her tears and shook her head. No, my brother always acts with integrity. He wouldn't provoke anyone or do anything cruel. Outside the room, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged knowing glances, their silence speaking volumes. Inside, Grandmaster rubbed his temples, his expression somber. Flender, seated across from him, leaned forward. What now, Xiaoging? If Tanghao learns of this, we're in deep trouble. The weight of Flender's words hung in the air. Grandmaster sighed deeply. He had promised Tanghao years ago, during their time at the Newding Academy, that he would look after Tang San. Over the years, Tanghao had remained elusive, but now. There are no secrets that don't come to light, Grandmaster muttered. For now, our only hope is that Tang San wakes up soon, so we can get to the bottom of this. Grandmaster finally broke the silence. Flender, tomorrow we'll take Tang San back to Shrek Academy. It's no longer safe for him here in Soto City. Flender frowned. You think the culprit is still in the city? Grandmaster nodded gravely. It's just a guess, but more importantly. His face darkened, and his voice trembled. Tang San's external soul bone is missing. Flender's eyes widened in shock. What? His external soul bone is gone. As he pieced together the implications, he recalled Tang San's back injuries from earlier. It now made sense. The assailant had specifically targeted the 8 spider lances. Xiaogeng, didn't you once say that soul bones, once fused, cannot be removed unless the soul master dies? What does this mean? Grandmaster sighed heavily. That's true under normal circumstances. A soul master would rather destroy their own soul bone than let it fall into someone else's hands. But Tang San's case is different. Flender leaned in. How so? Grandmaster took a sip of tea, his hands trembling slightly. Tang San's soul bone is one of the rarest types, an external soul bone. I suspect the culprit specifically sought the 8 spider lances and used Xiao Wu as bait to lure Tang San out. Flender nodded slowly. The picture was becoming clearer. The culprit had a clear objective. Now they just needed to identify who it was. Grandmaster stood, pacing by the window. He peered into the tranquil night outside before pulling the curtains closed. Tang San's 8 spider lances came from a 1,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. But during this time, I've noticed that Tang San hasn't fully mastered it yet. The lances aren't entirely integrated into his body. Flender furrowed his brow. What does that mean? Grandmaster explained. Tang San's current state is incomplete. The 8 spider lances require a breakthrough, a critical moment of pressure for complete integration. Only through intense adversity can he achieve harmony with the soul bone. He clenched his fists, his voice thick with emotion. But for the lances to be forcibly removed, the pain is unimaginable. It's as if his very bones were being torn from his body. He's just a 12-year-old child. How could he endure such torment? Tears welled in Grandmaster's eyes. Tang San wasn't just a student to him, he was like a son. The boy's words when he had first knelt to become his disciple echoed in his mind. A teacher for a day, a father for life. Meanwhile, at the Emperor Team's Inn, the night was calm, with stars twinkling in the sky. After detoxifying Shimo, Yihao returned to his room alone. Ensuring no one was around, he cautiously retrieved the blood-stained 8 spider lances from his soul guide ring. Holding the severed soul bone in his hands, Yihao carefully wiped away Tang San's blood, revealing its gleaming surface. The 8 spider lances shone with an otherworldly luster. Just holding it, Yihao could feel its unparalleled value. External soul bone, huh? He muttered, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. For Tang San, the 8 spider lances had been a source of pride. For Yihao, they were a trophy, and a reminder of the pain he had inflicted on his enemy. Chapter 63, Zhao Wuji, the Ultimate Scapegoat. The 8 spider lances gleamed with a deep purple hue, faintly exuding the eerie aura of the man-faced demon spider. Holding the external soul bone in his hands, Yihao felt a strong urge to absorb it, an impulse that was hard to suppress. But reason quickly prevailed. Absorbing Tang San's 8 spider lances would be tantamount to admitting that he was the one who attacked Tang San. That would paint a giant target on his back, not something he could afford right now. With a sigh, Yihao placed the 8 spider lances back into his soul guide ring. Stretching lazily, he collapsed onto the bed. After 2 intense battles, exhaustion weighed heavily on his body. His eyes fluttered shut, and soon he was fast asleep. Before dawn broke, the Shrek team hastily carried the injured Tang San back to Shrek Academy, just outside the city. After a night of treatment, Tang San's condition had stabilized. Though still weak from significant blood loss, he was no longer in immediate danger. However, his face remained unnaturally pale. Yi Rishan. Grandmaster sat by Tang San's bedside, his brow furrowed as he processed the unfamiliar name. Who is Yi Rishan? Tang San clenched his teeth, his voice trembling with anger. He's the one who abducted Xiao Wu and took my 8 spider lances. Grandmaster's face darkened as he considered the situation. Last night's attack had been a close call. Had things been worse, he wouldn't know how to face Tanghao. Yi Rishan, Grandmaster murmured, repeating the name. What level of strength did he display, and what about his martial soul? Tang San sighed and struggled to sit up, his body still weak. I'm no match for him, as for his martial soul. He paused, frowning. I didn't get a clear look, but it seemed like a weapon, a scythe. My clear sky hammer was shattered in the clash. Grandmaster's eyes widened in disbelief. The clear sky hammer shattered. It was hard to fathom. Could there really be a weapon martial soul stronger than the clear sky hammer, the recognized pinnacle of weapon martial souls? Rest first. Don't push yourself, Grandmaster said, his voice steady despite the turmoil in his mind. Focus on recovering. I'll investigate this Yi Rishan myself. With that, he rose and left the room, leaving Tang San alone to rest. Outside the room, Grandmaster's expression was grim. The lack of leads on Yi Rishan only deepened his frustration. Still, Tang San's description confirmed one thing: the assailant was undoubtedly a weapons soul master. A scythe, stronger than the clear sky hammer? Grandmaster muttered to himself. The idea seemed absurd, beyond the realm of possibility. As Grandmaster paced, lost in thought, Daimyo approached him, breathing heavily from running. Grandmaster. Grandmaster glared at him sharply, motioning for silence. Tang San needs rest. Keep your voice down. Daimyo nodded, his face serious. Grandmaster, Dean Flender asked me to find you. Qin Ming and the Emperor team have arrived. Grandmaster frowned. The Emperor team, what do they want? From what I heard, Daimyo explained, Qin Ming is on his way back to Heaven Dew City with his team. Before leaving, he wanted to finalize plans for our academy's relocation. Grandmaster's expression softened slightly. The planned relocation to Heaven Dew Imperial Academy was part of his long-term strategy for Shrek. The current academy was woefully inadequate, lacking proper training grounds, resources, and even decent food. How could they nurture true prodigies under such conditions? The thought brought him back to Qin Ming. If only Qin Ming had attended a better academy from the start, his accomplishments today would surely surpass his current achievements. This is Shrek Academy. At Shrek's front gate, Yi Hao scanned his surroundings with disdain. This was his first time visiting the academy, and his initial impression could be summed up in one word: poverty. The dilapidated buildings and meager facilities made him wonder how anyone could train here without wasting their potential. He glanced at Qin Ming with newfound respect. You really endured this place. Nearby, Du Guyan wrinkled her nose, unable to hide her disdain. This is supposed to be an academy? It looks like a pigsty. Even a wild chicken coop would be better than this. Not long after, the Shrek 7 devils, minus Tang San and Xiao Wu, emerged to meet their visitors. The moment their eyes met, the air grew tense, thick with the smell of impending conflict. Daimyo, seething with anger, sneered. So, it's the losers who came to gloat. Yi Hao chuckled, his tone dripping with mockery. Losers, last I checked, it was you who lost. What did you say? Daimyo's voice rose, his rage bubbling over. The defeat at the Emperor team's hands, coupled with his public humiliation, had left a deep scar. Seeing Yi Hao's smug face now was too much. Daimyo and the others were ready to charge, their pent-up frustration boiling over. But before they could act, a loud explosion from the academy's back mountain froze everyone in place. Yi Hao turned sharply toward the source of the sound. Black smoke billowed into the sky, accompanied by a suffocating aura of power. Daimyo collapsed to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. The others were no better, their bodies overcome by the sheer force of the presence emanating from the back mountain. Yi Hao's heart raced. Could it be a titled dueluo? In the back mountain, a black-robed figure stepped through the smoke. Tanghao, his face dark and eyes blazing with fury, held the clear sky hammer in his right hand. Its 9 radiant soul rings pulsed with terrifying energy. Zhao Wuji lay crumpled in a pile of rubble, barely conscious. His body trembled as he looked up at the hammer looming over him. It's him again, Zhao Wuji thought, his mind flashing back to their previous encounter. Last time, it had been for tangling with Tang San during the entrance exam. Now, it seemed he was about to suffer an even worse fate. Tanghao's voice rumbled like thunder. Zhao Wuji. The clear sky hammer swelled in size, casting a shadow over Zhao Wuji. Lord Hiatus, please spare me. At the last moment, Flender, Grandmaster, and Qin Ming arrived, their hurried steps barely stopping Tanghao's attack. Tanghao's gaze fell on Grandmaster, his voice cold. I need answers. As Flender and Qin Ming rushed to pull Zhao Wuji from the rubble, Grandmaster took a deep breath, knowing the inevitable confrontation had come. This day was bound to arrive, he muttered under his breath. Chapter 64, Asking for leave. Leave for what? Grandmaster, I want a reasonable explanation. Tanghao's clear sky hammer shrank to its regular size, its head slamming into the ground with a thud that seemed to echo for miles. His overwhelming aura made everyone present feel insignificant. Dean Flender, who is this? Qin Ming, standing a few steps back, couldn't help but ask, his voice trembling. Flender sighed deeply. With resignation, he introduced, "This is His Excellency, the Clear Sky Duluo. He is also Tang San's father." His Excellency, Clear Sky. Qin Ming's pupils contracted sharply. A title Duluo. And that hammer in his hand, could it be the legendary Clear Sky hammer? "Your Excellency, this is one of my former students, Qin Ming. He's one of us," Flender said with a forced smile, trying to ease the tension. Tanghao's intense gaze remained fixed on Grandmaster, his overwhelming aura causing the onlookers to feel suffocated. Grandmaster took a deep breath and straightened his posture, meeting Tanghao's stare head-on. Tanghao's voice was low and heavy. "You've been watching all along, haven't you?" Grandmaster nodded slightly, his expression bitter. "I have." "Then give me an explanation," Tanghao demanded, his voice like thunder. Grandmaster let out a long sigh. "Last night." He recounted the events of Tang San's ambush in painstaking detail, describing how his external soul bone had been forcibly removed, leaving him gravely injured. Tanghao's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his arms. Hearing how his son's 8 spider lances were brutally taken, and how Tang San had been left lying in a pool of blood, ignited an uncontrollable rage. "Yi Rishan," Tanghao growled, his killing intent saturating the air. With a deafening roar, Tanghao leapt into the sky. His Clear Sky hammer expanded several times its size, and with a single swing, he brought it crashing down onto the back mountain. Boom! The ground quaked violently, sending shockwaves rippling through the academy. Half the forest behind Shrek Academy was instantly reduced to rubble, as if a natural disaster had struck. "Where is Yi Rishan?" Hovering in midair, Tanghao's eyes burned with fury. "Tell me where Yi Rishan is." Grandmaster shook his head helplessly. "We don't know. All we know is that he's a powerful tool soul master. Beyond that, we have no leads." Tanghao landed, his massive hammer returning to its normal size as he approached Zhao Wuji. The usually fearsome Zhao Wuji was trembling uncontrollably, his legs shaking so violently they could barely hold him upright. "Zhao Wuji, this time I owe you." Zhao Wuji nearly collapsed in relief. "Don't mention it, Your Excellency. It's my duty." He was in no position to object. Against a title Duluo, even someone of his level would be crushed like an ant. "Let's talk." Tanghao turned back to Grandmaster. "We haven't seen each other in a long time. Let's have a word." With that, he gestured for Grandmaster to follow him, and the two disappeared into the ruins of the forest. Watching their retreating figures, Flender finally exhaled deeply. He's gone, finally. The destruction left behind was catastrophic. Half the mountain was gone, but at least the academy was still standing for now. "Qin Ming, you understand what just happened here, don't you?" Flender asked, his tone grave. Qin Ming nodded emphatically. "You have my word, Dean Flender. Not a word of this will leave my lips." "Good," Flender patted him on the shoulder. "Now, help me carry Zhao Wuji. That man could stand to lose some weight." "Dean, are you calling me fat?" Zhao Wuji grumbled weakly, barely clinging to consciousness. Back at the academy grounds, the shockwaves from Tang Hao's earlier attack still lingered in the minds of everyone present. Tang San stared out at the ruined mountain, his heart pounding. The sheer destructive power of that hammer. Elsewhere, Yi Hao's expression darkened. He knew exactly who had arrived. Tang Hao, the infamous Clear Sky Duluo. Qin Ming, realizing the danger, quickly rallied his team. "Let's go, we're heading back to Heaven Dew Academy." His tone left no room for discussion. The Emperor team exchanged confused glances, but obeyed without question. They hadn't fully grasped the gravity of the situation, but Qin Ming's urgency was enough to tell them that staying any longer would be unwise. As the group boarded their carriage and began their journey, Yi Hao glanced back at the now distant Shrek Academy. "Tang Hao is here." He was certain of it. "Teacher Qin, I'd like to request leave," Yi Hao said suddenly. Qin Ming's eyebrow twitched. "Leave? Leave for what? Are you planning to cause more trouble?" "I just need a little time to." "No," Qin Ming cut him off, his expression stern. "Only those who are useless in the Soul Master world would ask for leave. Sit down, stay put, and focus on your training." Yi Hao's jaw tightened in frustration. "Why not?" Qin Ming didn't answer. Instead, he signaled Du Guyan and Yi Lingling. "Hold him down if you have to." The two girls grabbed Yi Hao's arms, pinning him in place. "Teacher Qin, this is unnecessary," Yi Hao protested. "Unnecessary?" Qin Ming shot him a glare. Do you even understand the kind of danger we're dealing with? If you step 1 foot back into Shrek's territory and that man decides to take out his anger on you, we're all doomed. For your sake, and mine, you're staying right here." As Yi Lingling and Du Gu Yan restrained him, Yi Hao's frustration boiled over. Despite his current predicament, a devious idea began to form in his mind. Maybe I'll sneak out tonight. Meanwhile, in a simple cave formed from the rubble, Tanghao and Grandmaster sat face to face, deep in conversation. Tanghao's expression was grim. "Grandmaster, don't blame yourself for what happened. It's not your fault." Grandmaster sighed, his face filled with regret. "The damage is done. As long as Tang-san recovers, that's all that matters. But what about you? What will you do next?" Chapter 65, Tanghao, Your Home's in Trouble. "I plan to stay with Zio-san for a while, then track down Yi Rishin. This debt must be repaid." Tanghao's gaze was resolute, and the weariness in his eyes seemed to dissipate as determination took hold. "Grandmaster, I need answers." The Grandmaster sighed. "I understand. I'll stay with Zio-san as well during this time. It's such a pity. If only Zio-san still had his external soul bone." Mentioning the lost soul bone made Grandmaster shake his head in regret. An external soul bone is so rare, barely 1 or 2 soul masters in the entire continent have one. To lose it like this. Tanghao's eyes glinted with a knowing light. His lips curled slightly as he glanced at Grandmaster. "Grandmaster, there's something I want to ask you." The Grandmaster frowned. "Go ahead." Tanghao leaned forward slightly, his tone low and deliberate. "This Yi Hao, the one who was once Zio-san's schoolmate, what is his true identity?" The Grandmaster froze, his brows furrowing in surprise. Tanghao's expression grew sharper. "So my suspicion was correct. Yi Hao is connected to Spirit Hall, isn't he?" Hearing this, the Grandmaster hesitated, but finally nodded. Tanghao's expression turned cold and fierce, his hatred for Spirit Hall flaring. "You're probably wondering why I haven't acted against him all these years." The Grandmaster remained silent, meeting Tanghao's gaze steadily. Tanghao's voice grew darker. "The reason is simple. Yi Hao may be her son, but he is still innocent. He's just a child." The Grandmaster let out a heavy sigh. "Your Excellency Hayashin, if you had acted earlier, you and Zio-san might not be here today. Spirit Hall's reach is too vast, and their power is far greater than ours." Tanghao's fists clenched at the mention of Spirit Hall. The tragedies they had wrought upon his family were wounds that would never heal. As the night deepened, far from the chaos at Shrek Academy, the Emperor team rested in the wilderness. A campfire crackled softly as the team slept soundly, save for a few members tasked with keeping watch. Near the fire, Yi Hao lay on his back, staring at the glittering stars above. 6 or 7 years had passed since he arrived in this world. From a helpless orphan to a proud member of the Emperor team, the journey had been anything but smooth. Tonight's the night. With the team fast asleep, Yi Hao saw his chance. He quietly got to his feet, careful not to make a sound. He had no intention of staying put. His destination, Tanghao's home. "Where do you think you're going?" Just as Yi Hao thought he was in the clear, a familiar voice broke the silence. "You little rascal, sneaking off in the middle of the night." Yi Hao turned to see Qin Ming, arms crossed and looking unimpressed. "Teacher Qin," Yi Hao scratched the back of his head with a sheepish grin. "You're still awake." "Don't play coy with me," Qin Ming snapped. "Where do you think you're going?" Yi Hao's eyes lit up. "Does that mean you're letting me go?" Qin Ming sighed, shaking his head. "If I didn't let you go, you'd sneak off anyway, so out with it. What's your excuse this time?" "I'm going to visit an old friend in Newting City," Yi Hao replied without hesitation. Qin Ming frowned. "An old friend? You're an orphan. What old friend could you possibly have?" Yi Hao nodded seriously. "I am an orphan, but I went to school at Newting Primary Spirit Master Academy. It's been so long since I've been there. I just want to see the place again." Qin Ming studied him skeptically. "Is that the whole truth?" "Absolutely," Yi Hao replied, his tone resolute. After a moment of thought, Qin Ming relented. "Fine, how many days do you need?" 7. Qin Ming nodded. "All right, 7 days, but I want you back at the academy on the 8th day without fail." Yi Hao grinned. "Deal, Teacher Qin, see you in 7 days." With that, Yi Hao unfurled his 6-winged purple light wings and soared into the sky, leaving behind a streak of purple light. Watching him disappear into the distance, Qin Ming shook his head with a weary smile. That boy. Flying at full speed under the night sky, Yihao had only one goal in mind: time to raid the house. The 100,000-year soul bone was practically calling his name. Tang-san, you've wronged me first. Don't blame me for being ruthless in return. By dawn, Yihao estimated he'd reach Niuting City. Meanwhile, in Heaven-Dew City. Within the opulent halls of the Heaven-Dew Palace, Zhu King, better known as Cayenne Rengsu, sat at her desk, the disguise of the crown prince removed. A shadowy figure knelt before her, delivering a report. Tanghao, he's appeared at Shrek Academy. Cayenne Rengsu's expression shifted. Tanghao, are you certain? Her voice betrayed a rare hint of emotion. The name Tanghao carried a weight that struck a nerve deep within her. Tanghao, the man who killed her father. How reliable is this information? The shadowy figure nodded. It's accurate. I saw him with my own eyes. He destroyed half a mountain with a single strike using the clear sky hammer. Cayenne Rengsu's brows furrowed. What angered him so much? The figure hesitated before replying. It has something to do with Yihao. Cayenne Rengsu's eyes widened. Yihao, what happened to him? Chapter 66, Yi Rishan was here. HMPHH. A chilly snort echoed through the chamber, as Cayenne Rengsu's golden eyes flickered with icy malice. That Tang-san, a two-faced scoundrel, audacious enough to provoke my little Hao repeatedly. He even dragged innocent soul masters into his schemes. What right does such a person have to walk this world? Her voice carried a venomous edge, yet the corners of her lips curled upward into a faint smile. Continue. What happened next? The shadowy figure hesitated before responding. Yihao disguised himself as Yi Rishan, abducted a girl named Xiao Wu, and lured Tang-san into a duel. He not only defeated Tang-san, but also forcibly removed his external soul bone. Tang-san is now gravely weakened. Without that soul bone, his future as a soul master. The shadow left the rest unsaid. Cayenne Rengsu smirked, her slender fingers caressing her cheek as her eyes sparkled with amusement. Interesting, my dear Hao seems to have inherited her decisiveness, ruthless yet effective, a true reflection of her spirit. She crossed her legs elegantly. What else do you have to report? The shadow hesitated, his demeanor growing more serious. My lady, I've discovered a secret about Yihao. I'm not sure if I should say it. Cayenne Rengsu's golden eyes narrowed sharply. Speak. The shadow gulped, beads of sweat trickling down his temple. Yihao possesses a second martial soul. Cayenne Rengsu's expression didn't falter. Instead, a knowing smile spread across her face. As expected, a twin martial soul. The shadow continued hastily. When his second martial soul manifests, Yihao's entire body glows with a deep green hue. His hands transform into spider-like appendages, and 3 pairs of emerald green spider spears grow from his back. And that Tang-san, this subordinate noticed that his second martial soul is clear sky hammer. Hearing this, Cayenne Rengsu chuckled softly. The soul-devouring spider emperor, is it? It aligns perfectly with his other martial soul, the death spider emperor. A flawless complement, and Tang-san's hammer. Her smile deepened as she connected the dots. Tang-san is likely a disciple of the Clear Sky clan. If my suspicions are correct, he's Tanghao's son. The name Tanghao brought a dark shadow over Cayenne Rengsu's face. Her father's murderer, the man who had dealt her family a blow she could never forget. The shadow knelt lower. Young master, shall I handle Tang-san, or perhaps? Cayenne Rengsu's sneer silenced him. With Tanghao by his side, you think you can even touch him? The shadow trembled. Forgive me, young master. Her tone softened slightly as she waved him off. Let it be. If my little Hao has declared war on him, we may as well offer some assistance from the shadows. Let's see how far this game goes. The shadow bowed deeply, before vanishing into the darkness. Cayenne Rengsu reclined against her chair, her delicate features radiating both beauty and danger. My dear brother, you've hidden so much from me. It seems I must visit you personally. Back in Holy Spirit Village. The sun cast its golden rays over the quaint village as Yihao's purple light streaked across the sky. He had flown through the night, and by morning he found himself hovering above Holy Spirit Village. The scene below was almost unchanged from his memory, simple, peaceful, and filled with bustling villagers. Descending toward the village's scenic back mountain, Yihao's sharp eyes scanned the vibrant greenery. This was the place where Tang-san and Xiao Wu had once pledged their loyalty to each other. Romantic, but that ends today, he muttered with a smirk. Sitting cross-legged amidst the flourishing wildflowers, Yihao summoned the Death Spider Emperor. Its sinister presence loomed behind him, exuding an oppressive aura. He unleashed his soul power, letting the Death Spider Emperor's venom spread across the area. A chilling transformation occurred. The lush greenery withered, the earth turned an ashen brown, and a deathly silence descended upon the forest. Suddenly, Yihao felt a faint resistance to the venom's spread. His eyes gleamed with recognition. Found you. Following the venom's path, he pushed through the now desolate forest until he reached a hidden cave sealed by a large boulder. Activating the Death Spider Emperor's arm blades, Yihao struck the boulder with precision, shattering it into pieces. Dust filled the air as the cave revealed its secrets. There, amidst the darkness, a radiant blue plant glimmered with golden streaks. Its vibrant energy pulsed with life, resisting the decay that surrounded it. The Blue-Silver Emperor, Yihao whispered, eyes narrowing with delight. Without hesitation, he darted forward, scooping the Blue-Silver Emperor into a burlap sack. Sorry, Tanghao, looks like you'll be missing this when you get home. As Yihao prepared to leave, his eyes caught sight of a black box tucked beneath a stone bed. Curious, he pulled it out, surprised by its unexpected weight. Placing the box on the bed, he carefully lifted the lid. A surge of energy erupted from within, filling the cave with an intense, life-giving aura. Inside lay a bone, shimmering in blue-gold hues, exuding an overwhelming presence. Yihao's breath hitched, a 100,000-year Blue-Silver Emperor soul leg bone. Grinning like a fox, Yihao scribbled a note. Yi Rishan was here, thanks for the bone. He placed the note inside the now empty box and planted a random blue-silver grass in the dirt where the Blue-Silver Emperor had been. With a few splashes of water, he patted the soil smugly. Perfect! No one will suspect a thing. With the soul bone in hand, Yihao sat cross-legged atop the stone bed. Holding the glowing treasure against his right leg, he began the absorption process. Chapter 67, A Journey to Spirit Hall. The right leg soul bone melded into Yihao's body, its blue-gold radiance spiraling up his leg. A soothing, cool sensation spread through his entire body. Despite his previous experience with absorbing external soul bones, this was his first time absorbing a 100,000-year soul bone, and the process was astonishingly smooth, with no interruptions or difficulties. As the absorption continued, Yihao's soul power flowed like a river, steadily surging into his right leg. The morning sunlight streamed into the desolate cave. Outside, the once lush forest was now a lifeless expanse. The Death Spider Emperor's venom had drained the vitality from the surrounding area, leaving a barren wasteland in its wake. Inside the cave, Yihao opened his eyes and flexed his right leg, examining its new potential. On the surface, nothing seemed different. The Blue-Silver Emperor right leg bone granted 2 abilities. Wildfire cannot destroy the grass, it grows again with the spring wind. A regenerative ability that could restore even severe injuries by growing back damaged tissue. Flight, an alternative means of aerial mobility. Yihao chuckled, dismissing the latter ability. I've already got my 6-winged purple light wings, why would I need this? Using it would only expose the soul bone's origin, practically announcing to Tanghao, I stole your wife's legacy. I'm not suicidal, he smirked. Moreover, the absorption had pushed his soul power from level 34 to level 37. This significant breakthrough left Yihao immensely satisfied. Having achieved his goal far sooner than expected, Yihao pondered his next move. I've got 5 days left before my excuse runs out. Returning early feels awkward. He chuckled at the thought. Why not tour the continent a bit, maybe even visit Spirit Hall? Decision made, Yihao left the cave. He sealed the entrance with a boulder, ensuring no one would stumble upon its secrets. With a satisfied nod at his handiwork, he took to the skies, his purple light streaking across the horizon. Spirit Hall, located at the crossroads of the Heaven Dew Empire and Star Luo Empire, was a majestic city in its own right. Its grandeur reflected the power of the institution it housed. After a day and night of travel, Yihao finally arrived at the city gates. The towering walls and the distant Supreme Pontiff Palace atop its mountain perch inspired awe. Taking a deep breath, he strode forward. Passing through the gates was a breeze. Presenting his Soul Master ID, Yihao was promptly admitted as a free Soul Master. The guards likely assumed he was there to join Spirit Hall. Spirit City might have been smaller than Heaven Dew City, but its bustling streets and vibrant atmosphere rivaled any metropolis. The streets were filled with soul masters, their presence a testament to Spirit Hall's influence. 70% of the continent's soul masters are aligned with Spirit Hall, no wonder they dominate. Yihao marveled at the scale of Spirit Hall's power. Walking through the streets, he couldn't help but notice the stairs. Am I that handsome? He chuckled to himself. Stopping at a small noodle stall, Yihao ordered a bowl of noodles. Just as he was about to enjoy his first bite, the stall's atmosphere changed. A commotion began as a fiery-haired man and a short-haired, golden-haired woman appeared. Their presence immediately drew the attention of everyone on the street. Nana, you shouldn't be out alone. It's not safe, the fiery-haired man exclaimed. I'm perfectly capable of protecting myself, and stop calling me Nana, call me Saintess, the woman retorted. Whatever you say, Nana. Their banter continued until they noticed a crowd gathered nearby. The fiery-haired man pushed his way through, barking at the onlookers. Make way, the Saintess is passing. Do you want to delay her business? The crowd dispersed reluctantly, revealing Yihao sitting at his overturned table, his noodles spilled across the ground. The fiery-haired man's foot had upended Yihao's table. Still holding his chopsticks, Yihao stood silently, his expression darkening. Yihao's voice was low and dangerous. The man froze for a moment, his bravado faltering as he got a better look at Yihao. His features, his aura. This Supreme Pontiff. The man's face paled as he took an unconscious step back. Behind him, the golden-haired woman stared intently at Yihao, her eyes widened in disbelief. He looks just like the Supreme Pontiff. Yihao didn't bother explaining himself. His annoyance simmered beneath the surface as he slowly stepped forward. 3 soul rings appeared at his feet, 1 yellow, 2 purple. The crowd gasped. 100-year soul ring and 2,000-year soul rings. What kind of monster is this? Is he one of Spirit Hall's geniuses? I've never seen him before. Then, a terrifying aura swept through the area as Yihao summoned the Death Spider Emperor behind him. Its 8 legs loomed ominously, and its sinister presence sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Even the fiery-haired man trembled. Yihao's voice was calm but carried a chilling weight. Now, will someone explain to me why my meal was interrupted? Chapter 68, A Close Encounter. Death Spider Emperor. The golden-haired woman instinctively exclaimed, as her eyes widened in recognition. In a flash, Yihao had fully activated his Death Spider Emperor martial soul, his anger radiating from every pore. Without giving the red-haired man a chance to react, Yihao swiftly maneuvered behind him, executing a sweeping kick that sent the man airborne. Following this, Yihao delivered a devastating stomp that slammed him into the ground, shattering the sturdy floor beneath them into countless fragments. Did I provoke you? Yihao's voice was cold, his expression even colder as he pressed down harder with his foot, eliciting pained cries from the man beneath him. It wasn't that the red-haired man was weak, but Yihao's aura and the oppressive might of the Death Spider Emperor martial soul were overwhelming, leaving him utterly helpless. The man stammered, his mind involuntarily conjuring the image of the Supreme Pontiff. The resemblance between Yihao's demeanor and that of Bibai Dong was uncanny, and it left him shaken. Not wanting to escalate the situation further, Yihao kicked the man away and snarled, "Get lost." As the man scrambled to his feet, Yihao added with a sneer, "A simp will always end up with nothing." Deactivating the Death Spider Emperor martial soul, Yihao glanced disdainfully at the man before returning to his seat. He gestured to the stunned server, another bowl of noodles. The server hesitated, frozen in shock, until the golden-haired woman intervened, signaling for the server to act. Understanding the cue, the server quickly scurried off to fulfill the order. Turning her attention to the red-haired man, the woman snapped, "Go back and stop embarrassing me." The man looked as though he wanted to protest, but a glare from the woman silenced him. He reluctantly slunk away, casting a wary glance back at Yihao before leaving with a disgruntled huff. As the onlookers dispersed at the woman's command, she turned her gaze back to Yihao, her expression filled with intrigue. The moment Yihao activated the Death Spider Emperor martial soul, her mind had raced. His resemblance to her teacher, Bibai Dong, both in appearance and aura, was startling. She had been momentarily convinced that her teacher had appeared before her. "Who are you?" Yi Hao, now calmly slurping his noodles, glanced up at the woman who had approached him. "And you are?" he asked with mild irritation. The woman smiled politely. "I must apologize on his behalf. His behavior was inexcusable, and I take full responsibility for not managing him better." Yi Hao waved her off dismissively. "No need to apologize to me. The one who owes an apology is him, not you." Resuming his meal, Yi Hao felt his earlier irritation begin to fade. "Can't even enjoy a bowl of noodles in peace," he muttered under his breath. After finishing the last drop of broth, Yi Hao stood, tossing a few coins onto the table for the meal. As he turned to leave, the woman called out, "What's your name?" Pausing for a moment, Yi Hao looked over his shoulder and answered nonchalantly, "Yi Rishan." Without waiting for a response, he strode off, his mood sour. The woman's eyes lingered on his retreating figure. To her, Yi Hao was clearly an exceptionally gifted individual. His unconventional soul ring combination and his possession of the Death Spider Emperor martial soul were unique, and his uncanny resemblance to her teacher intrigued her further. If Yi Hao could be recruited into Spirit Hall, it would undoubtedly be a major boon. Determined to learn more, she hastened to follow him. But as she reached the alley where he had disappeared, she found only empty streets. "Where did he go?" she murmured, searching in vain. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Hao had already donned a black cloak in a secluded corner and slipped away in the opposite direction. Later, the woman returned to the Spirit Hall archives. She was determined to investigate this Yi Rishan. Hours passed as she scoured the records. Sitting amidst a sea of scattered documents, she sighed in frustration. Nothing. How can there be no record of him? Could he be a newly arrived free soul master? Regret filled her heart. She had let a prodigy slip through her fingers. If teacher knew about someone with the Death Spider Emperor martial soul and such an unusual soul ring configuration, and that he resembles teacher so closely. Her musings were interrupted by the arrival of a subordinate. "Saintess, the Supreme Pontiff has summoned you." The woman composed herself and made her way to the Grand Pontiff's palace. Its imposing architecture towered over the city, and the sunlight gleamed off its sacred facade. 2 rows of armored knights stood at attention by the entrance, exuding an aura of majesty and authority. As the massive doors creaked open, the woman stepped into the vast and opulent hall. Her figure seemed diminutive in the cavernous space. Approaching the throne, she knelt respectfully. "Teacher, you summon me." Suddenly, a flash of purple light illuminated the hall. A stunning figure appeared on the throne, Bibai Dong, the Supreme Pontiff herself. Draped in golden robes and crowned with a purple-gold diadem, Bibai Dong's regal presence filled the chamber. Her flawless features radiated authority and perfection, and her aura was so commanding that it evoked a near-instinctive urge to kneel in reverence. "Juliana," Bibai Dong spoke softly, her tone calm yet firm. "How is the task I assigned you progressing?" Juliana's face paled slightly as guilt flickered in her eyes. "Teacher, I..." Realizing she had been distracted by her encounter with Yi Hao, Juliana's heart sank. "It's all because of that Yi Rishan," she thought bitterly. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Spirit City, Yi Hao sneezed. "Who's cursing me now?" he grumbled, oblivious to the stir he had caused. Chapter 69. Bibai Dong learns of Yi Rishan. Bibai Dong's serene expression softened into a smile as she observed her beloved disciple, Juliana, anxiously trying to gather her thoughts. As her teacher, Bibai Dong knew Juliana too well. Whatever had distracted her so much must be significant, and with nothing pressing on her schedule today, she decided to indulge her disciple. "Speak, I'm curious. What has you so concerned?" She gestured for Juliana to sit down, and the two began their conversation, teacher and student seated face to face. Juliana hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Teacher, do you think it's possible for a soul master to have their second soul ring as a millennium ring?" Bibai Dong raised an eyebrow. Why the sudden interest in this? "Just curious." Juliana smiled faintly, trying to sound casual. Bibai Dong leaned forward slightly, her tone turning serious. "It is possible, but such cases are extremely rare. Based on the Spirit Hall's archives, every soul master has a limit to the age of the soul rings they can absorb at each stage. Breaking that limit is not just dangerous, it's often fatal." She paused before continuing. "For someone like me, a twin martial soul wielder with the Death Spider Emperor and soul-devouring Spider Emperor, the rules are slightly different. Once I've completed the rings for one martial soul, the second soul can absorb rings of any age without issue. Even a 100,000-year soul ring would be relatively easy for me. With a knowing glance, she added teasingly, "Have you forgotten all this already, Saintess? Or have you returned all your knowledge to your teacher since taking on your title?" Juliana blushed, a hint of embarrassment creeping into her voice. "Of course not, teacher. I still remember, it's just..." She hesitated briefly before saying, "Today, I came across someone. A soul master with a soul ring configuration of 100-year ring and 2 millennium rings." Hearing this, Bibai Dong's expression sharpened, her fingers lightly brushing her chin. 100-year ring and 2 millennium rings, and the soul master's age. Juliana thought for a moment. Definitely younger than me, he looked very youthful, almost like a child, and he was a complete stranger. I tried to follow him, but he slipped away. I even checked the archives for his name, but... Bibai Dong's eyes lit up with curiosity. "You found something?" Juliana sighed, shaking her head. "No." Bibai Dong's smile faltered. The soul ring configuration alone made this individual exceptional. If there were no records in the Spirit Hall archives, then the soul master was likely an independent cultivator. "What's his name?" "Yi Rishan." Bibai Dong repeated the name, her lips forming the word slowly. "Yi Rishan." The name sounded grandiose, almost audacious. "And his martial soul?" Juliana's face brightened with excitement. "Teacher, his martial soul is the same as yours, the Death Spider Emperor." Bibai Dong froze for a moment, her usually composed expression giving way to mild astonishment. "The Death Spider Emperor? Are you certain? You didn't mistake it for something similar?" Juliana nodded with unwavering conviction. "I'm certain, teacher. His martial soul is the Death Spider Emperor." She proceeded to recount the events. "While I was on my way to complete the task you assigned me, Yan decided to tag along despite my protests. We came across a crowd gathered around a street vendor. I wanted to avoid the commotion, but Yan insisted on investigating. And then, Yan being Yan, kicked over Yi Rishan's table just as he was eating." Bibai Dong leaned forward slightly, intrigued. "And then?" Juliana's voice carried a mixture of awe and amusement. "Then Yan got beaten up. Badly. Yi Rishan didn't even use much effort. He completely dominated Yan." Bibai Dong's eyes narrowed, her tone frosty. "Send Yan to the Death Canyon for a year of training. He isn't allowed back in the Spirit Hall until he's completed it." Outside the chamber, a knight hurried off to relay the command. Juliana couldn't help but pity Yan for his misfortune. Bibai Dong sighed. "So you lost track of him after that?" Juliana lowered her head in embarrassment, nodding. "I did. I don't know how he disappeared so quickly." After a brief pause, Juliana added, "There's something else, teacher. The moment I saw Yi Rishan, I couldn't help but think of you." Bibai Dong raised an eyebrow. "Think of me? What do you mean?" Juliana hesitated before explaining. "Teacher, do you believe it's possible for 2 unrelated people to look almost identical?" Bibai Dong's heart skipped a beat. "Are you saying Yi Rishan looks like me?" Juliana nodded firmly. "Not just a little. He looks exactly like you. If the 2 of you stood side by side, I'm certain the elders of the Spirit Hall would think you were twins. His demeanor, his aura, even the way he carries himself, it's as if he were molded in your image." She added with a chuckle, "Yan was so spooked that he froze up, which is why Yi Rishan had such an easy time defeating him." Bibai Dong's mind raced. A young soul master with the Death Spider Emperor martial soul, an unconventional soul ring configuration, and a striking resemblance to herself. "Interesting," she murmured, her lips curling into a sly smile. After a moment of thought, Bibai Dong stood and issued her decree. "From this moment forward, Spirit Hall is on lockdown. No one enters or leaves without my explicit permission. Search the city. Bring Yi Rishan to me, alive and unharmed." Juliana bowed in acknowledgement and relayed the orders. The Spirit Hall's machinery roared to life as knights and soul masters mobilized. Meanwhile, outside the city, Yi Hao stood panting on a hill, gazing back at Spirit City, now sealed off by guards. "What the hell, I was just sightseeing. Why'd they close the city?" His heart raced as a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could it be that guy I beat up was someone important? Goosebumps crawled over his skin. Nope, not staying to find out. Without a second thought, Yi Hao turned and fled into the wilderness, vowing never to return. Survival first. Chapter 70, Yi Hao's Gift. The Spirit Hall was in an uproar, with everyone caught up in a fervent search for Yi Rishan. 3 days passed, yet no trace of Yi Rishan could be found. It was as though Yi Rishan had vanished into thin air. They searched high and low, but still had no idea where he had gone. On the 5th day of Yi Hao's leave, in the city of Heaven Dew. Dressed in black, Yi Hao removed his hood, revealing a young face that was now dirty and disheveled. After causing a scene in Spirit Hall, Yi Hao had rushed back to Heaven Dew City. Fortunately, with the support of his blue silver emperor right leg bone and 6-winged purple light wings, he managed to escape capture by the Spirit Hall. Thinking back, that red-haired man was truly infuriating. All Yi Hao did was eat a bowl of noodles. How could that possibly offend him? For now, Yi Hao was safe. Still 2 days left. Might as well explore Heaven Dew City a bit before heading back. Having made up his mind, Yi Hao found a random inn, booked a room, and immediately took a bath. After 3 days and nights of constant running, he was utterly exhausted. Once washed and lying on the bed, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in the Spirit Hall, within the Pope's Hall. It's been 3 days, and you still haven't found Yi Rishan. Bibai Dong sat on her throne, her tone edged with anxiety. Below her, the titled DOLOU elders exchanged uneasy glances. Not only had they failed to find him, but they hadn't even seen him. How could they know who or where Yi Rishan was? Teacher, we've already searched every corner of the Spirit Hall, but there's still no sign of Yi Rishan. Huliana stepped forward and added hesitantly, maybe, Yi Rishan has already left the Spirit Hall. Left? Bibai Dong calmed down slightly, beginning to ponder. How exactly have you been searching? One elder stepped forward to report. Your Holiness, I had my subordinates shout out for him on the streets. Shout, and what exactly did you shout? Huliana asked, frowning. The elder cleared his throat and imitated. Yi Rishan, you've been surrounded, come out now. Bibai Dong's. Huliana's. Who told you to do that? Huliana asked in exasperation. Scratching his head in confusion, the elder explained, Your Holiness ordered us to apprehend Yi Rishan. But since none of us know what he looks like, it's not like we could ask every passerby, are you Yi Rishan? Or, do you know who Yi Rishan is? Even if we did that until tomorrow morning, it's unlikely anyone would confess to being him. So you thought this was the solution? Bibai Dong's gaze grew colder, filling the hall with oppressive tension. These fools were more of a liability than an asset. Everyone leave. With a wave of her hand, Bibai Dong dismissed the elders. Her frustration was palpable. What should have been a straightforward capture had turned into a complete failure. A young man with the Death Spider Emperor martial soul and an incredible soul ring configuration had escaped right under her nose, a painful missed opportunity. Night fell, enveloping Heaven Dew City in darkness. The streets were lit with vibrant colors, and the city buzzed with life. The prosperity of the Heaven Dew Empire was evident, a stark contrast to the more modest Sodo City, where Yi Hao had once stayed. At the inn, Yi Hao groggily opened his eyes. His vision was hazy at first, but soon returned to normal. Staring at the ornately decorated ceiling, he lay on the large bed, lost in thought. Almost forgot. Slapping his forehead, Yi Hao quickly moved to the window. Picking up a lone flower pot, he removed the flower planted inside. From his soul guide ring, he took out a burlap sack. It had been 5 days. Had the blue-silver emperor wilted? With trembling hands, Yi Hao carefully took out the blue-silver emperor. Its entire body shone with a blue-gold hue, golden veins coursing through its leaves, giving it a serene beauty in the dark. The faint golden glow it emitted added an air of mystery to the night. Yi Hao gently planted the blue-silver emperor in the pot, meticulously tending to it. This was the one and only blue-silver emperor in the world. It couldn't afford to be neglected. Even though it had spent 5 days in Yi Hao's burlap sack, the blue-silver emperor still brimmed with vitality. However, upon sensing its surroundings, its stalks and leaves drooped, radiating a sense of dejection. Seriously. Yi Hao rolled his eyes and put it back into his soul guide ring. Keeping the blue-silver emperor with him was a liability. Tanghao wouldn't let this go, and before Tanghao discovered its location, Yi Hao needed to send it somewhere secure and unexpected. His gaze slowly shifted toward the Heaven Dew Palace. Got it. Having made his decision, Yi Hao prepared to leave. He donned a pre-prepared hat and a black cloak, covering himself completely. The streets were bustling, with people coming and going. Both sides of the road were lined with lively shops, a testament to the city's vibrancy. Yi Hao's escape from Spirit Hall had been chaotic, forcing him to run for 3 days straight before reaching Heavendew City. Initially, he had hoped to catch a glimpse of a certain someone in Spirit Hall. But the sudden shout of, "Yi Rishan, come out now, we've seen you." That line had completely thrown him off. Without hesitation, he fled before the city gates could close. Now, standing before the towering gates of the Heavendew Palace, Yi Hao was ready. The massive walls blocked his path, and soldiers guarding the gate surrounded him. Cloaked and hooded as he was, the first thing they assumed was assassin. Unfazed by the spears pointed at his throat, Yi Hao calmly produced a token prepared by Zhu King. A golden token emblazoned with the character, Snow. In the Heavendew Empire, seeing this token was equivalent to seeing the Crown Prince himself. The soldiers immediately withdrew their weapons, their demeanor shifting drastically. "We didn't realize you were a guest of His Highness. Please forgive us for the earlier offense." Yi Hao nodded nonchalantly and said coolly, "Send word to Brother Zhu that Brother Hao is here with a gift for Brother Zhu." Brother Zhu. The soldiers shuddered at the casual address. Clearly, this man had a close relationship with the Crown Prince. Good thing they hadn't offended him further. Chapter 71. Borrowing Grass and Offering 1,000. As night deepened, Kayan Rengsu shed her disguise as Zhu Qinghe, preparing to rest after a long day. Fatigue weighed on her body and mind. For someone in her position, sufficient rest was essential. Just as she reclined on her bed in a golden lace-trimmed nightgown, brushing out her golden hair, a faint knock came at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Her brow furrowed in irritation. "Who is it? What's so urgent at this hour?" A shadowy figure outside replied softly, "Yi Hao requests an audience." That brat, Kayan Rengsu hesitated for a moment. Yi Hao was supposed to be out traveling across the continent. How could he be back so soon? "Let him in." She paused, then changed her mind. "No, have him wait outside, I'll meet him there." Receiving her command, the shadow retreated silently. A short while later, Kayan Rengsu once again donned her disguise as Zhu Qinghe, the Crown Prince. Yawning, she stretched lazily before making her way to the palace gate. "What is that brat up to, showing up at this hour?" she mused, her irritation tempered by curiosity. The Heavenly Dew Palace was vast, with intricately designed pavilions and halls stretching across the grounds. The moonlight cast a silvery glow over the palace, lending it an ethereal beauty. At the gate, Yi Hao was pacing in circles, occasionally glancing at the heavy gates. What's taking her so long? Women and their endless preparations. He shuddered, recalling the unspoken dangers of disturbing a woman during her beauty routine. At last, the massive gates creaked open, revealing a lone figure stepping out under the moonlight. The ethereal glow blurred the edges of the silhouette, but Yi Hao recognized it immediately. Zhu King. Their eyes met, and they both offered polite, practiced smiles. "Brother Zhu, I must apologize for disturbing your rest at such an hour. Please forgive me," Yi Hao said with a courteous bow. Zhu Qinghe waved his hand dismissively, smiling warmly. "No need for formalities between us. Tell me, Brother Yi, what brings you to the palace so late?" Without further ado, Yi Hao pulled out a potted plant from his spatial ring. Carefully avoiding the curious gazes of the palace guards, he presented it to Zhu Qinghe with both hands. Zhu Qinghe blinked, momentarily stunned. A potted plant. But as he examined it more closely, his sharp eyes widened. Something about this plant felt extraordinary. Yi Hao grinned mischievously. "Brother Zhu, I came across this blue-silver grass during my travels near the Holy Spirit village outside Niuding City. Its appearance struck me as unique and noble, much like you. I thought it fitting to bring it as a token of our brotherhood." Zhu Qinghe's initial confusion gave way to a pleased smile. He studied the plant with a newfound appreciation. "Thank you, Brother Yi. This is indeed a rare gift. I'm deeply honored." Yi Hao waved dismissively. "No need for such words, Brother Zhu. Between brothers, there's no need for formality." As Zhu Qinghe accepted the plant, his keen gaze caught the faint quiver in its leaves, as if it were shrinking away. The once vibrant foliage seemed to droop and wither under his touch, but he showed no reaction, instead cradling the pot like a cherished treasure. "It's getting late, and palace rules forbid outsiders from lingering too long. Your gift is too precious for words. Tomorrow, I'll take you somewhere special to repay your kindness. Whatever you desire, consider it yours." Yi Hao, who had been wondering how to spend the next 2 days, felt a weight lift off his shoulders. "Then I'll look forward to it, Brother Zhu. Rest well tonight." The two exchanged parting waves and went their separate ways. Returning to his chambers, Zhu King clutched the blue silver emperor tightly. His steps quickened, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "Yi Hao truly is my lucky star," he thought. "To stumble upon such a treasure, this is a game-changing card in my hand now." He recalled the words of a subordinate who had identified the plant for him. "This is the blue silver emperor, its original form. It's the remains of the soul beast that Tanghao's wife became after her death. It's something the former pope, Qian Zunji, sought fervently but never obtained." Once inside his chambers, Zhu King closed the doors tightly, placed the pot on a windowsill, and carefully watered the plant. "Brotherhood," he murmured, a sly smile playing on his lips. "Perhaps." For a moment, a trace of warmth crossed his face as he thought of Yi Hao's parting words. The golden sunlight bathed Heaven Dew City, the palace's gilded halls shimmering under its rays. Inside the crown prince's chambers, Zhu King, now once again Qian Rengsu, donned her golden robes. Stretching languidly, she approached the blue-silver emperor and watered it gently. The plant remained still, lifeless as before, but she showed no concern, treating it with the utmost care. "Guard this plant well," she ordered the shadowy figure in the corner. "No one is to enter my chambers without permission." The shadow nodded silently, its gaze briefly resting on the pot before vanishing into the darkness. Chapter 72, Brothers Are Like This. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Brother Yi." "No, Brother Zhu, after you." A luxurious carriage pulled up in front of the inn where Yi Hao was staying. In full view of the curious bystanders, Yi Hao climbed aboard. Zhu King waved at the soldiers, and the carriage set off smoothly. Inside the carriage, Yi Hao sat casually, helping himself to the fruits and snacks on the table, occasionally glancing out the window at the passing scenery. It was a moment of indulgence, a taste of the high life. Throughout, Zhu King maintained his usual graceful demeanor. Watching Yi Hao wolf down the food, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This kid really hasn't grown up yet. "Where have you been these past few days, Brother Yi?" Zhu King asked, sipping his tea. Yi Hao, still chewing on a grape, replied with a laugh, "I went to Spirit Hall for a look. Didn't expect to cause trouble there." "Trouble?" Zhu King raised an eyebrow. "What kind of trouble?" Yi Hao at Spirit Hall, causing trouble and still returning unscathed. Now that was intriguing. Yi Hao continued, "I got into an argument with someone in Spirit City, which escalated into a fight. Before I knew it, the entire city was after me. Good thing I've got quick feet, or things could have ended badly." Zhu King shook his head with a wry smile. "Presumably you used the martial soul during the dispute with others. The Death Spider Emperor martial soul, and no one in the DOLOU continent had it at all except her." Knowing the character of the leader of Spirit Hall, Zhu King could easily imagine how she would go to great lengths to win over a genius. Thankfully, Yi Hao had been fast enough to escape. "So, where are we heading, Brother Zhu?" Yi Hao asked, looking at the prosperous streets outside. The area was clearly an affluent district of Heaven Dew City, filled with glittering shops and bustling merchants. "Don't worry, we're almost there," Zhu King replied with a smile, then asked casually, "What do you think of Spirit Hall?" Yi Hao paused his snacking and turned serious. Why this question all of a sudden? Zhu King held his breath, awaiting Yi Hao's answer. "To be honest." Zhu King has stiffened slightly, unsure of what to expect. "Spirit Hall is not bad." Hearing this, Zhu King relaxed, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He had worried that the commotion in Spirit City might have soured Yi Hao's opinion. "Even after all that trouble, you still think Spirit Hall is fine?" Yi Hao gave Zhu King a knowing look. "Come on, Brother Zhu, you're just trying to get me to state my stance, aren't you? When your future plans come to fruition, you'll need to know where I stand, right?" The significance of the Death Spider Emperor as a martial soul was simply too great. "Spirit Hall awakened my martial soul when I was a child," Yi Hao said, "and for that I'm grateful. They've done good for the common people. That's all I have to say." "Fair enough." The carriage rolled to a gentle stop. A soldier bent down to serve as a step, and Zhu King descended gracefully. Yi Hao hopped down after him, taking in the vast, open area. In front of them stood a grand white circular building. "This is the Heaven Dew Grand Auction House," Zhu King explained. "It's filled with rare treasures. If you see anything you like, just let me know and I'll make sure it's yours." Having received the blue silver emperor as a gift, Zhu King felt compelled to repay Yi Hao. Since the palace treasures were strictly accounted for, even he couldn't move them at will. The auction house, however, was an ideal alternative. The Grand Auction House was renowned for its collection of rare and valuable items, some even surpassing those found in the royal palace. However, the prices were exorbitant, and only the wealthiest nobles or the most powerful soul masters could afford to enter. Donning a mask provided by Zhu King, Yihao followed him inside. Masks were mandatory for bidders, ensuring anonymity and preventing incidents of theft or murder over auction treasures. Inside, the decor was elegant but not ostentatious. The marble floors gleamed under the soft lighting, while the walls were adorned with antique paintings and armor displayed in glass cases, resembling a museum from Yi Hao's previous life. "See anything you like?" Zhu Qinghe asked as they strolled through the halls. Yi Hao glanced around before consulting the auction catalog. Not a single item caught his eye. Most of the offerings were soul tools, ancient porcelain, and famous paintings, hardly anything practical for him. Soul bones occasionally appeared at auctions, but they were always hotly contested, often leading to chaos. As Yi Hao thought about the external soul bone, 8 spider lances in his spatial ring, he dismissed the idea of seeking another. The rarity of external soul bones meant their auction would attract the attention of every major power in the city. "Let's keep looking, something might catch my eye," Yi Hao said with a shrug. They were soon led to the central auction hall by a composed and professional attendant. The hall resembled an auditorium, with a circular stage in the middle for displaying items. The auction was already in progress, and the air buzzed with excitement. 15,000 gold soul coins, going once. 15,000 going twice. 15,000 sold. The auctioneer struck the gavel, sealing the deal. The seating arrangement was divided into 5 tiers, each representing the bidder's wealth and status. The closest rows, upholstered in red, were reserved for the elite with millions of gold soul coins at their disposal. Zhu King scanned the red-tier seats, noting a few familiar faces. Unwilling to draw attention, he chose a less conspicuous spot, leaning casually on the railing with Yi Hao by his side. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Startled, he turned sharply, only to see Yi Hao grinning mischievously. "This is what brothers do," Yi Hao quipped with a cheeky smile. Chapter 73, Teacher. Zhu King felt an odd discomfort spread through his body. He couldn't pinpoint why, but being inexplicably draped over by another man left him feeling unsettled. This strange sensation was a first in his life. 190 soul coins, going once. 190 gold soul coins, going twice. Sold. Piece after piece of auction items were sold, leaving Yi Hao and Zhu Qinghe sitting idly. "Brother Yi, nothing here catches your eye?" Zhu Qinghe asked, propping his chin on his hand, looking a little bored and sleepy. Yi Hao glanced at the next item up for bid, a set of armor from a century ago, and sighed in exasperation. "Brother Zhu, are you sure you brought me to the right place? Honestly, it's not that I don't appreciate the things here, but they're of no use to me. Take that 100-year-old armor, for example. What am I supposed to do with it once I return to the academy? Even as decoration, it'd just take up space." Zhu King hesitated for a moment, then realized that most of the upcoming auction items weren't particularly practical for soul masters. They were more suited for wealthy collectors seeking unique treasures to display. "Perhaps I misjudged this place." Just as the two were about to leave, a familiar voice called out. "King." Zhu King froze mid-step, the voice striking a chord of recognition deep within him. Turning around, he saw 2 figures standing before him and Yi Hao. The scene shifted to a misty valley, where a peculiar hot spring was split into 2 distinct pools, one milky white and the other bright red. Despite being adjacent, the waters of the 2 springs never mixed, maintaining their distinct boundaries. The rising steam enveloped the entire area in a dreamy haze. "Grandpa." From the edge of a cliff, Duguyan called out, her voice echoing through the mist. Seated cross-legged on the precipice was an elderly man dressed in green robes, his piercing green eyes glowing faintly. His posture was as straight as a javelin, and even his hair shimmered with a venomous green hue. The old man radiated a chilling aura of authority, his body exuding faint green light as he meditated, concentrating intently. Duguyan approached hesitantly, stopping short to avoid disturbing him. After a while, the elder's aura calmed, and he opened his eyes, his expression icy and stern. Slowly, he stood and gazed at the green light swirling in his palm. Why haven't I broken through yet? Could it be? Grandpa. The old man flinched, turning to see his granddaughter. His steely gaze softened, a rare smile of satisfaction appearing on his face. Yanyan, didn't you leave to explore the continent? It's only been a month and you're already back. Dugu Yan pouted, giving him an exasperated glance. Grandpa, I've been standing here for a while. You mean to tell me that, with your strength as a titled Duluo, you didn't even sense me? The old man looked momentarily embarrassed. He forced a smile. Let's not dwell on that. My dear granddaughter, tell me where you've been this past month. Did you come across anything exciting? Share it with your grandpa so we can enjoy it together. Dugu Yan sighed and sat on the cliff's edge, resting her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Seeing her like this, the elder's expression turned serious. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Was it that brat Yu Tianhang? That scoundrel dares to mistreat my precious granddaughter. Watch me head to Heaven Du Royal Academy and break his legs. His rage filled the air with a cold, venomous energy, causing the temperature around them to plummet. Behind him, a massive green serpent manifested, exuding an oppressive and suffocating aura. No, Dugu Yan quickly interrupted. Grandpa, you're getting it all wrong. Tianhang treats me very well and hasn't bullied me. Do you want to know why I'm upset? The old man leaned closer, intrigued. Tell me. Dugu Yan raised 2 fingers. 2 reasons. The elder listened intently. First, she began, do you remember the Yihao I mentioned to you before? The old man thought for a moment before nodding. Of course, I remember. Isn't he the kid you said would be a good successor for me? What did he refuse? Dugu Yan sighed in exasperation. I've brought it up with him multiple times, but he doesn't seem interested. I even planned to have you meet him personally when we returned. But instead, he disappeared in the middle of the night without a word and asked Teacher Chin for a 7-day leave. Isn't that infuriating? The elder narrowed his eyes, his interest piqued. The brat has the nerve to ignore me, Poison Duluo, to refuse the honor of being my apprentice. That arrogant kid. Clenching his fist, the Poison Duluo Dugubo, famed for his unmatched mastery of the jade phosphor serpent emperor venom, snarled, I'll handle this myself. Let's see how he escapes me this time. And the second thing, Dugubo asked. Dugu Yan looked up at the sky, her expression somber. Grandpa, is the jade phosphor serpent venom truly unbeatable? Dugubo frowned. Why do you ask? Dugu Yan sighed again. Not long ago, in a team battle at Soto City's Great Spirit Arena, we faced a team called the Shrek 7 Devils. Among them were 4 Soul Masters and 3 Grandmasters. For nearly a month, they kept winning team battles, breaking records at the arena. In the end, we finally faced them and ended their streak. Dugubo chuckled. And you're unhappy about winning, why are you sighing then? Dugu Yan rolled her eyes. That's exactly what makes it so frustrating. One of their members, a soul master called the Thousand-Handed Usura, whose real name is Tang San, managed to neutralize my jade phosphor serpent venom. Dugubo's expression darkened instantly, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. His granddaughter's venom being countered was an ominous sign. For a soul master, unique abilities like Dugubo's poison were often their trump cards, vital for survival in deadly situations. The fact that someone had neutralized it was as unsettling as losing a piece of his own life force. Tang San, was it? Dugubo's voice turned icy. He cannot be allowed to live. Chapter 74, The Mysterious Stone. Teacher, what brings you here? At the Heaven Du auction house, Zhu King seemed slightly surprised. Yihao's mind raced. Zhu King as teacher? That could only mean Ning Fengzhai, the master strategist and leader of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Clan, one of the upper 3 sects. The old fox himself. Standing before them was a man dressed in a simple, yet elegant light robe, leaning on a silver cane. His calm and gentle demeanor exuded warmth and approachability, making it difficult for anyone not to feel at ease around him. Beside Ning Fengzhai, however, stood a completely different figure. A white-haired elder with a sharp and penetrating gaze that seemed to pierce straight through to one's soul. His posture was as rigid and precise as a finely honed blade. This was Sword Duluo, the unparalleled master of attack, his entire aura emanating a chilling sword intent. Sword Duluo's sharp eyes instinctively locked onto Yihao. a young man standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhu King. There was something undeniably strange about him. The boy's gaze, his aura, Sword Duluo couldn't shake the feeling that it resembled someone. Not just anyone, but a woman from the past. Meanwhile, Ning Fengzhai had also taken notice of Yi Hao. He could tell that anyone capable of standing so casually next to the crown prince wasn't an ordinary person. Ning Fengzhai knew Zhu Qing's nature all too well. A person of such status would rarely show up at places like this unless there was a deeper reason. Given Zhu Qing's position, he could have easily taken the most prestigious seat in the front row. Choosing instead to remain in a more inconspicuous corner spoke volumes about his caution. "Teacher," Zhu Qing said with a wry smile breaking the silence. "It's been a while. Let me introduce you. This is my younger brother, Yi Hao." Turning to Yi Hao, he added, "Yi Hao, this is my teacher, Ning Fengzhai, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan. And this is Sword Duluo, the clan's guardian elder, known for being the #1 offensive Duluo on the continent." So Yi Hao had been right. Yi Hao offered a polite smile. "Greetings, Sect Master Ning, Sword Duluo. I'm Yi Hao, a student at the Heaven Dew Imperial Academy." Ning Fengzhai's eyes lit up with recognition. "Heaven Dew Imperial Academy? Yi Hao, Yi Hao." He tapped his forehead lightly, as if piecing something together. "Ah, I remember now. Not long ago, I heard about a genius student at the academy. That must be you, the one with a 1,000-year second soul ring." Yi Hao chuckled modestly, waving his hand. "Sect Master Ning, you flatter me. I'm not deserving of such praise. Actually, Brother Zhu brought me here to pick out a gift. Beyond that, I'm just here for the experience." "A gift?" Ning Fengzhai raised an eyebrow. Zhu Qing glanced fondly at Yi Hao. This little rascal really knows how to win people over. "Yes, teacher, Yi Hao gave me a wonderful gift recently. As his elder brother, of course, I had to return the gesture." Ning Fengzhai nodded, now fully understanding. He smiled knowingly. "Well, have you found anything that suits your taste? If not, King, you're welcome to bring Yi Hao to our clan. I'm sure we have something worthy of his favor." His words were filled with pride, befitting the wealth and resources of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan. The clan's treasure troves could easily outshine even the royal family's reserves. Zhu Qinghe replied with a polite smile. "No need to trouble you, teacher. Yi Hao and I were just about to leave. It seems we haven't found anything worthwhile today." Ning Fengzhai and Sword Duluo both nodded, bidding farewell. Just as Zhu Qing turned to leave with Yi Hao, the latter suddenly froze in place, his expression shifting. "What's wrong?" Zhu Qing asked, puzzled. Yi Hao didn't reply immediately. Something inside him stirred, a nagging feeling that if he let this moment pass, he would regret it for the rest of his life. He turned abruptly and rushed to the railing, standing beside Ning Fengzhai and Sword Duluo, his eyes fixed on the auction platform below. A female attendant walked onto the stage, carrying a square object covered in red cloth. The auctioneer, holding a golden gavel, struck it lightly. "Ladies and gentlemen, our next item." With a dramatic flourish, the attendant unveiled the object beneath the cloth. It was a small, cube-shaped stone. Covered in a layer of thick, weathered stone skin, it bore faint, intricate patterns etched into its surface. The patterns were ancient and enigmatic, hinting at an origin lost to time. The auctioneer began their pitch. "This item was discovered by our team deep within an ancient forest. After extensive research, we were unable to uncover its true purpose or origin. However, given its unique characteristics and apparent age, we believe it to be an artifact from a structure dating back hundreds, possibly thousands of years. Starting bid, 1,000 gold soul coins. 1.1. 1.3. 1.5. The bids began rolling in. 2. 4. 7. The price continued to climb, eventually surpassing 10 gold soul coins. And then, 20 gold soul coins. Yi Hao raised his paddle. The room fell silent. Zhu Qinghe furrowed his brow, glancing skeptically at the stone on the stage. "A rock? Yi Hao, you're bidding 20 for a rock." Ning Fengzhai and Sword Duluo exchanged puzzled glances, their seasoned eyes failing to discern anything extraordinary about the stone. The auctioneer, seeing no further bids, began the countdown. 20 gold soul coins, going once. 20 gold soul coins, going twice. The atmosphere of the grand auction house was designed precisely like this. To create a sense of scarcity and urgency, provoking bidders to compete against each other and driving the price ever higher. On one hand, it was about showcasing their status. On the other, it was a result of their vanity taking over. Clearly, Yi Hao, a young and inexperienced newcomer, had fallen for the ploy. The seasoned bidders present exchanged amused smiles. This young man is far too naive. For a moment, the room fell eerily silent, so quiet that one could almost hear a pin drop. Seeing the lack of further bids, the auctioneer wasted no time. A simple and unimpressive-looking stone had been sold for an astonishing 20,000 gold soul coins, a significant haul for the auction house. After all, almost everyone in attendance was a wily old fox. As the auctioneer prepared to close the sale, they gave one final, skeptical glance around the room, hoping to draw out another unsuspecting bidder. When no one else responded, they sighed inwardly and made the final call. 20 gold soul coins, going 3 times. Sold. As the gavel struck, Yi Hao's heart raced. He didn't know why, but something about this stone resonated with him deeply. Chapter 75, Sister, I Have Money. As the golden hammer in the host's hand fell, the transaction was sealed. Yi Hao successfully secured the rights to purchase the unremarkable stone. All that remained was to pay the sum of 20,000 gold soul coins at the auction's back office, after which the stone would officially belong to him. The crowd couldn't help but chuckle in unison. When they turned to see who the unlucky fool was, they froze in shock. In an instant, their expressions turned dumbfounded. They had spotted Ning Fengzhai, the esteemed master of the 7 treasure glazed tile clan, and Sword Duluo, standing alongside none other than the crown prince, Zhu King. At this moment, Zhu King had removed his mask, calmly overlooking the crowd with a composed and indifferent expression. Then, a mysterious smile crept across his lips as he turned and departed with the others. That was reckless of you this time, Zhu King remarked as they walked away, his tone faintly reprimanding. Yi Hao, unconcerned, chuckled. Brother Zhu, I really think I scored big this time. Believe me, that stone is far from ordinary. Zhu King could only smile wryly and shake his head. The deal was already done, and the price had been set. Although the 20,000 gold soul coins was no small sum, it paled in comparison to the true value of the blue-silver emperor Yi Hao had gifted him earlier. The significance of that plant far surpassed any monetary measure. The two entered the auction's back office, where the staff had been waiting for some time. Not only was the staff prepared, but so was the red tray holding the small, 5-centimeter-wide, cube-shaped stone. Zhu King's eyes twitched at the sight of it. To spend 20,000 gold soul coins on this? What a loss. However, having promised Yi Hao that he would buy anything he wanted, Zhu King could only sigh and pull out a gold card. Leaving the auction hall, the pair bid farewell to Ning Fengzhai and Sword Duluo before boarding their carriage. As they watched the carriage roll into the distance, Ning Fengzhai sighed. Sword Uncle, what do you think of that young man? Sword Duluo replied calmly. A soul master with a 1,000-year second ring, and so young, he's destined to be extraordinary. However, his lack of experience is evident. That stone, at best, is worth a copper soul coin. Even with its age and weathering, it's nothing more than a curiosity. Frankly, the brick we're standing on is probably worth more. Ning Fengzhai chuckled wryly. All right, Sword Uncle, that's enough. He's still just a child. But Ning Fengzhai's expression turned serious as he pondered aloud. I can't help but feel that boy looks remarkably like someone. Sword Duluo nodded subtly. You noticed it too, didn't you? It shouldn't be possible, should it? The two spoke in unison, their expressions unreadable. On a bustling avenue, a carriage sped forward. Inside, Zhu King propped his chin on his hand, glancing at Yi Hao, who was playing with the stone. No matter how I think about it, this was a terrible deal. 20,000 gold soul coins for a worthless rock. Earlier, Zhu King had taken the stone from Yi Hao and studied it carefully. As the auctioneer described, it bore some strange markings that could not be deciphered. However, after a thorough examination, Zhu King had concluded it was an entirely ordinary stone. Brother Zhu, what's wrong? Are you upset? Yi Hao asked innocently. Zhu King he. Sorry for making you spend so much today, Yi Hao said quietly, acknowledging the 20,000 gold soul coins price tag. Still, his instincts screamed that the stone was extraordinary. Zhu King smiled faintly and affectionately ruffled Yi Hao's hair. It's all right. 20,000 gold soul coins is just a small amount to me. Just remember, try to avoid buying such things in the future. Next time you fancy something, consult me first. Whatever you want, your big brother will buy it for you. Yihao felt a warm sensation in his chest. Big sister, big brother, you're so good to me. That won't be necessary. I have money of my own. I can't always trouble you like this, Yihao said earnestly. Zhu King was briefly stunned. This brother of mine truly is thoughtful. Despite possessing the Death Spider Emperor and soul-devouring Spider Emperor martial souls, Yihao genuinely seemed like he could be a real younger sibling. Next time, don't bother, Brother Zhu. I've got money, Yihao added. Zhu King teased, oh, it's no problem for me to help. Besides, what kind of money could a child like you possibly have? He trailed off stunned. Yihao casually pulled out a stack of gold cards from his spatial storage. One card had a value of 50,000 gold soul coins, while the others ranged between 10,000 and 20,000, with even the lowest denomination being 5,000 gold soul coins. Where did you get all this money? Zhu King asked, dumbfounded. Scratching his head, Yihao replied sheepishly, I earned it betting at the Soto Great Spirit Arena. I made a fair bit during those matches. Look, these are my spoils of war. Brother Zhu, if you ever need money, just let me know. Your little brother will be more than happy to help. No thanks, Zhu King stammered, forcing a smile as his eye twitched uncontrollably. I hope I never find myself in such a position, hee. At that moment, Zhu King truly wished Yihao were his biological sibling, so he could immediately demand. I'm your sister, hand over the money. Yihao, why? Kaiyan Rangsu, what does a kid need so much money for? I'll give it back when you're ready to get married. Before long, the carriage stopped outside Yihao's inn. Goodbye, Brother Zhu, next time it's my treat. Yihao waved cheerfully as he headed inside. Inside the carriage, Zhu King rolled his eyes, then smiled wryly, shaking his head. What a loss. Today was an absolute loss. Returning to his room, Yihao began packing. His week-long leave was coming to an end, and he needed to return to Heaven Dew Imperial Academy before sundown to avoid trouble with Qin Ming. Once packed, Yihao sat on his bed and pulled out the cube-shaped stone worth 20,000 gold soul coins. He stared at it intently. The stone had sharp edges and smooth surfaces, with strange engravings that looked like ancient script, or perhaps they conveyed some kind of meaning. However, Yihao wasn't a scholar and couldn't decipher any of it. Could it be I really made a mistake? He wondered aloud, doubt creeping into his heart. Bored, he tossed the stone into the air. It spun mid-flight, only to fall straight down. Ow! The stone hit Yihao squarely on the head. As its sharp edge grazed his skin, his blood splashed onto the stone's surface. In an instant, the stone began to change. Chapter 76, Death God's Heart. Under Yihao's watchful gaze, the stone suddenly levitated into the air, radiating an eerie, dim purple glow. No way! Yihao murmured in astonishment. The outer layer of the cube-shaped stone began to crack and fall away, revealing its true form within. What emerged was a shimmering purple cube, hovering in midair. Its glow didn't diminish, it grew brighter by the second. Though it was broad daylight, the entire room seemed to plunge into night, bathed in the increasingly intense purple light. The next moment, the cube shot straight toward Yihao's forehead. Before he could react, it embedded itself in his brow, causing his head to throb. Seconds later, Yihao collapsed unconscious. While Yihao lay unconscious, his mind began to absorb a flood of unfamiliar memories. Finally, I've waited so long. A shadowy figure, cloaked in black and exuding an ominous aura, appeared silently in the room. His crimson eyes glimmered as he glanced briefly at the unconscious Yihao. Without a word, the figure dissolved into the air. The golden hues of sunset painted Heaven Dew City as smoke from countless chimneys wafted into the sky. The aroma of dinner filled the air as citizens retreated to their homes. Perhaps it was hunger that woke him, but Yihao groggily got out of bed. Seeing the tidy, spotless room around him, he scratched his head in confusion, puzzled by the sudden influx of foreign knowledge in his mind. The Death God's Heart. The phrase slipped from Yihao's lips as if by instinct. It seemed to be the name of the mysterious cube that had integrated with him. Curious, Yihao noticed a faint sensation in his brow, as if something new resided there. He rushed to the mirror to investigate. To his surprise, he saw this stone. A vivid purple, cube-shaped mark now adorned his forehead. The mark exuded an enchanting allure, enhancing Yihao's already striking features and adding an air of mystery. The memories embedded in his mind revealed that the cube wasn't just a simple relic, it was a soul tool. Yihao lightly touched the mark on his brow, and the purple cube reappeared in his hand. It expanded to roughly 10 centimeters and radiated a dazzling purple light. The death god's heart spun in Yihao's palm, revealing itself to be no ordinary soul tool. It carried with it 4 unique abilities. Death's gaze paralyses an enemy for 5 seconds, rendering them completely immobile. Against a titled duo, the paralysis lasts 3 seconds. Abyssal bind traps an opponent within the cube, sealing them indefinitely and stripping them of freedom. Works on a single entity at a time, including soul beasts, but only those below 100,000 years old. Dark shroud conceals the user's presence, rendering them undetectable. Death's descent, a single target attack that requires a specific weapon to activate. The exact weapon wasn't detailed in the information Yihao received. This thing is almost identical to the sea god's vast sea cosmic shroud owned by the Heaven Dew royal family. They're practically twins, Yihao exclaimed, perplexed by the similarity. He quickly dismissed the thought. It's impossible. The vast sea cosmic shroud is connected to the sea god. There's no way this death god's heart could be related right. Shaking his head, Yihao laughed at his overthinking. Gods aren't exactly commonplace. I must be imagining things. Still, spending 20,000 gold soul coins on this death god's heart was absolutely worth it. Big sis Kyan thought I wasted money, but this time, she's the one who misjudged. Yihao returned the cube to his forehead. As it merged back into his brow, the purple mark reappeared, standing out against his skin. Satisfied, Yihao nodded to himself. Another trump card in my arsenal, perfect. But then he paused. Did I forget something important? Looking out the window, Yihao realized with a sinking feeling that the sky had already turned pitch black. Oh no. 7 days ago, before he left, Qin Ming had explicitly ordered him to return to Heaven Dew Imperial Academy by sundown on the 7th day. Not only that, but Yihao was supposed to report directly to Qin Ming in person. Clearly, that ship had sailed. Now, Yihao had no choice but to rely on his 6-winged purple light wings to make it back. The problem was that flying within city limits was strictly forbidden, especially in Heaven Dew City, the imperial capital. If caught, it would be seen as a serious affront to the royal family. Yihao sighed and pressed a finger to his forehead. The death god's heart emerged once more. Death god's heart, activate dark shroud. As Yihao murmured the command, the cube exploded into 6 separate pieces, each forming one of its faces. These pieces floated around Yihao and began enveloping him in an invisible cloak of darkness. When the transformation was complete, Yihao stood inside a larger version of the cube. The dark, fluid energy surrounding him blocked all traces of his presence. Through its transparent walls, Yihao could still see his surroundings clearly. Guess no one can see me now. To confirm, Yihao stood in front of the mirror. Sure enough, his reflection was completely absent. Satisfied, Yihao unfurled his 6-winged purple light wings, their radiant purple glow merging seamlessly with the blue-silver Emperor right leg bone's flight abilities. Together, they were an ideal combination. The blue-silver Emperor soul bone was a cause for concern. What if Tanghao somehow detected it? But with the death god's heart shielding his aura, Yihao's worries evaporated. Meanwhile, back at Heaven Dew Imperial Academy, deep into the night. In the guest hall, 3 school deans were sitting uneasily. Though they appeared calm, their anxious expressions betrayed them. They exchanged furtive glances, each looking more unsettled than the last. Standing beside them, Qin Ming was even more restless. Meng Shenji, the chief dean, gestured subtly to Qin Ming, who quickly leaned in. Qin Ming, didn't you say Yihao would return before sunset? It's already late. Could he have run into trouble on the way? Qin Ming replied firmly, Don't worry, Yihao is a sly one. He always manages to get others into trouble rather than himself. My guess is he's just having too much fun and lost track of time. But, he glanced at the guest of honor, a man sitting silently with his eyes closed. Why has Senior Dugubo come here personally, and why is he asking for Yihao by name? Indeed, the renowned poison Duoluo was sitting there, his aura as imposing as ever. As tension filled the room, Yihao raced through the sky, drawing ever closer to his destination. Chapter 77, Old Poison, Sure I'll Call You That. Under the quiet starlit sky, Yihao departed from the serene heaven-dew city. Once outside the city limits, he stowed the death god's heart away. With the combined speed of his two soul bones, the six-winged purple light wings, and the blue-silver emperor right leg bone, Heaven-Dew Imperial Academy was almost within reach. As he prepared to land, Yihao noticed a familiar figure standing at the base of the Academy's mountain. Huh, Sister Yan, what's she doing here? He murmured, puzzled. Could she have come to pick me up? Half skeptical, Yihao descended cautiously. When Dugu Yan spotted Yihao, she heaved a sigh of relief and hurried toward him, grabbing his arm and pulling him along the path toward the academy. Wait, Sister Yan, what's the rush? Yihao asked, confused. Dugu Yan scolded him, her tone sharp. You finally decided to come back? Why did you leave without saying a word? Yihao was momentarily speechless. He glanced at the sky and changed the subject awkwardly. Wow, the moon's so bright tonight, ha ha ha. There's no moon tonight. Lowering her voice, Dugu Yan said, Listen, you'd better behave when we get there. It's not just Teacher Chin, the 3 deans are there too. Yihao raised an eyebrow in surprise. All 3 deans. It was just a little tardiness. Did it really warrant the bigwigs gathering like this? It felt more like a court trial. Oh, and one more thing, Dugu Yan added, hesitating. My grandfather is here too. Your grandfather? Yihao blinked, processing her words. Wait, your grandfather, you mean the... Yeah. Old Poison, Yihao shouted loudly. His voice carried all the way to the Academy's guest hall, where Dugu Bo, the 3 deans, and Qin Ming were seated. The 3 deans exchanged uneasy glances. Their palms were clammy, and cold sweat trickled down their backs. Qin Ming slapped his forehead in exasperation. This kid, is he trying to get himself killed? Meanwhile, Dugu Bo remained eerily calm, sitting still like a statue, his expression unreadable. Before long, Dugu Yan led Yihao to the guest hall. Yihao scanned the room and saw the 3 deans and Qin Ming present, as Dugu Yan had said. He casually waved at them, only to find the group pretending not to notice him. Instead, they exchanged knowing looks, silently signaling him to be cautious of his surroundings. Yihao followed their gazes and finally noticed a figure sitting quietly beside him, Dugu Bo. At that moment, Dugu Bo opened his cold, piercing eyes. When their gazes met, Yihao froze. Dugu Bo's expression darkened as his brows furrowed. There's something familiar about this kid. Meanwhile, Yihao, ever curious, studied Dugu Bo intently. So this was the famous poison Duo. Not only was he dressed entirely in green, but even his eyes were green. Maybe it was a family trait, or possibly the effect of the poison within him. Breaking the silence, Dugu Bo stood up slowly and asked, You're Yihao? Yihao nodded. That's me. May I ask why Senior Poison Duo has sought me out? Dugu Bo chuckled, a low and sinister sound. Well, you're quite the character. Just a moment ago you were shouting Old Poison at the top of your lungs. What happened? Change of heart. The 3 deans paled, ready to intervene with excuses like, He's just a kid, he didn't mean it. But before they could speak, Dugu Bo's icy gaze swept over them. The aura of a titled Duo was suffocating, and the 3 soul Duo-level deans dared not utter a word. Yihao, after a brief pause, grinned. All right then, Old Poison. The room fell silent. Had they misheard? Dugu Bo narrowed his eyes, his chilling aura enveloping Yihao. The oppressive atmosphere made Yihao's whole body feel cold, as though his blood were freezing. Say that again if you've got the guts, Dugu Bo said coldly. Yihao hesitated for a split second before smirking. If fear was inevitable, it was better to face it head-on. Old Poison. The hall grew even quieter. Everyone froze, staring in disbelief. This wasn't bravery, this was lunacy. Dancing on a blade wasn't enough for Yihao, he was waltzing on the edge of a titled Duo's sword. After what felt like an eternity, Dugu Bo's eyes lit up, and he suddenly burst into laughter. Hata. You've got guts, kid, I like it. Most people wouldn't dare call me that, but you just blurted it out like it's nothing. Anyone else would be dead by now, but you've got spirit. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Dugu Yan beamed, sensing that things were going well. Yihao discreetly wiped the sweat from his palms. He'd gambled and won. He'd counted on 2 things. Dugu Yan's presence. Dugu Bo adored his granddaughter. If he'd acted rashly, it would surely sour their relationship, something Dugu Bo wouldn't risk. Dugu Bo's eccentric nature. Known for his unpredictable behavior, Dugu Bo shared a certain kindred spirit with Yihao. Still, Yihao wasn't entirely defenseless. If things had gone south, the death god's heart was ready for action. Wait. Dugu Yan suddenly noticed something unusual. Yihao, what's that on your forehead? The group's attention shifted to the purple square mark on Yihao's brow. Its presence was striking, especially when paired with his already outstanding looks. Oh, this. Yihao couldn't reveal the true nature of the death god's heart, his trump card. It's just a little decoration I got in Heaven Dew City. Took longer than I expected, which is why I'm late. How does it look? I think it makes me even more handsome. The group collectively rolled their eyes. Handsome, my foot, we nearly had heart attacks because of you. Dugu Bo coughed, crossing his hands behind his back as he stood before Yihao. His gaze was sharp, yet his tone was calm. How about this, kid? Become my apprentice. The room fell silent again. Dugu Bo's proposal was serious. There wasn't a trace of jest in his voice. Yihao didn't hesitate. Old Poison, I appreciate the offer, but I really can't accept. It's for your own good. For my own good? Dugu Bo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I'm a titled Duoluo. Who in this world do I need to fear? Tell me, how does this refusal benefit me? Yihao glanced around, clearly uncomfortable. Dugu Bo caught the hint and addressed the group. Let me speak with Yihao in private. The rest of you stay put, and don't even think about eavesdropping. The group quickly nodded, retreating with visible relief. Dugu Yan wanted to follow, but was firmly blocked by her grandfather. She could only watch helplessly as they walked away. Once out of earshot, Meng Shenji wiped the sweat from his brow. That was terrifying. Yihao's like a daredevil playing with knives. Anyone else would have been dead a dozen times over by now. Qin Ming sighed heavily. I really need to keep a closer eye on that kid. Chapter 78, Tanghao's Revenge. The grounds of Heaven Dew Imperial Academy were vast. Yihao and Dugu Bo arrived at a secluded clearing. By now, it was deep into the night, and nearly all the students had gone to bed. Dugu Bo sneered, All right, there's no one around here. Now start talking. Yihao smiled faintly. Old Poison, you're a titled Duoluo. Your knowledge must far surpass mine. Of course, Dugu Bo replied, visibly pleased with the compliment. But a moment later, his tone grew serious. Stop trying to butter me up. Spit it out, or I'll tie you up and take you away myself. Yihao chuckled. Old Poison, don't be so serious. The reason I can't accept you as my teacher, well, it's complicated. Complicated? Dugu Bo scoffed. What kind of excuse could a brat like you have? How bold must someone be to openly call him Old Poison and live to tell the tale? Yihao might be the only one alive to pull off such a feat. Maintaining a calm smile, Yihao raised his right hand. 3 soul rings materialized beneath his feet, and his Death Spider Emperor martial soul emerged, quickly enveloping his body in its terrifying form. Old Poison, does this look familiar? Yihao asked calmly, his expression confident. Dugu Bo froze, his throat dry as he swallowed hard. The Death Spider Emperor. You brat, could it be? For the first time in years, Dugu Bo felt a sense of real danger. The Death Spider Emperor martial soul. No wonder Yihao seemed so similar to someone he knew. Now it all made sense. It was lucky Yihao hadn't agreed to become his disciple, otherwise. Dugu Bo let out a bitter laugh. You're from Spirit Hall, aren't you? Why are you here, and that Death Spider Emperor of yours? He stopped short, hesitant to speak further. Yihao withdrew his martial soul and smiled nonchalantly. Old Poison, I am who I am, and Spirit Hall is Spirit Hall. Don't confuse the two. As for why I can't be your disciple, well, you know the answer to that. Dugu Bo hesitated briefly before deciding to leave. Staying near someone with such an identity was far too dangerous. Titled Duoluo cherish their lives dearly, and those who reach such heights were never fools. Well then, Dugu Bo said, taking a step back, let's just say I wasn't here tonight. Goodbye. With that, he leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of green light and vanishing into the horizon. Come again sometime. Yihao waved cheerfully but quickly realized something. Oh no, the immortal herbs. He smacked his forehead, annoyed. By the time he looked up, Dugu Bo was already long gone. Yihao couldn't help but laugh at himself. Oh well, there's no rush. The herbs aren't going anywhere. I'll deal with it another day. With Dugubo gone, Yihao returned to his dorm, eager for a good night's rest after such a long and exhausting day. The next morning, outside Sodo City, Shrek Academy. 10 days had passed since the fierce battle between the Emperor team and the Shrek 7 Devils. During this time, the 7 Devils had been recuperating, especially Tang San. Without his external soul bone, Tang San had been withdrawn and melancholic, often locking himself in his room for hours. Yi Rishin had become an inner demon haunting his thoughts, casting a shadow he couldn't shake. This behavior did not go unnoticed by Tanghao, who had been secretly observing his son from afar. The pain Tang San felt was a dagger to his heart. However, Tanghao couldn't reveal himself or have a heartfelt father-son reunion. Instead, he left things in the hands of Grandmaster to investigate Yi Rishin's whereabouts. Finally, after relentless effort, Grandmaster arrived with news. Tanghao, Grandmaster began, his tone urgent. Have you found him? Tanghao asked anxiously. He had to know where Yi Rishin was. Grandmaster offered a wry smile. Yes, I found him. Tanghao's eyes lit up as he leaned in closer. Where is he? Grandmaster stroked his beard, his voice measured. My suspicions were correct. That Yi Rishin is from Spirit Hall. Recently, Spirit Hall circulated an internal notice stating that Yi Rishin had been spotted within their territory. Interestingly, the Pope herself issued an order for his capture. Capture? Why? Tanghao frowned. Why would Spirit Hall go after their own? Grandmaster speculated. It likely has to do with Tang San's external soul bone. You know how valuable soul bones are, and external soul bones even more so. Yi Rishin must have hidden the external soul bone for himself. Once Spirit Hall discovered this, they issued the order. It makes sense, doesn't it? After all, you know what Spirit Hall is like. Tanghao's fury boiled over. Now that he knew where Yi Rishin was, there was only one course of action. Go to Spirit Hall, kill him, and take back his son's external soul bone. Grandmaster, I'm leaving, Tanghao declared before launching into the sky, heading straight for Spirit Hall. Don't, Grandmaster called after him, but Tanghao was already gone. Grandmaster sighed in frustration. Tanghao was walking straight into a trap. Spirit Hall's forces were vast, and this mission was as good as suicide. But what could a sole Grandmaster like him do against a titled Duoluo's determination? Resigned, Grandmaster turned back toward Shrek Academy. All he could do now was support Tang San in his recovery. At Shrek Academy, Grandmaster approached Tang San's room and found a cold meal sitting outside the door. Knocking softly, he called, Tang San, it's me, open up. After a moment, the door creaked open. Tang San's face was pale and drawn. Teacher, why are you here? He asked weakly. Grandmaster stepped inside, glancing at the disheveled state of the room. It was a reflection of Tang San's mind, utterly chaotic. Can I come in? Tang San hesitated before nodding, stepping aside to let Grandmaster enter. Sitting down, Tang San finally broke the silence, his voice trembling. Teacher, my blue silver grass, is it really ruined? Chapter 79. There are no useless martial soul, only useless soul masters. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Grandmaster furrowed his brow deeply and looked at Tang San with a disappointed expression. Zio-san, remember this. There are no useless martial soul, only useless soul masters. Tang San raised his head in confusion, glancing at Grandmaster with a dull look. Teacher, does that mean you're one of those useless ones? Yes, Grandmaster suddenly stood, his eyes gleaming with determination. That person is me. Suddenly realizing the sarcasm in Tang San's words, Grandmaster coughed awkwardly, glaring at him. Still making jokes with your teacher, are you? Tang San quickly recognized his slip and apologized. I'm sorry, teacher, that wasn't intentional. Grandmaster waved it off with a wry smile. Never mind, how's your recovery coming along? Tang San clenched his fists, his body still aching from the devastating blows he had suffered. The humiliation inflicted by Yi Rishin burned deep in his soul, becoming his greatest shame. Teacher, my injuries are almost healed. By the way, have there been any updates on Yi Rishin's whereabouts? Grandmaster hesitated briefly. He couldn't tell Tang San the truth, that Yi Rishin was currently within Spirit Hall and that Tanghao had already set off to confront him. Tang San didn't need to know about such matters yet. Don't worry, Zio-san, we won't let Yi Rishin go unpunished. Debt always finds its debtor. Shrek Academy will not let him escape accountability. For now, your priority is recovery. You need to rest well." With that, Grandmaster handed Tang San the cold meal that had been sitting outside his door. Tang San accepted the hard, stale buns and ate reluctantly. Even as he ate, he couldn't stop himself from asking, "Teacher, is my blue-silver grass truly a waste martial soul? I feel like it's nowhere near as powerful as my second martial soul, the hammer." His encounters with Yi Rishan had shaken his faith completely. In battle after battle, the blue-silver grass had proven inadequate, merely serving as a tool for basic binding. In contrast, his second martial soul, the clear sky hammer, demonstrated immense destructive power. This had led Tang San to consider abandoning the blue-silver grass altogether and focusing solely on the clear sky hammer. But Grandmaster vehemently opposed this idea. "No," Grandmaster exclaimed sternly. "Zio-san, what's gotten into you? You are a twin martial soul master, one of the rarest phenomena in the entire continent. If you abandon the blue-silver grass and focus solely on your second martial soul, you might indeed see rapid growth in your strength for a time. But mark my words, this path is fraught with peril. Consider this. The first twin martial soul master in a century who added soul rings to their second martial soul before fully cultivating their first, their body couldn't handle the strain. In the end, they exploded and died." Grandmaster spoke carefully. "I know you're frustrated. Yi Rishan humiliated you, and Yi Hao hurt Zio Wu. Trust me, I've seen it all. I've felt your pain. But think ahead, Zio-san. When you become a titled Duoluo and begin adding soul rings to your second martial soul, all of them will be over 10,000 years in strength. By that point, who in the soul master world will be your match? As the saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge, 10 years is not too long. Yes, you lost your external soul bone, but that's not the end of your journey. Zio-san, pick yourself up. I believe in you." Grandmaster's words hit Tang San like a revelation. He raised his head, his lost and hollow eyes meeting his teacher's determined gaze. But moments later, Tang San sighed heavily again. "Teacher, I really don't think I'm a match for Yi Hao. The last battle made that abundantly clear. Even if I devote myself entirely to the blue-silver grass, I still end up being trampled under his feet." Tang San's expression turned resentful, his fists trembling with frustration. "Teacher, I can't accept this. Reincarnated into this world, with all his martial arts, mysterious heaven skills, and ghost shadow perplexing track, how could he still lose to a local like Yi Hao?" "Yi Hao..." Sigh. Grandmaster let out a long sigh, but his tone remained calm. "Actually, Zio-san, Yi Hao is not invincible." Hearing this, Tang San's eyes brightened. It was as if a ray of light pierced through the dark haze of his despair. Grandmaster continued confidently, "Do you know why you lost this time?" Tang San thought for a moment before replying hesitantly, "Because Yi Hao is too cunning, and because of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing." The current state of the Shrek 7 devils was one of internal division. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had clearly aligned themselves in one camp, while Tang San and the others formed another. Tang San couldn't understand why the two girls had distanced themselves from Zio Wu. Sometimes, their words even bordered on open hostility. If it weren't for their shared academy, Tang San might have. Grandmaster sighed again. "Rongrong and Zhuqing's issues can be addressed later. For now, let me analyze the battle for you. A successful team relies on mutual trust and coordination. Your team has none of that. There's no unity, no shared strategy. That's why you were utterly crushed. And most importantly, Yi Hao's team has a clear advantage in overall strength. Now, think about it, a coordinated team versus one that's fractured. Which do you think will win in the end?" Tang San lowered his head, visibly dejected. "Teacher, I understand all of that, but right now I only care about one thing: how can I defeat Yi Hao?" At this moment, Grandmaster truly grasped how deeply Tang San's obsession had taken root. Even so, Grandmaster pressed on. "Zio-san, don't rush. Every journey starts with a first step. Trust your teacher. With my guidance, you will defeat Yi Hao one day." Yi Hao's biggest flaw is his arrogance. The higher he climbs, the harder he'll fall. His cunning is undeniable. During your last battle, he deliberately provoked Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, leading to Dai Mubai's early elimination. In front of tens of thousands of spectators, he humiliated your team with psychological tactics. The moment Dai Mubai was taken out, I knew you had already lost. Grandmaster paused, his gaze sharpening. Also, Yi Hao's martial spirit isn't just the Death Spider, it's the Death Spider Emperor. Tang San's eyes widened in shock. The Death Spider Emperor. Yes, Grandmaster nodded. The Death Spider Emperor is one of the most powerful beast-type martial souls, on par with Yu Tianheng's Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. He hides his power well, no wonder his poison is so terrifying, it all makes sense now. Tang San's hands tightened into fists, his eyes burning with determination. I will defeat him, one day I will. Chapter 80, He has arrived. After being rejuvenated by Yu Xiaogeng's motivational speech, Tang San regained his vitality and no longer brooded in despair. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogeng shifted his attention toward targeting Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. As previously mentioned, the Shrek 7 Devils were an inseparable team, each member vital to the whole. Master, can you stop rambling on every day? I can't take in a single word you're saying right now. Ning Rongrong stormed out of the room, visibly furious. For the past few days, every available moment had been filled with Master's lectures about the importance of teamwork and other seemingly noble but repetitive speeches. However, Ning Rongrong had been unresponsive, her attitude growing increasingly resistant. No matter what Master said, she didn't listen and instead went out of her way to contradict him. Master sighed, utterly exhausted. Outside, Tang San watched the scene and frowned as he saw Ning Rongrong's retreating figure. A flame of anger burned within him, yet he had no outlet for it. But Tang San knew, while he couldn't do anything now, the future might be different. Teacher, she actually. Tang San stepped inside, seething with rage. Ning Rongrong's actions felt like a blatant insult to his teacher. Master waved his hand dismissively, sighing, let it go, Rongrong is still a child. I believe that with persistence, she will come around eventually. Under a cloudless sky, a tiny figure hovered in the heavens. Draped in a black robe, he looked down upon Spirit City with cold, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. In the next instant, the black-robed man raised a clear sky hammer, and 9 dazzling soul rings rose around him. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, his configuration shining brightly in the sky. Suddenly, the once clear and serene day turned ominous as dark clouds gathered. A powerful and oppressive aura spread across Spirit City. Bibai Dong's bright eyes snapped open. Grasping her purple-gold scepter, she rose from her throne and gazed upward. Her sharp gaze narrowed, and her aura began to surge wildly. Such audacity, someone dared to cause havoc within Spirit Hall. In all these years, no one had ever been this bold. Spirit Hall scum, hand over Yurishan now, or today, not a single soul in Spirit Hall will be spared. Tanghao's rough voice reverberated throughout the entire city, clearly audible to every disciple of Spirit Hall. Yurishan, again. Last time, we searched high and low for him for 3 days, nearly turning Spirit Hall upside down, yet we found nothing. This guy is ruthless. Why is it that all we've heard about recently is him? Within Spirit City, disciples began to whisper amongst themselves. Naturally, this Yurishan had become a figure of great curiosity. Who was this man? How had he caused such an uproar? And now, a titled Duluo himself had shown up to demand his surrender, and with a 100,000-year soul ring no less. Not long after, several figures flew from the Pope's palace into the air. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Tanghao. Each of them revealed their martial souls and soul rings, a uniform configuration of 9 rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. 4 titled Duluo stood before Tanghao, blocking his way. Tanghao, after all these years, you've finally decided to stop hiding like a coward, said a man holding a golden chrysanthemum, his face painted with heavy makeup and his voice unnervingly soft. Why waste words with him? Attack together. At the command of a shadowy figure shrouded in darkness, the 4 titled Duluo charged at Tanghao simultaneously. The heavens echoed with a dull roar before erupting into brilliant fireworks. Tanghao swung his massive clear sky hammer, its size dwarfing everything else, and smashed toward the 4 titled Duluo with overwhelming force. His aura alone was enough to crush everything in its path. The 4 titled Duluo felt a chill in their hearts. What had driven Tanghao to such fury? Fueled by a rage buff, Tanghao's combat power surged to unprecedented heights. The chrysanthemum Duluo activated his 5th soul ring, summoning a faint golden barrier around himself as he flew forward to intercept Tanghao's strike. Fifth soul skill, Cold Petals Convergence, cried Chrysanthemum Duoluo. Meanwhile, the ghost Duoluo transformed into a massive shadow claw that emerged from the void, aiming to grasp the clear sky hammer. However, before the shadow claw could even touch the hammer, the sheer shockwave from Tanghao's attack shattered it instantly, sending ghost Duoluo tumbling from the sky. The remaining two titled Duoluo unleashed their full power, combining their energy into two massive beams of light that shot directly at Tanghao. The beams pierced Tanghao's body, causing blood to spurt from his mouth. Yet, instead of weakening, his bloodlust only intensified. His aura became even more terrifying as he locked his gaze on the Pope's palace. Aarrgh. Tanghao roared, his hammer swelling in size several times over. The Chrysanthemum Duoluo's golden barrier shattered like petals in the wind, leaving him defenseless. His eyes widened in despair as he watched the colossal hammer descend. At the last moment, just as the hammer was about to crush Chrysanthemum Duoluo and strike the Pope's palace, a hand effortlessly stopped the attack. A golden-haired elder with a kind and gentle expression stood before Tanghao. He was over 2 meters tall, and his appearance radiated a sacred brilliance. With a casual flick of his finger, a golden beam of energy exploded from the hammer's surface, sending Tanghao reeling backward. The crimson light in Tanghao's eyes began to fade. Staring in disbelief, Tanghao saw the elder appear before him in an instant, delivering a single punch that sent him spewing blood. The clear sky hammer nearly shattered under the impact. From the highest balcony of the Pope's palace, Bibaidong watched the scene unfold. Her sharp eyes narrowed as she recognized the elder. Even she was momentarily stunned. She had been prepared to step in herself, but this man had acted even faster. Why is he here? Chapter 81, Home is Gone. Kayan. Tanghao froze, holding his breath as he stared at the elderly figure before him. His expression was filled with disbelief. Tanghao, you should not have come here, the elder said calmly, shaking his head. His gaze fell to the 4 injured titled Duoluo below, and a trace of disappointment flickered in his eyes. His demeanor radiated reproach. 1 Tanghao against 4 titled Duoluo, and yet they. For years, Spirit Hall had never ceased its search for Tanghao. Today, he had walked into their lair of his own accord. Yet, what was the Yirishan he spoke of? Every conflict has its origins. Tanghao had come to Spirit Hall for the sake of Yirishan. No matter the reason, there was only one clear fact. He had dared to attack Spirit Hall. Since you're here, stay, the elder said coldly. Behind him, a radiant, 6-winged holy angel appeared. The divine figure wielded a golden sacred sword that materialized in the elder's hand. Gripping the blade lightly, he slashed forward. In that moment, space itself seemed to split in two, the air froze, and a dazzling arc of sword light descended toward Tanghao. Tanghao felt as though an invisible hand was gripping his throat. His complexion darkened, and his breathing became labored. Just as it seemed, Tanghao was about to meet his demise, all 9 of his soul rings exploded in a sudden burst. The clear sky hammer in his hand began to glow brilliantly, the hammer's body shimmering with vibrant colors. Boom! A terrifying pressure erupted, forcing the elder to take half a step back. The great Sumeru hammer, it's been a long time, the elder murmured, a trace of nostalgia in his tone. It had been decades since he had last faced this technique in combat. That Tanghao could wield this skill was beyond his expectations. Tanghao seized the opportunity to escape. The elder made no move to pursue him, instead disappearing in a flash and reappearing atop the Pope's palace. Standing beside Bibaidong, the elder asked indifferently, "Who is this Yirishan that Tanghao spoke of?" Bibaidong turned her body slightly, her face devoid of expression, avoiding direct eye contact. "I'm more curious about why you chose to act," she said coolly. The elder remained calm, repeating his question, "Answer me." Bibaidong smirked faintly and replied nonchalantly, "Just a regular soul master who recently came to Spirit Hall." "A regular soul master, where is he now?" the elder pressed. For Tanghao to risk his life and attack Spirit Hall so openly, this Yirishan must hold some extraordinary significance. "He escaped," Bibaidong replied, her tone indifferent. "Escaped?" The elder frowned, visibly displeased. "Yes, he escaped. a young man with a 1,000-year-second soul ring and a face that resembles mine greatly. Most importantly, he possesses the Death Spider Emperor as his martial soul. The Death Spider Emperor, and he resembles you. The elder turned to scrutinize Bibai Dong more closely. Could it be? Bibai Dong's expression froze momentarily. Don't overthink it, she said, her tone sharp. Coincidences happen all the time. I've already ordered a thorough investigation. We'll have answers soon enough. As for Presiding Elder, Spirit Hall will not be in chaos as long as I am here. With that, Bibai Dong let out a cold laugh and walked away. The elder, silent for a moment, dissolved into a flash of golden light and vanished. 3 days later, back in Holy Spirit Village, Tanghao clutched his chest as he staggered through the forest, his breath heavy with fatigue. Using the great Sumeru hammer had left his body severely damaged. The technique was a secret of the Clear Sky clan, passed down to only one heir per generation, always the next clan master. His foray into Spirit Hall had been a calculated risk. Even if he couldn't force them to hand over Yirishin, he had aimed to humiliate Spirit Hall. However, the intervention of the presiding elder, Kyan Daelu, had thwarted his plans. He had nearly killed the chrysanthemum Duluo, yet in the end, his efforts were for naught. Now gravely injured, Tanghao needed time to recover before he could make any further moves. With Shrek Academy near Soto City no longer a viable option, it would only expose his son's identity prematurely. Returning to Holy Spirit Village seemed like the safest course of action. Not only could he remain close to his wife, but he could also recover in peace. It was the perfect plan. As he walked, Tanghao felt increasingly uneasy. For some reason, he could no longer sense the aura of the blue-silver emperor. It was as though she was no longer there. Worse, the surrounding trees were withered and dead, clearly poisoned deliberately. Could it be? No, impossible, absolutely impossible. Panic gripped Tanghao. He bolted toward the cave where the blue-silver emperor resided, his steps fueled by desperation. Along the way, the flora mirrored his earlier observations. Everything was dead and exuded a foul stench. When he finally reached the cave, it appeared unchanged. Yet upon closer inspection, the large boulder blocking the entrance seemed different. Tanghao's heart raced. With trembling hands, he moved the boulder aside. Sunlight streamed into the cave, revealing the familiar blue-silver grass rooted inside. At first glance, everything appeared as it had when he left. Tanghao heaved a sigh of relief and approached the blue-silver grass, his eyes softening as he gazed upon it. However, something was wrong. The blue-silver emperor's stem and leaves once bore golden markings unique to Yin. Yet this blue-silver emperor looked identical to any ordinary plant found outside. Moreover, its size was noticeably larger than before. Yin. It's me, I'm back, answer me, please answer me. No matter how he called out, the blue-silver grass remained motionless, like a lifeless plant. A sudden realization struck Tanghao. He dashed toward the stone bed where the blue-silver emperor's leg bone was hidden, lifting the lead box that concealed it. Instead of the soul bone, there was only a note. Tanghao grabbed the paper, his hands trembling. Forgetting the missing soul bone for the moment, he read the message. Yirishin was here, I've taken the soul bone, thank you. Tanghao froze, his entire body paralyzed as though struck by lightning. He stood motionless, the note crumbling into powder in his clenched fist. Yi Rai Tian. Tanghao's roar echoed across the forest, shaking the ground and causing the cave to tremble violently. Chapter 82, The Mysterious Voice in His Mind. Ye. Rai. Tian. The three characters echoed endlessly. In the nearby Holy Spirit Village, the residents covered their ears in annoyance. The repeated shouting stirred expressions of irritation among the villagers. Old Jack, leaning on his cane, shouted impatiently toward the source of the commotion in the mountains. Tanghao, %% Hashandat. After some time, the cave on the mountainside could no longer withstand Tanghao's relentless outbursts and collapsed. Tanghao knelt on the ground, his once proud and unyielding demeanor now reduced to a pitiful mess. His face was streaked with tears and mucus. The prior battle with Kyan Daelu had left him gravely injured, and with both old wounds and fresh injuries piling up, his body was completely battered. Yin, I am in so much pain. Yirishin, I swear I will kill you in this life. After his anguished roar, Tanghao coughed violently, spitting out blood. His right arm drooped weakly at his side, and his face contorted in agony, a clear consequence of his clash with DOLOU. Tanghao pressed his hand against his right arm and found that his bones were misaligned. His internal organs were displaced, and darkness clouded his vision. Before he could say or do anything else, he collapsed, unconscious. For now, Tanghao posed no threat to Yi Rishan. Achoo! At Heaven Du Royal Academy, Yi Hao sneezed abruptly. It had been 4 days since he acquired the Death God's heart. Over that time, he had spent his days idly at the academy, attending routine activities and enjoying his leisure. With the power granted by the 100,000-year blue-silver Emperor right leg bone, Yi Hao's strength was undoubtedly among the best in the Emperor team. Yi Hao, Yi Hao, Yi Hao. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed in his mind. Startled, Yi Hao lost his balance and fell off the tree he had been lounging in, landing flat on his back on the ground. Ow, ow, ow. Rubbing his sore waist, Yi Hao muttered irritably, "Who's trying to scare me to death?" He quickly scanned his surroundings but saw no one. The secluded location was in the backwoods of the academy, where the forested terrain was common. Did I hear it wrong? Half convinced, Yi Hao climbed back onto the tree branch and prepared to relax again. Yi Hao, Yi Hao, Yi. This time, the voice was even clearer. Once again, Yi Hao lost his balance and fell out of the tree, hitting the ground in the same undignified position. Propping his chin on one hand, Yi Hao lay on the grass, exasperated by the persistent voice calling his name in his head. Yi Hao, Yi Hao. All right, buddy, quit mumbling, I'm not dead yet, Yi Hao grumbled to the unseen presence. Come to Sunset Forest, the voice finally instructed before falling silent. Sunset Forest. Yi Hao thought for a moment, unsure of the mysterious voice's intentions. Sunset Forest, located near Heaven Du City, was one of the largest soul beast habitats on the continent, second only to Stardew Forest. Within its depths lay the famed ice and fire yin-yang well, a critical objective for Yi Hao's plans. Given the current state of the Emperor team, their chances of winning the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament were slim. The herbs in the ice and fire yin-yang well were essential to turning the tide. Since the mysterious figure had called him to Sunset Forest, Yi Hao had no reason to refuse. But Yi Hao scratched his chin as he paced in place, deep in thought. I just got back and now I'm leaving again. What excuse do I even have for this? Shaking his head, Yi Hao dismissed his concerns. Whatever, Sunset Forest isn't far. With my speed, I'll be back at the academy before sunset. Making up his mind, Yi Hao unfurled his 6-winged purple light wings, their translucent, purple feathers gleaming in the sunlight. Combined with the flight abilities of the blue-silver Emperor right leg bone, he became a streak of purple light, vanishing from the academy grounds in seconds. A few seconds later, Yi Hao hovered over the Sunset Forest, his gaze scanning the towering trees below. Hey buddy, where are you? Calling out to the mysterious voice, Yi Hao received no response. His mind remained silent. Resigned, Yi Hao retracted his wings and descended into the forest. Amidst the towering trees, his lone figure seemed insignificant. As he wandered, he muttered, "This guy must be crazy. The forest is massive, how does he expect me to find him?" Hungry and frustrated, Yi Hao debated returning to the academy for lunch before continuing his search. No, if I go back now I might run into Teacher Chin. That guy's too sharp. Stomach growling, Yi Hao reluctantly pressed on, encountering several soul beasts along the way. A few eyed him hungrily, drooling as they prepared to attack. I'm starving too, Yi Hao muttered with a mischievous grin, a bold idea forming in his mind. 3 soul rings appeared beneath him, and the Death Spider Emperor manifested behind him. But before he could fully activate his transformation, the soul beasts scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. Am I really that scary? Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to quake, and trees in the distance fell like dominoes. Birds and beasts fled in all directions, including powerful 10,000-year soul beasts. Beast tide. Yi Hao shook his head. No, this was different. An oppressive aura swept over him, and from the depths of the forest, a flicker of dark purple light appeared. Moments later, 2 massive webs emerged, tearing through the trees with terrifying speed. Leaping onto a high branch, Yi Hao watched as the webs ensnared a giant tree, which dissolved into powder within seconds. Poison? No, these webs. Yihao's eyes narrowed as he summoned his second soul ring. A smaller version of the webs appeared in his hands, mirroring the ones he had just witnessed. As Yihao prepared to investigate further, a massive shadow loomed over him. Descending from the tree, Yihao looked up at the giant figure before him. His breath caught in his throat. HSSS. D-Death Spider Emperor. The towering 10-meter-tall beast stood before him, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Poison radiated from its body, spreading rapidly through the forest. Yihao's legs tensed instinctively, ready to bolt. I'm screwed. Chapter 83, A 100,000-Year-Old Soul Beast. The poison exuded by the Death Spider Emperor was extraordinarily potent. In just a few breaths, the surrounding vegetation withered entirely, leaving a barren wasteland within a 100-meter radius. For ordinary humans, and even most soul masters, entering this area would be a certain death sentence. Only Yihao was an exception. As the possessor of the Death Spider Emperor martial soul, Yihao naturally emitted a unique magnetic field when activating his martial soul, a field laced with the venom of the Death Spider Emperor. However, due to his current soul power rank, Yihao was unable to fully control this magnetic field. When Yihao had previously inquired about this issue, the 3 Academy elders had given him an answer: domain. Domains were exceedingly rare among soul masters, even on a continent with tens of thousands of practitioners. Yihao's first martial soul, the Death Spider Emperor, possessed an innate death domain, an immensely domineering ability. Within this domain, the venom of the Death Spider Emperor would spread throughout the area, transforming it into a living hell. For soul masters and ordinary humans, it was a fatal environment. Once poisoned, their bodies would gradually weaken until they succumbed to death. Now, the Death Spider Emperor before Yihao was clearly unleashing its death domain. It suddenly made sense why the soul beasts had fled in such a frenzy earlier. Everything added up. Typically, few soul beasts possess domains. Notable examples included the Dark Devil God Tiger, as well as the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Azure Bull Python of Stardew Forest. This particular Death Spider Emperor's innate death domain made it a terrifying presence. Standing before the monstrous Death Spider Emperor, Yihao sighed softly. Hey buddy, what's your deal? The massive beast didn't answer. Instead, it opened its grotesque maw, preparing to swallow Yihao whole. Yihao had no escape. As a mere soul elder, what could he possibly do against this titanic creature? And it had an innate domain to boot. For a brief moment, Yihao wondered, could it be that this Death Spider Emperor was the one who had summoned him here? But the beast didn't give him time to think. Its enormous maw lunged toward him. Just then, a faint purple light flashed from Yihao's brow. The next instant, he summoned the Death God's heart into his palm, gripping it tightly. Skill Death's Gaze. Yihao murmured under his breath. The Death God's heart erupted in his hand, splitting into 6 smooth, mirror-like panels. In their polished surfaces, Yihao could see his own reflection. Then, within the mirrors, a single purple eye appeared, radiating intense killing intent. The eye locked onto the Death Spider Emperor. In an instant, the death domain shattered. The effect of Death's Gaze immobilized the Death Spider Emperor, freezing it in place. Yihao knew that this skill only worked for a few seconds, so he immediately activated another ability. Skill Abyssal Bind. At his command, the 6 mirrors began to spin rapidly around the immobilized beast. From each mirror, fiery purple chains emerged, wrapping tightly around the spider's massive body, restraining it completely. Under Yihao's watchful gaze, the once 10-meter-tall Death Spider Emperor began to shrink rapidly. Simultaneously, the 6 mirrors closed in on it. Despite the creature's attempts to resist, the infernal chains left it no chance to retaliate. Finally, the 6 mirrors fully closed, forming once again into the compact, 10-centimeter Death God's heart. Holding the Death God's heart in his hand, Yihao could see the restrained Death Spider Emperor trapped within its confines. Not so cocky now, huh? Where'd all that bravado go? Yihao smirked. Just as he was admiring his handiwork, an unexpected voice rang out. You despicable human, I'll kill you. Yihao froze. What? It can talk. The tiny Death Spider Emperor glared at him from within the heart's mirrors, its cold eyes filled with fury. Yeah, I can talk, you vile human, the spider spat back. But before it could continue, the chains binding it flared with purple lightning, shocking it violently. Sizzle, zap. The Death Spider Emperor convulsed, emitting a pitiful groan as smoke rose from its battered form. Wow, that's brutal, Yihao muttered, watching the spectacle with a mixture of amusement and pity. The beast struggled to speak through its pain. You cowardly human, I. Enough, Yihao interrupted. Speak clearly, just nod or shake your head from now on, okay? The Death Spider Emperor glared at him, but ultimately nodded begrudgingly. Why did you attack me? I thought you taste good, the spider replied bluntly. Before it could say more, another surge of purple lightning coursed through its body, sending it into another fit of spasms. Sizzle. It coughed out a cloud of black smoke, clearly worse for wear. Fine, I'll tell you, I sensed a familiar aura, someone of my kind, so I came to investigate. But then I found you, a despicable human, wielding my kind as your martial soul. Naturally, You naturally wanted to eat me, Yihao interjected dryly. The spider nodded. Another zap of lightning lit up its body, silencing it. All right, enough. No need for more theatrics, Yihao sighed, trying to stifle his laughter. Clearing his throat, he asked, You can talk, so that means. I am a 100,000-year soul beast, the Death Spider Emperor admitted grudgingly. I only recently broke through the threshold, but then I ran into you, you freak. Before it could continue, another lightning surge silenced its complaints. This time, Yihao swore he saw tears glistening in its eyes. Shaking his head, Yihao released the chains binding the beast. The death god's heart pulsed faintly in his hand, its glow dimming as the restrained spider regained its freedom. A 100,000-year-old soul beast, Yihao murmured, his lips curled into a grin. This is going to be interesting. Chapter 84, I Know Someone. Stop crying, a 100,000-year-old soul beast crying like this. Yihao released the restraints from the Death Spider Emperor. Thanks to the unique restorative power of the death god's heart, the spider's injuries were instantly healed. And why can't I cry? The Death Spider Emperor retorted with a tearful tone. Who says I'm not a kid at heart? Fine, fine, Yihao said with mock exasperation, shrugging. All right, I'll let you go, but only if you promise not to mess with me again. The Death Spider Emperor seemed to hesitate, then grumbled, Fine, just let me go already. Yihao tapped his chin as if considering. Then he put on a helpless expression and said, Here's the thing, I don't really know how to control this thing. You saw it for yourself earlier. The cube just acted on its own. Oh, and here's a little secret. He leaned closer, lowering his voice dramatically. This thing, it's got moods. You might want to keep your behavior in check. If not, well, let's just say you wouldn't want to experience what comes next. The Death Spider Emperor shuddered violently, recalling the relentless lightning strikes. How about this? Yihao suggested with a sly grin. Why don't you stick with me? Stick with you? The Death Spider Emperor scoffed, voice dripping with disdain. I'd rather die thaw. Before it could finish, 6 purple chains suddenly emerged from the death god's heart, glowing ominously. The Death Spider Emperor froze, the memory of its prior torment still fresh in its mind. I'll follow you, it finally muttered, utterly defeated. Satisfied, Yihao exhaled in relief. However, he remained vigilant. A 100,000-year-old soul beast was equivalent in power to a human titled DOLOU. While the death god's heart had the spider under control, he wasn't willing to take any chances. To ensure safety, he reabsorbed the death god's heart back into his brow. You'll come to be grateful for this decision, Yihao said, grinning smugly. Grateful? Why would I be grateful? The Death Spider Emperor retorted in his mind, its tone heavy with resentment. As a mighty 100,000-year-old soul beast, it was still struggling to process the humiliation of being captured. Because, Yihao replied with a mischievous chuckle, because I know someone. Someone? What does that mean? Someone extraordinary, Yihao teased, clearly enjoying the suspense. And who might this extraordinary person be? Yihao paused for dramatic effect. She's a woman. A woman? The Death Spider Emperor snorted disdainfully. I've encountered plenty of human women before. Most of them died writhing in agony from my venom. Ah, but this one is special, Yihao said, his grin widening. How special? She has the same martial soul as me, the Death Spider Emperor, Yihao explained. And there's something else. The Death Spider Emperor's curiosity was piqued. What else? She killed a Death Spider Emperor. The spider froze. That's it. Well, she wouldn't have been able to do it if she'd faced me. If you know her, why don't you take me to her? Let's see what she's made of. Yihao chuckled darkly. You sure about that? I forgot to mention, her victim was also a 100,000-year-old Death Spider Emperor. The Death Spider Emperor fell silent. Yihao smirked triumphantly as he reabsorbed the Death God's heart into his brow. Then, he resumed his journey deeper into the forest. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, the forest was bathed in a fiery red hue. In the very heart of the sunset forest, Yihao wiped sweat from his face and surveyed his surroundings. Before him stretched a lush, verdant clearing, completely empty. Seriously, Yihao groaned, collapsing against a nearby tree. After a day spent traversing nearly every corner of the sunset forest, he was utterly exhausted and starving. Though he had located the legendary ice and fire yin-yang well, he hadn't entered its perimeter. He knew he still had 3 months before the Shrek group arrived in Heaven Dew City. There would be plenty of opportunities to explore it later. For now, his priority was figuring out why the mysterious voice had summoned him here. You know this place? Yihao suddenly asked aloud, sensing the Death Spider Emperor stir in his mind. Of course I do, the spider replied, its tone uneasy. I've lived in the Sunset Forest for years. This is the central area and almost no soul beasts dare to come here. We should leave, this place is dangerous. Doesn't seem all that scary to me, Yihao quipped as he got to his feet, striding toward the clearing's center. After standing there for a moment, he added with a sneer, whoever called me here is probably just messing with me. What a waste of time. Just as he was about to leave, Yihao froze mid-step. The air around him began to distort violently, and the once empty clearing transformed before his eyes. Suddenly, a grand yet crumbling structure materialized in the clearing. The ground bore the marks of time, scarred and desolate. In front of him loomed the remnants of a majestic hall, its scale rivaling that of the Spirit Hall's papal palace. Standing before it, Yihao felt insignificantly small. Is this real? He murmured, swallowing hard. His mouth felt dry. Meanwhile, the Death Spider Emperor was trembling uncontrollably in his mind. Yihao noticed the spider's distress and smirked. So, scared now, huh? Don't go in there, the spider blurted. This place is far more dangerous than you realize. We should leave right now. Yihao scoffed. I came all this way. Not going in would be rude. He strode toward the hall's ancient doors, ready to push them open. But before he could lay a hand on them, the doors creaked loudly, groaning as they slowly swung inward. Behind the doors, thick layers of ash obscured whatever lay inside. You're really going in there? The Death Spider Emperor asked again, its voice shaking. Obviously, Yihao replied with a grin, what you scared? Based on my 100,000 years of experience, this place is seriously bad news. We should just... Relax, Yihao interrupted. If something happens, we're in this together. If I die, you're coming with me. We'll keep each other company on the road to the afterlife. The Death Spider Emperor. At that moment, a pair of blood-red eyes glowed faintly from within the hall. Yihao froze, his breath catching in his throat. Chapter 85, The Prerequisite for the 9 Trials of the Death God, Refinement. Who did you think of harassing just now? In the suffocating darkness, a chilling voice slowly spread. Yihao and the Death Spider Emperor involuntarily shuddered under the oppressive force that seemed to crush their entire beings. The voice was unmistakable. It was the same one that had summoned Yihao here earlier. Out of the darkness, a figure began to emerge. Yihao's heart tightened as the silhouette became clearer. But as the figure finally stepped into view, his expression turned peculiar, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Before him stood a small dog. Its fiery red fur covered its tiny body, which was barely the size of a newborn puppy. It could easily fit in his arms, making it look more like a playful pet than an intimidating presence. Yihao, okay, I'll admit, I was totally intimidated by this little guy's aura earlier. Ha, Yihao couldn't suppress a chuckle, his amusement slipping out uncontrollably. The small dog's eyes burned with rage, and its voice boomed with indignant authority. No laughing. Despite its size, its tone carried immense pressure, far surpassing even the intimidation of the Death Spider Emperor, who was still trembling within the Death God's heart. Realizing he may have overstepped, Yihao quickly swallowed his laughter, crouching down to meet the creature at eye level. My apologies, he said, forcing a serious expression. Are you the one who summoned me here? Indeed, the dog replied, lifting its head with a dignified air. What is this little mutt acting so smug about? Yihao blinked in disbelief. Okay then, why, what do you want from me? The tiny dog puffed out its chest, scanning Yihao with a scrutinizing gaze before giving a small nod. Not bad, it said. You've done well, utilizing the death god's heart to subdue a 100,000-year-old death spider emperor. I suppose you plan to make this creature one of your soul rings in the future. Death spider emperor. Yihao raised his hands with a nervous laugh. No, of course not. You misunderstand. That's absolutely not the case. It's just that I've made quite a few enemies lately. Having this spider around as a bodyguard is, well, let's say it's for safety reasons. Now, back to you, who are you, and what's the purpose of this meeting? The dog smirked and proudly introduced itself. I am the infernal Cerberus, guardian of the death god. Upon your awakening of the death god's heart, I too was roused from slumber. You should consider yourself fortunate, you now stand at the threshold of divinity. Yihao froze, his eyes widened. Infernal, Cerberus, and you're saying this death god's heart gives me the potential to? Precisely, the Cerberus said, nodding. It signifies that you have been chosen. If you succeed, you'll ascend beyond the limits of mortal soul masters and become a god. Realization dawned on Yihao, and his lips curled into a faint smile. So it's just like the sea god's heart in Heaven Dew Palace, a divine relic left behind to test candidates for godhood. Interesting. Now is that all? Can I leave now? Yihao asked impatiently, glancing at the darkening sky. He was already worried about missing curfew at the academy. Leave, the Cerberus chuckled darkly. You're not going anywhere just yet. Yihao narrowed his eyes. Why not? Because I'm here to assign you a task, the Cerberus replied. A trial, to be precise, the 9 trials of the death god. 9 trials, huh? Yihao muttered. He had read enough legends to know what this entailed. Each trial would bring him closer to divinity, but it would also come with unimaginable challenges. All right, Yihao said quickly. Just hand me the trial and let's get started. I don't have all day. The Cerberus raised a paw. Not so fast, there's a prerequisite. What kind of prerequisite? The Cerberus gestured behind itself at the crumbling structure looming in the distance. Before you can begin, you must first refine this death god temple. Only then will the trials be accessible to you. Yihao took a few steps back, his gaze sweeping over the ancient, dilapidated building. Time had ravaged the once magnificent temple, reducing it to ruins. Its sheer size alone made the thought of refining it daunting. Refine the whole thing, Yihao exclaimed. How the hell am I supposed to do that? Simple, the Cerberus explained. You'll use the death god's heart to merge with the temple. Once they're unified, the temple will be restored to its original grandeur, and the trials will commence. The dog paused, then added ominously, but there's one more thing. And what's that? Yihao asked warily. You're too weak, the Cerberus said bluntly. At your current LV-38, you don't stand a chance of completing the trials. You'll need to reach at least LV-60 rank before they can officially begin. Until then, refining the temple will suffice as preparation. With that, the Cerberus yawned, stretched, and sprawled lazily on the ground. Now, get to work. Yihao sighed and sat cross-legged on the ground, clutching the death god's heart in his hand. The small purple cube shimmered faintly, as if responding to some invisible call. It floated upward, settling above the temple, where it began to emit a radiant glow. As Yihao activated it, 6 translucent panels emerged, surrounding the temple entirely. A powerful resonance filled the air, signaling the start of the refinement process. How long is this going to take? Yihao asked, suddenly concerned. The Cerberus cracked one eye open and said nonchalantly, Oh, anywhere from 3 months to a year. Yihao froze, his expression twisting into one of utter disbelief. Are you kidding me? Chapter 86, Yihao is missing. Where is he? Not here. What about your side? Nothing. Where could that kid have gone this time? At Heaven Dew Imperial Academy, chaos erupted early in the morning. The reason? Yihao was missing again. Everyone knew Yihao was no ordinary student. Wherever he went, trouble followed. Qin Ming wiped the sweat from his brow, exasperated. Where could that rascal have gone? Yanner, any luck on your end? Dugu Yan arrived a little later and shook her head. Nothing on my side either. I even contacted my grandfather and he said. Said what? Qin Ming, growing impatient, interrupted. Du Guyan hesitated briefly before answering in a soft voice. He suspects. Yi Hao might have gone to look for his parents. Parents? This puzzled Qin Ming. Everyone at the academy knew Yi Hao was an orphan. What parents were they suddenly talking about now? What do you mean? Du Guyan was just as confused. She had seen Yi Hao the previous day, and now he had disappeared by morning. News of his absence quickly spread, and by midday, the entire academy was frantically searching for him, with no results. Du Guyan had even suspected her grandfather, Du Gubo, of abducting Yi Hao after his previous refusal to become his disciple. Given her grandfather's eccentric personality, it wasn't out of the realm of possibility. But what shocked her was Du Gubo's firm denial. He claimed he hadn't even left his residence since his return and couldn't have possibly abducted Yi Hao. Do you think I'd stoop to such petty, underhanded tricks? I'm Poison Duluo, not some thief. It was clear Du Gubo had nothing to do with Yi Hao's disappearance. That evening, Du Gubo had been especially wary of Yi Hao, sensing something unusual about his identity. An orphan, Du Gubo didn't buy it. A young man with a Death Spider Emperor martial soul who bore a striking resemblance to the current Pope of Spirit Hall. How could there be no connection? So when Du Guyan told him about Yi Hao's disappearance, Du Gubo concluded after a moment's thought. His family must have come for him. When Du Guyan pressed for more details, Du Gubo simply said, "Some things are not for you to know. Yi Hao's identity is far more extraordinary than you imagine, beyond even my reach. Don't worry, he's not someone who can simply vanish. He'll come back when the time is right." Qin Ming was skeptical as he processed Du Guyan's explanation, but reluctantly nodded. Fine, but if he has such an extraordinary background, why didn't he just ask for leave instead of making us waste so much effort searching for him? Probably because Yi Hao was too embarrassed to ask, Du Guyan suggested. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. Embarrassed him. Come on, Qin teacher, Yi Hao just came back from leave a few days ago. If he asked for more now, it'd look bad, so instead he just left quietly, Du Guyan explained. Qin Ming sighed and rubbed his temples. Enough. Yanner, tell everyone to stop searching. I'll go report this to the 3 deans. With that, Qin Ming walked off, grumbling. Yi Hao had a way of doing things his own way. He wouldn't be surprised if the boy came back with his family in tow someday. What Yi Hao is missing? Zhu Qinghe shot up from her seat, visibly shaken after hearing the report. Yes, Your Highness. Yi Hao disappeared yesterday, and the entire Heaven Du Imperial Academy is in disarray. Zhu Qinghe frowned, her mind racing. How could he just vanish like that? Moments later, a shadowy figure entered the room. Your Highness, a directive has come from Spirit Hall. Speak. The Pope has decreed that any branch of Spirit Hall across the continent must immediately report any sightings of Yi Rishan. Failure to do so will result in severe punishment. Hearing this, Zhu Qinghe scoffed coldly. Yi Rishan was an unfamiliar name to most, but to her, it was all too familiar. It was an alias for Yi Hao, a fact she had confirmed herself. Got it, keep your mouth shut about this, Zhu Qinghe ordered with a wave of her hand. The shadow bowed. Understood, Your Highness, but what about Yi Hao? Zhu Qinghe felt her heart sink. That brat, how could he just disappear without a trace? Could he have gone to Spirit Hall? She immediately dismissed the idea. Yi Hao had caused trouble there previously, and although the name Yi Rishan was used to cover up the incident, Spirit Hall's network of informants would ensure no one escaped its grasp. With a heavy sigh, Zhu Qinghe walked to her window and picked up the blue-silver emperor plant Yi Hao had gifted her. She gently traced its leaves, her mind lingering on her brother. Where have you gone, little rascal? The recently materialized Death God Temple had vanished again without a trace. Yi Hao sat cross-legged before it, shrouded by the dark shroud ability of the Death God's heart, which concealed him entirely. He was channeling the Death God's heart to merge it with the Death God Temple. A whole night had passed, and yet he had barely made any progress. This is going to take forever, Yi Hao thought with a sigh. Meanwhile, the Inferno Cerberus snoozed lazily nearby, while the Death Spider Emperor stood stiffly, motionless, too terrified to move. According to the Cerberus, it had been alive far longer than the Death Spider Emperor could imagine. Having slept for so long, it couldn't even recall its own age. The hierarchy was clear. Yi Hao Cerberus Death Spider Emperor. The Cerberus opened one eye, watching Yi Hao with faint admiration. No wonder the death god chose him. Such determination is rare. "Hey, spider, come over and rub my back again," the Cerberus suddenly ordered. The death spider emperor hesitated, but ultimately obeyed, gingerly extending a leg for what could only be described as a half-hearted massage. "And be careful with your legs. If you stab me, I'll roast and eat you." The death spider emperor shuddered. Demonic spider legs really don't taste good, especially when roasted over fire. Why did I end up like this? Chapter 87, Don't Come Any Closer. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In this period, the name Yi Hao seemed to fade into obscurity. At Heaven Du Imperial Academy, and even in the palace with Zhu Qinghe, Yi Hao's absence felt as though he had never existed. Despite the continuous search efforts on both sides, the conclusion was clear. Looking for him was like finding a needle in a haystack. Even Spirit Hall had abandoned their search for Yi Rishin. With no progress for 3 months, they deemed it a waste of time and resources. Yi Hao had vanished mysteriously, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, in Soto City, the Shrek Academy group, led by Flender, was making their way toward Heaven Du City. In the heart of the Sunset Forest, Yi Hao sat cross-legged in front of the Death God Temple. He was focused on merging the Death God's heart with the temple. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead as he gritted his teeth. This critical moment required absolute precision. Nearby, the Death Spider Emperor and the Inferno Cerberus watched silently. "Merge," Yi Hao whispered, his voice laced with determination. The Death God Temple emitted a radiant purple glow. Its crumbled walls slowly mended, and the decrepit doors appeared brand new. All the once ruined sections were being restored at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Inferno Cerberus chuckled softly, seemingly amused by something. Finally, the Death God's heart, which had enveloped the entire temple, shrank rapidly until the massive temple was reduced to a miniature form. Yi Hao held the Death God's heart in his hand, letting out a long sigh of relief. His arduous efforts over the past months had finally paid off. "Congratulations," the Inferno Cerberus said with a smirk. Yi Hao sighed again, exhausted. "What's there to congratulate? I'm exhausted. And where's this Death God's 9 trials you mentioned? You said once I refined the temple, I'd receive the trials." The Inferno remained calm and pointed at Yi Hao's forehead. Suspicious, Yi Hao used the Death God's heart, now a reflective surface, as a mirror. To his surprise, there was a purple scythe-shaped mark on his forehead, exuding an eerie and chilling aura, as though it could drag anyone who gazed upon it into an abyss. "This is the Death God's 9 trials," Yi Hao muttered, poking at his forehead. The Cerberus grinned. "The trials will only begin when your soul power reaches level 60. Don't be in such a rush." "Fine," Yi Hao muttered, resigned. 3 months had passed since he entered this place. Living like a wild man, he survived on soul beast meat and spring water. His one-strim hair now cascaded past his shoulders. He tied his hair back into a simple knot, using the Death God's heart as a decorative hairpiece. With the Death God Temple now sealed inside the Death God's heart, both the Cerberus and the Death Spider Emperor were also absorbed into it. Yi Hao packed up his belongings, unfurled his 6-winged purple wings, and soared toward the ice and fire yin-yang well. "Old poison, I'm coming." Somewhere, Du Gubo shivered. "Don't come any closer." After collecting the celestial herbs he sought, Yi Hao planned to return to the academy and report his safety. He had been gone for 3 months and suspected that Qin Ming and others would hardly recognize him now. Elsewhere, Flender was leading the Shrek Academy group toward Heaven Du City. Having recently left Soto City, the group still had some distance to cover. Reaching a small town, they decided to rest. Though Oscar's flying mushroom sausages helped them travel faster, their effects only lasted a minute. Moreover, Oscar himself was visibly exhausted from constantly making sausages and flying alongside the group. "Bring out all your food and drinks, the fat lord is starving." Ma Hongjun swaggered into the inn and plopped down at a table, loudly demanding to be served. Flender shook his head in exasperation, useless as always. Turning to Grandmaster, he asked quietly, "Zio Gang, have you heard anything about Tanghao?" The incident involving Tanghao had caused a massive uproar across the continent a few months ago. Spirit Hall had publicly announced that the Clear Sky Duo had violated their laws and was severely injured before fleeing. Flender and Grandmaster remained tight-lipped about this matter. Other than a few select individuals, no one else in the academy knew that Tanghao was actually Tang San's father. Meanwhile, over the past 3 months, Tang San had buried himself in the academy's forge, diligently working on crafting Tang sect weapons. He showed no interest in the outside world, focusing entirely on his creations. Finally, he had completed the Flying God Claw and Zhuge Divine Crossbow, distributing them to the group, except for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. The reason, well, it was obvious. Tang San had made it clear, if they wanted the weapons, they would first have to apologize to Xiao Wu. Until then, he wouldn't give them anything. Both girls, however, stood their ground. Who cares about some weapons anyway? They scoffed. Tang San's actions only deepened the rift within Shrek Academy. The once unified Shrek 7 devils were now anything but united. Meanwhile, their financial struggles persisted. After Flender lost a hefty 10,000 gold soul coins in a bet, the group had been scraping by on steamed buns, pickles, and thin porridge. Whatever little money they earned from battles at Soto's Great Spirit Arena barely covered their expenses. On the other hand, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing lived lavishly, dining on gourmet meals and wearing the latest fashionable clothes. Their extravagant lifestyles stood in stark contrast to the rest of the group. Whenever they returned, they made a point of flaunting their meals and outfits, leaving the others fuming silently. Flender couldn't help but sigh. He glanced at Tang San, who was quietly whispering to Xiao Wu. 3 months have passed, and I still haven't heard anything about Tanghao. But no news is good news. I believe my idol wouldn't die so easily. Chapter 88, Turning Over a New Leaf. The day after Tanghao attacked Spirit Hall, the news spread like wildfire across the DOLOU continent. Opinions about Tanghao were divided, with people voicing both praise and criticism. Within the Clear Sky clan, however, the criticism was unanimous. He's brought nothing but disgrace to the sect. All this for a soul beast. He's defied the clan, attacked Spirit Hall, and made us a target for ridicule. Though the Clear Sky clan had long sealed its gates, this incident spurred widespread gossip. Their reputation as the once greatest sect had been irreparably tarnished. Flender let out a heavy sigh. What a pity for Xiao-san. Xiao gang, are you sure we should still go to Heaven Dew Imperial Academy? Grandmaster frowned. Are you questioning my decision? No, absolutely not, Flender quickly clarified, his words dripping with survival instinct. Then he added, it's just that I can't shake a sense of unease. Unease? Grandmaster asked, narrowing his eyes. What are you uneasy about? Could it be the Emperor team? Flender's awkward grin revealed he had hit the mark. He nodded. What else could it be? You've seen our kids, they're all proud and headstrong. After losing to the Emperor team, tensions are bound to explode when we merge with the Academy. It's going to be chaos. Though he would no longer be Shrek Academy's principal after the merger, Flender still deeply cared about the 7 students. The others don't concern me much, but Yi Hao, we must keep an eye on him, Grandmaster said grimly. Flender perked up. Yi Hao, you're saying Xiao-san. He glanced at Tang San as he spoke. Grandmaster nodded. There's unresolved hatred between Xiao-san and Yi Hao. While they were both students at New Uding Academy, their paths diverged sharply. I'm not worried about most things, but this grudge, if, by chance, Xiao-san beats Yi Hao one day, we. Before Grandmaster could finish, Flender waved dismissively and chuckled. If that happens, we'll already be senior teachers at Heaven Dew Imperial Academy. With my strength, if I don't end up as their third in command, I'll feel like I've let myself down. By then, it'd just take a word from us and Yi Hao. Well, you get my drift. Seeing this, Grandmaster couldn't help but smile. At a secluded table, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing sat together in relative quiet, their conversation unheard by the others. I can't wait to get to Heaven Dew City, Ning Rongrong said impatiently. And then, Zhu Zhuqing asked calmly. Then I'll go home, quit the academy, I've had enough of Shrek, let whoever wants to stay, stay. Zhuqing, let's leave together, Ning Rongrong proposed. Zhu Zhuqing's expression wavered. She glanced at Dai Mubai, her heart heavy with frustration. I'll think about it. Zhuqing, be honest, can you really stay here? Don't forget what Principal Flender said when we joined. No one can graduate before reaching level 40 by the age of 20. Ning Rongrong sneered. Level 40 before 20? That's just Flender's excuse to keep us here. What, he thinks he can stop me from leaving? If he dares, I'll have Grandpa Sword and Grandpa Bone deal with him. Let's see what he does then. Think about it. What does Shrek Academy even offer? No training facilities, no decent food or accommodations, and they expect us to endure high-intensity training on empty stomachs. If we didn't have strong constitutions, we'd have collapsed by now. And let's not forget the people here. Stay long enough, and it's bound to lower your IQ. Zhu Zhuqing said nothing. Ning Rongrong's complaints were hard to refute. Wasn't this the same academy that claimed graduates would receive noble titles? Looking at the group around her, especially Ma Hongjun, who kept stealing lecherous glances her way, Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of disgust. Rising from her seat, she strode over to him. Everyone watched in confusion as Zhu Zhuqing stopped before Ma Hongjun. Slap! The sharp crack of her hand across his face left the room in stunned silence. Without another word, Zhu Zhuqing turned to Ning Rongrong, who nodded knowingly. Together, they left the inn. For a moment, Ma Hongjun sat frozen, his cheek reddening. Then, fury overtook him. Ignoring Dai Mubai's attempts to hold him back, he charged outside, shouting after Zhu Zhuqing. Don't push your luck, Zhu Zhuqing. I was being nice by even looking at you. If it weren't for Dai Mubai, I'd have. Before he could finish, Dai Mubai slapped him hard across the face. Enough, Dai Mubai growled, caught between loyalty to his friend and his title as Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé. Watching her retreating figure, he sighed deeply. Boss Dai, she's not worth it, Tang San said, approaching. Exactly, Fatty just looked at her a little. What's the big deal? Xiao Wu added, her tone biting. Dai Mubai shook his head. You don't understand. Dragging the dazed Ma Hongjun, he returned to the inn. Outside, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly stopped. Rongrong, let's go, she said firmly. Go where? Ning Rongrong asked, puzzled. Away from the academy, Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly. Ning Rongrong's face lit up. Finally, let's head for Heaven Dew City. I know a shortcut. We can rent a carriage and reach the city in 2 or 3 days. We'll go to my place first and plan from there. Okay, Zhu Zhuqing nodded, and the two left the town, beginning their journey back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan. Back at the inn, Flender's fury reached a boiling point when he heard the news. Grandmaster's face was scrunched up in frustration. What? Rongrong and Zhuqing left? Who gave them the nerve? Flender roared. Looking at his bruised disciple, he felt his anger surge even higher. Dai Mubai, go bring them back immediately. Today, I'm going to teach them a lesson they won't forget. Chapter 89, Immortal Herbs. In the Sunset Forest, at the site of the ice and fire yin-yang well, Dugu Bo was, as usual, meditating atop a cliff near the spring. He hoped to break through the bottleneck of his soul power. Time passed. With a deep sigh, Dugu Bo opened his eyes. 3 months and not even the slightest progress, he muttered. After reaching rank 90, every subsequent level became an immense challenge. For someone of Dugu Bo's age, his window for advancement was rapidly closing. If he didn't resolve the underlying issues in his body, any further breakthroughs would be nearly impossible. Well, I'll just have to think of another way. Just as he was about to leave, he froze mid-step, looking up to the sky. Someone was approaching. Above the ice and fire yin-yang well, Yihao hovered in the air. Seeing the legendary sight below, his face lit up with joy. Finally, I've made it. In his mind, the voice of the 3-headed dog rang out. What are you doing here? I'm here to grab some cheats. You'll see soon enough, Yihao replied with a sly smile, then descended swiftly. Old poison, long time no see. Hearing the familiar voice, Dugu Bo froze. He was always aggressive toward intruders, often eliminating them outright. However, upon seeing the speaker, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. You're Yihao, he asked hesitantly. The boy in front of him had disappeared for 3 months. Everyone, even the world outside, assumed he was dead. Yet here he was, alive and well. Are you a man or a ghost? Yihao smirked. Though Dugu Bo's reaction was understandable, it felt surreal to have become a stranger in just 3 months. His gaze swept over the ice and fire yin-yang well. The area brimmed with vibrant, legendary herbs, a veritable treasure trove. In Yihao's mind, the 3-headed dog exclaimed in shock. Is that the ice and fire yin-yang well? And the chrysanthemum of extreme clarity, the love's sorrow's heartbreak red, the 8-petal immortal orchid, the singular velvet sky chrysanthemum. This place is a jackpot. Yihao, did you already know about this treasure trove? Yihao responded through thought. Relax, this place will be ours soon. I couldn't have identified the herbs myself, but with your help, we'll grab them all. Don't leave a single blade behind, especially not for him. Him, who are you talking about? Never mind. Yihao turned back to Dugubo, smiling. Old poison, of course I'm alive. Only 3 months have passed, and you're acting like you don't recognize me anymore. Dugubo. These 3 months, you were completely off the grid. The entire Heavendew Royal Academy was in an uproar. Even Yanner came here multiple times, thinking I had kidnapped you. Do I look like the kind of person who'd stoop to that? Yihao smirked, aren't you? Hey, Dugubo snapped, are you looking for a beating? Old poison, calm down, you're not getting any younger. Don't let me be the one to rile you up. Dugubo rolled his eyes. Waving his hand dismissively, he grumbled, fine, fine, leave now. Just looking at you gets on my nerves. Yihao didn't budge. Why are you still here? Don't tell me you're planning to stay for dinner. I wouldn't dare, Yihao teased. Your cooking would probably poison me. Old poison, Yanner mentioned you've been having health issues lately. Is that true? Dugubo froze for a moment, then scoffed. Bah, Yanner was joking. I'm a titled dueluo. My body is as strong as steel. You should head back to the academy before your teachers and classmates worry. In his mind, Yihao whispered to the three-headed dog, Dog, check his condition. Is he as sick as I think? Stop calling me a dog. My name is Little Crimson. It was given to me by the death god. Yihao. Focus. Those herbs are a gold mine, but this is still his territory. Check him out first. Yihao then addressed Dugubo aloud. Old poison, let me guess. On rainy days, your sides ache and feel numb. These episodes happen twice a day, once at noon, and once at night, and each lasts for over an hour. In the evenings, you also experience sharp, stabbing pain in your head and the soles of your feet to the point where it's unbearable. Sound familiar? Dugubo's face changed instantly. How do you know that? Though he wielded the fearsome jade phosphor snake emperor venom, his mastery of poison had also cursed him with its slow, insidious corrosion. Yihao smiled faintly. As they say, your health is your greatest asset. Don't forget we're both poison experts. These symptoms are easy to spot. Dugubo's murderous intent faded. Normally, anyone who uncovered his secrets would be silenced immediately. However, Yihao wasn't just anyone. He was Yanner's teammate, and his mysterious background was beyond even Dugubo's reach. You're right, Dugubo admitted. I've been plagued by this poison for most of my life. Do you have a solution? Of course I do, but there's one condition. What condition? Yihao gestured around them. I want the herbs here. The herbs. Dugubo glanced at the surrounding flora. Though he had long known of the strange plants growing here, he'd never understood their true value. Fine, Dugubo agreed without hesitation. If you can completely purge the poison from my body, you can take whatever you want. Chapter 90, Yihao undergoing transformation. Deal. With those words, Yihao immediately set to work. In an instant, he activated his Death Spider Emperor martial soul, his lower body transforming into a massive, spherical shape from which 8 thick spider legs extended. His upper body remained human, but his face took on a ferocious and menacing appearance. Seeing this transformation, Dugubo couldn't help but feel astonished. Old poison, gather all the poison in your body, Yihao instructed. Dugubo nodded, and the venom within his body quickly converged, surrounding him in a green glow. The intense viridian hue of the jade phosphor serpent emperor's poison was so potent that even Yihao furrowed his brows. Yihao extended his hand toward Dugubo, forming a small black hole in his palm. To Dugubo's shock, the poison within his body began rapidly flowing out and into Yihao's hand. Yihao, are you insane? My poison is far more deadly than you can imagine. Listen to me, stop this now. If you die, I'll have no one to help me and we'll both end up as corpses. At that moment, Dugubo realized Yihao's intention, to absorb all the poison that had accumulated within Dugubo's body into his own. While this would completely purge Dugubo's toxins and alleviate his symptoms, Yihao would be left to endure unimaginable pain. Yihao's expression remained calm and unyielding. As the venom from Dugubo's body entered his own, it began clashing violently with his Death Spider Emperor poison. Green and purple light alternated, flickering across Yihao's body in chaotic bursts. After a few moments, Yihao abruptly stopped absorbing the poison. Without a word, he leapt into the center of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Splash! The scalding hot and icy cold waters began to attack Yihao's body simultaneously, seeping into his skin and bones. As soon as he entered the spring, a red light emerged from his death god's heart. It was little Crimson, the three-headed dog, who immediately flew out, plucking the 8-petal immortal orchid and the infernal delicate apricot growing in the center of the spring. The 2 immortal herbs were swiftly fed into Yihao's mouth. Finally, little Crimson sighed with relief, watching Yihao's transformation in the center of the spring. Satisfied, it nodded approvingly. Who are you? Dugubo's sharp eyes narrowed as he observed the strange, dog-like creature that had suddenly appeared. His tone was filled with hostility. Little Crimson glanced at Dugubo dismissively and sneered. Me, you're not qualified to know. You've got some nerve. Since I became a titled DOLOU, no one, human or beast, has dared to speak to me like that. You're courting death. Dugubo growled as 9 soul rings rose around him. Little Crimson looked at him with contempt. A mere weakling barely at rank 90 dares to show off in front of me? Hey, spider. As it spoke, a purple light flashed from the death god's heart on Yihao's hairpin. The Death Spider Emperor emerged, exuding the overwhelming pressure of a 100,000-year soul beast. The air around the ice and fire yin-yang well grew heavy as the aura filled every corner. The Death Spider Emperor, Dugubo paled, his 9 spirit rings dimming as he awkwardly retracted them. Coughing to mask his embarrassment, he muttered, I see you're acquainted with Yihao. What do I know you? Little Crimson mocked with a grin. Weren't you all high and mighty just now? Fine, here's the deal, single combat or group beatdown, pick one. Dugubo felt a chill run from his head to his toes. What's single combat? You fight us one-on-one. And group beatdown. We both fight you together. Is there a third option? It wasn't that Dugubo was afraid. Rather, the 2 creatures before him were far beyond his ability to handle. The Death Spider Emperor alone was already a nightmare, and the dog-like beast's presence was utterly unfathomable. There is, Little Crimson's eyes gleamed mischievously. We take all the herbs here. But Dugubo hesitated. He had already promised the herbs to Yihao. Now that his body was free of poison, he intended to honor that agreement. Relax, we're working with Yihao. We'll leave you some seeds. Come next year, they'll grow back and we'll be here to pick them again. Faced with this offer, Dugubo had no choice but to concede. Helplessly, he watched as the duo ravaged the field of precious immortal herbs, tossing them one by one into Yihao's death god's heart. Unlike ordinary soul tools, the death god's heart was capable of storing living things. Days passed. Yihao remained submerged in the ice and fire yin-yang well, undergoing a transformation. Inside his body, the poison of the Death Spider Emperor and the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor began to fuse together. Meanwhile, outside Heavendew City, a modest carriage was rolling along. After several days of travel, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing finally arrived at their destination. Breathing in the fresh air, Ning Rongrong stretched with delight. Ah, finally! It feels so good to be home. Driver, head straight to the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Clan. No need to enter the city. Understood. The driver snapped his reins, and the carriage sped toward the clan, its wheels carving long tracks into the dirt road. The 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Clan's compound was located just outside Heavendew City. As one of the 3 great clans, it boasted a luxurious and majestic design. It resembled a grand palace more than a clan estate, rivaling even the Heavendew Palace in grandeur. The carriage came to a halt outside the gates, where 2 disciples stepped forward to block their path. Hold it, no unauthorized individuals are allowed on clan grounds, one disciple barked. Do I look unauthorized to you? Ning Rongrong asked with a smirk, lifting the curtain and hopping out of the carriage. Zhu Zhuqing followed closely behind. The disciples immediately recognized her and hurriedly adopted deferential expressions. Of course not, Miss Rongrong. Please go right ahead. They stepped aside, bowing as Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing entered the clan grounds. Inside, Zhu Zhuqing marveled at the opulence surrounding her, while Ning Rongrong, who was long accustomed to it, merely rolled her eyes. Don't look so awestruck, Zhuqing. This is your home now too. Let's go see my father first. In the main hall, word of Ning Rongrong's return had already reached Ning Fengzhai, who greeted her with a wide smile. Father, I'm back. Ignoring the presence of others in the room, Ning Rongrong dashed forward and hugged her father tightly. Ning Fengzhai affectionately ruffled her hair. "All right, Rongrong, there are people watching, you know." "Hi." Embarrassed, Ning Rongrong glanced around, noticing the clan elders for the first time. The elders chuckled but quickly took their leave, excusing themselves from the hall. Chapter 91, Ning Rongrong's Grand Scheme. After everyone had left, Ning Fengzhai smiled gently. "Rongrong, aren't you supposed to be studying at Shrek Academy? How do you have time to come back?" Ning Rongrong sat comfortably in a chair, her demeanor carefree. "Father, I must have been blind before. That Shrek Academy is completely useless, so I decided to drop out." Drop out? Ning Fengzhai's shock was evident. His daughter had been away for nearly half a year. He should have been happy about her return, but hearing that she had dropped out of school was far beyond his expectations. Ning Fengzhai's face darkened, and his tone turned stern. "Rongrong, kneel down." Startled, Ning Rongrong instinctively bent her knees and dropped to the floor. Ning Fengzhai had hoped that Shrek Academy would temper his daughter's fiery personality. Yet not only had she not changed, she had gone as far as dropping out, a direct insult to the academy and its reputation. "What are you doing, Fengzhai?" Before he could continue reprimanding her, two powerful auras swept through the hall. Standing below, Zhu Zhuqing shivered instinctively. Raising her head, she saw Sword Duluo and Bone Duluo suddenly appear beside Ning Fengzhai, their gazes fixed on him with evident displeasure. In the eyes of these two titled Duluo, Ning Rongrong wasn't just Ning Fengzhai's daughter. She was the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan. In their hearts, she was even more important than Ning Fengzhai himself. Sword Duluo completely ignored Ning Fengzhai's authority. Striding forward, he helped Ning Rongrong to her feet. "Rongrong rarely comes home, and this is how you treat her. So what if she dropped out? That so-called Shrek Academy isn't even a registered institution. What right do they have to teach our Rongrong?" Faced with this pointed question, Ning Fengzhai deflated. With a sigh, he sat back in his chair, carved from a massive piece of warm jade. His gaze shifted to Ning Rongrong. "Did you at least inform Dean Flender and the others before leaving?" Ning Rongrong shook her head. "Father, Shrek Academy is a sham, a rogue academy. Sending me there was like throwing me into a fire pit." "That's not possible," Ning Fengzhai murmured thoughtfully. "Shrek Academy's dean is Flender, one of the Golden Iron Triangle. It should." Ahem. In his focus on reprimanding his daughter, Ning Fengzhai suddenly noticed Zhu Zhuqing standing silently nearby. "Rongrong, who is this?" Rushing over, Ning Rongrong pulled Zhu Zhuqing forward. "Father, this is a friend I made at Shrek Academy. Her name is Zhu Zhuqing. Her spirit is the Hell Civet, and she comes from the Star Luo Empire." The Hell Civet, Star Luo Empire. Ning Fengzhai's expression turned contemplative as he pieced together Zhu Zhuqing's background. "Greetings, I am Ning Rongrong's father. Please forgive my earlier behavior," Ning Fengzhai said warmly, his tone polite as he glanced pointedly at his daughter. Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue mischievously and darted behind Sword Duluo and Bone Duluo for cover. Zhu Zhuqing quickly bowed. "You're too kind, Lord Ning. It's my honor to visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan." Even as a member of a noble family herself, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but feel overwhelmed in the presence of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan's leader. She instinctively adopted a deferential posture. "There's no need to be so formal. As Rongrong's friend, you're also a friend of our clan. Our gates are always open to you," Ning Fengzhai reassured her. "Also, no need for titles like Lord. Just call me Uncle Ning." Zhu Zhuqing blinked in surprise. "Thank you, Uncle Ning." Pleased, Ning Fengzhai nodded, then turned his attention back to Ning Rongrong. "And now for you, Rongrong. How do you plan to explain this dropout business?" Ning Fengzhai's tone turned stern, his demeanor akin to that of a sleeping lion whose pride had been challenged. Dropping out wasn't a trivial matter. While it might not seem significant, it reflected poorly on the clan's image. Caught off guard, Ning Rongrong hesitated, but her eyes soon sparkled with mischief as an idea formed. "Father, given your influence, I'm sure you already know about the arrangement between Shrek Academy and Heaven Dew Royal Academy, don't you?" Ning Fengzhai raised an eyebrow. "Of course I'm aware. What about it?" "Good. In a few days, when Dean Flender and the others arrive, you can accompany me to Heaven Dew Royal Academy. We'll explain everything then," Ning Rongrong suggested with a sly grin. Bone Duluo interjected, frowning. Fengzhai, are you seriously planning to meet with the people from such a minor academy? Ning Fengzhai sighed. Do you think I want to? But Rongrong made the mistake first. Rongrong, a mistake? Sword Duluo's sharp gaze landed on Ning Fengzhai. The two titled Duluo looked ready to pounce. Ning Fengzhai froze. Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone, please don't get angry. There's a reason for all of this. Ning Rongrong quickly intervened, trying to diffuse the tension. A reason? The three men spoke in unison. What reason? Ning Rongrong giggled, grabbing Zhu Zhuking's hand and heading toward the door. You'll find out in a few days. Her cryptic reply left the three men behind, lost in thought. This girl is getting out of hand, Ning Fengzhai muttered with a helpless sigh. I wouldn't say that, Sword Duluo mused. Rongrong is a bright child. You're the one who insisted on sending her to that countryside academy. What good could come from such a place? Even if Flender is a soul sage, what could he possibly teach her? Bone Duluo nodded in agreement. Exactly. When Shrek Academy arrives at Heaven Du Royal Academy, I'll go with you. I want to see what's so special about this so-called academy. With no other option, Ning Fengzhai reluctantly agreed. But deep down, he couldn't help but wonder what his daughter was planning. In the corridors of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Clan, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuking walked side by side. Rongrong, are you sure this is okay? Zhu Zhuking asked hesitantly. Relax, my father isn't the petty type. He'll be fine. Ning Rongrong waved dismissively, then added with a glint in her eye, in a few days, when Flender and the others arrive, we'll go to Heaven Du Royal Academy together. Zhu Zhuking frowned slightly. What are you planning? Shrek Academy has shown us no kindness, so don't blame me for showing none in return. Some truths need to come to light, Ning Rongrong declared confidently. Chapter 92, The Death Domain. For the past few days, Dugu Bo's life had been unthinkable. The two so-called companions he found himself with were more like bandits. The once-lush ice and fire yin-yang well had been stripped bare, left desolate. Every precious herb, every single strain that the three-headed hound could name, had been harvested mercilessly, leaving only seeds behind. Their justification: always leave a line for the future. One day, we might meet again. But in truth, once these herbs grew back in a few years, they'd be harvested all over again, like never-ending fields of chives. As the days passed, the figure of Yi Hao, who had been submerged in the pool at the heart of the ice and fire yin-yang well, suddenly opened his eyes. His aura had grown far more stable, akin to that of a dormant lion. A deep purple glow radiated from his body, encasing him in a shimmering barrier. This is the Death Domain, Death Spider Emperor muttered in surprise. As a soul beast, it naturally possessed the Death Domain, but now Yi Hao, its master, had comprehended it as well. Thanks to the combined effects of the blazing delicate apricot and the 8-petal immortal orchid, Yi Hao had become impervious to ice and fire. The deadly toxins lingering in Dugu Bo's body, which Yi Hao had absorbed and neutralized, combined with the herb's potent medicinal properties to allow him to perfectly master the Death Domain. Moreover, Yi Hao's Death Domain was even more potent. The synergy of two deadly toxins, amplified by the inherently toxic properties of the two herbs, elevated it to a terrifying new level. Dugu Bo watched in awe. He could sense it. The spider venom Yi Hao now wielded was far deadlier than before, and to think Yi Hao had even gained a domain, something every soul master dreamed of. Soul power has reached level 40. Yi Hao exhaled deeply, his time in the pool having paid off immensely. As he surveyed the surroundings, his expression stiffened. Where are the herbs? The area was barren. He turned toward the dejected Dugu Bo and the three-headed hound, who was happily munching on an immortal herb. Yi Hao's face darkened. Save some for me. He rushed forward, attempting to snatch the herb. The hound rolled its eyes. Relax, the herbs are all stored in the death god's heart. You can take whatever you want. Most of these are too toxic for you to use anyway. With that, the hound continued munching, completely unbothered. Nearby, even the Death Spider Emperor was chewing on a stalk. The two were happily feasting, leaving Dugu Bo looking utterly defeated. Yi Hao's face twitched. Even with an abundance of resources, such wanton waste was painful to watch. What if they ate something irreplaceable? Old poison, Yi Hao began. While I was submerged, did anything happen on the continent? Dugubo gathered himself and nodded. Nothing major. The Duluo continent has been unusually quiet, however. However what? Yihao pressed, his brows furrowing slightly. Just a trivial matter, Dugubo replied with a chuckle. Prince Zhu Xing recently invited me to the royal palace for a reunion. Would you like to accompany me? To the royal palace? Yihao's eyes brightened. His disappearance 3 months ago must have caused a stir at the academy, and based on his calculations, the Shrek group should be arriving soon. All right, let's go. Yihao returned the Death Spider Emperor to the Death God's heart. Aren't you going back in? Yihao asked, glancing at the hound. Standing on its hind legs with its front paws on its hips, the hound looked utterly smug. I've been asleep for years. Can't I stretch my legs and enjoy myself? Lead the way, Hiatus. The hound swaggered forward, leaving both Yihao and Dugubo speechless. On the way to Heaven Dew Palace, Yihao didn't waste the opportunity to slay a 10-year-old crypt demon spider for his 4th soul ring. Slay might be an overstatement. It was more like the spider was so overwhelmed by the hound's aura that it collapsed, paralyzed. Yihao merely delivered the finishing blow. As the 4th soul ring, a black one, circled Yihao alongside his yellow and 2 purple rings, he immersed himself in the absorption process. Meanwhile, the hound, bored out of its mind, lounged lazily, munching on yet another herb, a swan kiss this time. Watching this bizarre scene, Dugubo remained silent, his thoughts swirling. Yihao was truly remarkable, someone destined for greatness. His charisma had even won the loyalty of a 100,000-year Death Spider Emperor and this peculiar, talking dog. Such a person must be befriended, never made an enemy. Even though Dugubo mourned the loss of the ice and fire yin-yang well's treasures, the benefits he had reaped were undeniable. His body had been cleansed of toxins, and his soul power had recently advanced, a rare and priceless achievement for a titled Duluo. After some time, Yihao opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and electric. With his soul power now at level 42, his aura was even more imposing. Thank you for guarding me, old poison, Yihao said with a smile. It was nothing. Let's keep moving, Dugubo replied, though his expression remained bitter. Let's go, glutton. Yihao hoisted the hound, which was still nibbling on the swan kiss, onto his shoulder. The journey from Sunset Forest to Heaven Dew City wasn't far. With Dugubo and Yihao's speed, they arrived in no time. As they strolled through the bustling city, the hound, perched on Yihao's shoulder, was wide-eyed with excitement. Hiatus, buy me that. And that, hurry up or I'll starve. Yihao. At the majestic gates of Heaven Dew Palace, Dugubo presented his token. The guards immediately opened the gates, informing them that Prince Zhu Xing had been waiting. Yihao followed closely behind Dugubo as they entered the grand palace. Its architecture exuded history, each brick and tile holding centuries of stories. As they neared an elegant pavilion, Dugubo paused. Ahead, a man clad in golden robes rose to greet them. Prince Zhu Xing's smile was warm and welcoming. Ah, Elder Dugubo, finally you're here. I've been waiting for quite some time. Dugubo approached with a grin. 2 old acquaintances meeting after a long time, their exchange was full of pleasantries and mutual praise. Despite their respective statuses as a prince and a titled Duluo, neither hesitated to flatter the other. After all, decorum demanded it. Brother Zhu, Yihao muttered under his breath, intrigued. Chapter 93, Everlasting Bond Through Lovesick Heartbroken Red. Yihao's eyes locked with Zhu Qinghe's from across the room, both of their faces mirroring mutual shock. For 3 long months, Zhu Qing had not stopped searching for Yihao. Yet every lead had ended in disappointment, like trying to fish for a needle in the ocean. Over time, Zhu Qing had started to wonder if Yihao was no longer alive. Even the spirit hall had ceased its efforts to track down Yi Rishan. The ripples Yihao's disappearance had caused across the continent slowly faded, but the memory of those 3 months loomed large. Zhu, Brother Zhu, long time no see. Yihao gave a sheepish smile. Zhu Qinghe's eyes glistened with moisture as a faint, bitter smile graced his lips. He stepped forward and pulled Yihao into a firm embrace. You brat, next time you vanish, at least leave a note. Do you know what I've been through these past 3 months? Yihao froze for a moment, the tone catching him off guard. Why did this sound off, like a long-lost wife scolding her husband? Suddenly, a cheeky voice broke the moment. Big sis, your chest is so impressive. I can't breathe. Zhu King here. Startled, Zhu King had jumped back, staring at the red dog in Yi Hao's arms. Did that dog just talk? Yi Hao was equally stunned. He whispered telepathically to the dog, Zaya Hong, are you trying to expose everything? The red dog, Zaya Hong, chuckled. Come on, this big sis is no ordinary person. She's using a soul bone to disguise herself. Regular people wouldn't notice, but I'm no regular dog. As Death God's companion, of course I saw through it. Don't tell me. You knew too. Of course, I've known from the start, Yi Hao replied, rolling his eyes. Trying to play it cool, Yi Hao scratched the dog's head and laughed awkwardly. Don't mind it, Brother Zhu. This dog likes to joke around. Zio Hong wagged its tail innocently, putting on an exaggerated grin. I was just kidding. Don't take me seriously. Zhu King's thoughts raced. Does he know who I really am? Her gaze shifted to the dog, suspicion mounting. A talking dog? Could it be a soul beast? This is Zio Hong, Yi Hao explained. It's a soul beast, and its age far exceeds 100,000 years. It's forgotten exactly how long it's lived. Zio Hong nodded smugly as if to confirm. Does age really matter? So you vanished for 3 months. For this, Zhu King asked. Yi Hao nodded. Were it not for the Death God's trials, he wouldn't have gone off-grid for so long. Zhu King eyed the red dog cautiously. The presence of a 100,000-year-old soul beast so close to Yi Hao, coupled with the dog's sly demeanor, heightened her unease. It seemed to see through everything, even secrets Zhu King had taken great pains to hide. Should she continue her disguise, or reveal her true self to Yi Hao? Before Zhu King could decide, a brilliant red flower appeared before her. Its vibrant petals gleamed as if aflame, and its stem was rooted in a small stone base. Lovesick heartbroken red, Yi Hao exclaimed, turning toward Zio Hong. What are you up to now? Zio Hong grinned mischievously. This is my way of apologizing for earlier. Big sis, no, big brother, this flower is for you. Zhu King's face darkened. She was now certain this dog had seen through her disguise. But the flower, it was breathtakingly beautiful. Knowing this dog's nature, it was no ordinary bloom. Yi Hao, Zio Hong whispered telepathically. Don't tell me you haven't noticed how extraordinary this big sis is. That's irrelevant right now. Lovesick heartbroken red isn't just any herb, it's the king of flowers. It requires bonding to its owner through blood. Yi Hao shot back telepathically. I know, watch this. Before Yi Hao could react, Zio Hong jabbed his finger, causing a drop of blood to fall onto the flower. The lovesick heartbroken red absorbed the blood instantly, its petals quivering slightly. Then, Zio Hong carried the flower to Zhu King, gesturing for him to repeat the process. Though puzzled, Zhu King mimicked Yi Hao's actions, pricking his finger. As his blood touched the flower, it detached from its stone base and floated gently into his hand. Its crimson vines extended, one wrapping around Zhu King's right hand and another curling around Yi Hao's left. In that moment, an unexplainable connection formed between the two. Their heartbeats synchronized, echoing in each other's ears. Lovesick heartbroken red unites destined hearts, binding them for eternity. Zio Hong laughed triumphantly before disappearing into the Death God's heart. Time seemed to freeze. Yi Hao and Zhu King stared at one another, overwhelmed by the bizarre turn of events. Zhu King was the first to act, frantically trying to remove the vine. But even after it retracted, a ring of crimson tendrils remained on his right ring finger, forming a delicate ring. Yi Hao looked down to see a similar ring on his left hand. The design was identical, adorned with a tiny red flower. What? Both spoke at the same time. You go first. You go first. Fine, I'll go first. No, you go ahead. They sighed in unison. Stupid dog, Yi Hao cursed internally. You're welcome, Zio Hong's voice teased in his mind. Welcome, my foot, I should be thanking you for all this trouble. Brother Zhu, Yi Hao began cautiously, don't get the wrong idea. This dog, it loves to joke around. Its antics shouldn't be taken seriously. He continued, this flower isn't ordinary. Lovesick heartbroken red is the king of immortal herbs. It enhances soul power, can heal mortal wounds, and most importantly, it protects its master. It's that powerful. Zhu King's eyes lit up as he tightened his grip on the flower. Suddenly, a panicked voice interrupted their conversation. Your Highness, there's trouble. A soldier hurried toward them, his expression frantic. Zhu Xing, who had been chatting with Du Gubo nearby, frowned. "What's the matter? Can't you see I'm in the middle of a conversation with Sir Du Gubo?" The soldier stammered, "Fourth Prince has been assaulted." Chapter 94, Yihao returns. "What's this?" Prince Zhu Xing nearly bit his tongue. "Who dares to be so bold?" The soldier quickly reported, "A group claiming to be from Shrek Academy." Outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Prince Zhu Xing was infuriated. He turned to Poison Duluo and said, "Elder Dugu, please come with me. These people are clearly lawless. With you accompanying me, we'll make sure to send a strong message." Having Dugubo, a titled Duluo, personally oversee the situation would certainly teach these lawbreakers a lesson. It was precisely because of an earlier incident, when the Spirit Hall had sent 2 titled Duluo to hunt down Dugubo, that Prince Zhu Xing had intervened and saved him. Coincidentally, Dugubo owed Prince Zhu Xing a favor, so he naturally agreed to assist. Meanwhile, Yihao, hearing that Dugubo and Prince Zhu Xing were heading to the Heaven Du Royal Academy to handle the situation, decided to go as well. "Brother Zhu, I'll head back to the academy first. We'll meet again when I have time." Zhu Qinghe paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. After watching Yihao leave, he stood still, staring at the yearning, heartbroken red flower in his hand with great care, as if it were a precious treasure. He carefully placed it in his palm and walked slowly toward his chambers. Once in his room, Zhu Qing sat in a chair, removed his disguise, and revealed his true, beautiful face. He placed the yearning, heartbroken red in a delicate vase next to the blue-silver emperor. Now the flowers are here, the grass is here, and all that's left is. At this point, his face flushed slightly. What exactly did that dog mean by all this? Yearning, heartbroken red for a beautiful person, our bloodlines forever intertwined, our fates sealed. Zhu Qing mulled over these words, and each time he thought about them, his face grew more flushed, as red as a ripe apple. Yihao has no sense of propriety, but even his dog is the same. What truly baffled Zhu Qinghe was that the dog, not only a soul beast over 100,000 years old, was so closely connected with Yihao. Moreover, Zhu Qing was now completely sure that the dog had seen through his disguise. In other words, Yihao most likely knew about it as well. What should I do? Normally, Zhu Qing's mission to infiltrate the Heaven Du Royal Palace was supposed to be a secret, not to be known by anyone. If anyone found out, they would have to be eliminated. But here, Zhu Qinghe found himself in a dilemma. Yihao, aside from his grandfather, was the one person he felt most fond of. He liked this brother of his, and as for the dog. Forget it, maybe it was time to come clean with Yihao. Given his position now, pulling Yihao into the Spirit Hall would be an easy task. 3 months ago, Yihao had gone to the Spirit Hall under the alias Yi Rishan. The Spirit Hall's search for Yi Rishan was simple, they just wanted to recruit him, not for any other reason. But the elder from the Spirit Hall had never seen Yihao before, and with so many people in the Spirit Hall, they had to resort to extreme measures, which led to Yihao misunderstanding and fleeing hastily. "Yi Rishan, you're surrounded, come out." Who could stand that? Zhu Qinghe glanced at the ring on his left hand's ring finger, lost in thought. At the foot of the Heaven Du Royal Academy, a beautifully decorated carriage arrived slowly. The 4th Prince, Zhu Bang, had been waiting for a long time. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his face bore several bruises, clearly showing that he had been beaten severely. Prince Zhu Xing hurriedly disembarked, accompanied by a group of soldiers and Poison Duluo. Upon seeing them, Zhu Bang broke into a grin, relieved that he could finally vent his anger. However, when he saw Yihao step out of the carriage, Zhu Bang froze for a moment before staring at him in disbelief. "Boss, you're not dead." "Yihao." What in the world happened at the academy during these 3 months that everyone thought he was dead? Yihao rolled his eyes and replied, "What do you think?" "The boss is lucky. How could you die? Someone beat me up, you've got to stand up for me." Yihao sarcastically responded, "Did you provoke them again?" Zhu Bang felt a chill in his heart and bitterly laughed. "Boss, how did you find out?" "Hassie." Yihao replied, "I still remember the first time I came to the academy. Weren't you the one who gave me a hard time back then?" "That was ages ago, boss. Why bring it up now?" Zhu Bang said awkwardly. Yihao helplessly shook his head, and then, together with everyone, he entered the academy. After 3 months of absence, many must have thought he was dead. The Heaven-Dew Royal Academy looked much the same as before, with little noticeable change. Everywhere Prince Zhu Xing, Poison Duluo, and Yi Hao passed, people stared in shock because Yi Hao had returned. The man who had disappeared for 3 months was back, and no one had expected it. The news of Yi Hao's return spread rapidly throughout the academy. In a spacious room, 3 members of the academy's committee were seated in the seats of honor. Today was a momentous day for the Heaven-Dew Royal Academy. As previously arranged, Shrek Academy's entire faculty and students would merge with the Heaven-Dew Royal Academy. Though there had been some unpleasantness earlier, everything was now trending positively. In addition, the sun seemed to be shining from the west today. For today, Ning Fengzhai, the clan master of the 7 treasure glaze tile, had also arrived, accompanied by Bone Duluo and his daughter Ning Rongrong, as well as Zhu Zhuqing, both former members of Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong had come to apologize to Flender and the others for leaving Shrek Academy without permission. Although Shrek Academy wasn't an official institution, they still had their rules to follow. Additionally, with Shrek Academy merging into Heaven-Dew Royal Academy, Shrek would cease to exist, and the Academy's teaching methods would become more diverse. Not only that, but people like Flender, who were all at least Soul Kings, would have a higher status in the merged academy. Beyond the 3 committee members, they would likely hold much of the future power in the academy. Ning Rongrong felt uncomfortable, caught between her father's insistence and the aloof attitudes of Flender, Master, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, and the others. Their expressions only made Ning Rongrong feel disgusted. Chapter 95, On the Edge of a Storm. Tang San and the others had sharp eyes. If Ning Rongrong admitted her mistake today, her days at the academy would surely be filled with oppression from these people. After all, the 2 sides had already reached a stalemate back in Soto City. At this point, Ning Rongrong had no other choice. On one side was her father's urging, and on the other. If Ning Rongrong did not admit her fault today, it would be her father Ning Fengzhai who would be embarrassed. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, a round of applause broke the tense atmosphere. A figure dressed in black, with purple hair and a calm demeanor, slowly walked in. It was Yi Hao, who wore a smile on his face. Yi Hao scanned the room, and the onlookers displayed expressions of shock. Master and Flender stood up almost simultaneously, their eyes trembling as they pointed at Yi Hao, unable to believe he was still alive. The 3 committee members were momentarily stunned, then their faces broke into smiles. They knew it was impossible for this kid to die so easily. Meanwhile, Ning Fengzhai and the Bone Duluo both showed expressions of disbelief. Hadn't they heard that Yi Hao was dead? How could this be? It's been a long time, everyone, Yi Hao said with a smile. He then focused on the 3 committee members. I'm really sorry to have worried you. Meng Shenji said reassuringly, It's fine, as long as you're okay. Just in time for your return, let me introduce you. These are the teachers and students of Shrek Academy. From now on, they will be part of the Heaven-Dew Royal Academy. Yi Hao glanced disdainfully at Flender and the others. Flender, Master, why do you look so disappointed that I'm still alive? Flender immediately replied, No, how could that be? I'm so happy you're alive. How could I be disappointed, hee. He thought to himself, I was so unlucky. I had bragged about Yi Hao's death when I heard the news. From now on, the Heaven-Dew Royal Academy would respect me, and with my strength, it should be no problem to take over after the 3 committee members retire. But now, how is he still alive? Master's expression was unpredictable. He glanced at Tang San behind him and noticed Tang San's cold gaze carried a hint of killing intent. The Shrek members behind him shared the same sentiment. They hated Yi Hao to the core. Chief, my suggestion is that Shrek Academy isn't as good as you think. Joining our academy will only tarnish your reputation, Yi Hao said. As soon as he finished speaking, Wow, I didn't expect to see a 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit here, and it's even transformed into a human. How rare, truly rare. The 3-headed dog communicated telepathically. Yi Hao replied, I'll cook you a spicy rabbit head when we get back, especially the soft-bone rabbit. I believe you'll love it. The 3-headed dog's eyes lit up. No problem, I have a suggestion. I'm not sure if I should bring it up. What suggestion? The older the rabbit, the better it tastes. Why don't we kill this rabbit and have a whole rabbit feast? What do you think? The three-headed dog grinned lewdly, while the Death Spider King stared at Xiao Wu, drooling unconsciously. Yi Hao looked at Xiao Wu, who was hiding behind Tang San, with a strange expression. She still had some fear. With the Bone Duo and the 3 committee members present, her identity as a soul beast was practically exposed. However, at this moment, everyone's attention was on Yi Hao, so they didn't notice Xiao Wu's identity. To be honest, I prefer younger rabbits. This old rabbit has lived too long, its meat must be tough, Yi Hao finished his thought. Committee members, please don't be fooled by appearances. Shrek Academy really isn't as good as you think, he said. As soon as he said this, the Shrek teachers and students exploded with rage, glaring at Yi Hao as if he were their enemy, ready to devour him at any moment. Enough, Master finally stood his ground. He slammed the table and pointed at Yi Hao, angrily rebuking, "Yi Hao, don't bully us too much. Our Shrek Academy is not as pathetic as you say." Turning to the 3 committee members, Master cupped his hands and complained first, "Committee members, this Yi Hao has repeatedly insulted our Shrek Academy. Please help us." Master feels deeply wronged, his eyes reddening with emotion. The 3 committee members exchange glances, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Ning Fengzhai and Bone Duo sense that something is amiss. Ning Rongrong hesitates to speak, but is quickly stopped by Zhu Zhuqing, who advises her not to reveal too much too soon. They need a higher stage to truly bring down their opponent. Meng Shenji considers the situation, deciding to first hear Yi Hao's words. Although he is not an ally, he understands that Shrek Academy is ultimately an outsider. They also know Yi Hao's character. He wouldn't make baseless claims. If what Yi Hao said were true, Meng Shenji would have no hesitation in expelling them. Despite the deficiencies in strength and character among the students of Heaven Dew Royal Academy, coming from pampered, wealthy families, Yi Hao directs his attack at Flender. "Flender, I'd like to ask you, I heard that there have been many geniuses at Shrek Academy, and among them, a student became the youngest elder of the Spirit Hall. Is that true?" Flender is left speechless, his eyes darting around. The audience turns their attention to him. The Spirit Hall is the most powerful force in Duoluo continent, and only a titled Duoluo can become an elder. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's eyes light up. "When we entered the academy, I heard Dai Mubai mention this. I just want to ask Flender, is what Dai Mubai said true?" This question puts Flender in a precarious position. Dai Mubai, filled with resentment towards Ning Rongrong, clenches his teeth while facing the pressure from everyone around him. The Spirit Hall holds a high status, and they will not hesitate to eliminate anything detrimental to their reputation. Shrek Academy's actions have undoubtedly lowered the Spirit Hall's standing in the eyes of the public. A small academy like Shrek is trying to attract students by leveraging the Spirit Hall's name. As Tang San would say, this person is digging their own grave. Chapter 96, Pushed to Madness Before Destruction. Flender was at a loss for words, his palms clammy with sweat and his back drenched. Grandmaster inwardly sighed, blaming Flender for his incompetence. Using the Spirit Hall's name to swindle people. If the Spirit Hall finds out, they'll destroy you first. Seeing that the Shrek group remained silent, Yi Hao pressed further. Shrek Academy always boasts about only admitting monsters and not ordinary people. Fair enough, I understand the concept. But what I can't wrap my head around is this. Why do you blatantly exploit people for money? Flender perked up and immediately shot back. Shrek Academy operates with integrity. We stand tall, with a clear conscience. How dare you accuse us of profiteering? Shrek Academy's success is built by me and my colleagues through hard work. If you don't clarify your baseless accusations today, don't blame me if I. Yi Hao interrupted, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixing the Shrek crowd with an intense glare. Blame you for what? Are you threatening me? With a cold chuckle, Yi Hao continued, if I dare to speak, I have the evidence to back it up. Turning to Ning Rongrong, he asked, Rongrong, how much was the admission fee when you first applied to Shrek? Ning Rongrong thought for a moment before answering. 10 gold soul coins. Flender snapped, what's wrong with a 10 gold soul coin admission fee? There are academies out there charging hundreds, even thousands. Why don't you pick on them instead of nitpicking here? Dai Mubai chimed in, exactly. Shrek Academy's fees are fair and just, your accusations are groundless. Yi Hao smirked coldly. Oh, how touching, birds of a feather truly do flock together. He raised his voice, Do you even understand the value of 10 gold soul coins? That's equivalent to 100 silver soul coins or 10,000 copper soul coins. For soul masters from poor backgrounds, that's a fortune. Flender claims it's reasonable, but here's the real issue. Rongrong, do you remember how many people showed up to apply when you joined the academy? Ning Rongrong hesitated briefly before replying. About 100 or so. Yi Hao nodded. Correct. Let's say it was 100 people, each paying 10 gold soul coins. That's a total of 1,000 gold soul coins. Shrek Academy has a rule of only admitting monsters and rejecting the rest. If that's the case, why keep the registration fees of those who weren't admitted? Flender's face turned ghostly pale. He stammered, "Aye." Yi Hao pressed on. Not only did you keep the money, but you even threatened those who dared to ask for a refund, using force to intimidate them. That's not just extortion, it's outright robbery. 3 esteemed teaching committee members. Yi Hao addressed them with a respectful bow. How can we possibly allow such an academy to merge with ours? The lead committee member, Meng Shenji, frowned deeply and stood up, directing his stern gaze at Flender. Flender, is what Yi Hao said true? Faced with Meng Shenji's inquiry, Flender visibly panicked, unable to form a coherent response. At this moment, Grandmaster stepped in. Chairman Meng Shenji, please don't take Yi Hao's words at face value. There are reasons behind our actions. Flender's decisions were out of necessity for the survival and development of our academy. Flender quickly echoed. Yes, Chairman Meng, we were desperate and had no other options. A sneer came from Jilin, one of the committee members. Desperate? What desperation drove you to fraudulently use the Spirit Hall's name to lure applicants? Aren't you afraid of Spirit Hall's wrath? Bai Bayashin, another committee member, added icily, not only that, but you also engaged in blatant extortion. Your actions are no different from those of bandits. You're in the Heaven Dew Empire, which has clear laws prohibiting such behavior. For you to act with such impunity, it's outrageous. We cannot tolerate such a blight in our academy. Both Jilin and Bai Bayashin turned to Meng Shenji and said in unison, Chairman, we recommend severing ties with Shrek Academy immediately. Before Meng Shenji could respond, Yi Hao interjected. Wait. Meng Shenji turned toward him, puzzled. What is it? Yi Hao smiled faintly, his eyes narrowing as he glanced disdainfully at the Shrek group, who looked utterly defeated. Their wrongdoings don't end there. The room fell silent, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Could it be that Yi Hao had even more damning evidence? Ning Fengzhai, who had been quietly observing, found himself increasingly troubled. He had brought Ning Rongrong to Shrek Academy in good faith, but today's revelations painted an ugly picture. Beside him, Bone Duluo couldn't contain his frustration any longer. Using a voice transmission technique, he whispered to Ning Fengzhai. Fengzhai, look at what kind of academy you picked for Rongrong. Not only are they incompetent, but their morals are in the gutter. A lawless academy with no registration, how could you even consider this place? I say Rongrong's decision to quit was the right one. And now you're here, groveling to apologize? For what? This academy deserves to be disbanded. Ning Fengzhai sighed, rubbing his temples. You're right, Uncle Gu, I misjudged. Let's see what more Yi Hao has to say. HMPH. Bone Duluo snorted, glaring disdainfully at the Shrek group, his patience wearing thin. Meanwhile, Yi Hao's sharp gaze swept over the Shrek teachers and students, lingering on their venomous expressions. The rage in Flender and Tang San's eyes was unmistakable. Were it not for the powerful individuals in the room, Yi Hao suspected they would have already attacked him. Chapter 97, Clinging to a Straw. Yi Hao cleared his throat, facing the simmering hostility of the Shrek group, and continued. Rongrong, Zhuking, your days at Shrek Academy weren't exactly pleasant, were they? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuking exchanged a knowing look. Ning Rongrong stepped forward, her voice trembling as she said, I hadn't planned to talk about this, but Shrek Academy was my first school, and while it didn't treat me fairly, I have no choice but to speak up now. She turned to her father and Bone Duluo, her tone filled with grievance. Father, Grandpa Bone, Zhuking and I were treated terribly at Shrek Academy. They isolated us. As she finished speaking, a single tear slid down Ning Rongrong's cheek. That tear acted as the spark to ignite a powder keg. Boom! Bone Duluo's aura surged wildly, enveloping the room in a chilling atmosphere. Rising from his seat, his eyes fixated on the entrance, his voice icy and stern. Old Poison, since you're here, there's no need to keep lurking outside. Come in. Old Poison. On the Duluo continent, there was only one person who could be addressed with such a title, Dugubo. At the entrance, rows of imperial guards stood at attention, their steel spears glinting in the light. Their disciplined posture spoke of their readiness for battle. At the front, Prince Zhu Xing and Dugubo strode forward with measured steps, their expressions cold and indifferent. The two had heard a summary of the accusations against Shrek Academy, and their initial impressions were far from favorable. The three teaching committee members rose to greet them, clearly surprised by their arrival. The involvement of both Prince Zhu Xing and Dugubo elevated the situation significantly. After all, while the Heaven Du Royal Academy was nominally managed by the Emperor, it was Prince Zhu Xing who oversaw day-to-day affairs in the Emperor's absence. Your Highness, Your Excellency Poison Duluo, the three committee members greeted in unison. Prince Zhu Xing acknowledged them with a nod before turning his attention to Ning Fengzhai and Bone Duluo. With a polite bow, he said, Lord Ning, Your Excellency Bone Duluo, it is an honor to see you here. Ning Fengzhai returned the courtesy with a smile. Your Highness, you are too kind. May I ask if your visit today concerns the matter of Shrek Academy? At this, Prince Zhu Xing's temper flared. His voice thundered with indignation. You must be the so-called Shrek Academy? How audacious! A group of hypocrites, cloaked in virtue but steeped in disgrace. Over the years, how many despicable deeds have you committed under the guise of righteousness? Turning to the teaching committee, he added harshly, Meng Shenji, next time, use better judgment. Don't admit any riffraff into the academy and tarnish the royal family's reputation. Meng Shenji bowed his head in deference. Your Highness, you are correct. Had it not been for Qin Ming's personal guarantee, we would never have considered admitting them. Speaking of Qin Ming, he arrived moments later, accompanied by Du Guyan and Yi Lingling. They had rushed over upon hearing that Yi Hao had returned. Zio Hao, Qin Ming was visibly stunned, his surprise evident. You're alive. Yi Hao offered a faint smile and nodded. Teacher Qin, Sister Yan, Sister Lingling, it's been a while. After exchanging greetings, Yi Hao glanced coldly at the Shrek group, who had remained silent under the weight of the accusations. Now is not the time for pleasantries, he said. Let's catch up later. Flender, seeing Qin Ming as his last hope, quickly approached him. Zio Ming, thank goodness you're here. Our Shrek Academy's reputation is on the line. You must help us. Qin Ming frowned in confusion, looking around at the gathering. The presence of 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Clan, Master Ning Fengzhai, Bone Duluo, and Poison Duluo made it clear that this wasn't a simple matter. Your Highness, Qin Ming addressed Prince Zhu Xing, what exactly happened? Prince Zhu Xing sneered, Teacher Qin, you're a senior teacher now, but it seems your judgment is lacking. Just look at these Shrek Academy people. What kind of unworthy scoundrels have you brought to our Royal Academy? Qin Ming opened his mouth to defend Shrek Academy, but Yi Hao stepped forward before he could speak. With measured steps, Yi Hao strode to the center of the room, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the furious glares of the Shrek contingent. Back in Soto City, Yi Hao began, his voice steady, I once had the misfortune of encountering students from Kanghui Academy. They told me about a group known as the Shrek 7 Monsters, who beat them up for no good reason. Their justification? Only cowards avoid trouble. Tang San's cold voice rang out, they brought it upon themselves. They provoked us. Ma Hongzhen chimed in, exactly, those people deserved it. Silence, Yi Hao's shout echoed through the hall, silencing the room. The sharp rebuke left Qin Ming stunned. What on earth was happening here? Tang San and the others clenched their jaws, their anger barely contained. Meanwhile, the rabbit hiding behind Tang San should have counted herself lucky. Shall I continue, or would you prefer to explain? Yi Hao demanded. He pointed an accusing finger at Ma Hongzhen. From what I've heard, your group harassed Kanghui's female students because you found them attractive. Who wouldn't retaliate in such circumstances? Ma Hongzhen, red-faced, stammered, that's not how it happened. Enough, Qin Ming's voice cut through the tension, his tone low and stern. Yi Hao, what's going on? I invited Shrek Academy here for the sake of the Royal Academy. Why are you doing this? Yi Hao turned to Qin Ming, his gaze unwavering. Teacher Qin, I'm doing this for the Academy's future. Letting Shrek Academy in will only bring ruin. You were once a part of that academy, and I understand your loyalty. But people change. If these people are admitted, the Royal Academy will follow in Shrek's footsteps, into disgrace. At that moment, Ning Rongrong stepped forward. Her gaze pierced through the Shrek group. Xiao Wu, she called, her voice cold. Stop hiding, come out now. Tang San's eyes darkened as his killing intent flared. She had sealed her fate. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, trembling behind Tang San, prayed fervently. With two titled DOLOU present, her true identity as a soul beast might soon be revealed. And if that happened, the consequences would be unthinkable. Chapter 98, Master of the Pretentious World. Tang San shielded Xiao Wu behind him, fully aware of the situation. Ning Rongrong's actions were undoubtedly taking advantage of her protection to act recklessly. Xiao Wu was so innocent, why were they all targeting her? Ning Rongrong, don't go too far. Tang San's gaze was cold, showing no mercy. Ning Rongrong sneered, Tang San, don't pretend to be the good guy. Weren't you all flaunting your hidden weapons in front of me earlier? Hidden weapons, tools designed by a two-faced person like you for underhanded dealings. Do you think I don't know about the things you've done behind the scenes? As soon as these words were spoken, Tang San's breath caught in his throat. The things behind the scenes. Could it be? Impossible, impossible. That night's events were known only to Yi Rishan and himself. Ning Rongrong had been at the inn, he must be overthinking it. I don't know what you're talking about, Tang San retorted on the spot. That night. Ning Rongrong was about to speak when Yi Hao patted her shoulder, signaling her to stop. Keep this leverage for now, it will be more useful later, Yi Hao communicated through soul power. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened. How did you know what I was about to say? Could it be that, Yi Rishan, that night was you? Tang San, I don't care about your so-called hidden weapons at all, Yi Hao said with a slight smile, disregarding Tang San's face. Tang San snorted and held a pile of hidden weapons in his hand. The other members of Shrek understood and followed suit, each holding their own exquisite hidden weapons, shining brightly. Tang San laughed, we have hidden weapons, do you? Do you have any? The others confidently and proudly chimed in. Hidden weapons? Ning Fengzhai looked at the hidden weapons in Tang San and the others' hands, showing great curiosity about this novelty. Ning Rongrong was so angry that her lips were pursed. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze turned cold as she watched the group before her, seeing Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others as mere clowns. Having been humiliated earlier, they were now just seizing the opportunity to flaunt their superiority. Yi Hao glanced disdainfully, and then came to an agreement with Xiao Hong. Hidden weapons were merely tools used by petty people for underhanded schemes, hardly worthy of being taken seriously. Hidden weapons? I wouldn't want them if you gave them to me. Ma Hongzhen laughed heartily. Do you have any? These were made by Brother San. I doubt you'll ever possess anything like them. Ha ha ha. Then, Yi Hao calmly took the death god's heart from his hairpin, enlarging it to about 10 centimeters. Its eerie purple glow dazzled the eyes, and no matter the angle, it signaled its extraordinary nature. Ning Fengzhai's gaze was immediately drawn to the death god's heart in Yi Hao's palm. This thing looked familiar. He felt he had seen it somewhere, and from his seasoned perspective, its value was far greater than those so-called hidden weapons. Suddenly, a strange glow flashed, and Xiao Hong, with a spirit herb in her mouth, appeared beside Yi Hao. At that moment, Dugu Bo's face darkened as he recalled what had happened a few days ago. That dog's actions were truly unworthy of being called a son. Wasn't that herb in its mouth from his own garden? Seeing this, Ma Hongzhen burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You're killing me. It's just a dog, I thought it was something special. Yi Hao, you're not so impressive after all. The others laughed along, mocking Yi Hao's actions. Only Tang San's expression was serious, his eyes fixed on the herb in Xiao Hong's mouth, filled with a burning desire to snatch it away. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, hiding behind Tang San, was trembling in fear. Xiao Hong's appearance nearly drove her to the brink. She sensed a presence even stronger than her own, undoubtedly a soul beast, and this unknown soul beast's aura was even more terrifying than that of De Ming and Ming. Tang San, of course, was oblivious to Xiao Wu's true thoughts and identity. Xiao Hong laughed heartily. Hey Uzzy, let's go to the Sunset Forest tonight and catch some soft-bone rabbits for a whole rabbit feast. What do you think? Yi Hao understood and smiled mysteriously. Of course, no problem. It's best if it's a rabbit that hasn't lived for 100 years yet. That kind of rabbit meat is the most tender. You're such a novice, Xiao Hong retorted unhappily. When it comes to the best way to eat rabbit meat, let me tell you, the older the rabbit, the better it tastes, especially the 1,000-year-old ones. Didn't we just eat some recently? Hey, Yihao got excited. You're right, that 1-year-old soft-boned rabbit was really delicious. I'm genuinely looking forward to what a 10-year-old soft-boned rabbit would taste like. Xiao Hong grinned, her gaze sweeping over to Tang San. I'm looking forward to the taste of a 100-year-old soft-boned rabbit. I believe it'll be even better than what we've talked about before, ha ha ha. One person and one dog were in perfect harmony. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu had already hidden behind the wall, shivering. The others paid no attention. Their focus was entirely on the dog beside Yihao, which could actually talk, something they had never seen before. Yihao turned to Ning Rongrong and said, Miss Ning Rongrong, if I remember correctly, you've already left Shrek Academy, right? Ning Rongrong nodded. At that moment, Flender immediately interjected, Ning Rongrong, don't forget, without my approval as the dean, you are still a member of Shrek Academy. Zhu Zhuking is the same. You both need to return to the Academy's team. Leaving the team recklessly shows a complete lack of organization and discipline. Flender spoke with confidence. After all, he was the sole founder of Shrek Academy, and who came or went was entirely up to him. Upon hearing this, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuking frowned almost simultaneously. Just then, Ning Fengzhai caught sight of them, and suddenly, Bone Duluo stood in front of Flender, his aura as a tidal Duluo spreading throughout the room. Flender looked up at Bone Duluo, who was a head taller than him, and felt a surge of fear. The gap between a soul sage and a tidal Duluo was insurmountable. Your Excellency Bone Duluo, what do you mean by this? Flender stammered, losing his earlier bravado, his legs trembling as he looked anxiously at Bone Duluo, afraid that this tidal Duluo he had never met would strike him down with a single blow. This couldn't happen. He hadn't yet had the chance to elevate Shrek Academy to new heights. How could he die? I'm giving you a chance to reorganize your words, Bone Duluo said coldly, his aura making the entire room feel extremely tense. Bone Duluo was giving Flender a chance. Initially, he intended for Rongrong to apologize, but he hadn't expected this group to. Chapter 99, Petty People. Ning Fengzhai maintained an air of composure, his calm demeanor and poised presence betraying nothing of his true thoughts. Still, both he and his daughter had fallen victim to Shrek Academy's deception. Perhaps this was simply the nature of those in power, never showing their hand too early. Bone Duluo, sir, this isn't appropriate, is it? Flender stammered, his voice quaking with fear. He had never imagined that Bone Duluo would intervene personally for Ning Rongrong. Confronted with a titled Duluo's imposing presence, he knew resistance was futile. After all, Ning Rongrong hailed from the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile clan, and strengthening that connection could bring future benefits. Flender forced a smile. Bone Duluo, sir, Rongrong is part of Shrek Academy. Surely, as a titled Duluo, you wouldn't. Slap! Bone Duluo's backhand sent Flender sprawling across the floor. I would do anything for Rongrong, Bone Duluo bellowed. Your Shrek Academy wronged her, and the fact that I haven't killed you on the spot is already a mercy. This is your last chance. Either agree to let Rongrong and Zhuking leave, or I'll make the decision for you. Flender sat on the ground, dazed. His glasses lay shattered around him, and his face bore the stunned look of someone utterly defeated. Grandmaster stepped forward, awkwardly patting Flender on the shoulder. I'll agree on his behalf. Flender's lips moved, as though he wanted to protest, but Grandmaster's stern gaze silenced him. Satisfied, Bone Duluo returned to his seat, picking up his tea and taking a leisurely sip. With the decision now made in front of witnesses, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuking were officially out of Shrek Academy. What followed, however, left everyone stunned. Yihao stepped forward, retrieving 2 radiant flowers from the death god's heart, one a brilliant yellow, the other glowing with an unmatched splendor. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuking, Yihao said with a warm smile, I formally invite you to join Heaven Dew Imperial Academy. Consider these flowers as my welcoming gift. He extended the 2 celestial plants toward the girls. Tang San's breathing quickened, his eyes widening in disbelief. Those flowers, they're definitely. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance before turning to Ning Fengzhai. Having been deceived once by Shrek Academy, they were far more cautious this time. Ning Fengzhai pondered briefly before giving a subtle nod. Reassured, Ning Rongrong accepted the flower alongside Zhu Zhuqing. I accept. So do I, Zhu Zhuqing added. Their acceptance brought smiles to the faces of the 3 academy deans. With the 2 joining, Heaven Dew Imperial Academy's chances of securing victory in the upcoming tournament increased significantly. Bone Duluo's lips curled into a faint smile as he whispered something to himself. Meanwhile, Flender sat paralyzed, his face drained of color. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, staring at Yi Hao with seething hatred. First, he'd been forced to let the 2 girls leave Shrek Academy. Now, not long after, Yi Hao was recruiting them right in front of him. This was nothing short of a direct humiliation, a wound to the heart. The Shrek group was silent, their rage bottled up. None dared provoke Bone Duluo or the other titled Duluos present. Ning Rongrong examined her flower curiously and asked, Yi Hao, what's this flower called? It's so beautiful. Yi Hao chuckled and glanced at Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong rolled his eyes. You know what it's called, why make me say it? With no choice, Xiao Hong explained. Little lady, that flower in your hand is called Beautiful Silk Tulip. Everyone, including Ning Rongrong, looked puzzled. Beautiful Silk Tulip? The name was unfamiliar to most of them. Even Poison Duluo Dugubo, a master of toxic flora, was stumped. Without Yi Hao's intervention, these priceless plants from the ice and fire yin-yang well might have remained forever undiscovered. Tang San's breathing grew heavier. His suspicions were confirmed. This was indeed the legendary Beautiful Silk Tulip, a true celestial treasure. If I could just get my hands on it, Tang San thought, my power would soar to unimaginable heights. Then, Yi Hao wouldn't stand a chance against me. The thought burned in his mind, but with so many witnesses, he dared not act. Even if he succeeded, his life would surely end here today. As he watched Yi Hao bask in the limelight, Tang San felt a deep sense of inadequacy. The hidden weapons in his hands, once a source of pride, now seemed like worthless scrap. Xiao Hong continued, So, you're the master of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Clan, huh? If I'm not mistaken, your 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Pagoda has a legend about evolving into the 9 Treasure Glaze Tile Pagoda, right? Ning Fengzhai's eyes lit up. Yes, it's true. In our legends, the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Pagoda can evolve into the 9 Treasure Glaze Tile Pagoda. Could it be? Xiao Hong smirked. Little girl, that beautiful silk tulip in your hand can make your pagoda evolve. Once it becomes the 9 Treasure Glaze Tile Pagoda, your power will not only stabilize but also rise by several levels. And as for how to use it, just eat it. Hearing this, Ning Fengzhai's excitement was palpable. His gaze burned as he looked at the beautiful silk tulip in Ning Rongrong's hands. Unable to contain himself, he turned to Yi Hao. Yi Hao, do you have any more beautiful silk tulip? If so, I'm willing to pay any price to acquire one. Yi Hao could see Ning Fengzhai's eagerness. Beside him, Du Gubo felt a pang of despair. Borrowing my treasures to curry favor again? Borrowing flowers to give as gifts? What a scoundrel. Master Ning, Yi Hao said with a calm smile, I'm afraid this is the only beautiful silk tulip on the continent. I only managed to obtain it thanks to Poison Duluo's guidance. It was his generosity that made this possible. Du Gubo coughed awkwardly, forced to go along with Yi Hao's story. Yes, it was nothing really. Relieved, Ning Fengzhai bowed deeply to both Yi Hao and Du Gubo. Thank you both. Should either of you ever need the support of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Clan, we are at your service. Du Gubo sighed, feeling somewhat mollified by the promise. Brat, at least you know how to play your cards. I'm human, after all, Yi Hao replied with a grin. Turning to Zhu Zhuqing, Yi Hao continued. Zhuqing, the flower you hold is called Daffodil Jade Fleshbone. Its effects are similar to the beautiful silk tulip. It will significantly enhance your soul power. Take this opportunity to absorb it quickly. Better to be safe than sorry, lest petty individuals covet it. Yi Hao cast a meaningful glance at Tang San as he spoke. Tang San clenched his teeth. The name Yi Hao had officially become a thorn in his heart. The 9 Treasure Glaze Tile Pagoda was a monumental breakthrough for the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Clan. Following Ning Fengzhai's instructions, Bone Duluo personally escorted the 2 girls to a secluded spot to absorb the immortal herbs. Chapter 100, Shrek Academy's Defeat at Heaven Du Royal Academy. Hey Ozzy, where's my rabbit feast? Hurry up and make it happen, Xiao Hong impatiently demanded. Grandmaster's eyes lit up as he stepped forward, attempting to put on an air of wisdom. With hands clasped behind his back, he adopted a cold and lofty demeanor, addressing Xiao Hong with a sense of superiority. This must be a 100-year-old soul beast, he declared. Everyone present was a soul master. It was obvious that Xiao Hong was a soul beast, and the categorization of 10, 100, 10, and 100-year soul beasts was common knowledge. Xiao Hong sneered, regarding Grandmaster like a clown. Without warning, he leapt into the air, spinning in a 360-degree motion before delivering a flying kick that sent Yu Xiaoging flying dozens of meters. Boom! Teacher, Tang San roared in fury. He raised his hidden weapons, ready to attack, but he found himself unable to move. A crushing aura immobilized him, spreading rapidly across his entire body. Xiao Hong simply stood there, exuding pressure without lifting a finger. Ha, you ignorant fool. Listen well, I am the infernal three-headed hound, the divine beast serving under death. You dare compare me to ordinary soul beasts? Do you even qualify? With your meager soul power of only rank 29, what gives you the right to speak here? Yu Xiaoging lay unconscious, his face covered in mucus and tears, with several teeth knocked out. Heaven Du's headmaster, Meng Shenji, stepped forward and waved his hand dismissively. Leave Heaven Du Royal Academy immediately. From now on, your academy is no longer welcome here. Receiving a direct expulsion order, staying any longer would only embarrass Shrek Academy further. The group hurriedly helped Grandmaster up, and, under the disdainful gazes of the onlookers, skulked away. They disappeared quickly, vanishing down the mountain. What a pity, Xiao Hong muttered with a grin. That soft-bone rabbit must taste delicious. Yi Hao rubbed Xiao Hong's head vigorously, his tone exasperated. You didn't even give me a chance to make my case. I had so much more to say, Xiao Hong snorted. With people like that who are all talk and no strength, fists are the only argument that matters. I'm off to hang out with Spidey. With that, Xiao Hong transformed into a streak of black light and disappeared into the death god's heart. Now that the drama had subsided, Yi Hao turned to Qin Ming, who stood with an air of despondency. Despite feeling guilty, Yi Hao knew the truth. Shrek Academy had no place here. Before leaving, Yi Hao handed 2 celestial herbs to Dugu Yan and Yi Lingling as gifts. Dugu Yan's eyes brimmed with gratitude as she glanced at Yi Hao's retreating figure. She then turned to Dugu Bo and said something quietly. What? Dugu Bo's face showed shock as he reconfirmed with his granddaughter. Yan, are you sure about this? Dugu Yan nodded firmly. Yes, Grandpa. The one who neutralized my jade phosphor serpent poison was that boy named Tang San. The jade phosphor serpent poison was Dugu Yan's ultimate trump card. If her poison could be neutralized, then Dugu Bo's jade phosphor serpent emperor poison was also vulnerable. Dugu Bo's expression darkened. After bidding farewell to the 3 deans, Ning Fengzhai, Bone Duluo, and Prince Zhu Xing, he departed in silence. Bone Duluo frowned as if deep in thought. He wanted to say something but refrained, aware that now was not the time. At the foot of Heaven Du Royal Academy, Shrek Academy's group staggered away, carrying the unconscious Grandmaster. Along the way, they were subjected to ridicule and scorn. What had started as a triumphant march to join Heaven Du Royal Academy ended in disgrace. They had envisioned a comfortable future, free from wandering, but Yi Hao's timely intervention shattered that dream. Everyone in Shrek was seething with hatred, wishing they could tear Yi Hao limb from limb. Yi Hao, Tang San bellowed to the heavens. I, Tang San, swear that today's humiliation will not go unavenged. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, we'll see who has the last laugh. Tang San's vow was like oil on fire, solidifying his animosity toward Yi Hao. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu stepped out of the group, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Leaving Heaven Du's territory meant she no longer had to fear exposure. If her identity as a soul beast had been revealed, the best-case scenario would have been imprisonment, with her soul ring and bones harvested later. She didn't dare think about worse outcomes. What an embarrassment, Ma Hongjun grumbled, scratching his head in frustration. He wished he could bury himself in the ground. The Shrek group was in collective despair. Their prestigious reputation was in tatters. Worse still, Shrek Academy had essentially disbanded. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuking, once part of their corps, had now joined Heaven Du Royal Academy. The Shrek Seven Devils were no more. Flender's face bore 5 prominent handprints, swelling painfully as he winced. This humiliation etched itself deeply into his memory. "Dean, what should we do now?" Daimubai asked, his tone full of dejection. Today's events had crushed their spirits. They had ascended the mountain brimming with confidence, only to descend like beaten dogs, the sharp contrast leaving them disheartened. Flender gritted his teeth, the pain making him wince as he spoke. "What else can we do? Shrek Academy's reputation is ruined, and we can't stay at Heaven Du Royal Academy. As for the road ahead." At this moment, Flender stood at a crossroads, deeply uncertain of their future. The group remained silent, the oppressive atmosphere stifling. Grandmaster finally stirred from his unconscious state. A dog-shaped footprint marred his right eye, and his entire face was swollen. Looking around at the disheartened group slumped beneath the trees, and then back toward Heaven Du Royal Academy in the distance, he understood. They had been expelled. "Everyone, don't lose heart," Grandmaster urged, wincing as he stood. He wanted to rally the group, but their spirits were broken. After today's public humiliation, even the strongest self-esteem would struggle to recover. "Grandmaster, just rest," Ma Hongjun said, waving him off dismissively. "Shrek Academy is already gone." He had completely given up. From the start, the plan had been for Shrek Academy to merge with Heaven Du Royal Academy. But now, they had been expelled in full view of everyone. Shrek Academy no longer existed, and their future was uncertain. Chapter 101, Qin Ming's Departure. "Are you really leaving?" Outside the Heaven Du Imperial Academy, Qin Ming had packed his belongings, prepared for his departure. With a wry smile, Qin Ming nodded. "The Heaven Du Imperial Academy is no longer a suitable place for me. Staying would only make things worse." "Is it because of Shrek Academy? You don't need to dwell on it. Shrek Academy's downfall is their own doing, they have no one else to blame," Yihao remarked as he stood with Qin Ming on the outskirts of the academy grounds. Though Yihao was reluctant to see Qin Ming go, he understood the inevitability of the situation. The conflict with Shrek Academy was entirely of their own making. Even if Yihao hadn't intervened, others like the poisoned Duluo or Prince Zhu Xing would have ensured the same outcome. For Qin Ming, a former Shrek student, the path forward seemed unavoidable. Leaving was his only option. Qin Ming felt a pang of bitterness. The decision to leave wasn't sudden, it had been brewing within him for some time. He recalled his past in Sodo City, when Flender had approached him. As a former Shrek student, Qin Ming deeply respected Flender as the headmaster. Back then, it was the Grandmaster who proposed the merger between Shrek Academy and Heaven Du Imperial Academy. Flender had been overjoyed to share the news with Qin Ming, who had eagerly supported the idea. For Qin Ming, facilitating the merger became a personal mission. But now, everything had fallen apart. The ideals and vision Yihao described painted a vastly different picture of Shrek Academy. It wasn't that the academy had changed. Rather, Qin Ming had grown and evolved. Sometimes, the environment truly shapes a person's destiny. Qin Ming glanced back at the Heaven Du Imperial Academy. While it had offered him prestige and status, those were never his true desires. Despite the reluctance of the academy's 3 educational leaders to accept his resignation, Qin Ming remained steadfast. Even with promises of unparalleled benefits, his resolve was unwavering. As Yihao watched Qin Ming depart, he turned and walked away, his heart heavy with the weight of parting. The Shrek group arrived at the towering city walls, moving at a leisurely pace. After the Grandmaster's relentless motivational speech, the disheartened group seemed revitalized, channeling their humiliation into a newfound determination. They vowed to mark this as Shrek Academy's greatest disgrace, swearing to reclaim their honor. Unable to return to Sodo City due to the distance, they decided to explore Heaven Du City instead. As the capital of the Heaven Du Empire, it was too significant to pass up. At the city gates, a notice posted on the wall caught Flender's eye. "Headmaster." Startled, Flender turned toward the familiar voice. To his surprise, he saw Qin Ming running toward them with his belongings in tow. Seeing his former student, Flender's gloomy expression brightened as he rushed forward to greet him. Qin weren't you with the Heaven Dew Imperial Academy? Flender asked, puzzled by his presence. Did they drive you out? I knew it. Heaven Dew Imperial Academy can't compare to our Shrek. One day they'll regret how they treated us. Flender's tone brimmed with ambition, but Qin shook his head quietly. Headmaster Flender, I resigned voluntarily, Qin clarified. The revelation delighted Flender and the Shrek group, who regarded Qin with admiration. Grandmaster patted Qin shoulder with a hearty laugh. I knew it. Welcome back to the Shrek family. Welcome back, Senior Qin. Welcome. Good to have you with us. Their spirits lifted as Qin return bolstered their ranks. A soldier at the gate snapped impatiently, What's all this noise? Heaven Dew City has rules, no loitering or causing a commotion. Otherwise. Chastened, the Shrek group quickly quieted down. Flender grumbled under his breath, What's so special about this place? One day, Shrek Academy will become the #1 academy on the continent. By then, they'll be begging to curry favor with us. Approaching the notice, Flender squinted to read the bold text. Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy is expanding, now hiring soul masters of level 40 and above. Higher soul power preferred. Stroking his scruffy chin, Flender mused, posting an ad at the city gates. That must have cost a fortune. Mentioning money only reignited Flender's frustrations. He still couldn't forget the golden card Yihao had taken with him, a missed fortune that haunted him to this day. Sigh, Flender heaved a weary sigh. Why don't we try our luck at Blue Tyrant Academy? He suggested confidently. With our skills, landing teaching positions will be a breeze. The group nodded in agreement. They had no other options and were nearly at the point of homelessness. As the Shrek group entered the city, a disheveled figure emitting a foul stench lurked in the shadows, going unnoticed. Chapter 102, Ning Rongrong's Gratitude. Now's not the time to consume the immortal herb. Xiao Hong's voice rang in Yihao's mind. Could it be that my rapid soul power growth has destabilized my foundation? Yihao pondered. Exactly, Xiao Hong replied. Your soul power growth is nothing short of meteoric. If you consume the herb now, your soul power could jump by at least 5 levels. However, rapid progress isn't always a blessing. What should I do then? Yihao asked. Xiao Hong continued. I noticed something about that Tang San from Shrek Academy. That boy is hiding a lot. He has twin martial soul and a presence that rivals yours. I'm certain he's harboring some major secrets. For now, you should train within the Death God Temple. It has everything you need. Focus on stabilizing your foundation first, or you won't pass the first trial. Yihao's eyes lit up. Hong, can you tell me what the first trial is? Xiao Hong remained silent. At the reception hall of Heaven Dew Royal Academy, after Shrek's group had been driven out, Prince Zhu Xing left in a huff, cursing Shrek Academy all the way. The 3 education committee members, disappointed and resigned, also left. They had hoped to strengthen the academy, but Qin had recruited a group of misfits and criminals. Despite Heaven Dew Royal Academy's grand scale, the quality of its students varied widely. Given the principles they adhered to, Meng Shenji and the others had no intention of compromising. Shrek's influence would have been detrimental to the academy's atmosphere. At the academy's guest area, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing sat cross-legged, their breathing steady. Under the effects of the beautiful silk tulip and daffodil jade flesh bone, their soul power skyrocketed. Since neither had acquired their 3rd soul ring, their soul power plateaued at level 30, with residual medicinal energy lingering in their bodies, waiting to be unlocked. Zhu Zhuqing awoke first, feeling the transformative effects of the immortal herb. Her soul power had indeed reached level 30, and her body radiated vitality. The daffodil jade flesh bone had significantly enhanced her, as evidenced by a soft meow that sounded sharper than before. Zhu Zhuqing marveled at how a seemingly simple herb could produce such miraculous effects. Zhu Zhuqing, how do you feel? Ning Fengzhai asked eagerly upon seeing her awaken. Bone Duluo, also curious about the herb's effects, leaned in to listen. My soul power has reached level 30, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her tone filled with gratitude. Brother Hao's herbs truly live up to their reputation. Moments later, Ning Rongrong began to glow with a radiant, 7-colored light, exuding a pleasant fragrance unique to the beautiful silk tulip. Slowly, she opened her right hand. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. 9, it's really 9. Ning Fengzhai and Bone Duluo could no longer contain their joy. Their eyes lit up as they saw Ning Rongrong's martial soul, the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. 2 yellow soul rings rotated steadily around the pagoda's gleaming, 9-tiered structure. After counting several times, they were certain. This was the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, a legendary martial soul long thought impossible. Ning Fengzhai clenched his fists, his eyes burning with hope. The appearance of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda signified a bright future for their sect. "Father, Grandpa Bones, why are you looking at me like that?" Ning Rongrong asked, her voice trembling with emotion as she noticed their excitement. Even Zhu Zhuqing cast a look of envy toward Ning Rongrong. The evolution of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda would dramatically change Ning Rongrong's future as a soul master. "Rongrong, look at your martial soul," Ning Fengzhai said, shaking her shoulders with excitement. "Father, you're hurting me," Ning Rongrong said, wincing. As she stepped back to free herself, her eyes fell on the radiant pagoda. Nine layers," Ning Rongrong gasped, tears welling up. "Father, is this truly the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda?" Ning Fengzhai nodded, his smile filled with pride. "Rongrong, you are the hope of the entire 7-treasure glazed tile clan." Overwhelmed with joy, Ning Rongrong forgot her surroundings and dashed out of the room, only to bump into Yi Hao, who had just returned. Under his bewildered gaze, Ning Rongrong opened her arms and ran toward him. "Oh no!" Yi Hao quickly activated the death god's heart, abyssal bind, freezing Ning Rongrong in place. "Brother Hao, what are you doing?" Ning Rongrong pouted, looking as though she had suffered a great injustice. Yi Hao's lips twitched. If he remembered correctly, her next move would have been to hug him, and then. This scenario was too much for him to handle, especially with Ning Fengzhai and Bone Duluo watching. He could already imagine Bone Duluo exploding in rage and Ning Fengzhai questioning their relationship. The consequences of such a misunderstanding were not worth the risk. "Shouldn't I be asking you that? What were you planning to do in front of so many people?" Yi Hao asked sternly. "Rongrong, you're part of Heaven Du Royal Academy now. A young lady must act with decorum." Frustrated, Ning Rongrong struggled but remained bound by Yi Hao's ability. All she could do was glare at him. The binding effect lasted for 7 seconds before dissipating. Freed at last, Ning Rongrong stomped her feet furiously, venting her frustration. All she wanted was to. Chapter 103, Yi Hao leaves again. Ning Rongrong's martial spirit, the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, had evolved into the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda, all thanks to Yi Hao. She fully understood the profound significance of the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda to the 7 treasures glazed clan. Unable to think of a proper way to express her gratitude, things almost took an awkward turn. Fortunately, Yi Hao reacted quickly, or else explaining the situation would have been near impossible. "Young lady, Yi Hao is right. A girl should know how to maintain her dignity," Ning Fengzhai said, casting a skeptical glance at his daughter. "Young lady, could it be that you?" As Ning Rongrong's father, Ning Fengzhai understood her too well. On second thought, Yi Hao indeed seemed like an excellent candidate for a son-in-law. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong quickly explained, "Father, don't misunderstand. I only feel gratitude toward Brother Hao, nothing more. Besides, I barely know him. He gave me immortal herbs to evolve my martial soul, an immense favor in itself. How could I dare to expect anything else?" At this moment, Bone Duluo used his soul power to transmit a message. "Fengzhai, didn't you notice the ring on Yi Hao's finger?" "A ring?" Upon hearing this, Ning Fengzhai, being an experienced man, instantly understood. It seemed that Yi Hao already had someone in his heart. Before leaving, Ning Fengzhai took Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing with him. Both girls had reached level 30 in soul power and urgently needed suitable 3rd soul rings. The sunset forest nearby was their ideal destination. With Bone Duluo's assistance, their soul ring acquisition should be settled before sunset. The group hurriedly departed. Once away from Shrek Academy, the 2 girls felt a sense of relief, no longer having to endure others' attitudes. They chatted and laughed as they journeyed to the sunset forest, closer than ever, almost like real sisters. Recalling how Tang San and the others had been humiliated, they couldn't help but laugh at the memory. This incident taught Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong a valuable lesson. On the Duluo continent, strength is paramount. Only with strong backing and powerful fists can one truly stand tall. Take Bone Duoluo, for example. His mere presence rendered Flender utterly speechless. Such is the advantage of overwhelming strength. Yi Hao left the Heaven Dew Imperial Academy again. In the palace, Zhu King was surprised. Yi Hao had just returned. Why had he left again? He had intended to discuss a few matters with Yi Hao. First, that dog had seen through his true identity. Second, to ensure his plans proceeded smoothly, Zhu Qinghe needed to win Yi Hao over to his side. The Heaven Dew Royal Infiltration Plan was a top secret. To guarantee its success, Zhu Qinghe decided it was imperative to secure Yi Hao's allegiance. Yes, after gifting immortal herbs to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, Yi Hao immediately flew to the Sunset Forest without looking back. A shadowy figure reported respectfully. Should we send people to the Sunset Forest to investigate? Without hesitation, Zhu Qinghe waved his hand dismissively. No need. Last time Yi Hao disappeared for 3 months, and your men couldn't find a trace of him. Now, even though we know he's in the Sunset Forest, do you really think you can locate him there? The shadow fell silent. Indeed, during Yi Hao's previous disappearance, countless men were dispatched to search, particularly in the Sunset Forest under his watch. Even knowing Yi Hao's whereabouts, finding him in the vast Sunset Forest would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. By the way, those 2 girls, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, are they beautiful? Zhu Qinghe suddenly asked. The shadow paused, puzzled by the question, then replied. The daughter of the 7 Treasures glazed sex master is a bit youthful in appearance, but Zhu Zhuqing. And Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Qinghe pressed on. The shadow swallowed hard. I can't quite describe it, but her proportions are impressive. Proportions? Zhu Qinghe was at a loss for words. Enough, you may leave. Inform me immediately when Yi Hao leaves the Sunset Forest. The shadow bowed and vanished into the darkness. After the shadow left, Zhu Qinghe walked to the balcony, tending to the blue-silver emperor planted there. With daily care and ample sunlight, its aura had grown increasingly stable. After watering the blue-silver emperor, Zhu Qing moved to his desk, where a vibrant, yearning, heartbroken red flower sat, its radiant red hue captivating. Whenever he had free time, Zhu Qing enjoyed admiring the celestial herb's beauty. That dog, Zhu Qing murmured, sipping tea. Recalling the words of Yi Hao's pet, blood bond contract. The thought left Zhu Qing shaking his head violently. I truly wish you were my brother. In the core of the Sunset Forest, Yi Hao returned once again. After ensuring no one was around, he retrieved the death god's heart from his hair and tossed it into the air. The death god's heart expanded, enveloping the forest's core and hiding Yi Hao's presence entirely. Not even a tidal Duoluo could detect him. Within the death god's heart, Yi Hao stood before the grand death god's temple. Why have you brought me here? Suddenly, Xiao Hong appeared at Yi Hao's feet, accompanied by the death spider emperor. Xiao Hong grinned, for devil training of course. Most soul masters on the continent rely on their martial soul. As for their combat skills, laughable. You've already consumed the blazing delicate apricot and the octagonal mysterious ice grass, making you immune to fire and ice. You've also absorbed Dugu Bo's poison and possess the Death Spider Emperor's venom. I'm confident. Xiao Hong glanced at the Death Spider Emperor. Spidey compared to Yi Hao, whose poison is stronger. The Death Spider Emperor shook its head vigorously. Please spare me. Master's venom has already surpassed mine. Combined with his death domain, I'm sure few on the continent could withstand it. Xiao Hong smirked, then turned to Yi Hao. Now you understand. In the next 6 months, you have only one mission. Chapter 104, The Red Underwear. Yi Hao and Xiao Hong entered the Grand Hall, leaving the Death Spider Emperor outside to stand guard. As per protocol, only Xiao Hong and Yi Hao were permitted to enter the Death God's temple. All others were strictly prohibited. It was Yi Hao's first time inside the temple. The interior was vast, spanning an area equivalent to a soccer field, its grandeur invisible from the outside. Yi Hao had previously visited the Heaven Dew Imperial Palace, but compared to the architectural marvel before him, the palace seemed lackluster. The temple's walls were adorned with murals, each depicting a figure cloaked in black robes and wielding a scythe. At first glance, Yi Hao couldn't help but furrow his brow. This is the death god, doesn't he look imposing? Xiao Hong boasted. Yi Hao remained silent, clearly awed by the mural's depiction of the death god. He merely nodded in agreement. His attention was then drawn to the center of the hall, where a massive black scythe was embedded firmly in the ground. The scythe was over 2 meters tall, adorned with numerous arcane runes that radiated a bewitching purple glow. Yihao's eyes lit up, and he instinctively stepped forward to inspect it. "Stop," Xiao Hong barked. "What's the matter?" Yihao asked, puzzled. Xiao Hong's expression turned serious. "That is the death god's scythe, a divine weapon. You'd best not covet it. At your current level, you cannot hope to wield it." Yihao paused, taking her words to heart. "The death god's scythe," Yihao mused. "If the sea god's trident is said to weigh 108,000 jin, then this." Before he could finish his sentence, the scythe in the center seemed to react. It broke free of its resting place and floated toward Yihao, exuding an eerie and chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine. Xiao Hong chuckled. "Relax, Yihao, the scythe is merely intrigued. You're its chosen successor after all." The death god's scythe slashed at the air, its movements creating visible rifts in space itself. Satisfied, it returned to its original position. Yihao breathed a sigh of relief. The scythe's temperament seemed to match his own. Xiao Hong added with a grin, "Don't hold a grudge against the scythe. It's been stuck here for tens of thousands of years. Meeting you must be exciting for it." Yihao. Was it really excitement, or was the scythe simply issuing a warning? "By the way," Yihao asked, "how much does this scythe weigh?" Xiao Hong smirked. 128,000 jin. Don't worry, it's part of your upcoming trials. It won't be too hard." With that, she led Yihao to the next chamber. The room was pitch black, the kind where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Suddenly, the room lit up, revealing several wooden dummies stationed at the corners. Each dummy stood over 2 meters tall with reinforced joints and limbs. Yihao's face turned pale at the sight. He glanced at Xiao Hong, who was smirking mischievously. "Xiao Hong, I have a gift for you," Yihao said. Xiao Hong's interest was piqued. "Oh, you're the first person in millennia to give me a gift. What is it? I'm excited." With a sly grin, Yihao retrieved something from his storage ring. "Woof woof woofs. What the hell, a pair of red underwear? Are you kidding me?" Xiao Hong screamed, bolting away as Yihao chased her. Yihao laughed. "Nothing much, just thought they'd suit you." "Suit your grandpa, stay away from me or I'll beat you to a pulp," Xiao Hong yelled. With his 6-winged purple light wings unfurled, Yihao closed the distance and tackled her. Despite Xiao Hong's desperate struggles, Yihao efficiently pinned her down, adorned her with the red underwear, and dusted his hands with a satisfied smile. Xiao Hong's expression was one of utter despair as Yihao walked away, leaving her to fume in embarrassment. Outside the temple, the Death Spider Emperor basked in the warm sunlight, dozing peacefully. Suddenly, it noticed movement. Xiao Hong emerged, donning the bright red underwear, her feet barely touching the ground as she stomped angrily. The sight sent the Death Spider Emperor into peals of laughter. "Ha ha ha, red bro, what's with the flashy red look? This is too good." Xiao Hong. Already in a foul mood, Xiao Hong's face darkened. Her aura flared as she launched a searing inferno blast at the Death Spider Emperor. The Death Spider Emperor narrowly dodged the fiery attack, realizing too late that its teasing had gone too far. "Red bro, I'm sorry, mercy." The spider's cries of agony echoed throughout the temple grounds. After venting her anger, Xiao Hong carefully folded the red underwear. Though initially indignant, she decided to keep it. After all, it was a gift from Yihao. Meanwhile, the Death Spider Emperor limped away, charred and smoking. "I can't take this anymore. She only bullies me. I need to find someone else to vent on." With that, the Death Spider Emperor trudged toward the temple outskirts. Chapter 105, Sacrifice. Seeing the situation stabilize, Ning Fengzhai finally breathed a sigh of relief. With Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong having successfully absorbed their third soul rings, it was time for them to head back. Their next destination was the Heaven Dew Imperial Academy. The infamous Shrek Academy was now behind them, and a brighter future awaited these two young prodigies. The group was preparing to set off when suddenly, Bone Duoluo's face darkened. He stopped in his tracks, 9 soul rings glowing faintly beneath him as he scanned his surroundings with full vigilance. "Uncle Bone, is something wrong?" Ning Fengzhai asked urgently, activating his 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, its 7 soul rings shimmering into view. Standing behind them, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong exchanged confused glances. They had no idea what was going on. Bone Duluo's deep voice carried a serious tone. Rongrong, Zhuqing, stay behind me at all costs. Do not move more than 100 meters away from me. The creature that's coming is no ordinary foe. A big one, Ning Rongrong began to ask, but before she could continue, the trees ahead began to collapse in rapid succession. Emerging from the forest was a massive beast, standing over 10 meters tall, its oppressive presence sending chills down their spines. Meanwhile, Yihao stood shirtless in the death god temple, engaged in fierce training. Without activating his martial soul, he effortlessly fended off 4 training dummies, holding his ground with ease. Off to the side, Xiao Hong nodded approvingly. Based on its observations, soul masters on the continent were far too reliant on their martial soul, neglecting the latent power within their own bodies. After consuming the blazing delicate apricot and octagonal mysterious ice grass, and soaking in the waters of the ice and fire yin-yang well, Yihao's body had been fully tempered, granting him immunity to both fire and ice. His physical potential was now fully unlocked. Xiao Hong had brought Yihao back to this place primarily to fortify his foundation. Without it, Yihao wouldn't stand a chance of passing the death god's first trial. After a while, Yihao dressed and emerged from his training room. Xiao Hong, where's that red underwear I gave you? Why aren't you wearing it? Yihao teased after finishing his session. Hearing this, Xiao Hong's canine face fell, glaring at Yihao in exasperation. What kind of gift is that? I even got mocked by Spidey for wearing it. But speaking of the Death Spider Emperor, where had it gone? Using the Heart of Death, Yihao connected with the Death Spider Emperor and discovered it was engaged in a fierce battle. On the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, Bone Duluo had transformed into a colossal bone dragon, his martial soul true body bolstered by Ning Fengzhai's 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. The two were fighting the Death Spider Emperor in an intense duel. The Death Spider Emperor was frustrated to the extreme. It had planned to hunt some weaker prey, but had instead encountered Bone Duluo, a titled Duluo whose strength matched its own. As time passed, the Death Spider Emperor found itself struggling to cope. Bone Duluo's advantage lay in his seemingly endless spirit power, continuously replenished by Ning Fengzhai's supportive abilities. When Bone Duluo prepared for another strike, the Death Spider Emperor's massive form suddenly vanished without a trace. Surprised, Bone Duluo immediately began scanning for it with his soul power. A soul beast of this caliber, especially one as powerful as the Death Spider Emperor, was far too rare to simply let escape. Back at the Death God Temple, the battered and bruised Death Spider Emperor stumbled in. "I'll kill," it began angrily, only to fall silent upon seeing Yihao and Xiao Hong. "Yihao? Xiao Hong?" Yihao stared blankly. "Kill who exactly?" The Death Spider Emperor, eyes wide with panic, quickly backtracked. "No one, you must have misheard." Its survival instincts kicked in. "How did you end up fighting Bone Duluo?" Yihao asked, puzzled. That Ning Fengzhai's group was in the Sunset Forest wasn't surprising. After all, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were there seeking their 3rd soul rings. But what confused Yihao was why the Death Spider Emperor would cross paths with Bone Duluo and end up in such a dire state. The Death Spider Emperor hesitated, stammering without an answer. Seeing this, Yihao didn't press further. Asking would yield no useful information. Using the Death God's heart, Yihao healed the Death Spider Emperor's injuries. Then, he gave a stern warning. "Stay here, don't go wandering off again. If you encounter another titled Duluo, you might end up captured and kept as a pet." The Death Spider Emperor nodded fervently, promising to stay put. As Yihao walked away, the Death Spider Emperor finally relaxed. "You're harboring resentment, aren't you?" Xiao Hong shot at a disdainful glance. The Death Spider Emperor shuddered, quickly replying, "Not at all, Brother Hong, I wouldn't dare." Xiao Hong narrowed its eyes. "Good, now there's something I need to tell you, something you should prepare yourself for mentally." The Death Spider Emperor straightened up. "Brother Hong, I'm listening." Xiao Hong smirked. "You'll need to sacrifice yourself." "What?" the Death Spider Emperor cried out in shock. Xiao Hong's eyes gleamed. "What, you're unwilling?" The Death Spider Emperor froze. Unwilling, of course it was unwilling. Sacrifice meant surrendering its soul ring and soul bone entirely, a suicidal act. How could it agree to that? Seeing its hesitation, Xiao Hong smiled faintly. I understand your reluctance. Sacrificing yourself is no small thing, but don't worry, I'm not asking you to do it for nothing. Once Hao breaks through to rank 100, you'll be resurrected. Is that true? The Death Spider Emperor's eyes lit up. Xiao Hong chuckled, raising its head confidently. When has your brother Hong ever lied to you? Chapter 106, The Rabbit's Identity. Once the Death Spider Emperor realized it could be resurrected after sacrificing itself, it cast aside its hesitation. Brother Hong, I'll go sacrifice myself right now. The Death Spider Emperor was all in, eager to get it over with and move on. Xiao Hong immediately spat out a blazing inferno, blocking its path. Who told you to sacrifice yourself now? Xiao Hong snapped irritably. Wait until Hao reaches the Soul Saint or Soul Duo, then you can consider it. The Death Spider Emperor paused, deep in thought, before cautiously asking, Brother Hong, before I sacrifice myself, could you grant me one last small wish? Xiao Hong raised an eyebrow, his expression resolute. Speak, whatever it is, I promise you. Really? Really? All right, here it is. The Death Spider Emperor lowered its voice, its tone almost timid. Brother Hong, before I go, could I see you wear those red underpants again? Just once. Xiao Hong, degrees. You, get lost, and go sacrifice yourself this instant. By noon, Ning Fengzhai and Bone Duo had escorted Ning Rongrong and Zhu King safely to the foot of the Heaven Dew Imperial Academy. After bidding them farewell, the two boarded a carriage bound for the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile Clan headquarters. Inside the carriage, Ning Fengzhai sipped fragrant tea, clearly in a good mood. Uncle Bone, what's troubling you? You've been unusually quiet. His current mood was one of delight. His daughter's martial soul had evolved, signaling a bright future for the clan. The burden on his shoulders as the clan leader had lightened considerably. But Bone Duo wore a perpetual scowl, as though someone owed him a fortune. Despite Ning Fengzhai's subtle attempts to pry, Bone Duo had remained tight-lipped the entire time. Only after leaving Ning Rongrong and Zhu King at the academy did Bone Duo finally speak. Fengzhai, let me ask you something. Do you know about soul beasts transforming into humans? Bone Duo's arms were crossed, his tone serious. Ning Fengzhai immediately set down his teacup, his expression turning grave. He closed the carriage door and windows before responding, Uncle Bone, why bring this up? As someone well-versed in the mysteries of the continent, Ning Fengzhai understood the implications of a soul beast assuming human form. Bone Duo let out a bitter chuckle. Fengzhai, this continent is far more extraordinary than we give it credit for. I never imagined that in my lifetime I would witness a soul beast transformed into a human. Bone Duo leaned forward, lowering his voice. Do you remember the girl we saw this morning at Heaven Dew Imperial Academy? The one with rabbit ears, standing at the back of the Shrek group. Ning Fengzhai furrowed his brows, thinking for a moment. I do. Her name is Xiao Wu. I had the clan investigate the backgrounds of all the Shrek members. Xiao Wu and Rongrong were once close friends, but something happened during Rongrong's time at Shrek Academy that caused a falling out. Bone uncle, are you suggesting? Ning Fengzhai and Bone Duo had worked together for so many years that a single glance between them could convey unspoken understanding. At first, I didn't pay much attention to the girl named Xiao Wu, Bone Duo began, but when Rongrong mentioned her name, I instinctively looked her way. She's clever. She tried to hide behind a pillar, knowing that I and the Academy's 3 elders were present. Unfortunately for her, I saw through her facade. Bone Duo's gaze sharpened as he looked at Ning Fengzhai. That girl isn't human. She's a 100,000-year-old soul beast, a soft-boned rabbit. Ning Fengzhai's heart pounded in his chest. It took a moment for him to gather his thoughts. Uncle Bone, are you absolutely sure about this? Could you have been mistaken? Bone Duo shot him a displeased look. I'm a titled Duo. Do you doubt my judgment? If you're still skeptical, I'll take Sword Duo with me to investigate. But believe me, there's no mistaking it. A 100,000-year-old soul beast taking human form is rare, but it's not unheard of. He continued, his tone darkening. That rabbit is bold, I'll give her that. Brazen enough to wander right in front of a titled Duo. I almost didn't notice her. Bone Duo leaned closer. Fengzhai, I have a plan. Ning Fengzhai raised a hand to stop him. Let me guess. You want to capture the girl and keep her at the clan, then slaughter her when Rongrong needs a 100,000-year spirit ring. Am I right? Bone Duluo smiled, impressed by Ning Fengzhai's insight. Exactly. I can guarantee that I'll capture that rabbit and bring her back without anyone knowing. Rongrong's martial soul has already evolved into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, eliminating its previous limitations. When Rongrong reaches the Soul Duluo or Title Duluo rank, we'll use the rabbit to help her become the first auxiliary-type Title Duluo with a 100,000-year soul ring. Fengzhai, think about it. Bone Duluo grew more animated as he spoke, envisioning the future, Ning Rongrong, a Title Duluo, leading the 7-treasure glazed tile clan to unprecedented heights. Ning Fengzhai couldn't deny the temptation. The prospect of solidifying the clan's dominance over the continent was incredibly appealing. But as he considered the potential risks, Ning Fengzhai's enthusiasm waned. If Xiao Wu was truly a 100,000-year-old soul beast, then she likely had powerful allies. The fact that she dared to venture into Heaven Du City and openly appear before a titled Duluo suggested she wasn't without backup. After a long silence, Ning Fengzhai shook his head decisively. Bone Duluo frowned deeply. Fengzhai, think this through. Opportunities like this don't come twice. If you let this slip away, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Bone Duluo's argument was compelling. Every word was carefully chosen to persuade. Had Ning Rongrong still been on good terms with Xiao Wu, Bone Duluo might never have proposed this plan. But now, with their friendship fractured, the suggestion seemed feasible. Still, Ning Fengzhai's caution prevailed. Uncle Bone, I understand your reasoning, but the risks are too great. This isn't a decision we can make lightly. Bone Duluo sighed, disappointed. Despite his frustrations, he respected Ning Fengzhai's judgment, though he couldn't help but feel they were letting an extraordinary opportunity slip away. Chapter 107, A Title Duluo, Then It's Fine. Heaven Du City, Blue Tyrant Academy. Nestled within the bustling Heaven Du City, the Blue Tyrant Academy may not rival the grandeur of the Heaven Du Imperial Academy, but its ability to establish a high-level Soul Master Academy in this prime real estate speaks volumes about its formidable background. Unlike the aristocratic Heaven Du Imperial Academy, Blue Tyrant Academy has a distinct philosophy. It only admits commoners and rejects nobility outright. The academy features a harmonious integration of nature and architecture, with towering trees and lush greenery adorning the campus. The Shrek team arrived after hearing about the academy. After completing the initial test, the academy's recruiting teacher, overwhelmed by the high soul power levels of Flender and his group, escorted them to the rear mountain to meet the academy's principal. The rear mountain exuded tranquility, adorned with vibrant flowers, crystal-clear streams, and air perfumed with the subtle fragrance of blooms. As they reached a wooden cabin, a melodious tune wafted through the air. A stunning woman sang softly while watering the flowers around her. The rustic cabin stood amidst towering ancient trees, surrounded by a wooden fence, exuding an idyllic charm. Enthralled by the ethereal melody, the Shrek team paused, their restless hearts soothed. Flender wore a knowing smile, sneaking a glance at the dour-faced Grandmaster standing nearby. Grandmaster's mood was far from cheerful. His expression darkened as if storm clouds hovered over him. His tightly clenched fists revealed his inner turmoil. As Grandmaster turned to leave, Flender firmly grabbed his arm, locking him in place. "Flender, what are you doing?" Grandmaster protested, displeased. The group, puzzled by the tension, exchanged curious glances. Clearly, there was history here. As a member of the Golden Iron Triangle, Flender had shared fame with Grandmaster in their youth. With a sly grin, he dragged the reluctant Grandmaster forward, calling out, "Erlong, Big Brother is here to rely on you." "Grandmaster." The woman froze mid-action. The watering can slipped from her hand, shattering on the ground. Ignoring the mess, she stepped forward, her face filled with disbelief and her eyes brimming with tears. "Xiao Gang, is that really you?" Her trembling voice carried both sorrow and joy. Her slender hand gently touched Grandmaster's stiff face. Noticing a bruise near his eye, her expression twisted with rage. A sudden surge of pressure dropped the surrounding temperature noticeably. "Who hurt you, Xiao Gang? Tell me and I'll make them pay," she demanded anxiously. Nearby, Flender awkwardly rubbed his swollen cheek, the 5-finger imprint still prominent. A pang of resentment flashed in his heart. Why does no one care about me? Cough, cough. Flender cleared his throat, hoping to redirect the attention. The woman turned to see the conspicuous slap mark on Flender's face. She narrowed her eyes and demanded. Flender, Zio gang, what happened? Who dared to bully you too? Tell me, and I'll settle the score immediately. As she spoke, 7 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 rose from beneath her feet, emanating an imposing aura. The Shrek group froze in shock. The gentle woman had suddenly revealed herself to be a powerful soul saint. Her relationship with Flender and Grandmaster clearly ran deep. Sighing deeply, Flender recounted the events leading to his injury. Hearing that Bone Duluo from the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile clan had struck them, her fury ebbed slightly. A title Duluo, she muttered, her tone subdued. No one dared provoke a title Duluo lightly. Yet her indignation reignited. The Heaven-Dew Imperial Academy has gone too far, and that brat, Yi Hao, what grudge does he hold against you to humiliate you so? With a decisive wave of her hand, she turned to a nearby teacher. Inform the entire academy. From today onwards, Blue Tyrant Academy will be renamed Shrek Academy. Flender's eyes widened in surprise, then filled with joy. However, his elation soon gave way to confusion. Erlong, what are you doing? He asked hesitantly. The woman glanced at Grandmaster's somber face and made her decision. Flender, you're our Golden Iron Triangle's leader. Your problem is my problem. Since the Heaven-Dew Imperial Academy disrespects you, they disrespect me as well. From this day forward, this academy is yours. I'll announce the change to the students and staff tomorrow. Flender, you are now the rightful principal of Shrek Academy. Chapter 108, The Rabbit's Ultimate Fate. Liu Erlong's passionate and decisive speech left a deep impression on everyone present. From that day forward, Shrek Academy was officially established. The team no longer had to worry about their precarious existence, transitioning from a life of scarcity to one of stability. The next day, during the inaugural assembly for all students and faculty, the newly appointed headmaster of Shrek Academy, Flender, dressed in an impeccably formal black outfit. Wearing a bow tie and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, he stood with a commanding presence. His back straight, hands clasped behind him, and sharp eyes scanning the sea of attendees, Flender radiated authority and confidence. This was his moment, a culmination of years of perseverance. Finally, the dream he had nurtured for over a decade had come true. Today marked the dawn of an era, the rise of Shrek Academy under Flender's leadership. Meanwhile, outside Heaven-Dew City, at the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile clan. In the sect's grand meeting hall, Sect Master Ning Fengjai sat at the head seat, massaging his temples in frustration. On either side of him sat the Sword Duluo and Bone Duluo, who, for once, shared the same opinion. They firmly advocated capturing the rabbit, raising it, and eventually harvesting its soul ring and soul bone. This, they believed, would ensure the sect's flourishing future. However, a crucial obstacle stood in their path, Sect Master Ning Fengjai's indecision. His reluctance left the 2 powerful Duluos exasperated. Since returning the previous day, they had repeatedly volunteered to act, confident in their ability to quietly capture the rabbit without alerting anyone. Fengjai, what exactly are you afraid of? Bone Duluo finally asked, unable to contain his frustration. Sword Duluo added, indeed. If we act swiftly, Old Bones and I can bring it back before noon tomorrow. If you keep hesitating, don't blame us for taking matters into our own hands. The 2 bombarded Ning Fengjai with their arguments, but his hesitation only deepened. Finally, Ning Fengjai sighed and responded, Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone, I actually agree with your views. That settles it then, Bone Duluo exclaimed, ready to spring into action. Sword Duluo's 7-kill sword shimmered as it emerged from its sheath, the 2 preparing to leave. However, Ning Fengjai interrupted, wait, I haven't finished speaking. Ning Fengjai shook his head and continued, as Uncle Bone mentioned yesterday, capturing that 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit would undoubtedly bring unprecedented prosperity to our sect. However, the situation is not as simple as it appears. Oh, Sword Duluo inquired, what do you mean? Turning to Bone Duluo, Ning Fengjai asked, Uncle Bone, do you remember the red, talking dog we saw at Heaven-Dew Imperial Academy yesterday? Bone Duluo nodded. Of course, that dog belongs to Yi Hao, and it spoke human language. Are you suggesting Yi Hao has also set his sights on the soft bone rabbit? Ning Fengzhai's eyes burned with certainty. Exactly. There's no doubt in my mind that Yi Hao already knows the girl's true identity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have openly bantered about rabbit dishes with that dog in front of everyone yesterday. Bone Duoluo frowned. Even so, why should we be concerned? Yi Hao is just one man. Even if we take the rabbit, how could he possibly force us to return it? We're acting within our capabilities, not at anyone else's mercy. Ning Fengzhai gave a bitter smile. Uncle Sword, have you ever considered Yi Hao's true identity? Doesn't he remind you of someone? Both Sword Duoluo and Bone Duoluo fell silent, reflecting on their prior encounters with Yi Hao. Moments later, Bone Duoluo's expression darkened as he spoke. Bibai Dong. Sword Duoluo's eyes widened in realization, nodding in agreement. Exactly, Ning Fengzhai confirmed. 3 months ago, Uncle Sword and I first met Yi Hao at the Soto Battle Arena. At the time, I thought he resembled someone, but I couldn't recall who. Yesterday's encounter provided clarity. His demeanor, actions, and even his martial soul, the Death Spider Emperor, are remarkably similar to Bibai Dong's. Moreover, Ning Fengzhai continued, Yi Hao bears an uncanny physical resemblance to her. The odds of two unrelated individuals looking so alike are slim, and this raises the possibility that Yi Hao is Bibai Dong's son, Sword Duoluo concluded skeptically. Impossible, the spirit hall has never mentioned anything of the sort. Bone Duoluo added, still, it's not entirely implausible. If such a possibility exists, we should tread carefully. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fengzhai made his decision. The 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit is off-limits to the 7 treasure glaze tile sect. Moreover, Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone, I expect you to refrain from taking independent action. The two Duoluos exchanged a glance and sighed in unison. With the sect master's firm stance, there was little they could say. Fengzhai, you're being overly cautious, Bone Duoluo muttered in resignation. You've missed a golden opportunity for the sect, Sword Duoluo added, and all because of Yi Hao. Ning Fengzhai shook his head. Not just that, there are 3 reasons for my decision. First, Yi Hao's gift of the beautiful silk tulip allowed Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda to evolve. This debt of gratitude binds us eternally. Second, since Yi Hao clearly values the rabbit, it would be inappropriate to act against his interests. Benefiting from him in one instance while offending him in another would make us ungrateful. Third, Yi Hao's true identity remains a mystery. Whether or not he has ties to the Spirit Hall, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect must remain neutral. The two Duoluos exchanged another glance, but could only nod in reluctant agreement. Chapter 109, The Tattered Tanghao. The bustling streets of Heaven Dew City were teeming with well-dressed nobles. Shops lined both sides of the road, their displays dazzling in variety. This was the most prosperous area of the city. Amidst this lively scene, a disheveled man staggered along. His clothes were ragged, his body covered in grime, and he carried a wine jug, taking deep swigs of alcohol as he walked. Passers-by, noble and well-dressed, avoided him with disdainful glances. It was rare to see such a person in the capital of the Heaven Dew Empire. If news of this reached the Star Luo Empire, it would surely become a laughingstock. The man's eyes were dull, his face streaked with ash, and his hair was a chaotic tangle resembling a bird's nest. He wore a black hat that obscured his features. 3 months had passed since Tanghao's attack on Spirit Hall. After returning to Holy Soul Village, he had intended to heal his wounds and spend time with his wife. However, the sight he encountered upon moving a boulder left him horrified. His wife's sacrificed body had vanished. To make matters worse, Yi Rishan had taken the spirit bone and left behind a note that filled Tanghao with fury. He swore to one day kill Yi Rishan with his own hands or die trying. For the past 3 months, Tanghao had scoured nearly every corner of the Duoluo continent but failed to find any trace of Yi Rishan. Helpless, he chose to stay near his son, secretly protecting him, the only family he had left. His wife's body was gone, and if anything happened to his son, Tanghao would have no reason to live. The events at Heaven Dew Royal Academy the previous day hadn't escaped his notice. However, due to his sensitive identity, Tanghao refrained from appearing in person. He had developed a deep hatred for the boy named Yi Hao. If not for him, Shrek Academy wouldn't have been expelled, leaving his son humiliated and the academy branded as outcasts. With the new Shrek Academy re-established, Tanghao felt momentarily relieved of his worries, but his anguish remained. He drowned himself in alcohol, attempting to numb the pain of his past. Now, he wandered the streets like a living corpse, his figure gradually disappearing at the end of the road. By some twist of fate, the drunken Tanghao stumbled to a magnificent building. The weight of his exhaustion, amplified by the alcohol, soon overwhelmed him. For the first time in ages, he slept deeply. Inside the building, two lively young girls, dressed in elegant silver palace attire, exited while chatting animatedly. Each carried a stack of books on musical instruments. "Wow, Teacher Tang lesson today was amazing." "Absolutely, I wish I could play the harp like him, it's so inspiring." Suddenly, one of the girls tripped over something, scattering her books across the ground. "Be careful, are you okay?" her companion asked, rushing to help. The fallen girl nursed her scraped, bleeding knee, her eyes welling with tears. "I'm fine, just a scratch, I'll bandage it later." Curious, she glanced at what had tripped her. The path was flat, so it shouldn't have. "Aza!" A piercing scream shattered the quiet. People poured out of the grand building, gathering around Tanghao, who lay sprawled on the ground. "Who is this?" "No idea. Do you recognize him?" "Is he a beggar?" Unperturbed, Tanghao snored loudly. Exhaustion and despair had consumed him. The crowd grew, the area becoming increasingly congested. "What's going on here?" A dignified voice cut through the commotion. A beautiful woman dressed in silver palace attire approached, her elegant movements captivating. Though she appeared no older than 27 or 28, her noble demeanor was unmistakable. The crowd instinctively parted for her. "What happened?" she asked softly. The girl who had tripped explained the situation. After listening, the woman ordered the girl to have her wound treated. "Disperse," she commanded, waving a hand. The crowd quickly obeyed, leaving only the woman and her two maids behind. She knelt beside Tanghao, gently shaking his shoulder. "Sir, are you all right?" Despite her repeated calls, the man didn't respond. "He seems to be asleep," one maid whispered, noting his snores. The woman recoiled from the pungent mix of alcohol and sweat emanating from Tanghao. She hurriedly moved away, gasping for fresh air. "So foul," she exclaimed. "Madam, he must be a beggar," one maid deduced, prodding him cautiously with a stick. The woman was about to have him removed when something about his profile struck her as familiar. "Turn him over," she ordered. Though puzzled, her maids complied. When she saw Tanghao's weathered face, her breath hitched. Tears welled up and she whispered, "You." Catching herself, she quickly instructed, "Call someone to carry him to my room." Her maids froze, astonished. The madam, a figure of immense status in Heaven-Dew City, respected even by royalty, was ordering a filthy beggar brought to her quarters. "Move quickly," she urged, snapping them out of their shock. Without further delay, they obeyed.